Game over. On the screen, two scarlet characters blazed like a final verdict. Lin Mo's vision began to blur, the pungent sour scent of cheap instant noodles and the droning hum of the computer fan receded from his senses like a retreating tide. His heart pounded erratically inside his chest, like the final frenzied drumbeats before the end of life's symphony. Damn, I really shouldn't have nullified it for 72 hours straight. That was his last thought. What followed was endless darkness. Then a violent soul-rending headache dragged Lin Mo's consciousness back from the abyss. He felt as if his brain had been stuffed into a high-speed blender and was being ground to pieces. Nextly, Tion. A dignified, sonorous voice pierced through the chaos in his mind and stabbed into his ears. Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. What filled his vision was no longer the less than 10 square meter rental room cluttered with junk. Instead, he stood upon a vast plaza paved with white stone bricks stretching beyond the horizon, a sea of tens of thousands of people surging and churning in a cacophonous tide. At the very center of the plaza rose a towering stone platform upon which stood a gigantic crystal obelisk radiating faint arcs of visible magical light. Am I hallucinating from pulling an all-nighter? Or did some keyboard warrior reincarnate me into another? Before his internal sarcasm could finish, a torrent of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind with brutal force. A 16-year-old youth also named Lin Mo. A city called Launcher City. A world known as the Sun. And today was the awakening ceremony that would decide the fate of countless people. The chaotic fragments of memory were swiftly organized and categorized by Lin Mo's seasoned gamer logic. So I've really transmigrated. His mind raced as if reading through the setting manual of a brand new game world. World background summoner continent. Core gameplay summoning. Novice village Launcher City. In this world, summoners were an absolute privileged class, the very embodiment of power, wealth, and status. Every boy and girl who had reached the age of 16 was granted one chance to awaken their summoner talent through the ceremony. Talent was ranked from FEDCB to A, and above them all existed the legendary strength. A ranked talent was enough to let one soar in a single leap like a carp transforming into a dragon, and frank talent, however, was deemed trash among trash, even inferior to an ordinary person who could not awaken at all. This ceremony was not a simple Kamingafage ritual, but the ultimate card draw that would determine one's entire life. A sudden pang throbbed in his chest, terror lingering in the body itself. Lin Mo instantly understood what had happened. The original owner of this body, a timid, deeply insecure youth, had been so overwhelmed by anxiety and fear of the impending awakening ceremony that he had simply died. Bro, you're way too abstract, dying from stage fright. Lin Mo muttered helplessly. That's what I call a top. Li Tian drank talent. Elemental affinity fire. Qualified, you may step down. On the high platform, the white-robed elder presiding over the ceremony announced the result without a flicker of emotion. Scattered applause rose from below the stage. Drank, neither good nor bad, merely average, was the destination of most people. Lin Mo looked around. The crowd on the plaza was sharply divided into two worlds. Those scions of wealthy families dressed in fine clothes stood at the front with faces full of confidence and expectation. Youths of humble birth like him were squeezed into the back, their eyes brimming with tension and desperate hope. Zhang Mingyao crank talent. Elemental affinity water. Not bad. The applause grew a little warmer. A crank talent already counted as excellent. At that moment, the crystal obelisk suddenly erupted with a blinding golden radiance, a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky, plunging the entire field into uproar. A rank. It's an A-rank talent. Look, it's young Master Lin Feng. As expected of the genius of the Lin family's main line, incredible. Following the chorus of exclamations, Lin Mo's gaze found him. A handsome youth in a luxurious brocade robe was pressing his hand against the crystal, his face openly adorned with arrogance and pride. Lin Feng. The name instantly triggered a flood of memories filled with bullying and ridicule. He was this body's cousin, the legitimate heir of the main family line. The original Lin Mo, by contrast, was merely an orphan from a declining collateral branch who had suffered plenty of special attention from his genius cousin since childhood. Basking in envious stares and fawning praise, Lin Feng descended from the platform. His eyes swept over the crowd and locked unerringly onto Lin Mo, standing in a corner. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile as he strode over with a few lackeys in tow. Well, if it isn't my good for nothing cousin Lin Mo. How does it feel? I'm an A-rank talent now. I wonder what kind of trash talent you'll awaken later. Frank. F for failure. The lackeys around them burst into raucous laughter. Young Master Feng, you're overestimating him, one of them said with an exaggerated wink. If he can touch the awakening crystal without fainting from fright, that'll already be a win. The grating mockery ignited a surge of shame and anger from the depths of this body's instincts. But he, the soul from the 21st century, merely watched with cold detachment. So that's it. Your standard brain-dead villain in the starter village, the built-in quest guide NPC. Got it. His face remained expressionless, his gaze as placid as an ancient well. This unervingly calm reaction made Lin Feng feel as if he had punched a pile of cotton. Bored, he snorted coldly, turned away, and went back to bask in his glory. The ceremony went on. Groups of youths mounted the platform one after another. Most awakened only or drank talents, their faces etched with disappointment and reluctant acceptance. At last the slightly weary voice of the white-robed elder rang out again. Next, Linimo. Whoosh. The surroundings fell silent for a brief instant, then erupted into hushed whispers. That's him, the Jinx. Both his parents were Black Iron summoners and died in a beast tide. How good? I'll wager a copper coin on Frank. Linimo ignored the buzzing around him and slowly exhaled. The bone-deep terror and nervousness of the original owner had already vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a strange, almost ecstatic shiver of excitement. It was the feeling of a hardcore gamer logging into a brand new, fully immersive virtual reality game with 100% realism. He rose to his feet. His back was straight, his steps steady as he walked forward through the crowd that automatically parted before him. All the ridicule and mockery faded into a distant, indistinct background noise. The past was dead. A new save file had begun. The youth's gaze locked onto the softly glowing awakening crystal atop the platform, and the corner of his mouth lifted in the faintest of smiles. All right, character creation is done. Time to see what kind of starter bundle the system has prepared. Below the high platform, every gaze converged upon Linimo. Among them were sympathy and pity, but far more prevalent were naked, undisguised mockery and scorn. Here he comes, today's joke of the day has finally taken the stage. Look at him, still pretending to be calm and composed. His legs must be shaking by now. The Lin family's face is going to be utterly disgraced by him today. The murmurs buzzed like a swarm of flies, yet Lin Mo's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. He did not even bother to lift his head to look at those faces eagerly waiting to revel in his embarrassment. For someone who had commanded legions in virtual worlds with a deadpan expression facing endless armies, this little scene before him was not even on par with clearing mobs before a boss fight. One step, two steps. He ascended the high platform and came to a halt before the white-robed elder. A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of surprise flashed through the elder's cloudy eyes. Dozens upon dozens of youths had passed through his hands today, some trembling with nerves, some feigning composure, some arrogant to the point of conceit. Yet never before had he seen a youth like this, one calm, and still like a bottomless pool of water. It was a true serenity flowing from within to without. It was as though the one about to be judged was not him, but every person present. Place your hand upon the awakening crystal. The elder said, his voice carrying a new solemn weight. Lin Mo nodded. He extended his right hand, long clean fingers, and slowly pressed it against the icy surface of the crystalline obelisk. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal remained utterly unresponsive. The brief silence over the square was shattered by a stifled snort, and then muffled laughter spread like a plague. Told you, he doesn't even have the qualifications to make the crystal light up. This isn't just poor talent. This is no talent at all. Lin Feng folded his arms, chin lifted high, the mocking curve of his lips growing ever more pronounced. He had already prepared the most vicious lines of ridicule, merely waiting for the final verdict. Yet just as everyone thought this farce was about to end, a sudden anomaly erupted. Hum. A low bone-deep hum rumbled from within the crystal, almost enough to make one's heart seize. Immediately after, instead of flaring to life, the once transparent crystal began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not extinguishing. It was as though something within was devouring it from the inside out. What is happening? Is the crystal broken? Amid the rising commotion, every eye was nailed to the crystal. At the very heart of the crystal, a pinprick of black appeared without warning. That blackness was terrifyingly pure, like a puncture in space itself from which even light could not escape. In the next instant, the black point suddenly expanded, transforming into a slowly rotating, uncanny vortex, formed from countless gray and black streams of chi. There was no sky-piercing golden radiance of an A-grade talent, no multicolored elemental brilliance of C or D-grade gifts. Only a dead oppressive chaos that seemed capable of devouring all things. That aura was cold, ancient, tyrannical. The temperature across the entire square seemed to plummet by several degrees. Those youths in the front row even felt a tremor rising from the depths of their souls, and instinctively took half a step back. What kind of talent is this? I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Could it be a legendary dark element? No, that's wrong. Dark element radiance is deep violet, not this, void-like black. Everyone was completely at a loss, including the white-robed elder on the platform. For 30 years he had served as chief examiner for awakening ceremonies, and had seen tens of thousands awaken, yet never had he beheld a sight so bizarre and illuminant. He hurriedly turned to the energy detector at the side. Its pointer was thrashing as though possessed, wildly swinging left and right, bouncing back and forth between 0 and off the charts, emitting a string of harsh crackling noises. Energy, unable to be determined, fluctuations chaotic. Beads of fine sweat seeped from the The sensation was like watching a precision computer trying to parse a fragment of corrupted base code riddled with countless viruses. It was fundamentally unreadable. The vortex lasted less than 10 seconds before rapidly contracting, finally condensing into a faint, nearly invisible gray mode of light that flickered weakly in the depths of the crystal, then fell completely still. The detector's needle, after one last violent shudder, sagged, and finally came to rest at the very lowest F. The elder stared at the final reading, then at the crystal that had returned to normal, yet seemed a shade dimmer than before. At last the tautness in his face eased. So that's it. An instant collapse after a burst of runaway energy. It looks astonishing on the surface, but the foundation is hollow. It's the sign of a talent with severe defects already on the verge of breaking down. He reached his conclusion and secretly shook his head. What a pity, such a steady heart, and yet such a talent. He cleared his throat, and the square fell silent once more. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final judgment. The white-robed elder raised his voice, striving to keep his tone, even though a trace of disappointment still slipped through. Lin M.O. Talent evaluation. Great. The entire venue plunged into a deathly silence. A heartbeat later it erupted into deafening laughter, like mountains collapsing and seas roaring. Ha ha ha. Great. After all that, he's great. I'm laughing myself breathless. With that display just now, I almost thought Insgrade had descended. The most ridiculous twist in history. So it was all bluff. I'm dying of laughter. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then doubled over, laughing so hard that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. He strode to the front of Lin Mo's line and looked over the newly descended Lin Mo with an exaggerated gaze, as if he were observing some rare specimen. My dear cousin, you truly are a genius. Do you realize that in our Bluestone City there hasn't been great talent in a full 10 years? You've made history. You are truly the most outstanding grade in the history of our Lin family. Amid the harsh, grating laughter, Lin Mo's face remained utterly expressionless. He simply withdrew his hand calmly and lowered his head to glance at his own palm, as though some dust had clung to it. To everything around him, he turned a deaf ear. Inside his mind, the thoughts of a seasoned gaming nerd were spinning at high speed. Grade, is it? No, that's not right. That devouring sensation just now is not something ordinary energy could produce. It felt like a fundamental logic error in a system, or rather a hidden attribute that surpasses what this version of the world can comprehend. Interesting. What others see as a bug, I see as the backdoor left behind by a GM. He lifted his head and, bathed in a sky full of mockery, slowly walked to the end of the line. The lone figure of the youth was especially striking amid countless contemptuous gazes. Yet no one saw that deep in the calm surface of his eyes a tiny spark named ecstasy had quietly been lit. The awakening ceremony continued, but for most the greatest amusement of the day had already been born. Lin Mo, a name that within just 10 minutes had transformed from an unnoticed shadow to the latest laughingstock of Bluestone City. People's gazes were like tangible thorns tightly following the lonely silhouette of his departure. Some onlookers even took out recording crystals, preparing to capture this historic moment for discussion in the years to come. However, at the center of the storm, Lin Mo exhibited not even the slightest excess of expression. His heart was already occupied by a far more intense tempest. As he stepped down from the high platform, he could clearly look within and sense a faint yet exceptionally pure energy flowing slowly from his heart to every limb. This was not the mana energy belonging to this body. It resembled a kind of authority, a permission for underlying operations. This stirred the DNA of his previous life as a top-tier game hacker significantly. Returning to the dilapidated and cramped wooden house in the city's western slum, Lin Mo locked the door behind him, isolating himself from the clamor of the outside world. He sat cross-legged on the creaking floorboards, closing his eyes. The ambient sounds around him quickly faded away. His consciousness began to sink slowly. Ignoring the obscure and complex meditation techniques from the original owner's memories, Lin Mo directly employed the method he was most familiar with, flow of heart. In his previous life, when he needed to crack an extremely complex firewall, he would enter this state. His mind would be highly focused, eliminating all distractions and concentrating all his thoughts on a single point. At this moment, the focus was on the source of that mysterious energy within him. Soon the familiar darkness, yet in the endless darkness, a faintly glowing interface quietly emerged. The interface was exceedingly simple, even described as rudimentary. There were no ornate borders, no flashy effects, only a translucent square frame composed of pure, indescribable gray lines. At the top of the frame were 5 ancient and imposing characters. God-level taming talent. Lin Mo's heartbeat skipped a beat. Just as I thought. A storm surged within him, but the soul of the traverser forced him to suppress this overwhelming joy. Where's the beginner's guide? Where's the attribute panel? A quest prompt would be nice. He subconsciously complained. As if responding to his thoughts, the text on the interface began to change. Talent name, God level, taming talent level. Exceeds the current world's realm of understanding. Core description, tame all things, master the universe. Current unlocked abilities 1. Communication with all things, listen to the voices of all. You can understand the surface thoughts and emotions of any sentient being. Passive effect. 2. Absolute contract, leave your mark. You can establish a soul contract with any unclaimed or voluntarily surrendering entity with a very high success rate, ignoring most tier and level restrictions. Current contract slots 11. Active skill, a few concise lines, yet they resounded like thunder in Lin Mo's mind. F rank. This is F rank. The Awakening crystal couldn't detect it because the underlying logic of this talent is simply not within the server rules of this world. That bizarre black vortex is not an energy collapse, but a temporary conflict caused when my talent attempted to interface and read the database of this world. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance erupting from within. I've struck gold. This is more than just a GM account, it's practically the highest authority in the game development backend. As a seasoned gamer, he instantly understood the true weight of the phrase God-level taming talent. Communication with all things signifies the crushing of information gaps. He could know the thoughts of monsters, understand the whispers of plants, and gather intelligence from the wind. The entire world before him held no secrets. An absolute contract was the bug of all bugs. Ignoring tiers. Ignoring levels. This meant that as long as luck was on his side and his mental strength was sufficient, he could even turn mythic-level dragons into his pets. As for the 11 contract slot limitation, Lin Mo didn't care at all. Anyone who has played games knows that initial skills can be upgraded. He was now merely a level 1 newbie who had just created a character. The road ahead was still long. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rough knocking interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Lin Mo, get out. Stop playing dead. A raspy voice shouted from outside, filled with impatience and contempt. Lin Mo adjusted his emotions, forcing the overwhelming joy back down, and his face once again returned to its calm demeanor. He opened the door. Outside stood a plump man in a city guard uniform, disdainfully sizing up Lin Mo with his small pea-like eyes. What are you dragging your feet for? Just you and F rank really think you're something. According to regulations, all Awakened individuals with D rank or below have a chance to go to the abandoned summoning pool to try their luck. Hurry up, don't keep the adults waiting. The plump man finished speaking and turned to leave, as if even looking at Lin Mo once more would dirty his. Lin Mo silently followed behind. Abandoned summoning pool. Relevant information quickly surfaced in the original owner's memory. That was a place the city used to handle the remains of summoned beasts that had failed their contracts or died in battle, as well as those deemed worthless younglings or beast eggs. Dubbed as the last chance, in reality, it was merely a psychological consolation for those waste individuals who had failed their awakenings and wouldn't leave empty-handed. In short, it's an officially recognized garbage dump. The odds of contracting a valuable summoned beast from there are lower than being crushed by falling pies from the sky. Interesting, an official beginner village welfare guaranteed at least one draw right. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth subtly lifted in an unnoticed corner. Under the unabashed contempt of the plump guard, Lin Mo was brought to the so-called abandoned summoning pool. Rather than a pool, it resembled a massive sinkhole on the city's outskirts. The pungent stench of blood and decay hit him like a tangible wave, almost suffocating. The pit was filled with mountain-like piles of beast bones, shattered eggshells, and corpses of twisted, lifeless magical beasts, all devoid of any glimmer of vitality. Several scavenging vultures circled the edge of the pit, emitting harsh, unpleasant cries, adding an eerie atmosphere to this desolate place. Hurry up. You have the time of an hourglass. The plump guard pinched his nose in disgust and slammed an old hourglass onto a nearby stone stump. What you can retrieve depends entirely on your frayed luck. If you aren't back when the time is up, I'll consider you just another piece of garbage here. After saying this, he retreated 100 meters away, as if avoiding a plague, and prepared to enjoy the spectacle of this waste. At the edge of the sinkhole stood a sparse group of over a dozen young men and women, all of whom had been deemed D or E-grade losers during today's awakening ceremony. Their faces reflected a mix of disgust towards the harsh environment and a yearning for the faintest glimmer of hope. Wow, look, I found a three-eyed crow. It's not dead yet. A boy exclaimed joyfully as he dug a flapping creature from a pile of rotten flesh, attempting to establish a contract using his weak spiritual power. But in the next moment, the creature emitted a mournful cry, its three eyes losing their luster, simultaneously becoming utterly still. The boy's face fell in an instant. This roller coaster from hope to despair was the norm here. Lin Mo paid no attention to his surroundings. He stood by the edge of the pit, his expression calm, his dark pupils reflecting the filth of the place. Tiska garbage dump instance at the starting point of the novice village, a classic map. He internally scoffed, feeling not the slightest bit of revulsion, but rather a sense of excitement akin to treasure hunting. Well, then it's time to cheat. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire being in his talent. Buzz. In an instant the world changed its appearance. The nauseating stench of decay and the buzzing of flies receded like a tide. In their place surged countless fragmented, chaotic voices flooding into his mind like a monstrous wave. So hungry. Hungry. Pain. My leg. It's broken. Why? Why abandon me? He'll kill you. He'll kill all of you. Despair, pain, resentment, hunger. Thousands of negative emotions and obsessions converged into a cacophony of mental noise enough to drive any ordinary person to the brink of madness. These were the remnants of the will of the deceased creatures left in this abandoned pool. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The channel is too chaotic, too much garbage information, it needs filtering. He adjusted his consciousness as if debugging a precise program in his past life, actively filtering out the dissipated noise that only resonated with primal instincts, and began searching for those wills that were still weak, yet retained a semblance of vitality. He took a step down the stone stairs leading to the pit's bottom. To outsiders, he seemed like a headless fly aimlessly wandering through the trash heap. But in Lin Mo's hearing, he was rapidly identifying various products. A chick with a slight affinity for wind elements, but its wings are broken, and its will is fading. Pass. A cracked, petrified lizard egg, the egg liquid all drained, leaving only a thirst for sunlight. A dead earth rock python, still holding onto its obsession with devouring, but its soul has completely perished. Pass. One potential contract target after another was quickly scanned and eliminated. They were all defective products, utterly worthless. At that moment a commotion arose not far away. A sharply featured boy was excitedly holding up a low-grade jumping dog covered in sores, boasting loudly, haha. And a grade magical beast, a low-grade jumping dog. It may be ugly, but at least it's alive. That's better than some grade garbage that can only pick up a rock to take home as a pet. The boy's gaze deliberately swept over Lin Mo, filled with provocation. Lin Mo didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Is that an elite monster jumping out to teach players how to operate in the novice tutorial? How considerate. His footsteps did not pause in the slightest as he continued deeper into the sinkhole. The further in he went, the stronger the rotting stench became, and the more chaotic the mental noise grew. But gradually Lin Mo sensed something unusual. At the edge of his hearing there seemed to be an area that was abnormally quiet. It wasn't that there was no sound. Rather, it was a dominating will that forcefully suppressed and devoured all surrounding noise. As if in the territory of a lion king, all beasts fell silent. Found it. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He followed the silent domain to a corner at the deepest part of the sinkhole. Here lay heaps of burnt magical beast bones mingling black and char with gray, ash exuding a char, and the will that commanded total submission originated from beneath this pile of ashes. Lin Mo crouched down and carelessly used his hands to sift through the dirty ashes. His actions drew the attention of the guards and the other youths from afar. Look, that fool is playing with ash. Has he been so traumatized that he's gone mad? Great talent combined with a hobby of digging through trash heaps, what a perfect match. Huh. Lin Feng had arrived here at some point. He initially came to watch Lin Mo's joke, and upon witnessing this scene, he laughed so hard he could barely stand. Lin Mo remained indifferent to everything. His fingertips brushed against something. It was neither the hardness of bones nor the slickness of rotten flesh. It was a sensation that was between leather and stone, still carrying a faint warmth. He carefully dug it out from the ashes, cradling it in his palms. It was a small black lizard no bigger than a palm. Its body was shriveled as if severely dehydrated, its scales dull and lifeless, tightly shut eyes unmoving, resembling a long-dried specimen. He couldn't even sense a trace of magical fluctuations. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. After digging for so long, he pulled out a dried gecko. And it's black, how unlucky. No one would even pick this thing up if it were on the street. Lin Feng's laughter was however, at that moment Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. Under his talent of communication with all from this small, seemingly lifeless body, a faint yet distinctly clear will was emanating. That will contained no pain, no despair, and no resentment. It was only an utterly pure arrogance, as if a slumbering king, even when reduced to dust, would not allow the smallest ant to pry. This was an absolute suppression stemming from the level of life. I've opened a blind box and received a hidden variant. Even at the SSR level, Lin Mo's heart raced. Although it had weakened to the extreme, voluntarily giving up all resistance to the outside world, its will had not perished. This completely met the conditions for an absolute contract. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo quickly bit his fingertip, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto the forehead of the black lizard. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart, Absolute contract. Activate. In that instant, a gray rune visible only to Lin Mo shot from his brow and instantly entered the little lizard's body. The incredibly arrogant will trembled instinctively as if trying to resist. But the next second, Lin Mo's blood and the trace of the god-level taming talent contained within the contract caused it to pause. Immediately after, a weak connection imbued with curiosity and closeness began to slowly establish between Lin Mo and its soul. Contract successful. A cold prompt echoed in his mind. Alright, stop making a fool of yourself here. The plump guard approached, rudely scolding, contracting a dead gecko. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Lin Mo slowly stood up, carefully placing the black little lizard into the inner pocket of his chest. He raised his head, facing the overwhelming laughter of Lin Feng and the others, his expression unchanging. On that handsome face, there was no trace of humiliation or anger. As if he had not just endured a profound humiliation, but had merely completed an insignificant task. Under the scornful gazes of everyone, the boy turned calmly and walked out of this garbage dump that had buried countless failures. In his pocket, the cold body emitted a barely perceptible warmth. The road home for Lin Mo felt particularly long. Behind him, the laughter about the great talent that contracted a dead gecko clung to him like a sticky spider web. But he didn't care at all. His entire mind was immersed in the faint warmth within his inner pocket. Character level 1, obtained hidden SS or level pet 1. The novice gift pack performed exceptionally well. The starting experience is fully loaded. Next comes the nurturing phase. Lin Mo's thoughts were like planning a strategy for a game. Calm, meticulous, and with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Creak. He pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, securing it behind him to completely isolate himself from the outside world. Inside the dim little room, there was only a bed, a table, and a cold stove. Bare walls were the most accurate description of this place. Lin Mo carefully took out the small black lizard from his bosom and placed it on the table. In the faint light, it still resembled a desiccated specimen, shriveled, small, and lifeless. If it weren't for the contract connection that reached deep into his soul and the faint warmth, Lin Mo would have almost thought he had picked up a corpse from a garbage heap. Hey buddy, wake up. He tried to convey a thought to it through the contract. No response. That arrogant will emanating from deep within the soul was like a giant whale submerged in the deep sea, silent, as if the previous agitation was merely Lin Mo's illusion. Playing dead, huh? Fine. Lin Mo rubbed his flat stomach and felt a pang of hunger. He rummaged through the cupboard to find half a piece of hard black bread and scooped a ladle of cool water from the water tank. This was his dinner for the day. Looking at the delicacy in his hand, Lin Mo's thoughts began to leap again. Since it's a pet, I should feed it something right. The first priority of a pet is to develop loyalty, and feeding it is the fastest way to increase affection. He broke off a small piece of bread, soaked it in water to soften it, and carefully offered it to the little lizard. Here you go, buddy, it's time to eat. 1 second, 2 seconds. The little lizard remained motionless. But in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of mixed emotions, contempt, disgust, and rage, pierced Lin Mo's mind like a red-hot steel needle. It felt as if an emperor was being forcibly held down to eat rotten food by the roadside. Lin Mo's hand trembled, and the wet bread nearly fell to the ground. What the hell? Such a temper. He was a bit dazed. This little creature couldn't even open its eyes, yet it was already staging a palace drama in its spiritual world. Alright, if bread won't do, then how about water? He grabbed a clean leaf, dipped it in some fresh water, and offered it. Get lost. A concise, yet supremely authoritative thought exploded in his mind. Lin Mo finally understood. This esteemed one was not playing dead. It was just too weak to control its own body, yet its will and pride remained high in the clouds. It wouldn't eat mundane things. Alright, you're a tough one. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly, giving this proud creature a temporary code name. You're pitch black, so we'll call you Little Black. Energy saving and environmentally friendly. Joking aside, the problem still needed a solution. If it wouldn't eat mundane things, then what would it eat? Lin Mo's gaze swept across the cramped room. Apart from dust, there was nothing else. Suddenly his eyes landed on a locked wooden box at the head of the bed. That was the only valuable heirloom left by the original owner's parents. His parents were the lowest-tier iron black summoners who perished together in a small-scale beast tide. Inside this box lay all their life savings. Lin Mo walked over and used the key to open the wooden box. Inside the box there lay 3 crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs, emitting a faint elemental glow. Low-tier magic cores, 2 of wind attribute and 1 of earth attribute. For iron black summoners, this was wealth earned at the cost of their lives. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Then he picked up a wind attribute low-tier magic core and walked back to the table. As he brought the magic core closer to Little Black, that dormant will finally reacted again. It was no longer disgust or anger, but an extreme craving, as if feeling a hunger that had lasted for 300 years, accompanied by a sense of urgent impatience. So your diet is here. Lin Mo understood in his heart. He tentatively placed the magic core gently at Little Black's mouth. This time Little Black did not resist. He saw its shriveled body seem to move imperceptibly. In the next moment something strange happened. The hard low-tier magic core, as if bitten by an invisible mouth, instantly transformed into pure azure light, dots, like dancing fireflies rushing into Little Black's body. The whole process took less than a second. A magic core that could take an iron black summoned beast half a day to digest just disappeared. The corners of Lin Mo's eyes twitched violently. After the magic core was absorbed, Little Black's body visibly became slightly fuller. The dark scales seemed to shimmer with a barely noticeable sheen. Immediately after, a sense of satisfaction transmitted through the contract. However, this sense of comfort lasted for less than 3 seconds. A hunger 10 times stronger than before, mixed with a domineering thought of "give me another bowl," once again surged through Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo's expression changed instantly. He glanced at Little Black, who still looked as if it were saying, "I'm so weak, hurry and feed me," and then at the 2 remaining magic cores in his hand. A cruel thought surfaced in his mind. The market price of a low-tier magic core was about 50 silver coins. Yet he had less than 10 copper coins on him. This magic core, if consumed, would make no sound at all. Yet this little creature before him was clearly an insatiable bottomless pit. Was this a pet contract? This was clearly finding an ancestor for himself. A super money-burning machine that lived off devouring money. It's over, him doomed. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Lin Mo's forehead. He finally deeply understood what it meant to bear a sweet burden. God-level summoned beast. God-level appetite. He muttered to himself, his expression half filled with the joy of finding treasure and half with the despair of impending bankruptcy. The young man looked down at the quietly lying Little Black on the table, as if he could already envision himself in the future working hard to support a family. He sighed deeply and resignedly tucked the remaining 2 magic cores into his pocket. It seemed he was bound to this food ticket. The Bluestone Summoner Academy is the dream destination for all young summoners in Bluestone City. As long as one graduates from here, the worst they can do is become a squad leader in the city guard. For Lin Mo, however, this place feels more like a large, free, and mandatory newbie village task point. The reason is simple. His ancestor Xiao He is running out of food. The last 2 low-grade magic cores left by his parents had already turned into light spots 3 days ago and vanished into that insatiable body. All he received in return was Xiao He's scales, which changed from looking like they were dried to not looking as dried. Additionally, a clearer thought came through the soul contract hungry. Lin Mo searched every corner of his home and ultimately had to accept a harsh reality. He was bankrupt. The only way to get money and magic cores was through the academy. As long as he performed excellently in various courses and tasks, he could earn points to exchange for cultivation resources. Therefore, on this day, a week later, Lin Mo appeared on time at the combat training ground behind the academy. This is the first field recognition class for all first-year freshmen. Dozens of boys and girls lined up loosely, curiously, and excitedly surveying their surroundings. The training ground is an open forest enveloped by a barrier simulating a real wilderness environment. At the front of the line, a burly, stern-looking middle-aged instructor was explaining the precautions. His name is Zhao Feng, a notoriously iron-faced instructor at the academy. The wilderness is not your backyard. Your summoning beasts are not just cute pets. Here, the first thing you need to learn is to get your hands stained with blood. Zhao Feng's voice rang out like metal clashing, resonating through the air. With a wave of his hand, several teaching assistants pushed a huge iron cage forward. Inside the cage, a robust, bluffered giant wolf paced back and forth restlessly, emitting a low growl from its throat. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty green light. A low-grade magical beast, wind wolf. Today's lesson is very simple. Everyone will take turns to come up and battle this wind wolf with your summoning beasts. We do not seek to kill. You only need to last 3 minutes under its claws. Who will go first? Zhao Feng's gaze swept across the entire field like that of a hawk. The students stirred, many eager to try, but more were anxious. He'll go. A bold voice rang out. Lin Feng stepped out of the line amid envious glances. An A-grade talent, the young master of the Lin family. His summoning beast is an elite-level Gale Wolf. Amid the chatter of the crowd, Lin Feng confidently drew the summoning circle. With a flash of light, a giant wolf larger than the one in the cage with shinier fur and limbs entwined with wind elements appeared beside him. Oh, Gale Wolf, not bad. A rare hint of approval appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Lin Feng raised his chin proudly, but his gaze flickered to the calm Lin Mo at the back of the line. Instructor Zhao, he feigned a respectful tone. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I'm afraid my Gale Wolf might accidentally kill this low-grade magical beast, disrupting the class for others. He paused, suddenly raising his voice with a mocking tone. I have a suggestion. Why not let our genius classmate Lin Mo go first? Everyone is quite curious about his grade talent and the rumored mutated black gecko he possesses. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into uproarious laughter. Huh. Young Master Lin Feng is right. We all want to see this. Yes. Let's see how a gecko fights a wolf. Maybe it's not a gecko, maybe it's a land dragon. One bite, and it swallows the wind wolf whole. Amidst the harsh mocking, all eyes were focused on Lin Mo. Zhao Feng frowned, somewhat displeased with Lin Feng's behavior, but he did not stop him. The Academy's principle is that strength is respected, and in grade talent indeed does not qualify for special treatment. He also wanted to see how this boy who had caused a stir during the awakening ceremony, but was ultimately judged to have the worst talent, would handle this situation. Lin Mo stepped forward. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Mo slowly walked out of line. His face showed no anger, no humiliation, just a calmness, as if he were listening to someone share an unrelated joke. Alright, the cannon fodder NPC for pulling aggro and triggering the newbie tutorial in the role-playing game is now in position. He calmly thought to himself as he walked to the front of the iron cage. Summon your summoning beast, Zhao Feng commanded. Lin Mo did not draw the summoning circle. He simply calmly pulled out the little black lizard from the pocket of his worn-out robe. That gecko was only palm-sized, completely black and as shriveled as a piece of burnt wood lying motionless. That gecko was only palm-sized, completely black and as shriveled as a piece of burnt wood lying motionless. Not even the rise and fall of its breathing could be seen. Oh my, he really brought out a dead gecko. Crazy. This guy is definitely insane. Lin Feng laughed so hard, he could barely stand, pointing at the little black creature on the ground and shouting to those around him, "Do you see that? This is the disgrace of our Lin family. The strongest grade tamer in history." Zhao Feng's expression turned cold. This was an insult to his class. "Open the cage," he shouted angrily. He decided to give this ignorant fool a bloody lesson. Ow! The moment the iron cage opened, the hungry wind wolf dashed out like a blue lightning bolt. Its target was the seemingly harmless meat jerky on the ground. It opened its bloody maw-sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight, aiming directly at the little black creature's head, ready to swallow it whole. Many timid girls had already closed their eyes in fright. Everyone anticipated the bloody and cruel scene. However, just as the wind wolf's fangs were about to touch the little black creature, in a split second that corpse moved. No, it didn't just move. It was the tightly shut eyelids that trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then one eye opened just a tiny. In that slit, a flash of pure dark golden vertical pupil belonging to no creature of this world. Briefly, there was no sound, no energy fluctuations. Only a cold and domineering will stemming from bloodlines from the level of life from the ancient wilderness swept across the wind wolf's soul like an invisible storm. What kind of feeling was that? It was like a deer drinking water by the stream, raising its head only to see a god looking down coldly from the clouds, surveying the entire world. The wind wolf's body froze strangely in midair. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. The ferocity and greed on its face were instantly replaced by an extreme, deep-seated fear. Gee, a sound that was neither a wolf howl nor a cry, but rather like a chick being choked, emanated from the wind wolf. Its limbs began to tremble violently, every hair on its body standing on end, and with a softening of its body, it lost control, and a foul smell instantly spread. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of stunned eyes, the ferocious wind wolf that had just been menacing turned tail. It let out the most miserable scream of its life, rolling and scrambling back into the iron cage, huddling in the corner, burying its head deep in its paws, trembling like chaff, not daring to move an inch. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Lin Feng's smile froze on his face. The jaws of all the students nearly dropped to the ground. What just happened? Zhao Feng's pupils suddenly contracted to a needlepoint. His gaze was firmly locked on the still motionless little black creature on the ground, and then shifted to an inconspicuous stone nearby. At that moment, when the wind wolf fled, a gust of wind swept by. He clearly saw that the little black lizard's tail tip seemed to be stirred by the wind unintentionally. Lightly brushing against that stone, Zhao Feng walked over, bent down, and reached out. Just as he was about to pick up that stone, the fist-sized granite suddenly turned into a pile of fine gray white powder at his fingertips. Zhao Feng's body trembled violently. He raised his head, his eyes sharp as never before, locking onto Lin Mo. What is going on? His voice carried a hint of imperceptible tremor. Lin Mo had already drafted his response in his mind. He blinked his innocent eyes and scratched his head in confusion. Instructor, I don't know either. Maybe my little black has a very strange body odor. Yes, a scent that only canine magical beasts can smell, one that induces deep fear in them. It should be some sort of extremely rare biological pheromone mutation. As for that stone, it must have been eroded by the wind. The boy spoke nonsensically with the utmost. Biological pheromone mutation. Weathering. Zhao Feng chewed over these two phrases that sounded somewhat plausible, yet utterly absurd, springing forth from Lin Mo's lips. He stared at Lin Mo's face, which was sincere to the point of innocence, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. A freshman with grade talent discussing biology and geology with a seasoned mentor who had been through the battlefield for 20 years. This in itself was the greatest absurdity. The atmosphere in the training ground had frozen to a standstill. The previous laughter had long vanished without a trace. Lin Feng's complexion shifted from blue to white, resembling a toppled pallet. He fixed his gaze on the trembling wind wolf in the cage, then glanced at the puddle of wolf urine on the ground, feeling a burning pain in his face. He had lost. Not to Lin Mo, but to a mysterious black wall lizard and a bunch of biological pheromones he could not comprehend. What a tremendous humiliation. Very well. Very well. Zhao Feng cast a deep, cutting glance at Lin Mo, as if he wanted to dissect him inside out. Lin Mo, your understanding of summoned beasts is quite unique. You have passed today's cognition class. He deliberately emphasized the word unique. Then he turned to face all the students, his voice returning to its previous icy tone. Everyone. Even the weakest creature in your eyes can unleash power beyond your understanding under certain circumstances. Underestimating any opponent is a grave irresponsibility towards your own life. Lin Mo, though the process was bizarre, he was the first to complete the course on his own today. Zhao Feng's words undoubtedly gave Lin Mo an official acknowledgement. Yet this acknowledgement left everyone feeling perplexed. Lin Mo bent down calmly, putting the small black creature back into his embrace. Hungry. Tired. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly in an unnoticed corner. Great, my ancestor just opened his eyes a bit, and now he's doubly hungry. Hungry. Tired. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly in an unnoticed corner. Great, my ancestor just opened his eyes a bit, and now he's doubly hungry. He knew that today's events were merely the beginning. To maintain a low profile, he had to take actions that were more convincing and befitting his grade talent status. The urgent matter was to solve the food issue for the small black creature. After the class, Lin Mo did not head home, but directly veered towards another direction of the academy. The urgent matter was to solve the food issue for the small black creature. After the class, Lin Mo did not have a gigantic light screen hung in midair displaying various tasks rolling across it, differentiated by colors from high to low. Crimson represented the most dangerous extermination tasks, often requiring mentors to lead. Orange was for elite tasks aimed at senior students. The lowest tier, represented by white tasks, were the most numerous and looked down upon. Clean the dust on the third floor of the library, reward 5 points. Water the mandrake flowers in the herb garden, reward 3 points. Repair a dog hole in the eastern district wall, reward 1 point. These tasks were tedious and low-reward, typically taken by impoverished students who had to earn their own cultivation. Lin Mo's target was precisely here. A low-tier magic core required 100 points. This was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for him. Cleaning and repairing dog holes won't kill me as a transmigrator, will it? He swiftly scanned the white task area like browsing a discounted game list in his past life. Suddenly a task caught his attention. Lost item task, find the vice principal's missing pet cat princess. Task description: the vice principal's beloved cat princess went missing in the central garden yesterday afternoon. Princess is completely snow white, has long fur, is timid, and wears a blue bow around her neck. Task reward 150 points. Task status ongoing for 21 hours. This task hung there boldly displayed, but the number of people taking it remained 0. 150 points. For finding a cat. Lin Mo's heart stirred. This reward was already approaching some yellow tasks that required battling magical beasts. Hey newbie, don't think about that task. A senior who was polishing his sword kindly reminded him. Why not? Lin Mo asked. That's the vice principal's cat, everyone wants to take it. As soon as it was posted yesterday, dozens rushed into the central garden, turning it upside down, even uprooting the grass. And what was the result? Not a single hair of the cat was found. Some say that cat is timid and might have already run off to hide elsewhere. The academy is so vast, where could you search? More importantly, the senior lowered his voice. If you take the task and can't find it, the vice principal will remember it and mark you down for inefficiency. It's a thankless task, you know. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, grateful. But in his heart, a different picture. A side quest in the novice village with unclear coordinates, but the NPC's relationship is significant and the rewards are generous. Isn't this tailor-made for me? For others, this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But for him, who possessed the ability to communicate with all things, it was like having full map visibility. He walked to the mission light screen, extended his finger, and tapped on the cat-finding task. Ding! Student Lin Mo has taken the task, find the vice principal's pet cat princess. The cold notification sound instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. What the heck, who dares to accept this task? Wait. Lin Mo. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one with grade talent who scared off the wind wolf with a dead wall lizard in the cognition class? It's him. Why is he taking this task? Does he plan to use his biochemical weapon lizard to smoke the cat out? A wave of whispers and low laughter arose again. Lin Mo maintained his composure, turned, and walked straight to the central garden. The central garden was beautifully scenic, but at this moment, it was a disaster, clearly a remnant of yesterday's great search. Lin Mo bypassed the crowd and walked to a secluded corner of the garden, crouching down. He closed his eyes and activated his ability to communicate with all things. Now switch to the gossip channel. He spread his consciousness outward like a wireless signal base station, beginning to capture the faint wills around him. A sparrow pecking at grass seeds said, "There were so many bipeds yesterday. So noisy. Scared the birds to death." An old tree with a crooked neck remarked, "Those little brats almost dug up my roots." A nest of ants peeking out commented, "White. Such a big white furball. It rolled past our door yesterday. Crushed half of our hole. Found it." Lin Mo's spirit lifted as he immediately followed the ants' guidance and inquired further. The information chain was rapidly linked together. From the ants to a frightened butterfly, and then to a sunflower complaining about its crushed petals. All clues ultimately pointed to the tall wall at the back of the garden. On the wall, several wild cats basked in the sun, lazily grooming their fur. Lin Mo walked over and looked up. "Hey guys, I want to ask you something." He attempted to release a friendly thought. One of the orange cats lifted an eyelid, conveying a feeling of laziness and vigilance. "Biped, what do you want?" "This is our territory. If you don't have any fish snacks, get lost." "I'm not here to take your territory." Lin Mo continued to communicate with thoughts. "I just want to ask if you saw a white one with long fur and a blue bow around its neck yesterday." The orange cat paused, seemingly intrigued by this biped that could speak with it. A calico cat beside it leaned and filled with gossip and schadenfreude. "Oh, you mean that foolish one? I saw her. Yesterday she was chased by a big dog, scared out of her wits, and jumped right up to the third-floor windowsill of the library. She's probably still stuck there." The library, third floor. Lin Mo received the precise coordinates. "Thanks, guys." He turned and left gracefully under the astonished gazes of several wild cats. The entire process from entering the garden to finding the clue took less than 10 minutes. The Academy Library is an ancient building made of massive stones, so quiet that one can hear the rustling of turning pages. The air is filled with the mingled scent of aged paper and magical ink. Lin Mo skillfully avoided the students buried in their books in the reading area on the first floor, as well as the sharp-eyed librarian rumored to be able to sniff out those who hadn't returned their books, and made his way directly up the spiral staircase to the third floor. The third floor is the rare books and special collections area, usually deserted, with only a faint breeze flowing through the rows of towering bookshelves. Lin Mo murmured to himself the news from the Stray Cat Intelligence Bureau should not be wrong as he reached the end of the corridor, standing before a half-open stained glass window. Outside the window, a decorative stone, eave less than half a meter wide, extended out, covered with moss and bird droppings. At the edge of the eave, a curled-up, shivering white fur ball was desperately pressed against the wall, unable to move. It was a plump, white, long-haired cat, but at that moment its magnificent fur was matted with dust, tangled. The blue bow tie around its neck was askew, looking extremely disheveled. It was clear that it was trapped here. Below it was a drop of over 10 meters, and behind it was an unclosable window. For a pampered house cat, this was no different from a sheer cliff. "Hello, Your Highness," Lin Mo said as he pushed the window open and gently leaned out. The white cat sensed the movement and suddenly turned its head, its sapphire-like eyes instantly filled with extreme fear and vigilance. Meow. It let out a heartbreaking wail, its fur bristling, its body tense, as if about to fall due to overwhelming fright. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Lin Mo immediately stopped moving, closed his eyes, and projected all his goodwill through his talent for communication with all beings as a gentle thought. "I am not here to harm you. I am here to save you." The terrified white cat suddenly stiffened. In its chaotic mind, it actually heard a clear voice. Save me." A wave of confusion and disbelief echoed back. "Yes," Lin Mo continued to soothe, "your owner is very worried about you. Come back with me, there's a warm nest and delicious fish treats." He deliberately painted a picture in its mind of a mountain of grilled fish. Indeed, the princess will visibly wavered. The feeling of fear slightly diminished, replaced by a strong desire for the fish treats. Just as Lin Mo was about to further entice, or rather rescue, a cold voice like ice and snow came from. "What are you doing?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat as he turned around. He saw a tall girl in a white academy uniform standing not far away, her silver long hair flowing like moonlight, her skin whiter than snow, and her features exquisite like a work of art carved from ice and snow. Yi Bingqing, the academy's acknowledged genius girl with a level talent, her summoned beast being a rare ice crystal phoenix. Both her family background and strength firmly positioned her as the top of her year, a true ice queen. In Lin Mo's mind, all the information about her flashed through. "Oh, I see, she is a top-tier SSR character from the template of the Other People's Child series. Hello, senior sister. I am on a task." Yi Bingqing's gaze shifted from him to the white cat caught in a dilemma outside the window, her eyes flickering. It was that 150-point cat-finding task. She had seen it yesterday, but had looked down on doing it. However, she couldn't understand why Lin Mo was muttering to a cat, and seemed to be in a daze. Are you talking to it? Yi Bingqing asked, her tone laced with skepticism. Yes, Lin Mo explained without skipping a beat. I am imitating the cat's meow, trying to soothe its emotions. This is an ancient pet psychology communication technique. Yi Bingqing. A rare expression of speechlessness appeared on her eternally frosty face. A summoner and their summoned beast can communicate simply through a spiritual contract. But to directly communicate with an ordinary animal without a contract through imitating sounds, she could only think that the grade freshman before her might not be quite right in the head. And within this brief exchange, Lin Mo had completely captured the prince's heart with his fish treat assault. The white cat's will had shifted from fear to desire and trust. Ignoring Yi Bingqing, Lin Mo reached out toward the princess again, transmitting his thought. Come jump into my arms, let's go home for a feast. The princess hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted her teeth, taking a leap and accurately jumping into Lin Mo's embrace. A wave of warm and soft sweetness filled his arms. Lin Mo steadied her in his hold, and the entire motion was fluid and seamless. Yi Bingqing's indifferent eyes widened slightly for a moment. Did it succeed? Was it this simple? She looked at the well-behaved white cat in Lin Mo's arms, even rubbing its head against his chin, and then glanced at Lin Mo's ordinary face. Her confusion not only didn't lessen, but deepened. Was it luck? Or was there really some unknown communication technique? Senior sister, I'll go submit the task first. Lin Mo nodded politely as he hugged the cat and brushed past Yi Bingqing. Only after Lin Mo's figure disappeared at the staircase did Yi Bingqing slowly withdraw her gaze. She glanced at the narrow eave outside the window, and recalled the rumor from a few days ago about Lin Mo using a dead gecko to scare the wind wolf. This grade student seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. In the vice principal's office, the atmosphere was an elderly man with a head of white hair and a stern expression was anxiously pacing back and forth. He was Graham, the vice principal of Lawnstone Academy, a powerful golden grade summoner. Have you found it? He roared for the 17th time that morning at the several quaking assistants before him. Not yet, not yet. Vice Principal, we have almost turned the entire academy upside down. Useless. A bunch of useless people. You can't even find a cat. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Come in. Graham snapped irritably. The door opened, and a thin figure walked in. It was Lin Mo holding a white fur ball that was snoring. Graham's roar came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened in an instant. The princess, the lion that was furious a moment ago, transformed into a kind old man. Graham rushed over in 3 steps and 2 strides, carefully taking the beloved cat from Lin Mo, meticulously checking it, while muttering, "My little treasure, where have you been? I was so worried." Lin Mo stood aside, playing the role of heir quietly. After a long while, Graham finally calmed the princess and regained his vice principal's authority. He cleared his throat and looked at Lin Mo. "Young man, what is your name?" Reporting to the vice principal, "My name is Lin Mo, a first-year freshman." Lin Mo. Graham nodded. "Very good. How did you find her?" Reporting to the vice principal, "I was lucky." Lin Mo gave the universal answer. Graham looked at him deeply, not asking further. He knew that things were definitely not as simple as luck. To accurately find the cat after dozens of people had stirred for a day, this level of insight and intellect was certainly extraordinary. You completed the task excellently. 150 points will be credited to your student card immediately. He waved his hand, and an assistant beside him immediately began to operate. Additionally, Graham pondered for a moment, taking off a wooden token engraved with peculiar patterns from his waist, and handing it to Lin Mo. "This is my token. You helped me retrieve the princess, and I am very grateful. In the future, if you encounter any trouble at the academy that you cannot solve, you can bring this to find me. Remember, you only have one chance." This unexpected reward brought joy to Lin Mo's heart. Exceeding the beginner village task, gaining favor from a key NPC, and obtaining a one-time summoning item 1. "Thank you, Vice Principal." He solemnly accepted the token and bowed to take his leave. After leaving the office building, Lin Mo did not stop for a moment and headed straight to the resource exchange. His student card, which only had a solitary 0 printed on it, finally welcomed its first fortune. Points 150. Without hesitation, he said to the drowsy administrator at the counter exchange for a low-grade wind attribute magic core. 100 points, are you sure? The administrator raised an eyebrow. Sure. With a beep, 100 points were. A green crystal was tossed onto the counter. Lin Mo held this hard-earned magic core, feeling the nearly boiling desire emanating from the little black in his arms, and walked to a deserted corner. He quietly stuffed the magic core into his inner pocket. A familiar light glimmered, flashing by. One magic core was gone again. The little black's body seemed to have filled up a bit. A momentary sense of satisfaction washed over him, but soon it turned into a steady but persistent feeling of wanting more. Lin Mo looked at the mere 50 points left on his student card, feeling like crying without tears. Brother, this isn't eating, this is throwing money away. He realized that relying on such piecemeal tasks would inevitably lead him and Little Black to starve to death together. He had to think of a way to secure a long-term stable and high-yield source of income. His gaze unconsciously turned to the rear mountain marked as a danger zone on the academy map. The back mountain of the academy. Here it is explicitly marked as a first-year student restricted area on the official map of the academy. But for Lin Mo at this moment, this place is his only hope, the sole path for him to upgrade from a bankrupt meal ticket to a qualified caretaker. To increase income and reduce expenditure, reducing expenditure is impossible, so I can only increase income. Lin Mo, holding the remaining 50 points on his student card, set a clear career plan for himself. Working part-time is impossible, it will never be possible in this lifetime. Completing tasks is too slow, only by venturing into the mountains to clear land can I sustain a living. At the resource exchange, he spent his last possessions. For 30 points he exchanged for a rusty but still somewhat sharp survival dagger. For 10 points he bought a sturdy roll of hemp rope and a jug of clean water. With the last 10 points he traded for 2 coarse rye cakes. This is all the equipment he has for clearing land. A set of novice cloth clothing and a rusty iron sword. It couldn't be more real. Under the cover of dusk, Lin Mo, like a nimble raccoon, avoided the patrols at the entrance of the back mountain and plunged into the dark forest. Welcome to the Novice Village Instance, Back Mountain Black Iron Mine. As soon as he entered the forest area, Lin Mo's gamer DNA kicked in. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil and the odor of decaying leaves, while towering trees obscured the light from above, making the entire forest appear eerie and oppressive. Ordinary students arriving here are like headless flies. Every step could lead them into the territory of unknown magical beasts. But Lin Mo is different. He closed his eyes and activated his cheat, communication with all things. Nearby channel activate. In an instant, countless noisy, fragmented, chaotic thoughts surged into his mind like a tide. A squirrel dozing in a tree hole, annoying. Those winged ones are here again to steal the fruit. A tree undergoing photosynthesis. Comfortable. The sun is nice today. My feet feel itchy. It seems there's a bug digging a hole. A group of moving black beetles. Quick, quick, quick. Catch up. There's sweet tree sap ahead. This information noise to others became for Lin Mo a real-time updated 3D holographic map showing hotspots of biological activity and resource distribution. Okay, first eliminate dangerous areas. Following these fragmented thoughts, he quickly constructed a safe. At 3 o'clock in the southwest direction, there's a scent of a Gale wolf pack pass. In the eastern stream downstream, there are several aggressive armored crocodiles. I won't go into the water for now. Pass. That cliff to the north has eagles nesting. Air supremacy has been seized. Pass. After crossing out several red-marked areas in his mind, Lin Mo locked onto a relatively environmentally friendly green area. He began to actively filter information. Sparkling. Smells good. But it will give you a stomachache if you eat it. A thought filled with resentment and disgust emanated from a hole beneath a bush. Lin Mo followed the thought and walked over. Hey buddy, come out and chat. He released a friendly thought. A badger with 2 black eye circles looking like cooing grumbled as it poked its head out of the hole. Bipedal beast. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Take it easy, brother, Lin Mo continued with a smile. I'm just asking about something. Where can I find that grass that gives you a stomachache? The badger's thoughts were filled with alertness and contempt. You want to eat it? I advise you not to. It's both bitter and astringent, and you'll be running to the toilet for 3 days after eating it. I just want to take a look, not eat it. Lin Mo patiently explained. After entangling for half a minute and simulating a digging teaching video in his mind praising the badger's superb digging skills, this smelly badger finally, albeit reluctantly, revealed the information. Over there, just follow that little path and keep going. There's a moss-covered stone wall, and below it is a small cave. That grass glows inside the cave. It's so annoying, and it won't let the badger sleep at night. With the precise guidance from the NPC, Lin Mo immediately set off. Indeed, after walking for about 10 minutes, he found an inconspicuous rock wall. Clearing the hanging vines, a dark opening just big enough for one to crouch through appeared before him. Within the cave, a soft silver-white halo was quietly blooming. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy as he bent down and squeezed inside. The cave was small, only a few square meters. On the moist soil in the center of the cave, a small grass, completely translucent and seemingly formed from moonlight, was emitting a faint glow. On its leaves there were a few drops of dew sparkling like shattered diamonds. Moonlight grass. Lin Mo's breathing quickened in an instant. He had seen this thing in the Academy's guidebook. It is a low-level magical plant that absorbs the essence of the moon, containing extremely pure, gentle energy. Whether used to refine primary spiritual potions or fed directly to summon beasts, it is an excellent choice. This one, when taken to the task hall, could fetch at least 200 points. He hit the jackpot. Lin Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart, cautiously reached out his hand about to pluck it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the moonlight grass, a foul wind suddenly swept down from the cave's ceiling. Hiss! A giant python as thick as a bucket, entirely black with scales reflecting ghostly light in the darkness, opened its gaping maw and pounced down from the rock crevice above like lightning. A low-level magical beast, the dark python. Its speed was at its peak. Lin Mo barely managed to roll on the ground to avoid the deadly strike. Boom! The head of the giant python slammed down onto the spot where Lin Mo had been just moments before, sending debris flying. Lin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. He had been careless. This was the lair of the dark python, and that moonlight grass was its long-guarded reserve food. Invader! Die! The cold and brutal will of the giant python violently assailed Lin Mo's mind. Having missed its strike, the python's tail swept like a steel whip. The cave was small, leaving no place to hide. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Lin Mo's pupils dilated as he instinctively shielded his arms in front of him. At this critical moment, a surge of rage and grumpiness from being disturbed exploded from the inner pocket of his chest, deep within his soul. Annoying. Not directed at the giant python, but at Lin Mo. Little Black seemed to be complaining about this incompetent meal ticket failing to even let it sleep peacefully. Accompanying this surge of anger, a trace of dark golden light, imperceptibly finer than a hair, flashed through the seam of his clothing. No dragons might know aura, but the giant python sweeping through the air suddenly froze mid-motion. As a serpent-type magical beast, it sensed the suppression from the bloodline's higher status far more clearly than that wolf. It felt fear, a fear that originated from the deepest part of its soul, as if its genetic sequence had been locked in absolute, irresistible terror. In its mind there was nothing. Only an expanse of overwhelming darkness, and within that darkness those indifferent golden vertical pupils gazing at it. The giant python's attack came to a halt. Its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Now's the time. Though Lin Mo did not understand what was happening, his gamer instincts urged him to seize this fleeting opportunity. He did not run away. Instead, he pushed his talent of communication with all things to its limits. He forcefully packed, copied, and then slammed the essence of that ancient pressure he sensed from Little Black into the chaotic mind of the dark python. You. Behind you. There's something. Boom. The already frightened soul of the dark python, further shattered by Lin Mo's mental terror, was utterly crushed. It didn't even dare to look back. In its perception, this tiny cave seemed to transform into the mouth of an unimaginably terrifying giant beast, and it merely a strand of meat stuck between its teeth. Hiss! The dark python let out a short, pitch-altered scream. Its massive body abruptly turned, abandoning its reserve food, and frantically squeezed out of the cave, fleeing in panic. The cave once again returned to calm. Only the moonlight grass continued to emit a gentle glow. Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Hungry. Just now. I worked. Time for a snack. The assertive, deck-collecting thought from Little Black followed closely. Lin Mo smiled wryly. He glanced at the moonlight grass. Without any hesitation, he pulled it up by its roots. All right, ancestor, it's all yours. He brought the moonlight grass to the opening of his inner pocket. The silver-white light flashed, and the entire moonlight grass instantly transformed into pure light energy, completely absorbed by Little Black. This energy was clearly far purer than a low-level magic core. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction flowed through the contract. Then Lin Mo was surprised to find that after this sense of satisfaction, there was also a faint, almost shy feeling of affection that seemed to genuinely exist. Little Black's body seemed to have truly come to life a bit. Its shriveled skin regained some elasticity, and the black scales shimmered, no longer resembling a piece of charcoal, but rather like a polished piece of obsidian. Investment finally sees some returns. Lin Mo felt that faint feeling of affection and was filled with a sense of fulfillment. This round was not a loss. After confirming the cave was safe, he did not linger and quickly retreated, disappearing into the dark forest. This venture into the back mountain, though perilous, had already proven that his idea was entirely feasible. Here lies his exclusive gold mine. The night was deep and heavy. Lin Mo, like a phantom, returned once more to the dark cave of the shadow python. The enormous python had already been frightened away by the aura of dominance from Xiao He, leaving behind an empty lair. The snake has fled, but the snake's skin cannot be wasted. Lin Mo held a glowing stone for illumination, his gaze falling upon a pile of items in the corner of the cave. A nearly perfect piece of snake skin that had just been shed. The scales were pitch black, shimmering with a metallic luster under the light. The snake skin of the shadow python was an excellent material for crafting low-tier leather armor and alchemical potions. A complete piece worth at least 300 points. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gifts. Lin Mo chuckled, carefully rolling up the snake's skin with his rusty dagger and stuffing it into his tattered cloth bag. Before leaving, as if recalling something, he activated communication with all things. Brothers nearby, listen up. He spread a mixture of warning and bragging thoughts into the surroundings. See this cave? It's mine now. From now on, this area is under my protection. If you encounter any troubles or discover any shiny fragrant treasures, come find me here. Remember my name, you can call me. Just call me the Prince of the Back Mountain. For the next half-month, Lin Mo completely treated the Back Mountain as his exclusive self-service cafeteria and experience dungeon. He established an efficient intelligence gathering and resource development system. Every day, he would bring a few nuts gathered the previous day to bribe the squirrel living in a tree hole in exchange for information about the forest's high ground and news of where new fruits were ripening. He would help the colony of ants that had half their tunnel crushed to move the obstructing stones, and in return the ants would tell him where the best quality fungi were underground. Moreover, he had even become best friends with the foul-smelling badger. Lin Mo would occasionally toss a few plump earthworms into its hole, and the badger, when in a good mood, would reveal some information about the minerals or old tree roots it discovered while digging. With this three-dimensional intelligence network composed of birds, beasts, and insects, Lin Mo thrived in the Back Mountain. He could always avoid the truly dangerous territories of magical beasts, like the most efficient scavenger, clearing the low-tier magical plants, minerals, and the skins shed by certain magical beasts from each area. His backpack was gradually filling up. Meanwhile, his biggest investor, Xiao He, enjoyed unprecedented VIP treatment. From the initial low-tier magic cores to later moonlight grass, fireleaf flowers, and ironwood fungi, the standards of his meals skyrocketed. Xiao He's body was visibly changing at an astonishing rate. Its size had not increased, still measuring only the length of a palm, but that shriveled body had become plump and streamlined. The pitch-black scales were no longer a dull black, but resembled the deepest night sky, occasionally shimmering with a faint dark golden glow beneath the scales. Most importantly, the thoughts it transmitted to Lin Mo had evolved from the monotonous hungry to something richer. This taste is okay, bring some more tomorrow. That red flower was too spicy, bad review. As for the food ticket, I'm in a good mood today, you can touch my horn. Lin Mo felt the growing sense of closeness and the utterly arrogant domineering in the contract, and couldn't help but reveal a smile akin to that of a proud father. The dragon-slaying warrior ultimately became the lapdog of the evil dragon. When the accumulation of supplies reached a certain point, it was time to cash in. Lin Mo carried a bulging backpack that emitted various strange odors to the academy's open-air market. This was a trading place spontaneously formed by the students. Many students from well-off families, or those with great strength, set up stalls here to sell gear they no longer needed, magic cores or loot obtained during their training. Lin Mo's appearance was like a drop of dirty water splashing into a clean pot of oil. He found the most secluded corner, spread a piece of torn cloth on the ground, and displayed his recent gains one by one. A few wilted herbs, a piece of indeterminate mineral, and a few scraps of beast skin. Compared to the shimmering magical gear and energy-filled magic cores at the surrounding stalls, it was laughably shabby. Look, isn't that our academy's only grade genius? He even has the nerve to come out and set up a stall. What is he selling? Is he selling that dead gecko? Ha ha ha, look at that pile of junk, even a dog would shake its head. Unsurprisingly, laughter and mockery came from all sides. Lin Mo ignored this. His mindset had evolved to the supreme level of, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. He even took the time to erect a small wooden sign in front of the torn cloth, with flamboyant characters written across it: Prince of the Back Mountain, fair dealings. If it's a fake, tenfold compensation. Lin Feng happened to pass by with a group of followers. Upon seeing Lin Mo, it was like a fly spotting rotten flesh, and he immediately approached with a smug grin. Yo, isn't this our Lin family's great genius? What's the matter? Are you so poor that you have to sell junk? He glanced at the garbage on the ground, his disdain deepening. With this little stuff you dare to call yourself a prince? I think beggar would be more fitting. His followers erupted into exaggerated laughter. Lin Mo merely raised his eyelids, ignoring him. Slowly he took out the last item from the largest backpack behind him. Then with a whoosh he unfolded it on the ground. It was a massive, nearly intact, completely pitch-black snake skin, its scales shimmering with a cold glow under the sunlight. The unfurled snake skin was nearly 10 meters long, exuding a unique ferocity of low-tier magical beasts. The clamor of the entire market seemed to pause in that instant. Lin Feng's laughter got stuck in his throat. All mocking gazes froze, turning into disbelief and shock. This is the skin of the shadow python. A senior student who was picking out daggers nearby exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, it's so complete. Not a single tear. The sheen of these scales. Oh my god. This is a premium snake skin shed completely from a live, fully mature shadow python. The crowd erupted. The shadow python was indeed a low-tier magical beast, but it was cunning and vicious, hiding in dark caves. To hunt it, one would need to form a small team of 3 to 5 people. As for obtaining such a perfect snake skin, that was even more of a rare opportunity. The value of this thing far exceeded that of a direct hunt. Whether for crafting highly flexible inner armor, or as a main material for certain special potions, it was a priceless treasure. "They'll offer 400 points for this snake skin," exclaimed a student who looked like an alchemy enthusiast. 400 points. You think you can buy it with that? He'll offer 500. He'll offer 600. I happen to need a piece of inner armor. The price kept climbing. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely grim. He couldn't understand how this worthless person got such a thing. Lin Mo remained calm, sitting there as if none of this was related to him. Until the price soared to 800 points and no one else bid, he finally extended his finger, pointing at the most extravagant-looking student with the highest bid. "Deal." With a ding, Lin Mo looked at the sudden spike to 850 points in his student card and revealed a satisfied smile. Done. Xiao Hei's food supply for the next month was secured. Just then a melodious bell rang throughout. Above in the sky, a huge magical light screen slowly unfolded. Lines of golden text flew. To assess this semester's teaching results and promote healthy competition among students, a quarterly competition will be held in 3 days. All first-year students are required to participate. This competition will use a random draw battle mode until a final champion is determined. The top 16 will receive generous rewards. As soon as the news came out, the entire market erupted. The competition is starting. I wonder what the rewards will be this time. I'm so looking forward to it. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Lin Mo again, the flames of jealousy almost bursting forth. He sneered and said loudly, "Hell, what's the big deal about making a little money? A waste is still a waste. Lin Mo, I hope you don't draw me in the first round of the competition. Otherwise it'll make you understand what true dis—" This time Lin Mo finally looked up. He looked at Lin Feng, pondered for a moment seriously, then slowly took out his student card, gazing at the 850 number on it. He counted on his fingers, muttering to himself, 850 points, a low-tier magic core, is 100 points, can buy 8, if I save on eating it can last for over a week. Not bad, not bad. The wages of a worker have finally increased a bit. After saying this, he couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Feng again, tidied up the torn cloth on the ground, hummed a little tune, and turned to leave. Leaving Lin Feng standing alone, his face flushed to the color of pig liver, as if he had punched a pillow. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Mo clutched a large sum of money, walking with an air of indifference. For a transmigrator who had been struggling over a 1-point task not long ago, this amount of money was comparable to the first time he obtained divine gear in the game. With money in hand, my confidence has soared, he thought to himself, his steps quickening as he headed straight for the resource exchange. It was still the same drowsy administrator, still that greasy counter. But this time Lin Mo was not there to admire the prices. Exchange 8 low-tier wind attribute magic cores. He slapped his student card on the counter, his voice not loud, yet exuding a calmness that said, "I have money." The administrator's eyelids finally lifted a bit. Several students nearby who were selecting healing ointments turned to look. 8. Did I hear that right? A low-tier magic core is 100 points, so 8 would be 800. Has this guy lost his mind? Wait, isn't he that grade Lin Mo? Where did he get so many points? The discussions were laced with jealousy and confusion. Lin Mo, however, was unfazed. Clearly news of him selling snake skins had not reached here. Beep. The points were deducted, and 8 magic cores glowing with a faint blue light were tossed out by the administrator as if they were trash. Lin Mo carefully stowed the magic cores away, feeling the ups and downs of life. The balance in his card, once in the hundreds, had now dropped back to 2 digits. Points 50. Workers ultimately cannot hold on to overnight money, he sighed, leaving quickly to find a quiet corner, preparing to start today's feeding task. Lin Mo quietly slipped 1 wind attribute magic core into the opening of his inner pocket. A much stronger sense of desire than ever before emanated from the pocket, almost becoming tangible. Little Black seemed to be unable to wait any longer. The pale blue magic core, upon nearing, instantly transformed into a pure flow of light and was absorbed into the darkness without a sound. Tasty, a good appetizer. Little Black's thoughts carried a clear evaluation for the first time. Lin Mo's lips. An appetizer. This costs 100 points. That's a month's worth of grocery money for a poor student. He didn't stop offering the second, third, up to the 8th magic core in succession. Each one disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. 800 points had been entirely converted into Little Black's food in under 10 seconds. After the last magic core was consumed, Lin Mo felt a noticeable change within Little Black. A warm current flowed back to Lin Mo through their contract, making him feel as if his spiritual power had solidified just a little. At the same time, Little Black's thoughts came through again. Ugh, barely satisfied. As for the main course, I'll let it slide today since you performed decently. Lin Mo. He looked down at his deflated inner pocket, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. 800 points only bought him a 3/4 full meal. This is not raising a summoned beast. This is raising a bottomless pit. Leaning against the back mountain to scavenge, there's absolutely no way to afford this dragon lord. I must aim for something big. His gaze involuntarily turned to the announcement about the quarterly mini-competition on the central screen of the academy. The top 16 will receive generous rewards. Lin Mo's eyes gradually lit up. Compared to struggling in the back mountain to gather a few hundred points, the rewards from the mini-competition were undoubtedly a shortcut to riches. Alright, it's settled. The next KPI is to break into the top 16. Let's secure that minimum guarantee first. With his goal set, Lin Mo began to strategize. His biggest and only trump card was Little Black. But this trump card absolutely could not be easily. The identity of the world-destroying dragon was too intimidating. Once exposed, he would probably be treated as a heretic and burned at the stake the next day. Therefore, I must put on an act. He stroked his chin, his strategic thinking as a gamer operating at high speed. My character must be established. I, Lin Mo, have great talent, and have contracted a special mutated black lizard. This lizard is a bit stronger than ordinary lizards, runs a bit faster than ordinary lizards, has a bit higher defense than ordinary lizards, and can occasionally spit out harmless little flames. Quite reasonable. His strategic core was a single word: survive. Winning was fine, but it had to be done in a way that seemed thrilling, lucky, or made it appear as if the opponent made a mistake, or that guy just got lucky. Hey, food ticket, what are you mumbling about? What ridiculous plan are you concocting? Little Black's proud thoughts intruded at an inopportune moment. Lin Mo cleared his throat and solemnly said through their contract, Little Black, I need to discuss something. We might have to perform on stage a few times in the coming days. Perform? Yes, it's about fighting people. But you can't go all out. If I tell you to bite his foot, you can't bite his leg. If I tell you to spit, you can't breathe fire. All actions must follow orders, understand? A wave of extreme disdain, and you must be kidding, emotion came through from Little Black. A bunch of ants can be crushed with a slap, right? Why make it so complicated? This is art. You wouldn't understand. Lin Mo educated seriously. We need to play dumb and eat the tiger, developing low-key. Got it. You're too weak now, you have to be sneaky, no recklessness. After 10 minutes of coaxing and promising, as long as we make it to the top 16, I'll give you extra meals every day. Little Black finally reluctantly transmitted a word. Alright. 3 days passed in a flash. The Academy's quarterly mini-competition officially kicked off amidst great anticipation. In the central grand arena, the noise of the crowd was deafening. Thousands of students surrounded the entire venue, making it impossible for water to seep through. In the center of the arena, a giant magical crystal ball floated in midair, emitting a soft glow. Now we will begin the first round of the drawing ceremony. The instructor in charge announced loudly. The students began to line up, each stepping forward to place their hands on the crystal ball. Every time someone touched it, the crystal ball would shine, and then the names of 2 opponents would be displayed on the huge screen above the arena. Zhang San versus Li Si. Wang Ermatzi versus Zhao Taizhu. Some were elated while others were dismayed. Those who drew weak opponents were overjoyed, those with strong opponents looked dejected. Soon it was Lin Mo's turn. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in discussions. Look, it's that grade. Pray I don't draw him. Winning wouldn't be glorious, but at least it's better than getting eliminated in the first round. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, arms crossed, his expression icy. Trash, I want to see what kind of luck you can have this time. Lin Mo expressionlessly extended his hand, lightly pressing it against the cold crystal ball. The light flickered. Lin Mo's name clearly appeared on the screen, and behind his name another name lit up. At the moment he saw that name, the entire arena fell silent for an instant, then erupted into an uproar. First round match, 13 Lin Mo versus Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Did I see that wrong? The one known as Mad Wolf. A senior in the 3rd year, grade talent peak bronze. His summoned beast is the elite tier, 3-eyed demon wolf. What's the point of even fighting? Grade against grade. Lizard against demon wolf. This is like a rookie in a beginner village stumbling upon a world boss. One move, I bet Lin Mo will be defeated within one move. Pity, sympathy, but more so malicious glee, filled the eyes directed at Lin Mo. Lin Feng couldn't stop grinning. He pointed at Lin Mo on stage and loudly told his follower, Do you see this? This is fate. Trash should be crushed by the strong in the first round. Facing all the gazes, Lin Mo slowly withdrew his hand. His face showed not a hint of panic, calm as a deep pool. But deep in his mind, a cold voice resembling a game system was rapidly ringing out. Opponent Wang Hao. Summoned beast, 3-eyed demon wolf. Attribute analysis. Power suppression. Speed disadvantage. Winning probability calculation. 1. 3. Very well. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth slightly curled into an unknown arc. The first battle is against a hellishly difficult high-level match. This is getting interesting. The 13th arena. When the names of Lin Mo and Wang Hao lit up simultaneously, this corner of the arena instantly became the center of attention. The crowd surged like sharks, sensing blood rushing from all directions, surrounding the small arena so tightly that not even a drop could leak through. The most hilarious matchup of the year is about to begin. Class versus class. I can tell the outcome just by thinking about it with my toes. I bet a pack of spicy strips that Lin Mo won't last 30 seconds. The sounds of discussion and ridicule merged into a joyous ocean. At the center of this ocean stood Wang Hao, a burly young man with a face full of flesh already on the arena. He crossed his arms looking down at Lin Mo, who had just stepped onto the stage with a cruel smirk on his lips. Kid, will you admit defeat and roll off, or should I turn you and your pet into mush? Lin Mo remained silent, calmly walking to the other end of the arena. Such a minor character doesn't even qualify to be the first roadblock slime at the entrance of a novice village in his gaming career. Referee, can we start? He couldn't be bothered to glance at Wang Hao and directly asked the supervising mentor beside him. The mentor looked at him, deeply, a hint of pity in his eyes. He nodded, then raised his hand high, both sides ready. Summon your battle pets. Wang Hao let out a sinister laugh as the summoning array within him burst forth with brilliance. Come forth, my partner. Tear him apart. Accompanied by a fierce wolf howl, a giant wolf comparable in size to a calf and covered in dark blue fur appeared on the arena. This wolf was different from an ordinary gale wolf. It had an additional vertical eye on its forehead, tightly closed and flickering with a dangerous red light. An elite grade, three-eyed demon wolf. As soon as the demon wolf appeared, a fierce and brutal aura swept through the entire arena, causing many lower-grade students in the front row to feel a momentary difficulty in breathing. Such a strong sense of oppression. Is this the power of a peak bronze summoner? That three-eyed demon wolf just standing there makes my legs feel weak. Cheers and gasps echoed throughout. Wang Hao relished the feeling of being the center of attention. He extended his hand, stroking the demon wolf's head, and once again locked his gaze on Lin Mo. Kid, it's your turn. Let me see what your legendary mutated gecko looks like. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Mo extended his hand. A faint, almost negligible black light flickered in the palm of his hand. No roar, no pressure. A small palm-sized pitch-black creature that looked wilted appeared out of thin air on the arena. It shook its little head, and then yawned. The entire crowd. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar of laughter erupted. Ha! What is that thing? Is that a burnt mud loach? My gosh, I can't hold it in anymore. Is this what an F-class summoning beast looks like? It looks like it couldn't even beat my family's guard dog. Senior Wang Hao wouldn't even need the three-eyed demon wolf to take action. He could crush it with one foot. Lin Feng stood in the crowd laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He thought this was the most ridiculous scene he had ever witnessed in his life. Wang Hao's face turned the color of liver due to the drastic contrast. He felt utterly humiliated. Using his elite grade three-eyed demon wolf to deal with such a creature was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. It would be embarrassing if it got out. You ignorant thing. He was furious, issuing a command to the demon wolf, tear it apart. The referee watched this scene, helplessly sighing as his raised hand suddenly fell. The match begins. Oh, whoa. The three-eyed demon wolf received the command, its limbs launching violently, transforming into a blue flash, pouncing towards the yawning little black on the other end of the arena. So fast. Almost everyone instinctively believed that the next second would be a scene of blood and Little Black's thoughts lazily came through. Lin Mo's command was concise. Don't kill it, don't injure it, play hide and seek. Can you do that? Just as the sharp wolf's maw was about to swallow Little Black whole, at that moment Little Black's body shifted slightly to the left. Crack. The three-eyed demon wolf's wide-open mouth bit down hard on the hard stone arena, shattered. The entire crowd was stunned. It dodged. Wang Hao frowned, thinking it was a coincidence. Keep going. Don't stop. The three-eyed demon wolf shook its head and pounced again. This time it was its sharp wolf claws slicing through the air with a whistle targeting Little Black's head. Little Black remained lying still, not moving. Until the moment the wolf claw was about to touch it, its tail flicked lightly, like the most precise spring. Smack! The tip of the tail accurately struck the three-eyed demon wolf's ankle. The force was as light as a kitten's scratch. Yet the three-eyed demon wolf's rushing body seemed to be immobilized, suddenly staggering and falling clumsily to the ground. Boom. The massive body slid several meters before finally coming to a stop. Ha ha ha. The audience erupted into laughter once more. But this laughter contained less ridicule and more bewilderment and confusion. How did that wolf trip itself? Was the ground too slippery? Wang Hao's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Two attacks both failed in the most comical manner. Useless. What are you doing? He yelled at his summoned beast in frustration. Use wind blade. Slice it to pieces. The three-eyed demon wolf leapt from the ground, its eyes red with rage. It opened its mouth. Several arcs of blue crescent blades formed from wind elements whistled towards Little Black. Can this thing be eaten? Little Black transmitted a question. Junk food, don't eat it. Go around and bite the third tendon in its left hind leg. Lin Mo gave a professional command. In the face of the dense wind blades, Little Black's figure suddenly transformed into a black afterimage that was hard to capture with the naked eye. It didn't retreat, but charged forward against the wind blades. Its body moved with a posture that defied the laws of physics, weaving through the gaps between the wind blades. Each twist perfectly dodged the lethal attacks. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. What they saw was no longer a clumsy lizard, but a black sprite dancing on the edge of a blade. Whoosh! Little Black passed through the last wind blade and instantaneously appeared beside the three-eyed demon wolf. Then it opened its small mouth and took a light bite of the demon wolf's sturdy hind leg. A woo! The three-eyed demon wolf suddenly let out an extremely mournful howl. Its left hind leg twitched as if it had been electrocuted, instantly going numb and losing sensation. The entire arena was in an uproar. What happened? Does that lizard have venomous teeth? Impossible. That was just an ordinary bite. Why did the three-eyed demon wolf react so drastically? Up on the high platform, the Vice President Graham, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The few high-ranking officials beside him also showed expressions of uncertainty. That isn't poison. A senior healing mentor said hoarsely. That was a precise strike. That bite just happened to hit the most fragile point in the demon wolf's entire nervous and magical energy circuit. You useless fool. Wang Hao completely lost it, pointing at Lin Mo and screaming hysterically, you dared to injure my wolf. I will make you pay. He could no longer care about the match, only wanting to kill the class who had humiliated him. Three-eyed activate. With his furious shout, the vertical eye on the three-eyed demon wolf's forehead suddenly opened wide. Blood-red light frantically gathered within. A destructive aura began to permeate. It's the light of destruction. Someone in the audience exclaimed, Wang Hao has gone mad. This move is enough to severely injure a silver-level summoning beast. The referee's expression changed as well. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. A thick, solidified blood-red beam shot out towards Lin Mo and Little Black. This one looks like the energy is not bad. Little Black's thoughts carried a hint of interest for the first time. Lin Mo's command was calm, yet frenzied. Swallow it in one bite. Remember, just open your mouth, don't make any noise, and don't show your teeth, just treat it like eating a cotton candy. The blood-red beam instantly engulfed the position where Lin Mo and Little Black stood. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear to witness the bloody outcome. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The anticipated screams did not follow. The light dissipated. The arena was in a state of chaos, a deep trench plowed by the light beam. Yet Lin Mo still stood there intact, not even a wrinkle in his clothing. And the Little Black at his feet had yawned again, a faint, nearly invisible wisp of red smoke escaping its mouth. The three-eyed demon wolf remained frozen in its firing stance. The red light in its vertical eye had extinguished, leaving only emptiness and confusion. It could not understand why the energy from its full power strike had vanished. The taste is average with a bit of a barbecue flavor, too intense. Little Black gave it a poor review. Impossible. This can't be happening. Wang Hao looked at this scene, his mind completely shattered. He crawled to his summoned beast's side, looking at the dazed demon wolf, then back at Lin Mo, as if he were facing the most terrifying monster in the world. Lin Mo finally glanced at him. Then in front of everyone he extended his middle finger towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's vision went dark, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward. The backlash from his summoning beast's spirit combined with his rage caused him to faint. The referee was stunned for a long while before regaining his senses, trembling as he raised his hand. In the 13th match, the victor is Lin Mo. The dry pronouncement of the referee mentor was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up colossal waves. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the entire Area 13 of the arena and even half of the competition venue exploded in an instant. What the hell? What did I just see? The three-eyed demon wolf was tripped by a gecko. This is definitely a dark scheme. It's a fixed match. I guarantee it with my character. Bullshit. Where's your character? But I also think it's a fixed match. How could Senior Wang Hao lose to Infgrade? That lizard has issues. It must be some rare beast that releases mental interference. Lin Mo has been pretending to be weak. Doubt, anger, confusion, a myriad of emotions converged into a colossal wave of sound, almost overturning the entire arena. On the sidelines, Wang Hao stared blankly at his three-eyed demon wolf huddled in the corner, clutching its ankle and trembling, no longer fierce. Lost. Wang Hao at the peak of bronze with an elite grade three-eyed demon wolf lost to Inf grade, and in such a ridiculous, laughable, almost humiliating way. A massive sense of shame and unbelievable anger erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. No, this is impossible. Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the Lin Mo on stage, letting out a beast-like roar. You cheated. You must have used some kind of banned item during the match. His veins bulged as he prepared to rush onto the stage without hesitation. Stop! The referee Minter flashed in front of him, his expression cold. Wang Hao, the match result is final under everyone's watch. Do you want to question my judgment, or do you want to publicly attack the winner in the arena? The cold voice slightly calmed Wang Hao's boiling mind. He glanced at the expressionless Minter, then looked at Lin Mo, who had a face of innocent confusion on stage, his teeth grinding audibly. Minter, he definitely has problems. My three-eyed demon wolf couldn't have lost control for no reason. That lizard was only dodging the whole time. The only time it attacked was when it bit your three-eyed demon wolf and then pulled it down. The Minter interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. If you think a palm-sized lizard can cheat and bite down an elite-grade three-eyed demon wolf, you can appeal to the Academy's disciplinary office. This statement cut off all of Wang Hao's excuses. Indeed, no matter how bizarre the process, the three-eyed demon wolf was defeated heat-in by a lizard. Regardless of how strange the process was, this result was like a resounding slap, ruthlessly striking his face. Wang Hao's face turned green and pale, finally squeezing out a sentence. I refuse to accept it. Lin Mo stood on the stage, finally coming back to his senses from the shock. He scratched his head, revealing an expression that was somewhat naive and a bit worried, which even he found believable. Senior, I also don't know what happened. My little black is usually very timid. It might have been pushed to the limit. It was all luck, just luck. This explanation only added fuel to the fire. Uffed. Wang Hao felt a heaviness in his chest and nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Luck. A single word about luck crushed his dignity and glory underfoot, shattering it to pieces. Dinner ticket, this fool is so noisy. The thoughts of Xiao He, filled with brutality and discontent, echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Calm down, calm down. We are actors, and we must have professional ethics. Lin Mo hurriedly reassured in his heart. You acted superbly just now. That yawn was perfectly timed, a stroke of genius. He'll give you extra food when we go back. That's more like it. Only then did Xiao He feel satisfied and retract the slight killing intent that had just arisen. All right, everyone disperse. Prepare for the next match. The referee Minter waved his hand, dispersing Wang Hao, who still wanted to cause trouble. Lin Mo held Xiao He and walked down the stage amid a mixed crowd of suspicion, jealousy, and disdain. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him, as if he were some kind of monster. Waste. You are a waste that can only use despicable methods. A piercing voice came from the crowd. Lin Feng, along with a few lackeys, blocked Lin Mo's path with grim faces. Don't think you've won. With such underhanded tricks you won't go far. In the next round I will make you pay for what you did today. Lin Mo halted his steps, glancing at the furious Lin. He suddenly smiled, leisurely extending a finger and shaking it. First, luck is also a part of strength. Unconvinced? You should go worship the gods and see if it helps. Second, he extended a second finger. I don't have time to waste talking to you right now. As the victor, I need to go claim my reward. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Lin Feng's face, which was almost distorted with anger, and simply brushed past him. As the victor, I need to go claim my reward. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Lin Feng's face, which was almost distorted with anger. She had not been watching the information about her opponent, but had instead watched the match on Area 13 from The several companions beside her were chattering about the bizarre match just now. Bingqing, do you think that Lin Mo really got lucky? I think that's likely. That lizard had no combat power at all, relying solely on evasion. Yi Bingqing remained silent. In her mind, she replayed the final scene repeatedly. Others saw the three-eyed demon wolf fall by itself, but her extraordinarily keen spiritual perception caught a hint of unusual detail. In that instant, she clearly saw the battle-intent ferocity and even the fire of the three-eyed demon wolf's soul extinguished as if doused in a bucket of ice water. That was a complete subjugation and fear stemming from the essence of life. This was definitely not luck. It was also not some lowly trick. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Lin Mo's somewhat thin silhouette and the quiet black lizard in his. What exactly is this lizard? For the first time, she felt a strong interest in a fellow student. Lin Mo arrived at the reward redemption area backstage. The reward for winning the first round was not much, only 100 points. But for Lin Mo, who had just experienced one night of poverty, this was undoubtedly a lifesaver. Ding! The points on the student card changed from 50 to 150. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Lin Mo mused in his heart. Just as he was about to check the battle chart for the second round, several upperclassmen suddenly surrounded him, led by one with a malicious smile. Junior, you got lucky. Is that lizard for sale? He'll offer 500 points. 500. He'll give 600. A pet that can dodge so well would be nice to have for fun. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire as they looked at Xiao He as if they were eyeing a rare toy. Dinner ticket, they are so annoying. Xiao He's thoughts turned cold. Lin Mo soothingly patted its back, raised his head, and wore an innocent smile. Seniors are joking, this is my contracted summoned beast, not for sale. Not for sale. The leading student's expression darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. A trash grade summoned beast offering you 600 points is already looking highly upon you. Don't force us to act. Lin Mo's smile slowly faded. He calmly looked at the few people in front of him and slowly spoke. Seniors, are you also here to participate in the small competition? So what? Then you better pray that in the upcoming matches you don't draw me. Lin Mo's voice was soft, but carried an inexplicable chill. Because it seems my luck has always been quite good. After saying that, he did not linger and turned to leave. The upperclassman watched his back stunned. The first round of the competition has ended, and the list of the 64 advancing students is scrolling across the light screen in the center of the arena. Lin Mo's name stands out prominently. At this moment, he is no longer the unnoticed grade transparent individual, but has transformed into the biggest dark horse of this minor competition, or rather, the biggest troublemaker. Wherever he goes, he can feel the mixed gazes of curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain directed at him. Hey, that's Lin Mo, the one who defeated Wang Hao. He looks pretty ordinary. Was it really just luck? Who knows, but he won't be so lucky in the next round. His opponent in the second round is no weakling. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to these discussions and walked straight to the cafeteria. After fighting for half a day and being watched for half a day, he was already starving. He'll have a double meat platter and add a roasted chicken leg. He boldly swiped away 3 points, holding a plate piled high like a small mountain, and found a corner to sit down. Eating is still the most practical. Lin Mo bit down hard on the chicken leg, mumbling to himself. Just then a waft of fragrant air drifted by. A girl dressed in a white mage robe, tall and beautiful, sat down across from him with a plate in hand. Lin Mo looked up, his mouth still stuffed with half a meat patty. The newcomer was none other than one of the genius girls mentioned by the senior students after the first round, Li Shui. It is said that she possesses a great talent and has contracted a rare ice crystal fox. In the first round, she defeated her opponent with just one ice spike spell. Li Shui is a celebrity in the academy with countless admirers. Her presence immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Everyone was curious as to why this favored daughter of heaven would take the initiative to approach Lin Mo, who was deemed to have risen to prominence by luck. Hello, Lin Mo. Li Shui's voice was pleasant like a flowing spring. My name is Li Shui. I hope you don't mind if I sit here. Lin Mo swallowed his food and shook his head. I don't mind. He then lowered his head and continued to struggle with his lunch. Li Shui clearly did not expect this reaction, and all the words she had prepared were suddenly stuck in her throat. She initially intended to indirectly probe the details of Lin Mo's lizard, but seeing him devour his food, she found herself at a loss for how to begin. An awkward atmosphere spread. Food ticket. This female human has a pleasantly cool scent. Xiaohei's thoughts came from Lin Mo's pocket. However, it doesn't smell as good as the roasted chicken leg on your plate. Lin Mo, you gluttonous dragon, can you focus on something else? Ahem. Li Shui cleared her throat, taking the initiative to break the silence. Lin Mo, congratulations on advancing to the second round. Thank you. Lin Mo didn't look up. That summon of yours is quite special. Li Shui finally got to the is it? Lin Mo replied perfunctorily, I think it's quite special too, especially in its eating habits. Li Shui was momentarily taken aback. She took a deep breath and displayed what she thought was a friendly smile. I didn't mean it like that. I meant to say it seems to have a special technique when dodging attacks. I'm curious, is that its innate skill? Here it comes. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. He knew that his heaven-defying luck wouldn't go unnoticed by everyone. There would always be some clever individuals wanting to probe deeper. He put down the chicken leg, raised his head, and looked seriously at Li Shui. Technique? He asked with a bewildered expression. I didn't see that. All I saw was it rolling around in fear. Maybe it just has a strong survival instinct. Li Shui. She felt like she was hitting cotton, and not just any cotton, but wet, heavy cotton. Cold and powerless. Keep pretending, go ahead, and keep pretending. But what about the last moment when it bit down on the three-eyed demon wolf? Li Shui pressed on, unwilling to give up. That's not something an ordinary lizard could achieve. Oh, you mean that? Lin Mo suddenly realized that's something I taught it. You taught it? Yeah, Lin Mo replied as if it were obvious. I often watch some documentaries about the animal kingdom at home. There's a creature called a honey badger that likes to attack below the belt. Ahem, in short, it's all about targeting the lower regions. So I trained Xiaohei to specifically bite the opponent's ankles. If it trips them, won't that give us a chance to win? Listening to Lin Mo's serious but attack strategy theory, Li Shui's beautiful face was on the verge of, she was utterly speechless. This guy is either genuinely foolish or a master actor. Realizing she couldn't extract any more information, Li Shui had no choice but to give up. Well, I hope you have such good luck in the next round too. She stood up and left somewhat irritated. Watching Li Shui's departing figure, Lin Mo picked up the chicken leg and took another big bite. Trying to get me to spill my secrets. You're a bit too naive for that. With my sneaky tactics, below the belt attacks, and heaven-defying luck, I intend to firmly attach these labels. Only in this way can I quietly develop amidst everyone's disdain and misunderstanding, then at the most critical moment, give everyone a big surprise. The next morning, the second round of the minor competition officially began. The 32 students who advanced gathered once again in the arena. This time, Lin Mo's appearance attracted 10 times more attention than yesterday. Almost all the spectators' gazes fell on him, however subtly. Everyone wanted to see if this sole grade student in the entire academy could continue his lucky journey. The second round drawing begins. The massive magical crystal ball was once again lifted to the center of the arena. The students stepped forward in turn. This time the atmosphere was noticeably more tense than yesterday. None of those who made it to the second round were weaklings. Many would glance at Lin Mo instinctively before touching the crystal ball, silently praying. I hope I don't draw that unlucky fellow Wang Hao. No, I hope I don't draw that unlucky star Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained the last one. As he placed his hand on the crystal ball, the entire arena fell silent. The light screen flickered, and 2 names slowly emerged. Second round match 8, Lin Mo versus Li Shui. Wow. The moment the result appeared, the entire venue erupted into an even more intense commotion than yesterday. My God. It's actually senior sister Li Shui, and a grade genius versus an grade troublemaker. This match is going to be exciting. Senior sister Li Shui is not like that reckless Wang Hao. Her ice crystal fox is known for its agility and spells. That lizard's dodging wouldn't even be a challenge for her. Haha, Lin Mo's luck has finally run out. I bet senior sister Li Shui will end the fight in 3 moves. As Li Shui waited in line and saw the result, she was momentarily stunned, then a barely perceptible cold smile crept onto her lips. Heaven is indeed helping me. Yesterday you played dumb with me, and today I will personally expose the secrets of your lizard on the arena. In the audience, Lin Feng laughed maniacally at this matchup. Huh. You don't walk the path to heaven when it's open, but you barge into hell when there's no door. Lin Mo, let's see how you die this time. He gleefully awaited to see Lin Mo turned into an ice sculpture by Li Shui's ice crystal fox. Meanwhile, down by the stage, Lin Mo looked at the matchup on the light screen, stroking his chin. Just yesterday she came to test me, and today she's up against me. What a coincidence. However, he looked down at Xiao He, who was dozing off in his arms. An ice crystal fox, huh? Food ticket, is that woman's scent about to appear again? Xiao He seemed to sense something and transmitted a wave of curiosity. I can smell it, it's that cool, delicious scent. Lin Mo's face revealed a peculiar smile. Yes, she is like a delightful afternoon dessert arriving right at my door. Arena 8. Lin Mo and Li Shui stood 10 meters apart, facing one another. One was the Academy's acknowledged attire prodigy and icy beauty adored by all. The other was the biggest dark horse of this contest and fire jinx everyone avoided. The dramatic clash electrified the entire hall. Here it comes, the most exciting match of the round. Senior Li Shui's Ice Crystal Fox is a rare summon born to wield Ice Element. Its agility and spell damage are absurdly high. Lin Mo's little lizard specializes in filthy evasions. This is its nemesis. How can it dodge against ice magic? I doubt it will last 30 seconds. In the VIP box, several senior instructors, rare to be so focused, turned their attention to this seemingly lopsided duel. This kid called Lin Mo is interesting, an elder with white beard said, stroking his whiskers. His last victory was rather odd. That was merely luck, a middle-aged instructor scoffed. Wang Hao was overconfident and reckless, and that's what gave him an opening. Against a steady, meticulous genius like Li Shui, any crafty trick is meaningless. On the ring, Li Shui looked at the composed Lin Mo and sneered inwardly. Still pretending. Wait and see. Begin. At the referee's call, Li Shui lifted her hand, and a brilliant ice-blue summoning circle flared beneath her feet. Come forth, my companion. A clear, ethereal fox cry sounded, and an elegant fox, as if carved from ice crystal itself, appeared on the arena. It was about half a person tall, its fur translucent and exquisitely clear. 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, exuding waves of cold that left a thin frost wherever it stood. A rare deer ice crystal fox. So beautiful. Is this an attire genius summon? Utterly graceful. The audience erupted in admiration. In stark contrast, Lin Mo leisurely produced a pitch-black little lizard from his sleeve and set it on. Xiao He yawned drowsily, still half asleep, and flopped inertly on the floor. The huge contrast drew a ripple of laughter from the crowd. Li Shui's smile grew colder. She meant to crush whatever luck he had with absolute force. Ice Crystal Fox Frost Breath. She did not choose a devastating attack. She opened with crowd control. The Ice Crystal Fox opened its mouth with poise, releasing a visible white chill that surged toward Xiao He like a tide. The cold stream was not lethal, but it would slow any blackerontier beast, making movements sluggish and reactions dull. The arena's temperature plunged by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Xiao He, dodge! Lin Mo began his exaggerated act of alarm. Yet faced with the onrushing chill, Xiaohei did not retreat. It stuck out a tiny tongue and licked the air. A minty pre-meal snack. Tastes good, thought Xiaohei. A wave of contentment washed into Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. To everyone else, the black lizard now appeared shrouded in cold, its movements evidently stiffened. 3 half-meter ice spikes shimmering with cold light formed before the ice crystal fox in a triangular. 3 half-meter ice spikes shimmering with cold light formed before the ice crystal fox in a triangular formation and shot toward the now slowed Xiaohei. Everyone thought this is the end, but at the moment the spikes were about to strike, the supposedly sluggish lizard's feet suddenly slipped as if on a banana peel, and it tumbled in an ungainly posture, sliding sideways. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 ice spikes scraped past its body and embedded into the stone slab with crisp sounds. It had dodged again, and in such an absurd way. The crowd roared. Li Shui's brow knit tightly. No, this is not mere luck. It's just the frosty ground making it slip. Coincidence. Ice crystal fox frost the ground. Leave it nowhere to hide. The fox's 9 tails flicked, and even denser cold radiated from it. The arena's surface was rapidly covered by a mirror-smooth sheet of ice visible to the eye. Xiaohei, mind your footing, Lin Mo shouted theatrically. This time Xiaohei put on an even more spirited performance. It seemed to be on a world-class ice rink. Its 4 short legs refused to obey, executing splits and frantic spins, clumsy and helpless. The ice crystal fox's assault followed. Ice blade dance. A storm of ice blades poured down like a torrential rain, covering every area around Xiaohei. It was a position-locking attack impossible to evade by ordinary means. Just as everyone assumed the poor lizard would be shredded, it slipped again. Its body spun frantically on the ice, and ending up on its back, it whooshed through a gap between the blades and slid out unscathed. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly quiet. 1 slip could be a coincidence, 2 might be luck. What about the 3rd? This must be a child of destiny. The audience gaped, feeling their worldview unsettled as never before. How? How is this possible? Li Shui watched the tiny creature slide and evade by the narrowest margins. Disbelief creased her beautiful face for the first time. Inside Lin Mo's mind, Xiaohei chattered merrily, this is so fun. Far better than that dumb dog last time. And the air is sweet and cool, so nice. More please. Lin Mo heard the little voice and felt his mouth twitch as he stifled a laugh. Play. You're enjoying this, but you're about to ruin the opponent. I won't accept this. Li Shui finally lost her temper. Her proud self refused to be defeated by such inexplicable luck. She bit her fingertip, letting a drop of bright blood fall onto the summoning circle. With my blood as the guide, with crystal as the prison. Ice seal, absolute prison. This was the strongest control skill she could wield. The ice crystal fox howled to the heavens. The arena's ice element boiled with power. 4 heavy ice walls erupted from the ground and closed instantly, forming a vast ice blue cube that shimmered with lethal cold, trapping the skating Xiaohei firmly inside. It's over. Trapped in the ice seal, absolute prison, even a bronze-tier beast would be frozen stiff. This Lin Mo is finished. Everyone accepted the outcome. Li Shui finally relaxed slightly, her face pale. The move had cost her much, but if it secured victory, it was worth it. She wanted to see how luck would save him now. Yet. 1 second, 2, 3. The anticipated sounds of desperate struggle from inside the ice never came. The entire ice seal was eerily still. As puzzled whispers spread, a strange noise emerged from the ice prison. Crack, crack. The sound was not like ice shattering so much as some creature gnawing on bone. A cold dread rose in Li Shui's heart. Suddenly, crash. The indestructible ice seal under everyone's eyes burst from within without warning. A spray of ice shards filled the air. At the explosion's center stood the black lizard, perfectly unharmed, still chewing away. A tiny crystal of ice clung to its mouth. A satisfied belch rang clear through the stunned arena. Xiaohei licked its lips with lingering relish, and a plume of white cold air drifted from its mouth. Li Shui felt a blow to her core and spat a mouthful of blood. The broken ice seal meant the ice crystal fox, spiritually linked to her, emitted a howl of exquisite pain. Its radiance dimmed, 9 tails drooped, and it trembled on the ground. It sensed that the ice element power it had taken pride in was in an instant devoured by a higher, incomprehensible force. It was the crushing dominance of an apex predator over lowly prey. It could not even summon the thought to resist. The referee stood agape, stunned by the scene. After a long, dumb moment, he found his voice. The ice crystal fox has lost combat capability. The winner of this match, Lin Mo. If the judgment of the referee mentor is a stone thrown into the lake, then the contented belch from Xiaohei is the trigger for a deep water bomb. At that moment, the entire arena seemed to have been muted. Thousands of spectators, regardless of their status or strength, all widened their eyes and gaped as if they had been collectively petrified, their expressions frozen on their faces. What did they see? the frozen absolute prison, was devoured. That was the A-level genius Li Shui, who had expended a great deal of mental energy and even used her blood to cast that powerful control skill. A spell capable of freezing a bronze-tier magical beast into an ice lump was actually being treated like a carrot and completely devoured by a palm-sized black lizard. This thought was so absurd, so outrageous that it caused everyone present to experience a mental crash. In the VIP section, the middle-aged mentor who previously asserted that Lin Mo's cleverness was futile stood there dumbfounded, his teacup unknowingly tilted, scalding tea flowing down his pants, yet he remained oblivious. The elderly headmaster with hair as white as snow suddenly stood up from his seat, leaning forward, gripping the railing tightly, and a glimmer of unprecedented brilliance erupted from his murky old eyes. "It's not immunity. It's not a countermeasure," he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "It's devouring. It's predation." As a platinum-level powerhouse, his perception was sharper than anyone else's. He clearly saw that within the ice prison, the ice elements that formed the spell were not being dispersed or negated by a stronger force, but rather, like rivers flowing into the sea, were being greedily, efficiently, and thoroughly absorbed by an invisible vortex. On the arena, Lin Mo maintained his innocent expression of confusion as he looked at Xiao He, who had icicles hanging from his mouth, then glanced at the distant Li Shui, who lay on the ground, bleeding, scratching his head, and cautiously asking the referee, Mentor, has the match ended? The referee mentor's mouth twitched violently. He glanced at the ice crystal fox, which had completely lost its fighting will, then at the small lizard in Lin Mo's arms, which was licking its claws and appeared harmless, and he struggled to swallow his saliva. Ended. With skills being treated like food, how could it not end? Ahem. The victor is Lin Mo. He announced the result again, but this time his voice carried a hint of reverence that he was unaware of. This time no one in the audience questioned or cursed anymore. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with the eyes of someone observing a monster. If winning against Wang Hao in the first match was a stroke of luck and a cunning tactic, then what could be said about this second match, where he treated the A-level genius signature skill as a post-meal dessert? Was this divine-level luck? They watched Lin Mo holding Xiao He as he leisurely walked off the stage, the crowd parting like Moses parting the sea, actively making way for a wide path, afraid of catching a whiff of this level monster's bad luck. In another corner, Yi Binking's cold eyes were also filled with shock at that moment. She had guessed that the lizard was not simple, and even suspected it might possess some ability to absorb damage. But she never expected that this absorption would be in such a brutal, direct, and somewhat insulting way of devouring spells. "That's not a mutated lizard," she murmured, her voice low enough for only herself to hear. "That's some kind of top predator we've never seen before, feeding on elements." Her heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster. Lin Mo completely ignored the gazes around him and walked straight toward the backstage. For him, the priority was not to enjoy the glory of victory, but rather to seize the moment and quickly claim his reward. Advancing to the top 16 earned him 300 points plus 10 low-tier magic cores. "I've struck gold." As Lin Mo looked at the skyrocketing points on his student card, now at 455, and the small bag of heavy magic cores in his hand, the joy in his heart even surpassed the moment of victory. Worker spirit of labor, working is for the elite. He found a corner devoid of people and eagerly pulled out a low-tier fire attribute magic core. "Xiao He, it's time to eat." Xiao He reluctantly swallowed the magic core, and a sense of disdain was conveyed back. "The taste is too poor, the energy is mixed, it can't compare at all to that cool sweet snack from before. Can we go find that woman for another round?" Lin Mo. He finally understood. For Xiao He, pure elemental attacks are high-quality delicacies, while these low-tier magic cores which needed points to buy had turned into junk food in its mouth. "It seems I need to look for more elemental summoners to spar with in the future." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. What is the correct usage of divine-level taming talent? It's not about signing contracts or nurturing evolution. Rather, it's about having other summoners tirelessly prepare 3 meals a day for his little dragon. At that moment, Lin Mo felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Just as he was immersed in his wealth-building thoughts, the entire arena's light screen lit up again. After a brief rest, and tallying, the list of matchups for the top 16 was about to be announced. "Look, it's out." All eyes were drawn back again. This time, more than 90% of the people immediately searched for that name that shattered their worldview. Lin Mo. Who would be his opponent? Who would be the next lucky, unfortunate soul? The light screen rolled, and the matchup list clearly emerged. Top 16 first match, Yi Bingxing versus Zhao Yi. Top 16 second match. Top 16 seventh match, Lin Mo versus Lin Feng. When this line of text froze on the light screen, the entire arena fell into a brief silence again. Subsequently, a discussion more fervent and explosive than any before erupted. "What the hell?" Lin Mo is up against Lin Feng. Isn't this an internal conflict within our Lin family? There's a good show to watch. Lin Feng is the star of our grade with level talent, an elite-tier Wind Wolf King contract solidly ranked in the top 10. This is definitely a clash of dragons and tigers. Clash of dragons and tigers. You must have some misunderstanding about Lin Mo. That guy is just a monster. I think Lin Feng is in trouble. In the audience, Lin Feng stared at the light screen, his expression shifting like a die shop, vivid and very. First shock, then ecstasy, followed by seriousness, and finally turning into a madness that mixed fear and ferocity. It was him. It really was him. Heaven has opened its eyes. This was a revenge stage tailor-made for him. The humiliation he suffered from being ignored by Lin Mo, the gossip in the family about him being overshadowed by a waste. All the shame could be completely washed away in this battle. Lin Mo. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, squeezing the words out from between his teeth. Isn't it just good luck? I want to see whether this time it's your luck or my claws that are hard. Although he felt a twinge of fear towards Lin Mo's strange methods, more of it was confidence clouded by anger. Li Shuai lost because she was a spellcaster restrained by that damned lizard. But I am a strong attacker. My Wind Wolf King relies on speed and strength. In the face of absolute power, all flashy tricks will be laid bare. He believed that as long as he didn't give that lizard any breathing room and attacked with full force from the start, tearing it to shreds, he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of Wang Hao and Li Shuai. When the names Lin Mo and Lin Feng appeared simultaneously on the matchup list for the 7th round, the atmosphere of the Academy's small competition reached a fever pitch. On one side was Lin Feng, a genius from the Lin family's branch with level talent and a contract with the elite-grade Wind Wolf King. He cut through his opponents with formidable strength and ruthless tactics. On the other side was Lin Mo, the infamous grade waste who, relying on incomprehensible strange luck and an apparently harmless black lizard, had managed to topple two powerful opponents. This was a drama-filled conflict, a family feud. Moreover, it was a battle of revenge. All eyes were focused on the impending 7th arena. Waste, I finally caught up with you. Lin Feng ascended the stage first, looking down at Lin Mo, who was walking slowly with a gaze filled with delight and cruelty. The luck from the first 2 rounds ends here. Today, in front of the entire academy, I will shred your disgusting lizard into pieces. He swung his hand sharply, and a green light burst from beneath his feet. Come forth, tear him apart. Wind Wolf King. Awoo. A loud wolf howl resonated throughout the arena as a gigantic azure wolf larger than the previous 3-eyed demon wolf appeared on the stage. It was agile, its fur bristled like steel needles surrounded by visible azure currents, and its bloodthirsty eyes fixed intently on the lazy black lizard on the ground. The elite-grade Wind Wolf King. A perfect fusion of speed and attack. Do you see this waste? Lin Feng sneered, pointing at his proud companion. In the face of absolute speed and power, your petty tricks are utterly futile. He could hardly wait to see Lin Mo kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Mo finally reached his... He didn't even glance at the arrogant Lin Feng opposite him. He simply lowered his head and softly spoke to the little black lizard lying on the ground. Quick battle, quick resolution. I'm hungry. This light statement ignited Lin Feng's rage. You are seeking death. The match begins. The moment the referee's voice fell, Lin Feng eagerly issued his command. Wind Wolf King, go. Use your fastest speed and sharpest claws to tear it apart. Swish. A blue shadow instantly vanished from its original position. The speed of the Wind Wolf King far exceeded that of the 3-eyed demon wolf. It darted like a bolt of blue lightning, creating a straight wave of air on the stone arena with a shriek that tore through the air straight towards the still motionless little black lizard. On its claws, azure elemental energy coalesced into 3 crescent-shaped razor-sharp wind blades. This strike was swift and fierce, leaving no time for any reaction. It's over. This speed cannot be dodged. Everyone held their breath. Lin Mo was still performing. Little Black. Quickly dodge. His face showed extreme anxiety, yet he was communicating with Little Black in his heart. Be careful, don't damage its claws. They look quite sharp and should sell for a good price. Got it, meal ticket, you talk too much. Just as the glimmering claws were about to touch the top of Little Black's head, Little Black finally moved. It did not roll clumsily as before, nor did it slip exaggeratedly. It simply tilted its head slightly to the side. Boom. The sharp wolf claws with overwhelming force smashed down beside Little Black on the stone slab. Debris flew, leaving a clear claw mark deeply engraved on the hard arena. Yet Little Black remained lying in place, not moving an inch, merely changing direction to continue its nap. This. If the earlier dodging was a stroke of comical luck, then what was this? That calm motion, that perfectly timed head tilt, that complete indifference from start to finish. This was no longer provocation. This was the utmost humiliation. Like an adult facing a 3-year-old child swinging tiny fists, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Alt. Lin Feng's eyes turned red in an instant. He felt that scorn which was 1,000 times more painful than a slap to the face. Are you mocking me, eh? Wind Wolf King, kill it. Continuous claw strikes. Do not stop. Influenced by its master's rage, the Wind Wolf King became agitated. It abandoned its build-up and turned to unleash its speed advantage, transforming into a whirlwind of azure surrounding Little Black with a storm of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. As the wolf claws swung, they left behind trails of afterimages, countless wind blades slicing towards the small black in the center of the arena. However, the next scene left the entire audience in a daze. No matter how fast or dense the Wind Wolf King's attacks were, that little black lizard always managed to avoid all attacks with the smallest movements, the most energy-efficient ways. When a wolf claw swung from the left, it simply shifted an inch to the right. When a wind blade sliced overhead, it ducked its head. It even took the time to stretch its hind leg and scratch an itch. The entire arena had become the Wind Wolf King's performance stage. It relentlessly attacked the air while its opponent from beginning to end did not even move outside a palm's eye. This comical yet bizarre scene gradually silenced the audience's discussions. Everyone fell silent. They finally realized a terrifying truth. This was not luck. From start to finish, it was never luck. This seemingly inconspicuous black lizard, its speed, its reactions, its nerves, completely crushed the Wind Wolf King, known for its speed. Huff, huff. Lin Feng panted heavily, watching his Wind Wolf King futilely attack for a long time, without even grazing a single scale of the opponent, his mentality completely shattered. Waste. You are a waste. You can't even hit a lizard. He no longer cared about tactics or face. He only wanted to destroy that black little thing that made him feel humiliated. Last chance. With all your strength. Wind King roar. The Wind Wolf King ceased its attacks and howled to the sky. A powerful wind elemental energy gathered around it, forming a small tornado that sucked in all the surrounding debris. This was its innate skill, a ranged guaranteed attack. Meal ticket, this silly dog is tired and won't run. Little Black's thoughts conveyed a hint of impatience. Can we finish this? I'm really hungry. Lin, alright, go ahead, let him know what despair is. Facing the storm that was about to form, Little Black finally lifted. For the first time, its eyes, which had been half closed like obsidian, fully opened. Then it opened its mouth. There was no earth-shattering dragon roar. No world-destroying breath. Just a sound, a very faint, seemingly emanating from the abyss of the nine hells, growl. Gurgle. The moment the sound emerged, the gathering tornado was instantly crushed, as if gripped by an invisible hand, turning to nothingness. The Wind Wolf King, which had been howling to the sky, suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed its throat. Its fur instantly went from standing on end to being tightly plastered against its body. Its bloodthirsty eyes widened in terror, the pupils rapidly constricting, replaced by an indescribable ultimate fear emanating from the depths of its soul. What is that? What is that gaze? In its proud perception of its Wolf King bloodline, this little creature before it was not a lizard nor a magical beast. That was destruction, an end, the pinnacle of the food chain, a god inscribed in its genes, forever unchallengeable. Thud. The Wind Wolf King weakened its limbs and collapsed to the ground. A warm liquid rapidly spread. It trembled, prostrating itself on the ground, not daring to lift its head, issuing a pitiful, pleading whimper like a puppy. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Lin Feng's madness and ferocity completely froze on his face. He watched as his Wind Wolf King, heralded as a symbol of genius, was now terrified to the point of losing control, like a street dog, his mind blank. This is impossible. The referee mentor gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. He finally understood what the grade director meant by strange. This was not strange. This was a miracle. Little Black stepped forward, slowly walking calmly to the wind. It lowered its head, glanced at the utterly demoralized toy, then raised its head, and from over 10 meters away looked at Lin Feng, with its emotionless, purely indifferent golden vertical pupils. The moment that gaze fell upon him, Lin Feng shuddered, as if frozen by millennia of ice. A chill raced from his feet straight to the top of his head. His legs went weak, and he uncontrollably plopped down onto the ground. The Wind Wolf King has lost its fighting will. The referee finally regained his voice and hoarsely announced, "The winner is Lin Mo." The referee announced the result with a dry voice, but what greeted him was a deathly silence throughout the venue. All eyes were gathered at the center of the arena, as if they had seen a ghost. There Lin Feng sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible. This can't be happening." His pride, his confidence, everything he held dear had been utterly shattered in that fleeting moment. Not far from him, his proud elite tier-summoned beast, the Gale Wolf King, lay in a puddle of foul liquid, trembling, as if sifting through chaff, not daring to lift its head. "Master, this toy is broken, it's no fun," came a thought from Xiao He, conveying a sense of boredom. It was too lazy to spare a glance at the wolf, turning to Lin Mo and scampering over, skillfully climbing up his pant leg. Lin Mo bent down, cradling Xiao He in his arms, then lifted his head to survey the surroundings. The scornful, disdainful, and gloating gazes that had filled the air moments ago had all transformed into fear and reverence. Lin Mo paid no mind to them. He stepped forward, approaching the slumped Lin Feng. "What do you want to do?" Several students friendly with Lin Feng finally reacted, shouting at him with an intimidating. Lin Mo ignored them, walking straight to Lin Feng, squatting down and patting his shoulder. "Hey, stop sitting there like a fool," he said with an expression of concern. "The match is over. Why is your wolf still dazed? Aren't you going to recall it?" Lin Feng was jolted as if pricked by a needle. He suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Mo's calm and unperturbed gaze. In those eyes he saw neither the joy of victory nor the mockery. All he saw was indifference. It was as if Lin Mo were looking at a stone by the roadside. This extreme disregard pierced his heart more than any humiliating words ever could. "Opt." Lin Feng, as if driven mad, leaped up from the ground, rushing towards Lin Mo with blood. "I will kill you." However, before he could even touch the hem of Lin Mo's clothing, a tall figure stood in his way. It was the officiating referee Minter. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force pushed Lin Feng back, causing him to fall to the ground. "The match is over. No private fights on the arena." The referee Minter reprimanded coldly, yet his gaze lingered more on Lin Mo, his expression complex. Just moments ago, facing Lin Feng's attack, this young man didn't even bat an eye. His calm demeanor was anything but that of a 16-year-old. In the VIP section, the middle-aged Minter dropped his teacup, shattering it on the ground. He stood there, mouth agape, his face reflecting confusion, as if asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" Meanwhile, the grade director slowly sat back down in his chair, yet a light unprecedented began to flicker in his murky old eyes. "Bloodline suppression." He uttered each word deliberately, his voice not loud, but it sent a shockwave through all the surrounding mentors. "Director, do you mean?" The grade director's eyes were fixed intensely on Lin Mo's back. "That is not mere intimidation, it is an absolute suppression originating from the apex of life against those beneath it. Like the lion and the antelope, the tiger and the house dog. The Gale Wolf King was not defeated, rather its bloodline instincts robbed it of the courage to resist." "What kind of being could invoke such a level of bloodline suppression in an elite-tier Gale Wolf King?" one mentor instinctively asked. The grade director did not answer. In his mind, a few forbidden names existing only in myth and legend flashed by. He took a deep breath, standing up, and said to the assistant mentor beside him, "Go bring that student Lin Mo to my office." "Right away, immediately." Meanwhile, in another corner of the audience, Yi Binking's icy gaze was also filled with shock. "Indeed. Bloodline suppression," she murmured. As a genius with the rare summoned beast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, she understood better than anyone the immense power of bloodlines. Her Ice Crystal Phoenix could produce a certain degree of bloodline suppression when facing ordinary fire-type magical beasts. Yet that was nothing compared to what had just transpired in the arena. What on earth was that lizard? At this moment, her curiosity about Lin Mo reached its peak. The farce on the arena soon came to an end. Lin Feng, mentally shattered, was assisted away by several students, mumbling incoherently. His path as a summoner, even if not completely severed, would undoubtedly stagnate due to this psychological trauma. Lin Mo had no interest in this. As if nothing had happened, he walked off the arena, ready to claim his reward for advancing to the top 8. This time the crowd automatically parted for him. No one dared to look at him with strange eyes. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Class talent. Unbelievable luck. To hell with class. To hell with luck. To scarab class, genius Gale Wolf King into submission, that's called class. Then tell me what's a class. Just then a somewhat serious voice called out to him, "Lin Mo, please wait a moment." Lin Mo turned his head and saw a young mentor in academy uniform quickly approaching him. "Hello, I am the assistant mentor from the academic office." The young mentor's expression was somewhat unnatural, feeling a hint of pressure in front of Lin Mo. "The grade director wishes to meet you, please come with me." It was here. Lin Mo remained unfazed. He knew that after causing such a commotion, the higher-ups of the academy would not remain indifferent. "Oh sure," he nodded, revealing a perfectly timed expression of being slightly surprised, yet somewhat anxious. "But mentor, I haven't yet claimed my reward for being in the top 16. The assistant mentor's mouth twitched. This guy, even at this moment, was still thinking about that little reward. He patiently said, "Don't worry, there will be. After meeting the director, you can also claim your top 8 reward." Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up at the mention of receiving the top 8 reward. "That's great. Let's hurry, we don't want to keep the director waiting." He urged the mentor with an enthusiastic look, as if meeting the grade director was the greatest honor. Watching his greedy demeanor, the assistant mentor felt his inexplicable nervousness dissipate considerably. Perhaps he really was just an incredibly lucky oddball. He shook his head, no longer overthinking, leading Lin Mo through the bustling crowd towards the office that represented the academy's authority at the highest point of the arena. The office of the grade director at the highest point of the arena. Lin Mo followed his assistant mentor through a long corridor, encountering many patrolling academy guards and hurried mentors along the way. Whenever they saw Lin Mo, without exception, they would stop and cast him complex gazes. However, Lin Mo seemed oblivious, still lost in his thoughts. Reaching the top 8 must come with more generous rewards, right? 30 low-level magic cores plus the reward for making it to the top 16, a total of 60. Xiao He is getting more and more picky. He even finds low-level magic cores unappetizing as snacks. I wonder if the rewards for the top 8 will include mid-level magic cores. It's tough to earn a living. The assistant mentor walked ahead, glancing back at the young man behind him. He noticed that Lin Mo's face showed no sign of nervousness about meeting a significant figure. Instead, there was a glimmer of something shiny at the corner of his mouth, as if he was lost in thoughts of food. This eased some of his inexplicable wariness. Perhaps he was merely a lucky child with an unusual mindset. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. A mixed scent of aged paper ink and some peculiar herbs rushed toward them. The office was even larger than Lin Mo had imagined. 3 walls were lined with towering bookshelves crammed full of densely packed books and scrolls. In the center stood a spacious black wooden desk piled high with documents and maps. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, an elderly man with white hair and beard stood with his back to them, hands behind his back, overlooking the bustling arena below. Just the silhouette alone exuded a pressure as steady and heavy as a mountain. Director Lin Mo has arrived, the assistant mentor said respectfully. You may leave now. The old man's voice was calm and aged. The assistant mentor bowed and exited, shutting the door behind him. Inside the room, only Lin Mo and the grade director remained. Lin Mo, the grade director, slowly. His face was gaunt, marked by the ravages of time, yet his eyes were anything but those of an old man. They were sharp and bright, like those of a hawk, seemingly capable of piercing through one's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, Lin Mo felt all his facades becoming transparent. Yes, director, Lin Mo quickly donned a respectful, yet slightly awkward expression, embodying the demeanor of a newcomer about to receive a lecture from a superior. Don't stand, sit. The grade director gestured to a chair in front of the desk. Lin Mo complied, sitting only on a third of the chair with his hands resting on his knees, looking like a well-behaved child. The grade director did not speak immediately. He merely picked up a cup of hot tea from the desk, gently blew on it, and silently scrutinized Lin Mo. 1 minute. 2 minutes. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. This old man is so annoying, staring at us. Does he want to snatch your magic core? From within his arms, Xiao He conveyed a sense of discontent. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart, while externally, he began to shift uncomfortably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Mo, the grade director, finally spoke, placing the cup down, his tone leisurely. There's no need to be nervous. I am merely curious about you. How did you manage it? Finally, the main topic had arrived. Lin Mo looked up, feigning confusion. Director, what do you mean? The grade director smiled, though there was no warmth in his expression. I mean how a summoner with level talent managed to have his summoned beast devour an 11 genius ice spell, and how you, with just a glance, terrified an elite grade Wind Wolf King to the point of losing control. He emphasized the words devour and lose control. Lin Mo's face immediately flushed red. He sprang to his feet, urgently defending. Report, director. I did not. That was not a glance. Oh. The grade director looked at him with keen interest. Then what was it? It was a... Lin Mo took a moment to formulate an answer, then boldly declared, my Xiao He just has a rather unique and unpleasant voice. Perhaps that wolf had poor hearing and was frightened. As for the spell, that's even more absurd. I suspect it was Senior Sister Li Shui's spell, which was inherently unstable and broke on its own. Yes, it must have been that. Listening to Lin Mo's explanation, which was full of holes and could even be deemed an insult to intelligence, the grade director's expression did not show anger, rather the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. A bad voice. A spell breaking on its own. He shook his head, chuckling softly. Lin Mo, do you know that lying in front of me is not a wise choice? He leaned slightly forward, the invisible pressure returning. He'll give you one more chance. Tell me, what exactly is your summoned beast? What kind of bloodline does the power that made the Wind Wolf King tremble originate from? That is called bloodline suppression. The grade director fixed his gaze on Lin Mo's eyes, attempting to discern any hint of a crack. Yet he was met with disappointment. When Lin Mo heard the term bloodline suppression, he paused for a moment, then his eyes suddenly brightened, a look of ecstasy and realization spreading across his face. Bloodline suppression. So that's what it's called. He excitedly slapped his thigh. I knew my Xiao He was extraordinary. It turns out it's because of this powerful bloodline. Director, you truly are knowledgeable. He looked at the director, his eyes shining with admiration and a thirst for knowledge. Is this bloodline suppression powerful? Is it rare and mutated? Can it be sold for money? A series of questions showcased his mercenary and ignorant persona vividly. The grade director. He felt his fist hitting cotton. The young man before him was as slippery as an. He was certain that Lin Mo was lying, yet the boy's flawless performance left him with no handle to grasp. Or was he genuinely foolish? After decades of experience and countless encounters, he found himself doubting his judgment for the first time. Never mind. The grade director let out a long sigh, leaning back against his chair. Since he couldn't extract the truth, he would resort to other methods. All right, since you don't know, let's leave it at that. He waved his hand, shifting the topic. Regardless of how you got here, you've made it to the top 8, and that's a fact. Our Noah Academy never shortchanges any promising student. As soon as Lin Mo heard student and rewards, he immediately put away his curious expression and switched back to a mode of attentive compliance. As one of the top 8 participants of this minor competition, the Academy will reward you with 50 mid-level magic cores. Boom. Lin Mo's head felt as if a firework had exploded inside. Mid-level magic cores. 50 at once. That was at least worth 50,000 points. Seeing Lin Mo's eyes instantly brighten, nearly shooting out fire, the grade director's eyes couldn't help, but this kid's obsession with wealth didn't seem like an act. Clearing his throat, he continued. In addition, there is an extra reward. The Academy has decided to grant you a special opportunity to enter the Dark Forest secret trial. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Since you can display extraordinary strength in the arena, go prove yourself on a real battlefield. The grade director's tone was laden with meaning. There you will find opportunities as well as death. Do you dare to go? Lin Mo's mind was racing. This was a test. A temptation-filled, overt maneuver. Going would mean being scrutinized under a microscope by the Academy's higher-ups. Not going would only solidify his guilt, while missing out on a golden opportunity to acquire abundant resources. Xiao Hei's meals. He made a decisive decision in his heart. Fortune favors the bold. I will go. Lin Mo raised his head, his gaze resolute, a hint of youthful fervor on his face. Thank you, Director, for giving me this opportunity. I will not let down your expectations. Very well, the grade director nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, walked over to Lin Mo, patted his shoulder, and softened his tone. Go retrieve your magic cores from the logistics office. Prepare well for tomorrow's match. Young man, your journey is still long. The Academy will be your most solid support. Lin Mo left full of gratitude. The office door slowly closed. The warm smile on the grade director's face instantly vanished, replaced by a deep seriousness. He walked to the window, watching Lin Mo's almost bouncing figure disappear into the distance, whispering to himself, truly a perfect raw gem. I just wonder if this gem is an invaluable treasure or a consuming abyss. When Lin Mo stepped out of the head teacher's office, he was in a daze, feeling lightheaded. His steps were unsteady and a silly grin adorned his face, while the little black creature in his arms disdainfully flicked him with its tail. You're drooling, disgusting. Lin Mo completely ignored the little black creature's complaint. His mind was filled with thoughts of 50 shiny mid-level magic cores and that prestigious high-sounding trial quota for the Dark Forest secret realm. I'm going to get rich. This is a huge profit. With an excited heart, Lin Mo headed straight for the logistics department of the Academy. The logistics department was always the most relaxed and the place where arrogance could easily flourish. In charge of distributing supplies was a greasy, sleepy-looking instructor Lee. When he saw Lin Mo enter, he couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, impatiently tapping on the table. Name, class, what do you want to claim? Class 1, Group 3, Lin Mo. Lin Mo carefully handed over the certificate given by the head teacher, saying, Instructor, I'm here to collect the reward for the small competition. Lin Mo. Instructor Lee finally opened his eyes, sizing him up with a look of disdain. Oh, so you're the lucky franked one. What's the rush? The competition isn't over yet. Wait for the top 8 list to come out, then we'll distribute everything together. He had a businesslike demeanor that suggested don't think you can sneak in. No, instructor, Lin Mo explained with an innocent look. It was specially approved by the head teacher for me to come and collect it now. Special approval from the head teacher. Instructor Lee scoffed as if he had heard the biggest joke. He lazily glanced at the certificate. Then his expression froze. His eyes widened, squeezed into slits by excess fat as he leaned in closer to examine the certificate, even rubbing it with his fingers to confirm he wasn't seeing things. 50 mid-level magic cores. Instructor Lee's voice turned sharp and piercing like a duck whose tail was stepped on. This sound drew the attention of several other students in the logistics department who were waiting in line for ordinary supplies. Mid-level magic cores. 50 of them. What a joke. Those are mid-level magic cores. Each one is worth 1,000 points. 50 is 50,000. Even the champion of this small competition wouldn't receive such a reward, right? You must be mistaken. It's 50 low-level magic cores. A senior student couldn't help but interject. Instructor Lee ignored him abruptly, standing up, staring intently at Lin Mo with an expression of disbelief. You. The head teacher really approved this for you. Lin Mo scratched his head and nodded innocently. Yes, the head teacher said to prepare well, and not let down his expectations. He quoted the head teacher's exact words. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The fat on Instructor Lee's face trembled violently, and cold sweat broke out instantly. The head teacher personally approved it, and even gave encouraging words. What did that mean? He could hardly believe he had just neglected someone whom the head teacher valued so highly. Lin Mo, please wait. I will prepare this for you right away. Instructor Lee's attitude took a complete turn, his face filled with sycophantic smiles. He hurriedly dashed into the warehouse, creating a ruckus as he rummaged through the supplies. The surrounding students, they looked at Lin Mo, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Was this really the rumored Frank Waste? Soon Instructor Lee came running out holding a heavy bag made of thick beast hide. He placed it on the table then in front of everyone he carefully opened the bag. A soft yet dazzling glow radiated from the opening. The bag was filled to the brim with fist-sized crystal-clear, mid-level magic cores emanating pure energy fluctuations. Fire type, water type, earth type. Various colors of light sparkled, nearly dazzling everyone's eyes. Gulp. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lin Mo, please confirm. Instructor Lee's waist nearly bent at a 90-degree angle, a total of 50, not one less. Lin Mo's breathing quickened. He suppressed the urge to rush forward, and pretending to be calm glanced at the magic cores before tightly sealing the bag and holding it to his chest. Thank you, Instructor. After saying that, he left the logistics department without looking back amid the envious and jealous gazes of everyone. Only after his back disappeared did a thunderous debate erupt in the logistics department. Lin Mo had no mood to pay attention to the commotion behind him. Holding the heavy bag of magic cores, he felt as if he was clutching the entire world. He didn't return to the dormitory, but took a winding path to a secluded grove on the back mountain of the academy. Little Black, it's time to eat. Buffet. He excitedly opened the bag and dumped all 50 mid-level magic cores onto the ground like trash. In an instant, the small grove was illuminated like a fairyland by the various glowing cores. Little Black jumped out of his arms. It glanced disdainfully at the stones on the ground before reluctantly approaching to sniff at them. Finally, it stuck out its tongue and licked a water-blue water-type magic core. Crunch. With a crisp sound, the outer shell of the mid-level magic core was easily bitten through, and pure water elemental energy spilled out. Little Black, as if drinking yogurt, slurped up the energy inside, then spat out the empty shell. A thought of barely satisfied came through. This is a bit richer than that icy lump from before, but still not pure like juice diluted with water. Lin Mo. A mid-level magic core worth 1,000 points turned into diluted juice in your mouth. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Mo witnessed what it meant to be a spendthrift. Little Black munched through the magic cores like they were sunflower seeds. Crunch, crunch. One after another. In just 10 minutes, all 50 mid-level magic cores were devoured, leaving only a pile of dull, empty shells on the ground. Hick. Little Black let out a satisfied burp, its size seemingly growing a whole circle now as long as a forearm, and its scales became even darker and shinier. Hey, this dessert after the meal was acceptable. Is there more? Lin Mo looked at the pile of waste on the ground, wanting to cry, but having no tears. 50,000 points. Just like that. It was treated as dessert. I can't afford this. I simply can't afford it. With Little Black now in sage mode, Lin Mo walked back to the dormitory in low spirits. Along the way, rumors about him had already spread widely. Have you heard? Lin Mo has been designated by the head teacher as the dark horse of this small competition. Not only that, he also got a quota to the Dark Forest. Oh my, that's a place with a death rate over 30%. No wonder. I said he couldn't just be lucky. Meanwhile, in the academy's top training room, Yi Bingqing had just finished her meditation, and her ice crystal phoenix elegantly perched on her shoulder. A girl who seemed like a follower hurriedly walked in, reporting the news about Lin Mo in a low voice. After hearing it, a glint of interest flashed in Yi Bingqing's cold eyes. The Dark Forest. Is it a... She murmured to herself, the head teacher's move is quite clever. Regardless of whether he's a mule or a horse, letting him walk around and that meat grinder will reveal everything. Lin Mo. How many secrets are you still hiding? Lin Mo returned to his humble single dormitory. He tossed the still burping Little Black onto the bed, then opened the academy's internal network to start searching for information on the Dark Forest. On the screen, shocking information quickly popped up. Dark Forest low-level secret realm complex internal environment, a wide variety of magical beasts, predominantly shadow-type and poison-type beasts. Danger level high. Historical records in the past decade, a total of 127 students entered this secret realm, 38 died, 45 were severely injured or disabled, and only 44 returned safely. Recent warnings intelligence indicates that there are unidentified magical energy fluctuations within the Dark Forest, with a clear trend of magical beasts going berserk. The danger level assessment is being raised. This death rate is terrifyingly high. But at the end of the information, there was also a list of the main resources produced in the secret realm. Shadow mushrooms, ghost grass, toxic spider silk, high-quality dark magic cores. Looking at the long list of resources, Lin Mo's eyes lit up once again. These are all high-class ingredients that Little Black loves to eat. It seems this trip is absolutely necessary. He turned off the screen and glanced back at the sleeping Little Black on the bed, whose belly was still rising and falling, shaking his head with a wry smile. To support you, the world-destroying dragon, he'll have to take some risks. His resolve to grow stronger had never been so firm. Lin Mo, returning from the logistics department with a full load, did not head back to his dormitory immediately. Clutching the magic core he exchanged for 50,000 points, the excitement in his heart was soon replaced by a stronger sense of urgency. Little Black's appetite was like a bottomless pit. Relying on the meager rewards from the Academy's small competitions was simply not enough to sustain this dragon. The Dark Forest must be visited. Although it is dangerous, the data indicates it is rich in various shadow and poison-related resources. These are all top-tier ingredients on Little Black's menu. If I can obtain them, not only will it satisfy Little Black for several meals, but it might also help it grow further. Risk and reward are always proportional. However, before that, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the updated competition schedule on the Academy's internal network. The opponent for the quarterfinals has been revealed. Wang Lei, a genius student in the second year, possesses a great talent and is known for his rare-tier summoned beast, the rock-armored giant turtle, and his impeccable defensive tactics. He is famously known as the immovable barrier. The next day, the quarterfinals of the Academy's small competition officially commenced. After several rounds of elimination, those standing here are all elites of the Academy, and Lin Mo's name stood prominently among them. At this moment, no one dared to look at him with disdain. Every time he appeared, he was met with countless complex gazes, curiosity, scrutiny, apprehension, and even fear. In the third match, Lin Mo versus Wang Lei. When the referee announced their names, the atmosphere in the arena ignited once more. One was the biggest dark horse of this competition, advancing in various unimaginable ways, shrouded in mystery. The other was a long-established master of defense, claimed to be invulnerable at the same level. The most bizarre spear faced the most solid shield. Wang Lei was the first to step onto the stage. He was a sturdy boy with a calm demeanor, appearing much more composed than Lin Mo. He had carefully studied every match of Lin Mo. In his eyes, Lin Mo's black lizard was either extremely fast or possessed a strange ability of mental deterrence. And his rock-armored giant turtle was precisely the nemesis to both strategies. The match begins. Wang Lei called out with a low voice, and the yellowish magic circle beneath his feet glowed brilliantly. Boom! A giant turtle resembling a small mountain crashed heavily onto the stage, causing the entire stone surface to tremble. This giant turtle was composed entirely of dark brown rock, its shell covered with thick layers of stone and natural grooves, exuding an indestructible aura. Just lying there gave an overwhelming sense of insurmountable pressure. It's the rock-armored giant turtle, a rare-ear defensive summoned beast. It is said that its shell can withstand the full force of even golden-tier powerhouses. Now Lin Mo's lizard has no chance, right? No matter how fast it is, it can't penetrate walls. Mental deterrence is probably useless against this mindless rock lump. The audience was abuzz with this. Even the grade director in the VIP section squinted his eyes, curious about what absurd tactic Lin Mo would employ this time. Feeder, this rock lump looks too hard to bite. Little Black transmitted a sense of disdain from Lin Mo's embrace. Don't worry, you won't need to bite today, Lin Mo reassured. You just need to cooperate with me in putting on a show. Lin Mo set Little Black down on the ground. Wang Lei, seeing the small black lizard, revealed a confident sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not attack first, but instead commanded the rock-armored giant turtle, Rockify. Absolute defense stance. Roar. The rock-armored giant turtle let out a low growl, retracting its limbs and head into its incredibly thick shell. At the same time, a layer of yellowish energy aura enveloped the entire shell, making it appear even more unbreakable. Wang Lei crossed his arms, watching Lin Mo with a leisurely demeanor. He wanted to see what this little lizard could do against him. Lin Mo began his performance. Little Black. Charge in. Attack its weak points, he shouted, appearing full of enthusiasm. Little Black lazily yawned, slowly circling around the rock-armored giant turtle twice. Finally it stopped and opened its mouth. Puff! A tiny negligible black flame no bigger than a fingernail was spat onto the turtle shell, leaving a small black dot before extinguishing. The entire arena was silent. Wang Lei. The mentors in the VIP section twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this your attack? Are you just scratching it? Wang Lei's expression turned sour. He felt humiliated. Lin Mo, is this all you've got? If this is your level, I suggest you surrender early. Yet Lin Mo seemed to ignore his words. His brow furrowed as if pondering some tactical dilemma. In reality, his consciousness had quietly linked to the rock-armored giant turtle, which was playing dead through his divine-level taming talent. A simple, pure, and utterly exhausted thought came from the giant turtle's consciousness. Tired. The shell is heavy. Want to sleep. Lin Mo understood it turned out to be a lazy slacker who didn't want to work. That makes things easier. Hey big guy, Lin Mo's thought transformed into a friendly wave, isn't working exhaust. The giant turtle's consciousness clearly paused. Who? Don't mind who I am, Lin Mo gently persuaded, just look at your master, and you'll see how boring it is to defend without moving. You get no money, and all the effort is yours. Why? There was a hint of confusion in the giant turtle's consciousness. Look at that little lizard opposite me, Lin Mo continued to incite. Doesn't it look very scary? Did you feel its flame just now? That was just an appetizer. If you don't surrender, once it gets serious, it can bite your shell to pieces in one go. Little black feeder, what nonsense are you talking? When did I become that powerful? Shut up and cooperate with me. Lin Mo transmitted to Little Black while intensifying his mental attack on the giant turtle. The extremely faint yet high-level aura originating from the world-destroying dragon flowed through Lin Mo's thoughts into the perception of the rock-armored giant turtle. For a summoner like Wang Lei, this aura was negligible. But for the rock-armored giant turtle, which was also a summoned beast with low intelligence, it was like an ant suddenly catching the scent of an anteater. It was the fear of a natural enemy engraved in its genes. Scary. The giant turtle's consciousness was instantly engulfed by fear. It finally understood why it had felt so uneasy and on edge since earlier. Rock-armored giant turtle, get ready to use Earth Spike Barrage. On the stage, Wang Lei was becoming impatient. He decided to take the initiative and end this farce. However, his command fell on deaf ears. The rock-armored giant turtle, which was curled up in its shell, not only did not stick its head out, but shrank even tighter. In fact, the entire massive shell began to tremble slightly. Wang Lei was stunned. Rock-armored giant. He issued the command again, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Still, no response. No, there was a response. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the small mountain-like rock-armored giant turtle actually began to slowly turn around. Then with heavy steps it took one step at a time towards the edge of the stage. What is it doing? Wang Lei was utterly dumbfounded. Come back. I command you to return. Rock-armored giant turtle. He howled at his summoned beast through their mental link in a frenzy. However, the only response he received was a simple and resolute thought. No. Off work. Scary. Boom. The rock-armored giant turtle, amidst the audience's bewildered expressions, walked to the edge of the stage and then tumbled off. The entire arena was silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. The referee opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Wang Lei stood frozen like a stone statue. His turtle ran away. Ahem. The referee finally cleared his throat and announced in an extremely peculiar tone, Wang Lei's summoned beast has voluntarily left the arena, losing the qualification for the match. The winner is Lin Mo. Lin Mo's victory struck the calm surface of the Noah Academy like a massive boulder. But this time the ripples it created were not mere waves, but a tumult that could overturn everyone's understanding. On the arena, the once invincible, immovable barrier, Wang Lei sat on the ground, cradling his head, utterly defeated and mentally shattered. He kept repeating a single phrase, my turtle. My turtle is ignoring me. It says it wants to clock out. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. If the last match where Lin Feng's Wind Wolf had an accident could be vaguely explained as bloodline suppression, what could explain this? Betrayal. Forcing the opponent's summoned beast to resign on the spot. What kind of devilish ability is this? A PUA master. In the VIP area, the head of the year was once again shaking his teacup. He ultimately steadied himself, but the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Old Zhang, he turned to the seasoned mentor beside him and asked in a dry voice, your expertise lies in the psychology of summoned beasts. Can you explain what just happened? The mentor known as Old Zhang pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with confusion and self-doubt. Director, with all due respect, he struggled to speak. In my 30 years of experience, I have never seen nor heard of a summoned beast voluntarily giving up a match because it didn't want to try anymore. This has surpassed the realm of psychology. It feels more like philosophy. The head of the year fell silent. He gazed at the figure walking off the arena with calmness, and for the first time a deep sense of dread surfaced in his murky old eyes. The boy named Lin Mo carried too many mysteries. What secrets lay hidden within his seemingly harmless black lizard? Yet at the center of this storm, Lin Mo himself remained blissfully unaware. As he stepped down from the arena, he contemplated the rewards for advancing to the top 4. Advancing from the top 8 to the top 4 should grant me 10,000 points, right? Coupled with what I had before, I can finally breathe a little easier. He thought as he looked up at the massive, magically powered screen in the center of the arena. The semifinals matchups had already been refreshed. On the left side were two established second-year powerhouses. On the right side were two names. Lin Mo versus Yi Bingqing. Hiss. When this matchup appeared, every student in the arena gasped. Then the entire arena erupted. My heavens. They matched up. It's really happening. The biggest dark horse of this event against the acknowledged ceiling of our first year. Can Lin Mo's tricks work against the goddess Yi? It's hard to say. The ice crystal phoenix of goddess Yi is a truly rare breed, with noble blood and high intelligence. Lin Mo's unorthodox methods are likely to fail. This is definitely a prelude to a finals-level showdown. In a corner of the crowd, Yi Bingqing, dressed in white, was as cold as snow. She gazed at the matchup on the screen, and a glimmer of interest finally flickered in her calm, deep-set eyes. Lin Mo? She murmured softly as the ice crystal phoenix on her shoulder let out a clear cry, its azure eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Food ticket, that big ice block woman's bird looks like. It might taste pretty good. In Lin Mo's mind, a greedy thought from Xiaohei emerged. Lin Mo, you glutton, do you see everyone as ingredients? He rubbed his brows, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Yi Bingqing is on a completely different level from previous opponents. The ice crystal phoenix with its noble bloodline cannot be easily fooled. To win against her, he must employ some real skills. And Lin Mo's so-called real skills boiled down to one thing: feeding Xiaohei well with resources to unleash its greater power. I'm out of money again. Lin Mo sighed. He received the reward for advancing to the top 4, 10,000 points, but this amount is barely enough to fill the gaps for the starving Xiaohei. I must make money. The more the better. He turned around and headed straight for the academy's task hall. The task hall is always one of the busiest places in the academy. The massive task wall was filled with various requests, from finding lost pets to escorting merchant caravans to hunting magical beasts. It had it all. When Lin Mo walked in, the hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned towards him, filled with complex emotions. Lin Mo ignored the gazes and walked directly to the task wall. Low-level tasks had too little reward, so he ignored them outright. Intermediate tasks were mostly team endeavors that required a lot of time, and Lin Mo didn't want to deal with others. His gaze landed directly on the red area at the top, which posted high difficulty tasks. There were few tasks there, but each represented high risk and high reward. Soon he locked onto a task. Task level 2 stars, high risk task content: investigate the reason for the abnormal aggression of the iron-hide rhinoceros herd at the northern foothills of the academy and collect 3 specimens of flame sungrass. Task reward: 15,000 points, 3 mid-tier, fire-type magic cores. Note, this task has been posted for half a month, with multiple students attempting and failing, one of whom was severely injured. Ironhide rhinoceroses live in herds and have extremely high defensive capabilities. In a berserk state, their attack power rivals that of silver-tier magical beasts. Please proceed with caution. 15,000 points plus 3 mid-tier magic cores. This reward made Lin Mo's eyes widen. The key point is that this task is located at the back mountain of the academy and can be completed alone, saving time and effort. This is it. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Mo reached out and tore off that task notice. Swish. This action was like pressing a switch, causing the entire hall to erupt once more. Is he crazy? Does he dare to take this task? That's a herd of ironhide rhinoceroses. Even top second-year students in a team have suffered greatly. A first-year newbie relying on a bit of luck and unorthodox methods to win a few matches really thinks he's invincible. A slightly sour voice came from beside him. Lin Mo turned to look. The speaker was a tall senior dressed in a second-year uniform, surrounded by a few people, evidently someone of some reputation in the academy. Junior, heed your senior's advice, the person said with his arms crossed, looking down at Lin Mo. The back mountain is not an arena. If someone dies there, no one will collect your body. Don't lose your life over a few points. Food ticket, this big guy is mocking you. Xiaohei sent a displeased thought. Lin Mo smiled and ignored him. Holding the task notice, he turned to leave, but as he passed the senior, he whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "It's better than some people who want to throw their lives away, but don't even have the guts to take on a task." After saying that, he walked away, leaving the other person with a face as red as liver. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, the entire task hall fell into an eerie silence once more. Arrogant. Too arrogant. But for some reason, as they watched this grade-talented youth so decisively accept a high-risk task, they could not muster too much scorn. Instead, a hint of inexplicable anticipation emerged. Would this boy who continuously created miracles bring them yet another shock this time? Without any delay, Lin Mo accepted the task. He walked straight across half of the academy and arrived at the checkpoint leading to the back mountain. After presenting the task order and student ID, the supervising instructor, with a gaze akin to that of a warrior, allowed him to pass. As he walked through the heavy iron gate, the clamor of the outside world was instantly cut off. A primal, rugged freshness mixed with the scent of earth and vegetation rushed towards him. This was another side of the academy. No longer were there smooth stone paths and exquisite buildings, only gnarled ancient trees and unfathomable dense forests. The task objective is investigation, not brute force, Lin Mo pondered as he walked. Ironhide rhinos have tough skin and dense flesh. They also live in groups. A frontal clash in their berserk state is tantamount to seeking death. First, I need to understand why they are going berserk. He paused, scanning the forest. Soon a furry squirrel happily munching on a pine cone in the tree entered his sight. You're the one. Lin Mo pointed his finger, a barely perceptible thread of divine, beast taming power silently connected with it. The squirrel, still gnawing on the pine cone, suddenly froze, terror filling its small bean-like black eyes. Hey little guy, I have a question for you. Lin Mo's thoughts gently transmitted. The squirrel, startled, nearly fell from the tree. Monster. The tree is talking. Lin Mo. I'm not a tree. Look down, he patiently explained. I'm asking you, in the northern valley, is there a group of big, clumsy bulls? The squirrel shakily peered down, seeing Lin Mo beneath the tree. It hesitated for a moment before responding. Bad. Big bulls. Angry. Very angry. They are charging at trees. How scary. They have a bad smell. A bad smell. Lin Mo's heart stirred, continuing to inquire, what kind of smell? Where does it come from? The squirrel struggled to recall, flashes of fragmented images crossing its little mind. Dark. Hole. The smell comes from inside. Very good, there's a clue. Lin Mo cut off the connection. The squirrel, as if released from a great mercy, clutched its pine cone, and with a whoosh darted deep into the tree crown, no longer daring to show its face. Having a rough direction, Lin Mo no longer wandered aimlessly. He concealed his aura, moving silently through the forest like an experienced hunter. About half an hour later, boom! A loud rumble, accompanied by tremors in the ground, came from ahead. Lin Mo quickly climbed a tall, ancient tree, parting the dense branches to look down. The sight before him made his eyelids twitch. In the valley, dust was flying. Dozens of massive beasts comparable in size to heavy trucks were wildly charging and roaring. They were covered in heavy iron-gray hide with a single horn atop, their heads glinting with a metallic sheen. These were the task objective, the Ironhide rhinos. At this moment, this group of gentle magical beasts, known for their defense, had red eyes, heavy white mist spewing from their nostrils, and were wildly smashing down trees and rocks around them. Food ticket, this group of big guys has gone mad. Should we take a detour? Came a thought from Xiao He, full of troublesome sentiment. Taking a detour means losing 15,000 points. Lin Mo shook his head. His gaze passed over the rampaging rhino herd, and quickly locked onto a dark cave deep in the valley, as described by the squirrel. A faint sulphurous and bloody burnt smell was wafting from the cave entrance. The problem must be inside. Now the question was how to cross this minefield formed by dozens of rampaging rhinos. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. A bold idea surged in his mind. He quietly slid down the large tree, circled to the side of the rhino herd, and then activated his divine beast taming talent once more. This time his target was the outermost, slightly younger Ironhide rhino. Pain. Annoyed. Get away. A wave of irritable, painful, and chaotic consciousness violently struck Lin Mo's mind. This was completely different from the gentleness experienced when communicating with the squirrel and the rock-armored giant tortoise. The consciousness of this Ironhide rhino was like a pot of boiling lava. Calm down, big fellow. Lin Mo gritted through the discomfort in his mind and transmitted a soothing thought. I am not your enemy. Tell me, why are you in so much pain? At the same time, he carefully allowed Xiao He to emit a trace of negligible but extremely high-level dragon might, transmitting it through the connection. The frenzied Ironhide rhino suddenly stiffened. Its chaotic consciousness seemed to have been injected with a dose of ice water. It was absolute fear towards a higher authority stemming from deep within its bloodline. Its charge stopped confusion and fear flickering in its red eyes. King. The king is injured. Fragmented thoughts were finally captured by Lin Mo. So painful. The king is in so much pain. We are also in so much pain. Is the Rhino King injured? And this kind of frenzy is contagious. Lin Mo understood. This was a collective empathic frenzy with the source lying within the Rhino King. Well done, Lin Mo praised Xiao He, then linked to several other rhinos using the same method, calming them down temporarily. Soon a strange scene appeared among the rhino herd. Most of the rhinos were still wildly charging, but 3 or 4 of them seemed to have hit a pause button, standing still and confused. This small chaos immediately attracted the attention of the other rhinos. A brief, turbulent gap appeared in the rampaging rhino herd. Now, Lin Mo's figure like a ghost instantly darted from the woods, swiftly passing through the rhino herd and plunging into the pitch-black cave. Inside the cave, the burnt and bloody smell became even more intense. With the faint light filtering in from the entrance, Lin Mo saw the scene inside. A beast, even larger than those ironhide rhinos outside, lay suffering on the ground like a small mountain. Its body was covered in numerous wounds, the most fatal being a fist-sized hole in its abdomen continuously oozing black blood. Beside the Rhino King, 3 fiery red spirit herbs radiating a scorching aura were emanating heat. Flame Sungrass. The task objective. However, next to the flame sungrass, a pitch-black scorpion, with a tail hook exhibiting an eerie purple hue, was vigilantly threatening Lin Mo with a hissing sound. Purple-tailed fire scorpion elite, tier highly toxic, a companion beast of the flame sungrass. Lin Mo instantly recognized this creature. The truth was unveiled. This Rhino King must have attempted to eat the flame sungrass, only to be stung by this scorpion, becoming highly poisoned, which led to its frenzy and affected the entire herd. Hiss! Before Lin Mo could think further, the purple-tailed fire scorpion had already transformed into a shadow, darting towards him like lightning. Food ticket, this bug looks quite tasty. Xiao Hei's voice carried a hint of excitement. Before Lin Mo could give orders, Xiao Hei had already dashed out on its own. The purple-tailed fire scorpion spotted the small black lizard that was only slightly larger than itself. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. However, in the next second, a terrifying pressure that made its very soul tremble came crashing down. Its body instantly froze midair. Crack! Xiao Hei opened its mouth, and in one bite it crushed the elite-tier poisonous scorpion, both. The taste is average, a bit spicy. Xiao Hei smacked its lips, spitting out a small piece of the scorpion's tail, looking somewhat unfulfilled. Meanwhile, the Rhino King lying on the ground filled its enormous pupils with boundless fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Lin Mo walked up to the Rhino King and linked to its consciousness once more. He carefully examined the wounds of the Rhino King and, according to the task materials, soon found a small, inconspicuous blue herb in the corner of the cave, exuding a slight cooling sensation. Detoxification herb. Eat this, and you will recover. Lin Mo offered the detoxification herb to the Rhino King's mouth. The Rhino King hesitated for a moment, but feeling the cold gaze from the black lizard, it reluctantly opened its mouth and ate the detoxification herb. Soon a cool energy spread within it. The black blood flowing from its abdominal wound gradually stopped, and its crimson eyes slowly regained clarity. Outside the cave, the roars of the rhino herd gradually subsided. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Truly a master of PUA, his skills were remarkable. He approached the 3 flame sungrass plants and carefully uprooted them, placing them into the jade box he had prepared long ago. The Rhino King watched his actions, and this time not only did it not stop him, but instead let out a low groan. The task was completed, and Lin Mo was in high spirits. He stepped out of the cave, while the ironhide Rhino King behind him struggled to stand up. It let out a deep roar, its voice now devoid of the previous frenzy, instead carrying a hint of gratitude and reverence. Lin Mo waved his hand as a farewell and disappeared into the dense forest with a few flashes. When he returned to the bustling task hall, only a little more than an hour had passed since he accepted the task. The crowd that had gathered to watch him take the task had not dispersed. They clustered in small groups, still discussing the first-year student who had recklessly challenged the ironhide. I bet he's already become a ghost under the hooves of the rhinos. Isn't that obvious? A 2-star high-risk task, even an elite team of second-year students would prepare thoroughly. He dared to go alone. The consequence of arrogance is simply losing one's life. The senior who had previously mocked Lin Mo crossed his arms, speaking smugly to those around him. What a pity for that 15,000 points. If only we had formed a team, we might have had a chance. Before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat. He saw a familiar figure casually walking in through the main entrance. It was Lin Mo. He was neatly dressed, looking composed, not a scratch or speck of dust on him. How did he come back? Did he flee at the last moment? I said he couldn't do it, someone exclaimed gleefully. Of course, he must have seen the rhino herd and ran back in fear. The senior quickly recovered his face, returning to a mocking smile as he prepared to make some sarcastic remarks. Just then, Lin Mo approached the task submission window and placed the task sheet along with 3 well-sealed jade boxes on the counter. Instructor, I'm here to submit my task. The instructor responsible for registration was a somewhat lazy old man over 50. He glanced at the task sheet, and his murky eyes widened immediately. The task concerning the ironhide rhino herd. Young man, failing a task is not shameful, but you must not fabricate anything. He evidently did not believe that Lin Mo could complete this task. Lin Mo remained silent, simply opening one of the jade boxes. Buzz. A wave of scorching energy immediately spread out. Inside lay a vibrantly red spiritual herb resembling flames in motion, quietly resting in the jade box. The pure fire elements it emitted caused the temperature around the counter to rise. Yin-yang grass. Moreover, it's in the mature stage. Top quality. The old instructor's hands trembled slightly. He abruptly opened the other 2 jade boxes, revealing 2 more perfectly quality yin-yang grasses. The entire task hall fell into a deathly silence once again. All the mocking and derisive voices were suddenly cut off as if someone had grabbed their throats. Especially the senior, whose expression was a sight to behold. Shocked disbelief followed by a scorching, shameful humiliation. Wait. The old instructor's breathing became rapid. You obtained the yin-yang grass. Then, what about the rhino herd? Linimo scratched his head, responding casually. Oh, them. The Rhino King was sick, so I helped it heal. Oh, you helped it heal. The old instructor looked at Linimo as if he were a monster. Heal the enraged rhino. Did you think it was just a cold or fever? Student Lin Mo completed the 2-star high-risk task, investigate the anomalies of the Ironhide rhino herd. Task rating perfect. Reward distribution 15,000 points, 3 mid-tier, fire-type magic cores. With the cold electronic voice of the task system echoing a light illuminated Lin Mo's student card. 15,000 points. Received. Lin Mo took the 3 magic cores as rewards and turned to leave under the petrified gazes of everyone. This time no one dared to make a sound. They watched Lin Mo's back, their eyes filled only with awe and fear. Is he a devil? Lin Mo ignored the storm behind him. He found a secluded grove and eagerly took out his spoils. 3 mid-tier fire magic cores along with 3 yin-yang grasses. Food ticket this time. Snack looks fiery red and a bit eye-watering. Little Black jumped out of his arms and circled around the food on the ground. Give it a try, it's a new flavor. Lin Mo smiled. Little Black, skeptical, extended its tongue and licked a piece of yin-yang grass first. A surge of scorching energy exploded in its mouth. Delicious. 1,000 times better than those broken stones. A wave of unprecedented excitement coursed through Little Black's consciousness. It no longer hesitated, opening its mouth wide, and quickly devoured the 3 yin-yang grasses. Then, like it was cracking beans, it crunched down the 3 mid-tier fire magic cores as well. Burp. After a hearty burp, Little Black's body underwent a noticeable transformation. Its size had increased again, now the size of an adult hunting dog, and its limbs became more robust and powerful. The most obvious change was in its pitch-black scales. At that moment, under the sunlight, they faintly shimmered with a layer of ruby-like subtle luster. A wave of energy several times stronger than before surged within it. Lin Mo could clearly sense that Little Black's strength had risen to a new level. Very good. Lin Mo clenched his fist. Now against Yi Bingqing, I finally have a bit of confidence. The next day, Noah Academy's annual small competition welcomed its most anticipated semifinals. The first match was uneventful as a second-year powerhouse easily defeated his opponent, advancing to the finals. Then it was time for the second match. Next, let us warmly welcome our 2 top geniuses from the first year with the loudest cheers. On one side we have the renowned Ice Queen and a great talent, Yi Bingqing. As the commentator's passionate voice rang out, Yi Bingqing, dressed in white, gracefully ascended the stage. Her appearance instantly ignited the crowd, with countless male students erupting in fervent cheers. On the other side, here is the greatest miracle of this small competition. With great talent, cutting through all obstacles, repeatedly performing miraculous comebacks, and having just completed a 2-star high-risk task alone, the mysterious dark horse. Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's name was called, the atmosphere in the arena became somewhat peculiar. The cheers continued, but more people were looking at the boy walking slowly onto the stage with an inquisitive and scrutinizing gaze. He appeared as ordinary as ever. The two stood 10 meters apart in the center of the stage. Yi Bingqing's cold eyes finally met Lin Mo's gaze. Your methods are quite unique. Her voice, like her demeanor, was as cold as ice. However, they will be of no use in front of me. Food ticket, this woman is so arrogant. Oh, does she look down on me? Lin Mo smiled, ignoring Little Black's grumbling, and said to Yi Bingqing at a leisurely pace, Senior sister, don't speak too confidently. What if your bird cries and wants to leave work? Lin Mo's words were like a spark, instantly igniting Yi Bingqing's cold, clear eyes. She repeated for the first time, her voice carrying a noticeable emotional fluctuation, will my bird finish work? You will know soon enough. But I assure you, you will pay the price for your rudeness. Before the words fell, a massive and intricate ice blue summoning formation suddenly unfolded beneath her feet. A piercing chill erupted from the center of the formation, wildly spreading in all directions, quickly coating the stone surface of the arena with a layer of glistening white frost. The temperature in the entire arena seemed to drop several degrees. In the audience, many students instinctively hugged their arms tightly. Caught. A clear, high-pitched call filled with nobility and majesty echoed through the skies. A magnificent phoenix, entirely composed of pure ice crystals, flew out from the formation. Its wings resembled the most perfect ice sculpture, each feather shimmering with a dreamlike luster. Its azure eyes gazed down at the arena, filled with the pride and indifference of a superior being. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, a rare-grade, elemental creature of the ice type. Its appearance once again ignited the entire venue. It's the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Ye got his trump card. So beautiful. And so powerful. Just this aura alone is enough to make most elite-level summoned beasts lose their will to fight. In the VIP section, the head teacher's eyes also showed a look of approval. Bingqing has made significant progress in nurturing the Ice Crystal Phoenix. With this summoned beast alone, she is capable of competing with most elite second-year students. The match begins. With the referee's command, he quickly retreated, fearing the aftermath of the battle would affect him. Yi Bingqing did not give Lin Mo any chance to test the waters. Ice Crystal Phoenix used Frost Ray. Her voice was cold as she pointed at the little black creature by Lin Mo's. The Ice Crystal Phoenix elegantly lifted its head, unleashing a frosty beam thicker than an arm, with a terrifyingly low temperature capable of freezing everything, shooting towards the little black creature. Where the beam passed, the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. This popsicle is fierce. The little black creature's thought conveyed not fear, but rather a hint of eager excitement. Don't take it, Heaton. Dodge, Lin Mo commanded. The little black creature instantly transformed into an afterimage. Boom. The frost ray missed, creating a large pit several meters wide on the hard arena floor filled with deep blue frosty ice. The audience gasped in astonishment. The power of this strike was enough to eliminate any ordinary elite-level summoned beast. However, Yi Bingqing's brow slightly furrowed. So fast. She initially thought Lin Mo's lizard was merely peculiar in its movement, but did not expect its pure speed to reach such a level. Do you think you can wear my phoenix down with speed? Yi Bingqing saw through Lin Mo's tactic. A cold smirk curved on her lips. Naive. Frost domain. Caught. The Ice Crystal Phoenix let out another long cry, its wings flapping fiercely. A visible ice blue cold wave erupted from it, instantly covering the entire arena. Crack, crack, crack. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread, transforming the entire arena into a smooth, glistening ice rink. The little black creature was immediately affected. The scales beneath its feet were in fierce friction with the smooth ice surface, reducing its speed by at least 30%. Slippery. The little black creature almost slipped onto its back when it attempted to stop suddenly, conveying an irritated thought. The game is over. Yi Bingqing's voice was like a sentence of judgment. Ice Crystal Storm. At her command, the Ice Crystal Phoenix soared into the air, its wings flapping, stirring up a blizzard. Countless sharp ice blades mixed within the snowstorm formed an impenetrable, deadly vortex sweeping towards the little black creature, which was restricted in movement. Everyone held their breath. In the frost domain, facing such a large-scale, all-encompassing attack, the black lizard had nowhere to escape. Is it over? The head teacher sighed. He acknowledged that Lin Mo was peculiar, but the insurmountable gap in raw strength was a chasm that could not be crossed. However, on the arena, Lin Mo's face showed no panic, but rather a strange smile that made Yi Bingqing. Always taking hits is not my style. Little black. If they serve you cold dishes, we will serve them hard dishes. All right. The little black creature's consciousness conveyed an excited response. Facing the ice crystal storm capable of tearing apart steel, it did not flinch, but opened its mouth wide. A mass of pitch-black viscous flames like ink quickly condensed in its mouth. This flame emitted no heat. Instead, it carried a sense of chilling desolation and destruction. It was the black flame that evolved after absorbing the yin-yang grass and fire-type magic core. Puff! A solid, but not overly thick black flame pillar shot out from the little black creature's mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed throughout the venue. The once unstoppable ice crystal storm melted and evaporated upon contact with the black flame, as if white snow met a hot iron. Countless ice blades were instantly melted, evaporated, and even annihilated. The black flame pillar forcefully burned a straight path through the blizzard towards the Ice Crystal Phoenix. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. What? What kind of flame is that? Can it actually restrain the Ice Crystal Phoenix's cold ice? Yi Bingqing's face, as cold as an iceberg, finally showed an expression of shock. Her Ice Crystal Phoenix, with its noble bloodline, controlled the power of extreme cold. Ordinary flames would not even have the qualification to ignite before it. But this black flame. Caught. In midair, the Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a cry, filled with pain and anger. The black flame broke through the storm and continued unabated, grazing its wingtip. Its wings, made of pure ice crystals, were immediately corroded, leaving an unsightly gap as black gas, like a malignant tumor, continuously eroded its body. Delicious. That big ice bird is surprisingly sweet. The little black creature, having tasted the sweetness, excitedly reported to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, your tastes really aren't picky at all. You have angered me. Yi Bingqing's voice was so cold it could cause icicles to fall. The injury to her beloved pet completely ignited her fury. She quickly formed seals with her hands, pouring a vast amount of mental power into the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Let me show you what true despair is. Absolute zero. The ice crystal phoenix let out a mournful cry, and its entire body transformed into a blue light sphere emanating endless cold. At that moment it felt as if the temperature of the entire world had been drained. An extreme chill capable of freezing souls instantly enveloped the entire arena. Centered around the little black creature, the ground and air, everything began to freeze at a visible rate. This was not ordinary ice, but a conceptual freezing approaching the power of laws. Even golden-grade powerhouses once caught in it would only end up as frozen statues. Little black. So cold. The little black creature's body began to stiffen, even the transmission of thoughts became intermittent. The black flame on its body was also suppressed to the limit within the domain of absolute zero, barely able to protect its body. Lin Mo's expression finally turned serious. He had indeed underestimated the full power strike of a class genius and a rare-grade summoned beast. It's over. Yi Bingqing fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, not believing that he could turn the tide under such an attack. However, Lin Mo closed his eyes. His divine-level taming talent was pushed to its limit at that moment. He did not attempt to communicate with the proud ice crystal phoenix again, nor did he comfort the little black creature. His consciousness spread like an invisible net covering the entire ice-coated arena. He was communicating with this realm of absolute zero. He was sensing the countless violent icy particles within this domain. He was searching for that one flaw within this seemingly perfect despair. Found it. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide. Little black. 3 steps to the right. Move. Give it all you've got. The little black creature on the verge of freezing instinctively followed Lin Mo's command. It used its last ounce of strength to take a small step in the direction Lin Mo pointed. Then it gathered all the power of the black flame within its body into a fist-sized pitch-black fireball and shot it out. The next moment, boom. An unprecedented explosion of ice and fire occurred. If there is a force in this world that can instantly silence tens of thousands in an arena, it must be the black and white mushroom cloud rising at the center of the stage, woven from ice and fire. The terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena with an unstoppable force. The high-level defensive formation set up for golden-ranked battles flickered like a candle in the wind before the energy storm, buzzing under the strain of its burden. Smoke and steam mixed with vaporized ice crystals and shattered rocks, forming a curtain that blocked out the sun and separated everyone's vision. No one knew what had happened inside the arena. Were the 2 first-year geniuses alive or dead? A deathly silence persisted for a full 10 seconds. Then, as if on cue, everyone snapped back to reality from the overwhelming shock. My heavens! What was the formation? The formation can't hold much longer. Look, the smoke is clearing. Under the watchful gaze of tens of thousands filled with tension, urgency, and fear, the thick steam finally began to dissipate. The arena could no longer be called an arena. It resembled a doomsday wasteland struck by a meteor. The entire area was clearly divided in half. One half was a blackened ice ground covered in spiderweb-like cracks with remnants of black flames silently burning like ghostly fires on the ice. The other half was a glass-like rock surface that had melted and instantly solidified, still emitting At the center of that charred ice, the once magnificent and noble ice phoenix lay there in a tragic state. Its crystalline wings were mostly shattered, and its damaged body was covered in intersecting black cracks. Its azure eyes had lost all their luster, becoming utterly dim. Most deadly of all, a visible wisp of black gas representing destruction and demise relentlessly eroded its essence, threatening to strip away its very form. Not far from it, Yi Bingqing knelt on the ground. Her complexion was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, gasping for breath. Her summoned beast had suffered heavy injuries, and as its master, she also experienced a severe mental backlash. Her gaze was hollow, filled with disbelief and utter confusion. On the other side of the ruins, Lin Mo still stood. His clothing was slightly torn, appearing somewhat disheveled, but otherwise he seemed unscathed. At his feet, Xiao He had reverted back to its original palm-sized lizard form, lying weakly on his shoe. Its scales were dull, and its small eyes could barely open, looking as if it would fall asleep at any moment. Food ticket. I think I've overeaten. So sleepy. Disjointed thoughts echoed in Lin Mo's mind, filled with profound fatigue and satisfaction. Lin Mo smiled wryly and shook his head. Understood, go to sleep. Silence. The entire venue remained in a deathly quiet. Everyone stared at the stark contrast, looking at the boy who still stood, their brains completely short-circuited, until the referee tremblingly stepped onto the precarious arena. He first glanced at the barely breathing ice phoenix, then at Lin Mo, who appeared merely a bit tired. Then with great difficulty he raised his hand and announced in a dreamlike, trembling voice, "The ice phoenix has lost its combat ability. The victor, Lin Mo." Boom. If the previous explosion was on a physical level, Then the referee's announcement detonated a mental atomic bomb in everyone's minds. He won. Lin Mo won. A talent with level potential defeated an A-level genius. A summoned beast that looked like a mutated lizard directly crushed a rare-grade ice phoenix. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My eyes must be malfunctioning. What was that black flame? Exactly. Why? Why do I feel a soul-deep fear just by watching? He is not human. He is a monster. Questions, shouts, fear, and admiration. Countless complex emotions intertwined in the arena, merging into an unprecedented tumultuous uproar. In the VIP seats, the head of the department, expressionless, released his grip. Crack. The beloved purple clay teacup he had played with for decades fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. But he was completely oblivious. His gaze was fixated on Lin Mo, on the arena, with only endless turbulent waves left in his murky eyes. Old Zhang. He struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. What do you think? The summoned beast psychology expert beside him, Professor Old Zhang, was supporting a wobbly table, his face pale. What do I think? He forced a smile, Director. My only thought right now is to apply for early retirement. I've researched summoned beasts my whole life, but I've never seen a lizard that spits black fire. This is no longer a psychological issue. This is theology. This is metaphysics. On the arena, Lin Mo bent down, carefully cradling the already unconscious Xiao He in his hands and tucking it into his embrace. After doing all this, he finally raised his head to look at the half-kneeling Yi Bingqing. Yi Bingqing also looked up, her once cold and proud eyes now filled with only shattered confusion. She looked at Lin Mo, her lips moving. WWHYA. She could not comprehend. Why did her proud bloodline talent and power completely fail before this boy? Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied earnestly, perhaps it's elemental restraint. Elemental restraint. Yi Bingqing's body trembled violently, nearly spitting out another mouthful of blood. Can this be explained by elemental restraint? You call that annihilating flame that can extinguish everything elemental restraint? Seeing Yi Bingqing's doubtful expression, Lin Mo shrugged. He stepped forward, walking past her, preparing to leave the arena. As he brushed past her, his footsteps paused for a moment. By the way, senior sister. Yi Bingqing raised her head. Lin Mo pointed at her nearly lifeless phoenix and said, remember to feed it some gentler herbs when you go back. Avoid those with too much energy. Your bird's essence was burned by my fire. If not handled properly, it might lose its rank. He finished speaking, ignoring Yi Bingqing's reaction, and walked straight off the arena. All eyes followed him. That boy carrying his summoned beast that had fallen into a deep sleep after creating an incredible miracle stepped back to the contestant area step by step. Not servile nor arrogant, neither proud nor impatient. As if that battle, which could be recorded in the Academy's history, was merely a trivial warm-up exercise to him. From this day forth, the name Lin Mo at Noah Academy would no longer represent Flevel Waste or merely a lucky dark horse. It would represent a walking enigma that defied all reason, a living monster that could instill despair in all geniuses. But at this moment, Lin Mo didn't think that much. He sat in his seat, feeling Xiao Hei's steady breathing in his arms, only calculating one thing in his mind. The semifinals are over. The opponent in the finals is that senior from the second year. But that's not important. Advancing to the finals comes with a reward of 30,000 points and a chance to enter the Academy's treasure room. I need to wake Xiao Hei up quickly. Lin Mo rose to fame through a single battle. However, the celebrated individual showed no interest in the thunderous discussions from the outside world. He declined all invitations for talks from mentors and ignored those students who attempted to befriend him. As soon as the referee announced the results, he quickly returned to his simple single dormitory, cradling the small black creature that had fallen into a deep slumber. Gently placing the small black creature on the soft quilt, Lin Mo furrowed his brows tightly. The little one in his arms felt icy cold, its breath faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Its life force flickered like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Energy depleted. Origin overloaded. Entering. Self protection. Lin Mo activated his god-level taming talent and received some fragmented responses from the small black creature's subconscious. In simple terms, it was like overloading a computer, causing it to burn out the CPU and automatically shut down and reboot. Moreover, this reboot process seemed to take an exceptionally long time. This is troublesome, Lin Mo sighed. He opened his student card, staring at the 30,000 points that had just been credited along with a golden seal for entry pass to the first level of the treasure chamber, but felt no joy whatsoever. Tomorrow was the finals. His opponent was Zhao Shan, a well-known powerhouse from the second year, who possessed the rare-grade summoned beast, Earthbreaking Bear. And his only combat ability was fast asleep, like a dead pig. He couldn't possibly go barehanded to wrestle with a bear that stood 5 meters tall and weighed several tons, could he? Forfeit. The champion would earn 50,000 points and access to the second level of the treasure chamber. For the points for more rations, he couldn't afford to lose this match. I can only check the treasure chamber first to see if there's anything that can wake you up quickly. Lin Mo patted the small black creature's head and turned to leave the dormitory. The treasure chamber of Noah Academy was located deep within the main teaching building, heavily guarded. This place was the heart of the entire academy, storing various precious resources accumulated over hundreds of years since its establishment. Lin Mo presented his pass, and the elderly guard of the treasure chamber with graying hair and sharp eyes like an eagle scrutinized him. He glanced at Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes. Lin Mo, are you the one who defeated the ice crystal phoenix using a lizard? Lin Mo nodded slightly. Do you understand the rules? The elder said expressionlessly. In the first level you have 1 hour and can only take one item. Once chosen you cannot change your mind. Understood. You may enter. The elder opened the heavy door made of star iron inscribed with countless. A surge of rich energy, almost palpable, rushed towards him. The treasure chamber was as bright as day. On rows of shelves made from unknown wood, various items radiating a treasure-like glow were neatly arranged. Hiss! Is that a purple blood Ganoderma? That's over 300 years old. That over there is a deep-sea blue crystallite. It can directly elevate the grade of water-type summoned beasts. And there's a complete set of magical tools, eggs of rare grade summoned beasts. Even Lin Mo was momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him. Any one of these items, if taken out, would be enough to instantly make an ordinary family wealthy. But he didn't linger on these dazzling treasures for too long. He closed his eyes and activated his god-level taming talent once more. This time he heightened his perception to the extreme, trying to capture the faint threads of energy in the air that were most compatible with the small black creature's origin. The vast majority of the energy was filled with violent or pure elemental auras. These items might be a great boon for other summoned beasts. But for the small black creature, they were likely just different flavors of snacks that were fundamentally no different. Lin Mo moved slowly through the treasury. His perception swept over each priceless treasure like the most precise radar. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour passed, and he still found nothing. Is there really nothing on the first level that could help the small black creature? Lin Mo felt a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to give up and grab the most valuable item to exchange for points, suddenly his spirit brushed against a wisp of exceedingly weak but incredibly familiar, ancient and desolate aura. It was like the faint dragon might that the small black creature had occasionally leaked before. Lin Mo's spirit surged, and he immediately followed that aura. He passed through rows of shelves and finally stopped at the corner where a pile of miscellaneous items was stacked. The aura was emanating from here. He crouched down and rummaged through a pile of dusty, discarded magical formation materials, pulling out a piece of stone. A fist-sized gray, unremarkable stone. It had no energy fluctuations and looked no different from a pebble on the roadside. A somewhat old broken stone, no one knows which mentor brought it to use as a doorstop, only to have it buried under junk. Lin Mo's mind even automatically conjured such a remark. Yet the faint aura that resonated with the small black creature in his hand was undeniably real. You're the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo took the stone, stood up, and walked toward the exit. At the door, the elder who was meditating didn't even lift his eyelids as he saw Lin Mo come out. Have you made your choice? Show it to me, or I'll register it. Lin Mo placed the gray stone on the elder opened his eyes. He stared at the stone, stunned. After a full 3 seconds, he raised his head and looked at Lin Mo with an expression of disbelief. Are you sure? You spent a precious opportunity to enter the first level of the treasure chamber just for this stone I used to prop up the table. Lin Mo nodded seriously. I am sure. The elder fell silent. He looked deeply at Lin Mo, his expression a complex mix. There was regret, confusion, mockery, but more than anything a sense of seeing through it all and understanding. All right then. He waved his hand. You may leave. He probably thought this genius who had just shocked the entire academy might have suffered too much stimulation and had lost his mind. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to explain. He picked up the stone and quickly returned to his dormitory. He closed the door and placed the stone near the mouth of the sleeping small black creature. Then he pressed his hand onto the stone, activating the power of his god-level taming talent to slowly seep in. Crack! A fine crack appeared on the surface of the stone. A wave of desolate ancient dragon aura 100 times richer than what he had felt before leaked out. Almost simultaneously, the small black creature, which had previously shown no reaction, suddenly trembled violently. It seemed to have caught a whiff of an exquisite delicacy and opened its mouth wide, swallowing that stone in one gulp. The moment the stone entered its body, it transformed into purest primal dragon energy, swiftly repairing its damaged form. The dull scales on its body began to regain a faint luster. Its icy body also regained a trace of barely perceptible warmth. Delicious. Want more? The small black creature's subconscious transmitted a satisfied murmur before once again falling into a deep sleep. Indeed, it's this thing. Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. Although the small black creature had not awakened, the effect of this stone was far greater than those inferno grasses and magic cores combined. It seems I now have a direction for finding food in the future. Having resolved the immediate crisis for the small black creature, Lin Mo finally turned his attention to tomorrow's finals. The earth-breaking bear. Tough skin and meat, immense strength, and able to manipulate earth elements. It won't be easy to deal with. Without the small black creature, it seemed he could only ask that old friend for a favor. Lin Mo murmured to himself, standing up and pushing open the door. This time he did not head to the task hall, nor did he go to the arena. Instead, he walked straight towards the back mountain of the academy, to that neglected graveyard of abandoned summoned beasts. On the back mountain of Noah Academy, there lies a forbidden area that all students, and even the instructors, have deliberately forgotten. An abandoned summoning beast graveyard. Here rests all the summoning beasts that have perished in battle or have died of old age or elimination since the establishment of the school. There are no carefully maintained tombstones, only uneven moss-covered stone slabs. The air is perpetually filled with an inescapable chill of gloom and silence. It is said that those summoning beasts forgotten by their masters, harboring lingering grievances, will attack any living being daring enough to step into this place. But Lin Mo does not care about these things. He walked through the withered woods, stepping on the thick layer of decaying leaves, and headed straight into the unsettling depths of the graveyard. The deeper he went, the thicker the grievances in the air became. Wisps of black representing unwillingness and pain tried to invade his body. If it were any other student with slightly weaker mental fortitude, they would have likely succumbed to illusions and gone mad. Yet Lin Mo remained unperturbed. His extraordinary taming talent automatically operated, forming an invisible barrier that kept all these negative energies at bay. Moreover, countless chaotic and fragmented thoughts filled with pain surged into his mind like a tide. It's so noisy. Who is crying? Hungry, so hungry. These are the final murmurs of the residual souls of the summoning beasts buried here. Lin Mo paused, closed his eyes, and urged his mental energy, sending out a gentle and calming thought. Be quiet. It was as if an emperor had issued a decree. In an instant, all the noisy and chaotic wails in the graveyard came to a halt. The grievances swirling around him also retreated like frightened rabbits, clearing a path leading to the deepest part of the graveyard. Lin Mo took another step forward. He finally stopped in front of the oldest and largest tomb. This tomb had no tombstone, only a weathered stone sculpture eroded by time to the point of being unrecognizable. The shape of the sculpture resembled a massive, fierce dog crouching. Lin Mo gently placed his hand on the stone sculpture. Old friend, I've come to find you. There was no response. The entire tomb was as silent as a dead object. Lin Mo was not surprised. He closed his eyes, unleashing his extraordinary taming talent with full force. His consciousness penetrated through thick rocks and soil, delving into the core of the tomb wrapped in endless darkness and grievances. There he saw a curled, massive figure. It had 3 heads, but 2 of them had completely rotted away, leaving only empty eye sockets. The last head was also covered in cracks, with skin shriveled and clinging to the bones, but its eyes still burned with 2 points of flame, like hellfire, a ghostly green. The 3-headed hellhound. Once the first-generation guardian beast of Noah Academy. Now it was merely a pitiful creature forgotten in the dust of history, its soul on the verge of decay. Get out. A voice, ancient and weak, yet filled with endless rage and hatred, suddenly crashed into Lin Mo's mind. Leave my resting place. The scent of the living makes me nauseous. Lin Mo did not heed its fury. He calmly transmitted a memory with his own consciousness. It was a memory of glory. The young 3-headed hellhound, spirited and proud, stood before the academy's gates, scaring off powerful beasts with just a roar. Its 3 heads held high, basking in the reverent gazes of all the students. It was a memory of battle. During the war of expanding the kingdom's borders, it charged ahead, tearing through countless enemies, leaving behind gruesome scars, yet earning the supreme honor medal of the academy. Then came the memory of decline. Its strength began to wane, its fur started to fall out, and the 2 heads gradually lost their vigor. Newer, younger, and stronger guardian beasts took its place. The students who once surrounded it became, and finally, the memory of death. On a cold, rainy night, it was silently brought to this graveyard and thrown into this cold pit. There were no farewells, no funerals, not even a tombstone engraved with its name. It was completely forgotten. Enough. The remnants of the hellhound's soul let out a howl of agony to the extreme. The 2 flames flickered violently. Have you had enough of my humiliation? Now get out of my grave at once. Lin Mo responded, no, you are not finished. Your glory should not be buried here. You have one last battle to fight. The hellhound's soul froze. Battle? Are you mocking me, you insignificant human? I have no strength left to even crawl out of this pit. Tomorrow the finals of the Academy's competition. Lin Mo said slowly in an arena filled with tens of thousands of people. All the students and instructors will be watching. I want to invite you to be my summoning beast and win the championship with me. Why? I need that championship. And you Lin Mo's thoughts became alluring. Need a grand stage for your Let them remember your name once more. Let them know that the first generation guardian beast of Noah Academy never died, but was merely waiting for a return of the deceased. The entire tomb fell into a long silence once again. After a long while the ancient voice echoed once more, but this time there was no anger, only a subtle tremor. Why should I trust you? You have no other choice. Lin Mo's voice was calm and cruel. Either agree to me and earn your last glory, then I, in the name of a master tamer, will free your soul and grant you true rest. Or refuse me and remain in this cold pit until the last bit of your consciousness completely dissipates. Another silence ensued. I agree. Human. The next day? Noah Academy, the day of the finals. The enormous central arena was packed to capacity. All eyes were focused on the stage. On one side stood Zhao Shan, the top powerhouse of the second year. He was burly and stern-faced. Beside him lay a giant brown bear as massive as a small mountain. The earth-shattering bear. It merely lay there, exuding a heavy, steady, and oppressive aura that shook the entire stage. On the other side, Lin Mo walked slowly onto the stage alone. Huh. He really came up alone. His lizard is indeed useless. Is he preparing to concede? Amidst the laughter and discussions of the crowd, Zhao Shan looked at Lin Mo with disdain. Lin Mo, I admit you have some skills, but your luck ends here. Kneel down and concede now, and it'll allow you to keep a bit of dignity. Lin Mo did not look at him. He simply raised his hand towards the referee and calmly said, Can we start? The referee was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the empty space behind Lin Mo, and hesitated. Your summoning beast. Lin Mo smiled. He extended his hand, and a peculiar, unprecedented summoning array suddenly unfolded beneath his feet. It was not a dazzling blue, nor a noble gold, nor a pure white. The array was grayish-black, like a vortex of death leading to the underworld. Cold, silent, despairing, resentful. Countless negative energies surged forth, causing the temperature of the entire arena to drop several degrees instantly. What kind of summoning array is this? Undead system? No, it's worse than that. This is even more evil. The head of the department suddenly stood up in the VIP area, his face filled with horror. In the terrified gazes of everyone, a withered pale claw resembling a dead man's bone suddenly shot out from the center of the array. It clung tightly to the edge of the stage, producing a grating creak sound. With a creaking sound, the withered claw dug deep into the hard stone of the arena, leaving 5 deep grooves that revealed bone beneath. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth, more of the same ghastly, decayed bone claws continuously emerged from the gray-black vortex of death, gripping the edge of the arena, supporting a massive body, suffocatingly large, slowly crawling up from hell. When it fully revealed itself before tens of thousands, the entire world seemed to have been muted. What kind of monster is this? It had the outline of a ferocious dog, but its body was as massive as a heavy battle vehicle. There was not a single shred of flesh on its body. Only a grim and ancient grayish-yellow skeleton remained. Its back was covered with menacing bone spikes like backward-facing thorns. The most terrifying aspect was its 3 massive swaying heads. The 2 on the sides had long since rotted away, leaving only hollow eye sockets and shattered jaws that could not close, exuding an aura of death. Only the central head still barely maintained its integrity. The dry bark-like flesh was tightly adhered to the skull, and within its hollow eye sockets burned 2 points of ghostly green flames, seemingly from the depths of the underworld. It raised the only movable head and let out a raspy, dry roar that was filled with endless pain and resentment, a sound unlike any living being. A visible wave of black mingled with death, decay, and despair swept through the arena. The front row of spectators felt their souls tremble, a deep-seated icy fear constricting their throats, rendering them unable to scream. In the VIP section, an elderly pale-haired professor of paleontology stuttered out the name, the skeleton of the 3-headed hellhound. His voice was not loud, but in the eerily silent arena it clearly reached everyone's ears. It's it. The first-generation guardian beast, which only existed in the Academy's oldest records, had made great achievements at the founding of the school, but disappeared without a trace on a certain day. But it should have died long ago. Why? Why would its skeleton respond to the summoning of a newly enrolled student, with Flevel talent crawling out from that ominous death formation? The crowd finally erupted with a scream, filled with fear and anger. Necromancer. It's forbidden necromancy. He is defiling the spirits. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Quick! Capture him. He is an evil necromancer. Where are the guards? Quickly stop this wicked ritual. The entire arena was thrown into chaos. Everyone be quiet. A voice filled with authority thundered like lightning in everyone's ears. The head of the department stood up. His face was extremely pale, his gaze firmly locked onto Lin Mo, filled with shock confusion, but more so a deep stormy gloom. Continue the match. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. He wanted to see for himself what this boy was up. On the arena, Zhao Shan's face had lost all its previous arrogance and disdain. He was pale, trembling all over, half from anger, half from fear. He could clearly feel that beside him the usually brave and fearless earth-breaking bear was now anxiously clawing at the ground, letting out a series of low guttural whimpers. That was the ultimate fear of death stemming from the instinct of life. It's just a skeleton. Trying to scare. Zhao Shan bolstered his courage and roared with a twisted face. Earth-breaking bear. Crush it to dust. Rock assault. The earth-breaking bear suppressed its inner fear and let out a roar. A yellowish light illuminated its body, and a heavy rock armor quickly covered it entirely. It dropped to all fours, charging like an out-of-control heavy tank towards the seemingly wobbling skeleton with an overwhelming force of destruction. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, the skeleton of the three-headed hell hound merely tilted its one. The two ghostly green flames coldly observed the charging behemoth. It did not evade. Just as the earth-breaking bear was about to collide with it, its massive pale front paw lifted with an eerie speed entirely incongruent with its size, and then slammed down fiercely. With a loud bang, the earth-breaking bear's rock assault was abruptly halted by that one paw. The hard rock armor that covered its head crumbled under that strike like fragile cookies, immediately covered. The earth-breaking bear let out a painful howl, its massive body staggering back several steps. The three-headed hellhound's skull, burning with ghostly fire, suddenly opened its massive jaws. It did not spew flames, nor did it breathe ice. What it exhaled was a thick, gray-black breath of death. Phantom breath. The deathly aura tainted the earth-breaking bear's rock armor. A strange scene unfolded. The armor, condensed from pure earth elements, began to decay. The surface of the rock lost its luster, became gray, and weathered, peeling off in chunks. Even more terrifying was that through the peeling armor one could see the earth-breaking bear's thick brown fur also visibly turning yellow, shriveling, losing all signs of life. This was not a confrontation on the energy level. This was a conceptual wither and decay from a higher dimension. It was death's merciless erasure of life. How could this happen? Zhao Shan was completely panicked. He could feel the life connection between himself and the earth-breaking bear rapidly weakening. What are you standing around for? Counterattack. Use Wrath of the Earth, he screamed hysterically. The earth-breaking bear, enduring the excruciating agony, slammed its paws into the ground. The arena shook violently. Dozens of sharp, giant spikes shot up from beneath the feet of the three-headed hellhound without warning. The spikes unceremoniously pierced through the giant skeletal body of the three-headed hellhound. It was pinned high in the air like a ruined specimen. It worked. A flicker of wild joy flashed in Zhao Shan's eyes. However, his joy did not last more than a second, because that monster, pierced by countless spikes, was completely unharmed. It was merely a skeleton with no flesh, no organs, and no sense of pain. It simply lowered its head slowly, the one burning with ghostly fire. Its hollow, indifferent gaze filled with deathly silence locked onto Zhao Shan across the space. Zhao Shan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. At that moment, Lin Mo, who had been standing there like an outsider, finally moved. He raised his hand and gently pointed at the pinned corpse. The final elegy. For my final glory. The remnant soul of the three-headed hellhound let out a final resolute roar that echoed in Lin Mo's mind. In the next second, the two heads, which had long since rotted away to hollow eye sockets, suddenly ignited two spheres of ghostly green flames, even more brilliant and deeper than the central one. The three heads howled in unison. An overwhelming pure power of death, capable of making legendary powerhouses tremble, erupted with a bang. It opened its three massive mouths, aimed at the earth-breaking bear, which had begun to fear and retreat. There were no earth-shattering light displays. No world-ending explosions. Just a sound akin to a silent sigh from the deepest part of the soul. Below the arena, the massive body of the earth-breaking bear suddenly stiffened. The fierce light in its eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a complete utter silence and emptiness. Then, before the horrified gazes of tens of thousands, its mountain-like body began to disintegrate inch by inch, turning into gray-white dust. A gust of wind blew, and it scattered. The earth-breaking bear, an elite summoning beast among the best, left not even a complete corpse behind. After finishing all this, the skeleton of the three-headed hellhound, pinned in midair, seemed to have exhausted its last bit of strength. The three spheres of ghostly fire burning in its eye sockets quickly dimmed, and finally went out completely. With a crackle, its massive, fearsome skeletal body began to show cracks. Then, like the earth-breaking bear, it transformed into a sky full of bone powder falling softly from the air. Thank you. A weak, relieved, grateful thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Amidst the falling bone, Lin Mo stood alone in the center of the arena. He had won this match. He became the first freshman in Noah Academy's history to win the championship of the Grand School competition. However, at this moment the entire arena was devoid of any cheers. Only a dead silence prevailed, and thousands of gazes directed at him were filled with fear, disgust, and incomprehension, as if he were not the champion, but a great demon king about to destroy the world. The sky was filled with ashes gently falling like a sorrowful snow mourning for the departed. In the center of the arena, Lin Mo's figure appeared utterly desolate. There were no cheers, no applause, only tens of thousands of eyes mixed with fear, disgust, and rejection, like invisible blades piercing towards him in unison. It was as if he was not the champion who had created a miracle, but rather a sinister demon just crawled out from the depths of hell. The grade director's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, a calm voice echoed from behind him. "Bring him to my office." The grade director abruptly turned around and saw the white-haired old man who had somehow positioned himself. The old man was clad in a simple gray robe, his features gaunt, yet his gaze was as profound as the starry sky, seemingly able to see through one's heart. He was none other than Qin Zheng, the principal of Noah Academy, acclaimed as one of the guardians of the kingdom and a legendary summoner. "Principal." The grade director bowed in respect. Qin Zheng did not look at him, his gaze passing through the bustling crowd, landing on the solitary boy standing on the arena, his eyes flashing with a complex light that no one could decipher. "Go ahead." 10 minutes later, in the principal's office. The office was devoid of luxurious decorations featuring towering bookshelves. The air was infused with a pleasant scent of aged scrolls and ink. Lin Mo stood in the center of the office. Qin Zheng sat opposite him behind an ancient wooden desk, holding a cup of steaming tea. He remained silent, quietly observing Lin Mo. That gaze bore no oppressive weight, yet was more disconcerting than any scrutiny. It was as if all your secrets were laid bare before him. "Are you not going to explain?" After a long silence, Qin Zheng finally broke the stillness. His voice was gentle, like an ordinary elder from the neighborhood. "Necromancy is considered forbidden." Lin Mo raised his head, meeting the principal's gaze, his face showing no signs of tension or panic. "Principal, I believe you should know better than anyone that it is not necromancy," he said calmly. "Oh." Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. "Then what is it?" "It is a transaction, a pact, and—" Lin Mo paused, speaking in a near whisper, the final curtain call of a forgotten hero. "A transaction?" "Yes," Lin Mo nodded. "I simply happen to hear some sounds that others cannot. For example, the cries of the lingering souls unwilling to dissipate in the abandoned graveyard. The three-headed hellhound, the first-generation guardian beast of Noah Academy, bled its last drop for the Academy, yet did not even have a tombstone engraved with its name. Its soul is filled with resentment and unwillingness, which is why it has never found peace." The office fell into silence. Qin Zheng's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily in the air. A trace of barely perceptible nostalgia and guilt flickered in his eyes. "So you made a deal with it?" he pressed. "Yes," Lin Mo continued. "I promised to give it a magnificent stage, one that draws the attention of all so that everyone would remember its name and glory once again. And it with its last strength fought this battle for me. I am merely a listener who fulfilled the pact, a tamer." Lin Mo shrugged. "This is not blasphemy, but rather redemption." Qin Zheng gazed at Lin Mo for a long time. This young man was far too calm. In the face of questioning from a legendary powerhouse confronted with the potential accusation of heresy, there was not a hint of wavering on his face. His words sounded like a fantastical tale. Yet for some reason Qin Zheng had an instinctive feeling that he was telling, at least most of it was true. "Is that ability to communicate with the lingering souls what led to your frank talent?" Qin Zheng asked. "One could say that," Lin Mo replied ambiguously. "That label of frank talent was already set." Hee. Qin Zheng suddenly laughed. He put down his teacup and shook his head. "What an interesting little fellow. Using the entire Academy's rules and reputation to fulfill a soul's farewell. What a monumental deal." "Of course." Qin Zheng stood up and walked to the bookshelf, retrieving a golden badge and a small space pouch. "Noah Academy never mistreats any champion who brings it honor." He handed the items to Lin Mo. "This is the champion's reward. 50,000 points have already been credited to your student card. This space pouch contains additional rewards, including a master-level spirit gathering pill and a special access pass to the low-level secret realm Dark Forest. Oh, and you also have entry privileges to the second floor of the treasure chamber. You may go at any time." Lin Mo received the items, looking at Qin Zheng. He felt there was something deeper concealed within the old principal's smile. "Principal," he pondered and finally asked, "do you believe what I just said?" "Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter." Qin Zheng turned around, sitting back at his desk. "What matters is that Noah Academy has produced an extraordinary genius. I only hope that this unique power of yours will be used for protection rather than destruction in the future." He lifted his gaze, his eyes becoming unfathomably deep. Lin Mo, this world is far more complex than you perceive, and far more dangerous. Go and do what you must. The Academy will be your strongest support. Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Xinzhong, said nothing more, and turned to leave the office. Upon exiting the office, he was met with countless complex gazes outside. Lin Mo paid them no mind. He had no time to care about those right now. He rushed towards the treasure chamber at the fastest speed. The old man at the door was still the same one. However, the way he looked at Lin Mo had changed from looking at a fool to looking at a monster. When Lin Mo presented the entry privilege for the second floor, the old man did not dare to ask a single word more and trembled as he opened the door leading to the second floor. The space on the second floor was much smaller than the first, yet the richness of energy had increased by more than one level. Every treasure here emanated energy fluctuations that would drive even golden-level powerhouses crazy. Lin Mo employed the same technique as before. He closed his eyes using his divine-level taming talent to sense the ancient dragon aura that was of the same origin as Xiaohe. This time he hardly exerted any effort to find his target on the central crystal display. It was a piece of black fragmented dragon scale roughly palm-sized. Dragon scale, a scale that fell from a dead low-level dragon. It contains a minuscule amount of the dragon's essence. It should be a decent snack for your little lizard. The appraisal result in his mind was filled with sarcasm, as usual. Yet Lin Mo's face revealed unmistakable joy. This was it. He took the dragon scale and quickly left the treasure chamber, ignoring the old man's heartbroken expression of once again taking a piece of junk, rushing back to the dormitory. Xiaohe, it's time to eat. He placed the dragon scale beside the still sleeping Xiaohe, as if responding to some deep-seated call within its bloodline. Xiaohe's body trembled violently. A powerful, greedy desire erupted explosively. It opened its mouth and gulped down the dragon scale larger than its head. Boom! A surge of pure dragon aura 100 times more refined than the previous piece of broken stone erupted violently within Xiaohe. Its body swelled like a balloon, quickly expanding and then rapidly contracting. Mysterious ancient golden patterns flashed and vanished across its pitch-black scales. Its tightly closed eyes twitched violently. It seemed as if it would open them in the next second, but in the end it still fell short. All the energy was retracted and Xiaohe's aura became long and steady, its body regaining a bit of warmth. Although it did not wake up, its condition was exponentially better than before. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then furrowed his brows again. Even a dragon scale could only restore it to this extent. To fully awaken it and help it grow, the resources from the Academy were merely a drop in the bucket. It seems I must find a way to procure some more substantial ingredients. His gaze fell on the special access pass to the Dark Forest secret realm. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Life at the Academy had overnight become somewhat delicate. Lin Mo, that name had turned into a kind of taboo. Walking along the paths, the once present gazes of mockery and disdain had vanished. In their place emerged a far more complex emotion. There was fear, rejection, and intense curiosity, but not a trace of goodwill. He seemed to have become a walking omen of misfortune. Hey look, it's him, the necromancer. Stay away from him. I heard anyone who gets close will have Really? How terrifying. Lin Mo listened to these hushed whispers as they brushed past him and couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Ignorant NPCs. He couldn't be bothered with them and went straight back to his dorm. After counting the spoils from the tournament, his mood finally lifted. The champion's reward of 50,000 points, the dragon scale obtained from the second floor of the secret vault, and a pile of precious pills and materials gifted by the dean, all lay quietly in the palm-sized spatial pouch. This thing was far superior to the standard issue storage waste pouch from the Academy, which could only hold a few books. Lin Mo carefully placed Xiaohe, who was sleeping soundly inside, and even extravagantly made a nest for it with soft clothes. Zzz. Delicious. Xiaohe smacked its lips in its sleep and rolled over. Its aura had stabilized considerably, and its dull scales had regained a deep luster, no longer looking like it might expire at any moment. But that was all. Looks like relying on the Academy's meager resources to fill you up is hopeless. Lin Mo sighed, his gaze falling on the bronze token that emanated faint spatial fluctuations. The gloomy forest special permit. Let's go, my gluttonous friend. Time to take you for some buffet. The Academy's secret realm teleportation point was located on the third basement level of the main teaching building. It was a vast empty circular hall. In the center stood a colossal archway 10 meters high, forged from an unknown metal. Inside the arch, an energy vortex slowly swirled like a dark green nebula. Two senior students in silver armor with solemn auras stood like statues on either side of the arch. When Lin Mo descended the stairs alone, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Is that him? What could he be trying to enter the secret realm too? Lin Mo ignored the stairs and walked straight to the registration desk. The supervising instructor was startled to see him, then frowned involuntarily. Student Lin Mo. Yeah, you're alone. Yes. You want to enter the gloomy forest. The instructor's tone was full of doubt. I warn you, the gloomy forest is known as one of the most difficult low-level secret realms, with a mortality rate consistently above 10%. I do not recommend any student enter alone. Lin Mo didn't waste words and directly placed the bronze. The instructor's pupils contracted sharply. A special permit. That was a top-tier authorization credential on par with the dean's level. The suspicion and impatience on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a full formulaic smile. Ahem, a special permit, I see. Please go right in. Lin Mo retrieved the token and amidst the shocked, confused, and envious gazes of those around him stepped into the swirling energy vortex. A slight dizziness washed over him. The next second his foot landed on soft, damp, decaying soil. A thick scent, a mixture of rotting plants and earthy mud, rushed at him. All around were towering ancient trees, their canopies layered and interwoven, slicing the sky into fragments. Only sporadic patches of sickly green light filtered down, making the entire forest seem gloomy and eerie. This place smells bad. From the spatial pouch came Xiao Hei's extremely weak, disdainful thought. Bear with it. You have to smell the food before you eat. Lin Mo muttered, closing his eyes. Divine-level taming talent. Communication with all things activated. Instantly, the entire world changed in his perception. There's a flying, fanged one, coming from the east. Hide quickly. From a trembling leaf above his head. Hateful, two-legged beasts. Here again. They trampled my home. From a black beetle angrily waving its pincers at his feet. So sleepy. Last night chased a glowing mouse all night. From the remnant soul of a wind wolf yawning in a tree hollow not far away. Countless bits of chaotic yet incredibly real information flooded into Lin Mo's mind like a tide. At this moment, the entire perilous, gloomy forest seemed to him like an unfolded living map with all its traps and treasures clearly marked. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This is the right way to jungle. Lin Mo didn't rush to search for rare herbs and treasures. First, he needed some more efficient eyes and ears. He followed the thought of a red-eared crow and found its nest in a massive dead tree. Greetings, brother bird. Lin Mo stood under the tree, sending out a friendly thought. The crow, preening its feathers in the nest, suddenly stiffened, looking down at the two-legged beast in terror. You can understand me. Of course. Lin Mo smiled. Want to make a deal? 10 minutes later. Over a dozen pitch-black crows with intelligent red eyes shot up from various directions, disappearing into the dim forest sea. Lin Mo leaned against a tree trunk, eyes closed, while his mind was filled with over a dozen high-definition real-time surveillance feeds. He began issuing commands methodically. Number 3, 300 meters to your front left under that tree with purple mushrooms, there should be a nest of ironclad badgers skilled at digging. Tell their leader I need them to dig something up for me. The reward is 10 first-tier Earth-type magic cores. Number 7, notify all your kin to keep an eye out for any plants, ores, or eggs that have strong energy fluctuations or look particularly strange. Attention, all units, avoid any two-legged beast squads of 2 or more, especially a woman with an ice bow and a man who summoned a giant gargoyle. Just as Lin Mo was leisurely building his forest intelligence network, a certain image caught his attention. It was at the edge of a marsh. A 3-person squad was locked in a bitter struggle with an elite-level magical beast, the swamp crocodile, which was over 5 meters long. Chen Feng, you idiot. Who told you to hurt its cub? A burly man with a huge shield was roaring. Beside him, a young man in ornate robes with an arrogant expression was awkwardly dodging the mud-caked tail swung by the giant crocodile, his face extremely ugly. A sweet-faced girl, frantically releasing healing light, was on the verge of tears. How was I supposed to know that was its bait? The young man named Chen Feng retorted in shame and anger. Lin Mo's perspective shifted to a crow hovering in midair. He watched this familiar suicidal scene with interest. Tisk TSK. The standard set up again, an arrogant genius and his 2 unlucky teammates. He shook his head about to have the crow fly away, not wanting to meddle in such trouble. Then suddenly, his gaze froze on what the swamp crocodile was guarding behind it. Inside that crude nest built of mud and bleached bones, a strange plant completely black with leaves like ink jade swayed gently in the wind. At its top hung a single fruit the size of a baby's fist, emitting a faint glow. Black gold. Fruit. Eat it. Will become very strong. From the spatial pouch, Xiao Hei's weak, yet intensely desperate thought exploded in Lin Mo's mind. The battle at the edge of the swamp had reached a fever pitch. The youth named Chen Feng, dressed in splendid attire, was clearly the main attacker of the team, and his summoned beast was a graceful, all-white, 3-tailed spirit fox. 3 furry long tails danced in the air, occasionally unleashing sharp wind blades composed of wind elves. However, these wind blades, capable of slicing through steel, struck the swamp giant crocodile's thick armor-like scales, only sparking a shower of sparks and leaving behind a series of white scratches that were merely superficial. Roar! The swamp giant crocodile was utterly enraged. Ignoring the harassment from the three-tailed spirit fox and the faint saint light protection released by the girl, it suddenly opened its massive jaws wide. A foul-smelling corrosive green venom spewed forth like a high-pressure water gun aimed at the burly man wielding a giant shield. Damn! The burly man roared, channeling all his energy into the shield. Immovable as a mountain, Ziz. A layer of earthy light glimmered on the shield's surface, but the moment it came into contact with the venom, it was corroded into a pockmarked mess, emitting wisps of black smoke. The burly man's body trembled violently, the veins on his arm bulging. He was about to collapse. Damn, Chin Feng. This is all your fault. What are you waiting for? Use mental impact. Interrupted. Chun Feng's face turned pale at these words, and he angrily shouted, "Do you think I don't want it? My mental energy is almost depleted." Far away on the treetops, Lin Mo watched everything through the eyes of a crow. He stroked his chin, resembling a seasoned film critic reviewing a movie. Tisk, a classic scenario of a pig teammate messing things up, and the whole team pays the price. That Chin Feng looks like a pampered young master from some minor family possessing a decent summon beast, but no combat experience, a typical pay-to-win player. As for that shield warrior and healer, let's just say they picked the wrong team. Lin Mo shook his head, having lost interest. Helping others. Don't be ridiculous, he wasn't some saint. In the wild, dying due to stupidity was the most common way to perish. However, in the spatial bag, Xiao Hei's intense desire and urgent thoughts flooded his mind like a fruits, want that fruit, Lin Mo sighed. All right, I know, you little glutton. He comforted Xiao Hei and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, charging in recklessly to snatch it. The swamp giant crocodile was at least of elite high rank, perhaps even peak. It had tough skin and was poisonous. Confronting it heat-in would not only be risky, but also too noisy, easily attracting other unnecessary troubles. As for cooperating with those three, that was even more absurd. Different paths do not conspire together. So, Lin Mo's lips curled into a familiar sly smile. It seemed he could only play the good guy this time. He closed his eyes, channeling his divine taming talent to it. An invisible, gentle mental intent crossed hundreds of meters, accurately reaching the brain of the enraged swamp giant crocodile. Calm down, big fellow. The swamp giant crocodile's violent murky eyes suddenly froze. Who? It instinctively halted its attack, its gigantic head scanning the surrounding dense forest warily. Who I am doesn't matter. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of coaxing persuasion. What matters is, look, those little bugs are almost done for. Even if you kill them, you'll expose yourself. Their academy will soon send stronger bipedal beasts over. By then you're home, your children, and you will all be doomed. The swamp giant crocodile's movements clearly hesitated. Although it was furious, that didn't mean it lacked wisdom. Then what do you want, eh? Let's make a deal. Lin Mo's pace was unhurried. You follow my commands, and I will help you drive them away. In exchange, the black fruit you're guarding will belong to me. Additionally, I can also help heal your wounded cub for free. Mentioning the cub, the swamp giant crocodile's gaze softened momentarily. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. Lin Mo smiled. Besides, that fruit is highly toxic to you swamp giant crocodiles, utterly useless, isn't it? This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All right, I agree. However, if you dare to deceive me, rest assured I am a person who conducts business fairly. Just as the burly man's shield was about to shatter, the girl collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion of magical power. Lin Mo knew the moment had arrived. He leaped down from the tree like a weightless leaf, silently sneaking to the side of the battlefield. You bunch of fools. Who told you to take it, heathen? A voice filled with vigor, exuding the aura of an experienced elder, suddenly echoed on the battlefield. The three, trapped in despair, suddenly froze and instinctively turned their gazes toward the sound. They saw a black-haired boy seemingly younger than them had appeared not far away, watching them with a look of, I can't believe you're this foolish. The scales of the swamp giant crocodile are immune to most physical and basic elemental attacks. Its weak point is in the gap of the third scale from the left on its belly. That's where its poison sac connects. Attack with fire. Lin Mo spoke seriously, spouting nonsense. The three were immediately dumbfounded. Is it true? Who are you? Chin Feng asked warily. I'm your father. Lin Mo impatiently cursed. If you don't act now, just wait for your summoned beasts to be collected. Listen to him. Give it a try. The burly man gritted his teeth and shouted at Chin Feng. Although Chin Feng was 100% unwilling, the current situation left him no choice but to act. He directed the three-tailed spirit fox to change direction and unleashed a human-sized explosive fireball towards the belly of the swamp giant crocodile. Now, pretend to be enraged and use your tail to blow up that water pool over there. Lin Mo issued commands in his mind. Roar. The swamp giant crocodile let out an even more furious roar at the perfect moment. It seemed as if the fireball had completely ignited its rage. Its thick tail, like a battering ram, suddenly lifted high and then slammed down into a nearby deep water pool. Boom! A deluge of foul-smelling, muddy black water poured down like a torrential storm. In an instant, everyone's vision was completely obscured. Now was the time. Lin Mo's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, precisely dashing toward the giant crocodile's lair under the cover of the muddy rain. Communicate with all things. Healing touch. Lin Mo swiftly plucked the alluring black golden fruit and stuffed it into his spatial bag. At the same time, he gathered a gentle green life energy at his fingertips and lightly touched the wound of the whimpering crocodile cub. Having completed all this, he showed no sign of stopping. He turned around and yelled toward the chaotic treasure secured. This guy has gone mad. You're on your own. Retreat. Before his voice faded, he had vanished into the depths of the dense forest like a ghost, leaving behind 3 unfortunate souls dumbfounded in the mud and a swamp giant crocodile equally acting out of breath. A rain of mud poured down, and the vision gradually became clear. Chun Feng and his companions were covered from head to toe in stinking mud and water plants, looking utterly disheveled. They stared blankly at the empty nest before them, and the swamp giant crocodile that had only let out 2 low roars before dragging its injured offspring slowly into the depths of the swamp, their minds completely blank. Where are the others? The girl from the healing faction asked in confusion. The fruit. The fruit is gone too. Chun Feng rushed to the edge of the nest, looking at the empty pit, his face instantly turning the color of pig liver. They had been played, from beginning to end, thoroughly deceived. That mysterious boy who had suddenly appeared was not a kind-hearted expert guiding them at all. He was just a despicable little man who took advantage of their misfortune. Ah! Chun Feng let out a roar filled with endless humiliation and anger, smashing his fist hard into the ground. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. His roar echoed across the vast swamp. Meanwhile, the instigator Lin Mo was already 1,000 miles away, humming a tune as he found a small cave that he deemed safe and picturesque. Sorry, esteemed victims. Lin Mo pulled out the black gold fruit from his spatial bag, which was still emanating an enticing glow, tossing it in his hand. For my little one, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Don't worry, I will remember your contributions in my... As he spoke these insincere words of condolences, he carefully placed the black gold fruit into the spatial bag, next to the sleeping little lizard. It's time to eat Little Black, a 5-star feast. The moment the fruit touched the little black's lips, a wave of greed and desire 100 times stronger than before erupted explosively. Little Black suddenly opened its mouth like a ferocious beast that had been starving for 300 years, swallowing the black gold fruit that was even larger than its own body in one bite. Boom! The next moment, a massive, nearly terrifying force of pure dark elemental energy erupted explosively within Little Black's body. The black light surged out like a flood, breaking a dam, engulfing the entire cave in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. The spatial bag was directly inflated to the size of a ball by this power. Lin Mo was taken aback and hurriedly spilled its contents out. He saw Little Black's body suspended in midair, wrapped in a huge black cocoon made of pure dark energy. Its body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. The originally rough scales were peeling off layer by layer, only to grow new scales that were more resilient and deeper, shimmering with a metallic luster like obsidian at a visible speed. On its once bald head, 2 small visible bumps were starting to form, as if something was about to break through. Behind it, the originally smooth spine began to bulge, outlining the majestic and elegant shape of dragon wings. Although its size had only grown from that of a gecko to about the size of a baguette. But the ancient, noble, and destructive aura that permeated the air was now more than 100 times strong, detecting high-purity dark elemental energy. Individual Little Black is absorbing. Life signs are rapidly rising. Warning! Warning! The seal is experiencing severe fluctuations, forcing suppression of the awakening process. Suppression failed. In Lin Mo's mind, the hints from the god-level taming talent flashed frantically like garbled text. He didn't know how long had passed. All the black light began to retract like a tide, re-entering that small body. The cocoon dissipated. Little Black gently landed on the ground. The cave returned to tranquility. Lin Mo watched it nervously. He saw it slowly move. Then it opened its previously tightly shut eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No longer the dim and weak ones from before. Those were eyes that burned like 2 golden suns ignited in the deepest black night. Within them lay an absolute majesty that saw through the vicissitudes of ancient times and looked down upon all beings as mere ants. It had awakened. Their gazes met. The air seemed to freeze. Little Black tilted its head, its majestic golden vertical pupils scanning the two-legged creature that had dug it out from a pile of garbage. After a long time, an incredibly clear, yet somewhat hoarse and arrogant thought resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Is this it? Lin Mo was stunned. Is this it? After all his efforts, deception, and trickery to obtain this heavenly material, he received only a simple, "Is this it?" A surge of unnamed fury surged to the top of his head. Is this it? Lin Mo retorted angrily. Do you think this is cabbage? This is called black gold fruit. An elite-level magical beast treasure guarded for decades. I almost fought someone for it, do you know? Oh, Little Black replied indifferently, its tone brimming with apathy. The taste is barely, it's just that the energy is a bit mixed and the quality is too poor. Lin Mo almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This day was unbearable. You. Little Black raised its front paw, which had just grown sharp claws pointing at Lin Mo. Is this meal? Meal ticket. This term made Lin Mo feel immensely insulted. What meal ticket? I am Lin Mo. Your contractor. Your master. He corrected through gritted teeth. Oh, Lin Mo. Little Black nodded, then looked at him with a gaze of pity, as if to say, this mortal isn't very smart. I am. It seemed like it wanted to reveal its true name, but the words caught in its throat a glimmer of confusion and pain flashing across its golden pupils. Forget it. After all, you won't remember it anyway. It raised its head proudly, speaking in an authoritative, I am hungry, find something to eat. The quality must be 100 times better than that last one. A vein throbbed on Lin Mo's forehead. Where am I supposed to find it for you? He was about to have a serious discussion with this arrogant creature that had become unbearable after awakening about the master-servant relationship. Suddenly, an urgent thought belonging to the reed crow came rushing through the dense forest. Master, 30 miles to the north in a valley there are many two-legged beasts fighting, and also powerful energy fluctuations. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Fighting. His consciousness instantly switched to the shared vision of the crow. He saw two factions fiercely confronting each other in a wide rocky valley. One faction was smaller, only 5 or 6 people, led by a white-clad girl in a blue robe wielding a crystal bow exuding cold air. It was the same group he had previously instructed the crows to pay special attention to. Opposite them was a large faction of over 20 members. These individuals all exuded fierce auras, their eyes unfriendly, all dressed in black tight-fitting outfits embroidered with the emblem of a roaring black wolf. They are from the Black Wolf mercenary group. Lin Mo recognized their origins. That was a notorious mercenary organization near the dark forest known for its ruthlessness and pillaging. Their target seemed to be a peculiar plant rooted in the cracks of a rock in the center of the valley, entirely blood-red and resembling a miniature phoenix. Every time the leaves of that plant swayed, they would ripple out circles of searing fire element energy in the air. What is that? Lin Mo wondered in his heart. This time, before the taming talent could provide an identification, Little Black's languid, yet somewhat disdainful thought echoed in his mind. It's just a weed that has been tainted with a bit of phoenix blood. It's somewhat useful against fire-type magical, but for me it's not as good as that black fruit from earlier. Lin Mo felt somewhat disappointed just as he was about to shift his gaze. However, it seems that something more interesting is buried beneath the roots of that weed. In the rocky valley 30 miles away, Lin Mo lurked like a ghost, silently hiding behind a massive boulder. His gaze pierced through the jagged stone crevices, fixated on the open area in the center of the valley, where tension hung thick in the air. After awakening, Xiao He, although not much larger in size, had grown disdainful of remaining in the cramped space of the dimensional bag. At this moment it coiled lazily on Lin Mo's shoulder, yawning, its golden slit-like pupils filled with contempt and disdain for the human conflict unfolding before it. In the valley, two distinct groups faced off against each other. One side was the team of the blue-robed woman, which had been glimpsed earlier through the crow's vision. The woman stood tall, clad in white that was as pure as snow, with an exquisite beauty and an icy demeanor resembling an ancient mountain of unmelting ice. She wielded a crystal ice longbow, and beside her floated an elegantly formed ice crystal phoenix, exuding an aura of bone-chilling cold. This summoned beast was at least of rare grade. The 6 of them, though few in number, were all well-equipped and exuded a steady aura, clearly elite disciples from prestigious sects. Opposite them stood a group of more than 20 burly men. They were all uniformly dressed in black leather armor embroidered with a howling black wolf totem, their faces openly displaying greed and murderous intent. At the forefront was a one-eyed giant, over 2 meters tall, with a face full of brutish features. He carried a gigantic wolf fawn club covered in menacing barbs over his shoulder. At his feet lay a black steel demon wolf, a peak elite-level beast, which was more robust than a calf, baring its teeth and growling lowly, emitting a series of deep threats. Yi Bingxing, the one-eyed giant, spoke, his voice as grating as a rusty bell. Don't push your luck. Hand over that blood phoenix grass, and let your little girls entertain my brothers. If you do so today, I may spare your lives. The woman called Yi Binking's icy gaze flashed with a hint of intense killing intent. Without any hesitation, she drew back her bowstring, and an arrow composed entirely of pure ice elements instantly took shape. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle aiming straight for the giant's throat. The giant grinned ferociously, not flinching, as the black steel demon wolf beneath him suddenly stood on its hind legs, swinging its claws. Clang! The ice arrow collided with the wolf claw, bursting into a flurry of ice shards. Refusing a toast and asking for a beating, the one-eyed giant completely lost his patience. Brothers, charge. Males chop them to pieces and feed them to the demon wolf. Leave the females alive. Roar. Over 20 mercenaries from the Black Wolf mercenary group charged forth, like tigers unleashed, howling as they rushed forward. Form up, Yi Bingqing shouted coldly. Her two shield warriors immediately stepped forward to form a defensive line, while the rest of her teammates quickly summoned their own beasts to engage the enemy. In an instant, the valley was filled with energy surges and cries of battle. So dull. Lin Mo shook his head internally, pulling his gaze away from the bloody scene of combat and focusing on the peculiar plant guarded by both groups at the center. The blood phoenix grass rooted itself in a crevice of a massive red rock standing less than half a meter tall, its body entirely blood red, with leaves unfurling like wings resembling a petite phoenix ready to soar. Xiaohei, is the good stuff you mentioned the stone beneath its roots? Lin Mo asked in his mind. Just some weeds, Xiaohei lazily responded. I was referring to the egg buried beneath the weeds and stones. Egg? Lin Mo was taken aback. He closed his eyes and concentrated his spirit power, extending it toward that direction. Godly taming talent activated. Through layers of soil and rock, he finally saw the object Xiaohei had mentioned. Beneath that red rock, about half a meter deep in the ground, lay a fist-sized stone egg, entirely crimson, its surface covered with natural lava-like patterns. It seemed to possess its own life, rhythmically pulsing. Detected a special life form, fiery egg grade. Status about to hatch, absorbing earth vein fire attribute energy through the roots of blood phoenix grass. Hatching countdown, approximately 1 hour. Note, a little fellow that has been sleeping deep within a volcano for at least 1,000 years. It was very hungry and eagerly anticipating the outside world. Lin Mo's breath quickened suddenly. A mysterious summoning beast's egg was about to hatch. From the description, it was definitely not an ordinary item. I must take it. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of cunning. Taking it was a must. The question was how to seize it. Charging out now would only make him a common target for both sides. Swiftly, he needed to create chaos. Lin Mo's consciousness quickly connected to the forest intelligence network that spans several miles around. No. 2 Crow, do you see a hornet's nest on the cliff, 500 meters to your right? I see it, sir. It's huge. Bigger than my head. Very good. No. 6 Crow, go immediately to the eastern canyon and find that freshly awakened earth-shaking bear. Tell it there's a 10-year blood honey here that can greatly enhance its power. If you're late, it will be gone. No. 9 no. 13 gather all your kind nearby and stand by. A series of commands were quickly dispatched. On the battlefield, Yi Binking's team had already fallen into a disadvantage. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Though her ice crystal phoenix was powerful, it was still firmly restrained by the fearless black steel demon wolf and 2 other elite-level beasts unable to break free. Her teammates were all injured. Just as the one-eyed giant was grinning and preparing to issue the final attack order, an unexpected change. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifyingly dense buzzing sound descended from the sky. The members of the Black Wolf mercenary group instinctively looked up, their faces turning pale. They saw a terrifying black cloud composed of thousands of thumb-sized, stinger-bearing, green-glowing killer bees rushing towards them. It's the killer bees. Quick, burn them. The one-eyed giant was both shocked and furious. But it was already too late. These killer bees, precisely directed by the crows, completely ignored the ice energy from Yi Binking's side, seemingly fixated on the robust men of the Black Wolf mercenary group, diving right in. Oh, my face. Help. Cries of horror erupted one after another. The formation of the Black Wolf mercenary group was instantly thrown into chaos. However, this was just the beginning. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening, furious roar. On the other side of the valley, a brown giant bear over 5 meters tall, its muscles bulging like granite, rushed in with blood-red eyes. The earth-shaking bear, one of the overlord-level magical beasts in this area. Its gaze was locked onto the blood phoenix grass, charging toward the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. All who stood in its way, whether mercenaries or summoned beasts, were swatted away like flies. Damn, how could this happen? The one-eyed giant's eyes nearly popped out. Meanwhile, Yi Bingqing and the others were both shocked and delighted, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to start their counterattack. The entire valley had turned into a chaotic mess. Now is the time. Lin Mo's figure shot out from behind the rock like a stealthy ghost moving at incredible speed. Iron-armored badger. Get to work. With a single command, several iron-armored badgers already waiting underground burst forth and frantically clawed at the red rock with their indestructible claws. In less than 3 breaths, the fiery egg radiating scorching heat was exposed to the air. Lin Mo snatched up the stone egg without looking back at the chaotic battlefield behind him and turned to dash into the depths of the dense forest. Bastard. Stop! The one-eyed giant was the first to spot him. He watched helplessly as Lin Mo unearthed the mysterious stone egg that was clearly not an ordinary item, infuriating him to no end. It turned out that the blood phoenix grass was merely a decoy. Hidden beneath, it was the real treasure. After him. Kill him. Meanwhile, Yi Bingxing also caught sight of Lin Mo. A flicker of extreme shock and confusion passed through her eyes. The swarming killer bees, the sudden appearance of the earth-shaking bear. Everything was just too coincidental. Could it be? Chase. In the dim forest, a desperate chase was unfolding. Lin Mo dashed through the tangled roots and vines like an antelope pursued by hunting dogs. Behind him was the Black Wolf mercenary group, a pack of mad, desperate men. Further back, Yi Bingxing and her companions followed like calm hunters, neither too close nor too far. Damn it! Is that kid made of mud? How can he be so slippery? A mercenary stumbled over a suddenly taut vine, crashing hard to the ground. Boss, that kid seems to be deliberately leading us in circles. No kidding. Of course I know that. The one-eyed brute wiped the sweat from his face, panting heavily, his single eye filled with bloodthirsty madness. He can't run far. This area ahead was the soul-severing cliff. He's doomed. Lin Mo, of course, also knew that there was a cliff ahead. This was the final destination he had planned through the crow's vision. The fiery egg in his arms had become as hot as a red-hot iron, searing through several layers of clothing, still able to burn his skin. The pulsating frequency grew faster and stronger. It was like a heart on the verge of explosion. Lucky charm, your luck is quite remarkable. The lazy thought of Little Black echoed leisurely from his shoulder. But your stamina is really poor. If it were me, I could fly to the edge of this continent in one breath. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, squeezing out his last bit of strength, and suddenly burst out from a thicket. The scene before him opened up. Ahead lay a bottomless, towering cliff. A wild wind howled up from the cliff's edge, swirling the shattered. He was cornered. Huh. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? The one-eyed brute stepped out from the woods with a sinister smile, and the mercenaries behind him quickly spread out in a half circle, completely sealing off all of Lin Mo's escape routes. Yi Bingxing and her group arrived shortly after. She did not approach the Black Wolf mercenary group, but stopped on the other side, her cold gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Mo and the stone egg in his arms. Her eyes were filled with intense curiosity and confusion. Kid, hand over that egg. The one-eyed brute pointed his massive wolf fawn club at Lin Mo, greedily licking his lips. I can give you a quick death. Lin Mo ignored him. He lowered his head, feeling the terrifying energy about to erupt from the egg in his arms. Who are you exactly? Yi Bingxing finally spoke. Her voice was as cold as ice, just like her. You must have led the beast tide in the valley, right? Lin Mo looked up and smiled at her. So what if I did? So what? Beautiful sister, do you think you have a chance to walk out of here alive now? His words were extremely airy. It sounded like the dying struggle of a cornered rat. The one-eyed brute burst into laughter. Even at death's door you dare to act tough. Still trying to sow discord. Yi Bingxing, kill this kid, and we'll talk about the treasure's ownership. With a single command, several mercenaries summoned their beasts, fierce bloodthirsty boars, and cunning shadow hounds, howling as they lunged at Lin Mo. At that very moment, crack, a sharp sound of shattering rang out, cutting through the chaos of battle. The fiery egg in Lin Mo's arms cracked, revealing a web-like fissure. Boom! The next second, a vast and indescribable pure fire energy erupted, exploding outward from Lin Mo like a supernova. A crimson circular shockwave swept across the area. Those summoned beasts that had just charged halfway could not even let out a mournful howl before instantly turning to ash in the terrifying heat. The mercenaries were also blown away by this immense force, rolling on the ground, their leather armor charred. The one-eyed brute and Yi Bingxing reacted the fastest, immediately channeling all their energy for defense, barely avoiding being blown away, but they were forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. The entire edge of the cliff was completely enveloped in the scorching crimson light. Everyone's eyes temporarily lost their vision. The light came quickly and left just as fast. When the crowd reopened their eyes, everyone was stunned. Lin Mo stood in place unharmed. The boiling stone egg in his hand had vanished without a trace. In its place was a small bird no larger than a palm, covered in shimmering dark red feathers. Its feathers seemed to be formed from cooled lava, each one radiating a subdued brilliance. It had a pair of eyes as lively as the purest obsidian, curiously surveying this unfamiliar world. Cheap. It tilted its head, letting out a tender, crisp call, filled with confusion. Then affectionately it rubbed its small head, still radiating the heat of magma, against Lin Mo's finger. The scene fell into dead silence. A just-hatched little bird. A mercenary rubbed his eyes. What is this? A lot of noise but little action. The one-eyed brute also paused for a moment before a greedy and sinister smile spread across his face. Huh. So it was just a worthless show of strength. Not even a feather has grown. Kid, go die. He was convinced that the earlier explosion was merely a one-time energy release during the egg's hatching. He roared, swinging the massive wolf fawn club down toward Lin Mo's head with immense force. In the distance, Yi Bingqing instinctively gasped. Lin Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. He wanted to dodge, but his body seemed to be locked in place by the heavy pressure, unable to move. On his shoulder, Little Black, who had been watching, flashed a cold, killing intent in his golden vertical pupils and was about to make a move. Suddenly, cheep! A furious sharp cry echoed from Lin Mo's hand, resonating through the sky. The freshly hatched lava bird suddenly lifted its head. Its innocent obsidian-like eyes were instantly replaced by a raging inferno. It opened its cherry-like beak. The next moment, what burst forth was not a tender chirp. Instead, it was a line of compressed, finger-thin, nearly golden-white, searing lava ray. That ray did not possess earth-shattering momentum. Yet wherever it passed, even the air seemed to ignite. The one-eyed brute's face, filled with a sinister grin, suddenly froze. He barely managed to raise the wolf fawn club to his chest. Sizzle! There was no violent collision. Just the sound of something melting, causing one's teeth to ache. The fearsome wolf fawn club, forged from refined steel and stained with who knows how much blood and brain matter, melted away like butter meeting a hot iron in front of that seemingly thin lava ray. Silently, it was instantly pierced and melted. The ray continued with force, grazing past the one-eyed brute's shoulder. His thick arm wielding the club along with half of his shoulder vanished into thin air. The wound was charred black without a single drop of blood spilling. The air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. After 3 seconds of silence, a shrill, inhuman wail finally erupted from the one-eyed brute's throat. He rolled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, as if he were completely broken. Everyone in the area was petrified, whether it was the desperate men of the Black Wolf mercenary group or the well-informed elites like Yi Bingqing. They all stared in shock at the lava bird that was gently pecking at Lin Mo's finger with its beak, as if that world-destroying attack had not come from it at all. At the edge of the cliff, the air was eerily still suffocating. The smell of charred meat mingled with the anguished, inhuman wails of the one-eyed brute, creating a nauseatingly strange atmosphere. The remaining members of the Black Wolf mercenary corps wore expressions like frozen wax figures, shifting from greed to shock and finally to a profound, incomprehensible fear. Their gazes were all fixated on the seemingly harmless little lava bird in Lin Mo's hand. This tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, appeared as if it could be crushed with a pinch. In an instant, it had rendered their captain's arm useless. It melted the epic weapon, the armor-piercing wolf tooth that had accompanied the captain for 10 years, forged from a blend of tempered steel and black iron wood. What the hell is this monster? A devil. The word escaped from a mercenary's throat, tinged with a whimper. Clang. The curved dagger in his hand dropped to the ground, as if signaling something. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons falling echoed throughout. These bloodthirsty outlaws who had honed their ferocity on the edge of life and death crumbled to dust. Their psychological defenses had completely shattered. Spare us. Please spare us. We did not recognize the greatness of the mountain. We will never dare again. Thud, thud. More than half of them knelt down on the spot, banging their heads against the ground, while the remaining members also wobbled, unable to stand. Heh. Lin Mo finally snapped back to reality from his initial shock. He glanced at the little lava bird in his hand, which was tilting its head and looking at him with its innocent obsidian eyes, and a storm surged within his heart. He knew this egg was extraordinary. Yet he could never have dreamed it would be extraordinary to such an extent. Just born, and its strike was already terrifying. Cut it out, it smells like turkey. A disdainful thought from Xiao He leisurely echoed in his mind. It can barely serve as a lighter. Your vision is still so poor. Shut up, Lin Mo replied, inwardly somewhat irked. If you have the ability, why don't you spit one out and show? Xiao He immediately fell silent. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement, replacing it with a cold, somewhat amused expression. He took a step forward. Thud. Those mercenaries still standing all collapsed to the ground. Who just said they would chop me up and feed me to the demon wolf? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it struck each mercenary's heart like an invisible hammer. The scene fell into dead silence. Only the groans of the one-eyed brute and his heavy gasps could be heard. No, it wasn't me. Master, it absolutely wasn't me. It was the captain. It was all the captain's idea. The desire to survive led them to unhesitatingly betray their own leader, who was still rolling on the ground. Oh. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Then who said they would keep those beautiful sisters for fun? Upon hearing this, the female members of Yi Binking's team revealed cold killing intent. The mercenaries were even more terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. This. They stammered, unable to utter another word. Lin Mo smiled lightly and pointed at their spatial bags. Seeing your sincere remorse, I will show mercy this once. The old rule: the men stay behind to pay the toll. Throw out all the spatial bags, weapons, and anything valuable. Then pack up and roll out. Lin Mo paused, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire scene. I only give you 10 seconds. 10. As soon as he finished speaking, all the mercenaries, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to open their spatial bags and strip off their gear. The swiftness and efficiency of their actions left Lin Mo in awe. In just a few seconds, a heap of chaotic spoils accumulated before him. Get lost. Lin Mo waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. The mercenaries hoisted the one-eyed brute, who was nearly unconscious from pain, and fled into the dense forest without looking back, their disheveled appearance as if a world-ending demon was pursuing them. At last the edge of the cliff fell silent. Now only Lin Mo and Yi Binking's team remained in the atmosphere turned somewhat delicate once more. Yi Binking's team members wore tense expressions, their hands gripping their weapons turning pale. Their gazes were filled with vigilance and wariness. Yi Bingxing took a few steps forward and halted. Her clear, cold eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Mo, or rather on the little lava bird in his hand. Cheap. The little bird, seemingly exhausted from its efforts, nudged Lin Mo's finger, found a comfortable position, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. On its feathers, the flowing lava glow gradually dimmed, making it resemble an ordinary red sparrow. Yi Binking's gaze flickered slightly. She had noticed this detail. This egg originally belonged to us. She said, her tone still cold, but with a hint less of the previous aggressiveness. You are correct, you discovered it. Lin Mo shrugged, beginning to act shameless. But did you manage to defeat that earth-shaking violent bear? That violent bear was brought here by you, Yi Bingxing pointed out sharply. So what? Lin Mo spread his hands, wearing a what can you do about it expression. Is there any evidence? Who witnessed it? It came on its own following the scent. What does that have to do with me? You. A hot-tempered young swordsman behind Yi Bingxing could no longer hold back and was about to step forward. Shut up. Yi Bingxing quietly admonished him. She took a deep breath, seemingly forcing herself to calm. She scrutinized the boy before her. Throughout the encounter, this boy had not summoned any formidable battles. The little black beast on his shoulder, resembling a lizard, showed no energy fluctuations, and the newly hatched bird, though it had just performed an earth-shattering strike, was now clearly in deep sleep. Yet despite being such an ordinary-looking boy, he could command a tide of beasts, strategizing, effortlessly manipulating both the Black Wolf mercenary corps and their elite team as if they were mere pawns. This person was too mysterious and far too dangerous. Opposing him was undoubtedly not a wise choice. Who exactly are you? Yi Bingxing asked a question she knew she would not receive an answer to. Me. Lin Mo pointed at himself and smiled. Just an ordinary passerby, a tamer, that's all. An ordinary beast tamer. Yi Bingxing gently chewed on these words, her cold eyes resembling two unfathomable icy pools, as if trying to see through Lin Mo's soul. The team members behind her wore peculiar expressions. Beast tamer. Which ordinary beast tamer can summon a beast tide with a snap of their fingers, and in casual conversation lead a notorious elite mercenary group to total annihilation? Which ordinary beast tamer can produce a newly hatched chick and melt an epic-grade weapon? If you say you are some legendary figure who has been reclusive, disguised as a youth to experience life, they would find that much more credible. My lord, why toy with us? Yi Bingxing's voice remained icy, but her tone carried a hint of seriousness she herself was unaware of. This time, thank you for your assistance in resolving the troubles with the Black Wolf mercenary group. This favor Yi Bingxing shall remember. She intelligently defined Lin Mo's actions as assistance rather than a hidden scheme. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a test. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. He could naturally detect the underlying meaning in the ice-cold Bowtie's words. Isn't it just wanting to smooth things over? Why didn't you say so earlier? Fighting and killing only harms few. Sister, you're too polite. Lin Mo immediately donned a harmless, radiant smile. I cannot stand those who bully the weak with their strength. Helping those in need is the duty of adventurers like. As he spoke these insincere words, he skillfully collected the pile of spatial bags and weapons left behind by the mercenaries into his own pockets. His movements were fluid and unimpeded. Yi Bingxing's lips twitched slightly. The hot-blooded youth behind her was even more startled, his eyes twitching, fists clenching and relaxing repeatedly. This guy's skin must be as thick as a city wall. That blood phoenix herb. Yi Bingxing's gaze shifted to the peculiar plant in the valley's center, which had begun to wilt slightly due to the loss of energy from the fire egg. Lin Mo followed her gaze, waving his hand generously. Oh, it's just a worthless herb. Since it's already caught the eye of a beautiful sister, feel free to take it. Let this be a gift from me, an ordinary beast tamer, to you all as a greeting. The hot-blooded youth could no longer hold back. He was about to explode, but was sternly stopped by Yi Bingqing's gaze. She deeply scrutinized. She was intelligent and could see through it now. That blood phoenix herb was likely just a decoy. The real treasure was that egg. Now that the egg was in the possession of this mysterious youth, the blood phoenix herb had lost its greatest value. He offered a favor to maintain appearances, seemingly generous, yet shrewd to the utmost. This person is terrifying. His intellect, scheming, and means all surpassed those of his peers. Even more cunning than many old foxes in the families she had encountered. We won't take your things for free. Yi Bingqing made a decisive statement. She took out a card made of purple crystal from her spatial ring and handed it over. This contains 500,000 gold coins. Consider it our purchase of the blood phoenix herb and a reward for your assistance. Additionally, she paused and added, I am Yi Bingqing from the royal Yi family. This is my communication. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to contact me. 500,000 gold coins. The royal Lin Mo felt a ripple in his heart. The combined assets of the 10 or so members of the Black Wolf mercenary group probably didn't reach this amount. This ice gold beauty truly is generous. The royal Yi family he had heard of ranked among the top 5 summoning families in the Rhine Kingdom. No wonder she possesses a rare summoning beast like the ice crystal phoenix at such a young age. It seems I have inadvertently latched onto a rather advantageous ally. Lin Mo maintained a calm expression, yet inside, he was beaming. He accepted the purple crystal card and communication crystal, weighing them in his hands. Sister Yi, you are truly too kind. Since that's the case, I shall not refuse your generosity. If Sister Yi ever encounters any issues with taming, such as your phoenix not eating, shedding feathers, or feeling down, you can always come to me. Professionally tailored. Yi Bingqing. She no longer wished to say another word to this guy who rambled. She turned with her team and decisively left, taking with them the now significantly devalued blood phoenix herb. Sister Yi, take care. Come visit often. Lin Mo waved enthusiastically from behind, until the group disappeared completely into the dense forest. His smile instantly vanished, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, acting is truly exhausting. With your meager skills, you can only fool these naive little girls. Xiao He mercilessly criticized. Lin Mo ignored it, carefully placing the still sleeping lava bird onto a clean rock. He then began to count the spoils. I must admit, while the Black Wolf mercenary group may lack character, their resources are quite abundant. In the more than 10 spatial bags, he scavenged a total of over 70,000 gold coins, as well as a large amount of potions, scrolls, and various materials. Most surprising to Lin Mo were the mountains of magical cores of various elements. Although most were bronze and silver grade, they alleviated his pressing needs. It's time to eat. Lin Mo took out a few fire-type silver-grade magical cores and crushed them with his mental power. Chirp. The sleeping lava bird, catching the scent of energy, groggily opened its eyes and began to peck at the energy fragments as if they were grains of rice. After eating, it contentedly burped, the sheen of its feathers seemingly brightening. Then it continued to doze. Quite easy to raise. Lin Mo chuckled, tossing a few dark attribute magical cores to Xiao He. Junk food. Xiao He, though full of disdain, opened its mouth and swallowed them in one gulp, skipping even the chewing process. At most just a taste. Lin Mo shook his head. This proud creature was beyond saving. Finally, he took out the spatial bag of the one-eyed, burly man. As the leader, his wealth indeed surpassed that of others. Inside there were more than a dozen gold-grade magic. In addition, there were several bottles of high-grade potions radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Lin Mo paused in his actions. He pulled out a piece of folded, square-shaped ancient parchment from a pile of clutter. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a map. The map was somewhat crudely drawn, but the markings were quite clear. The destination was marked with a crimson X. Next to the X, 3 words were scrawled in hasty handwriting. Shadow Leopard. The night was like thick ink poured over this ancient forest. Lin Mo, under the faint moonlight, carefully studied the old parchment in his hand that emitted a faint fishy odor. Shadow Leopard. He murmured softly to himself. This was a very rare shadow, a tribute magical beast, a natural assassin and tracker. They could blend into the shadows, moving silently, and even briefly teleport within the shadows, making them a nightmare for all fragile professions. An adult shadow leopard possesses strength, at least at the golden level. The value of such a powerful magical beast is self-evident. Would that brute, the one-eyed dragon, really part with such precious intelligence maps? Lin Mo knew with a mere thought that it was impossible. This map is likely his secret weapon for wealth and prosperity. Hey, now it belongs to me. Lin Mo grinned unceremoniously, tucking the map into his bosom. It was as if someone had delivered a pillow right when he was sleepy. What he lacked most now was a professional scout. Crows have a wide field of vision, but their targets are too obvious and they cannot enter underground or cave spaces. The iron badger is adept at burrowing, but its speed is too slow and its field of vision is limited. If he could possess a shadow leopard, his survival ability and treasure hunting efficiency would undergo a qualitative leap. Let's get to it. Lin Mo was a pragmatic man of action. He carefully placed the still sleeping lava bird into a beast skin pouch lined with soft moss hanging. After confirming once more, he glanced at the lazy little black creature curled up on his shoulder. Both were VIP patients that needed to be protected. After doing all this, he identified the direction on the map, and his figure disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The map pointed to a treacherous place called Black Mist Gorge. It was approximately 50 miles from here. The journey was uneventful. Relying on the real-time traffic provided by various nocturnal creatures, he had previously communicated with Lin Mo, skillfully avoided several groups of powerful magical beasts out hunting. As dawn broke, he finally reached his destination. A cold, damp mist enveloped him. At the entrance of the gorge, bizarre rocks, jutted out, twisted dead trees were scattered about, and a persistent black mist swirled around, reducing visibility to a very low level. Lin Mo did not rashly enter. He closed his eyes, and his mental power spread out like an invisible, "Hello, little scorpion under the rock, is there any danger ahead?" Hiss! What a terrifying aura. There's a powerful being over there. I dare not go. Big owl in the tree, what did you see? Caw! A shadow. A black shadow. Just slipped past right under my nose. So fast. Lin Mo's heart stirred. This is it. Following the guidance of the map, he lightened his footsteps and slowly made his way deeper into the gorge, advancing about a mile. A very concealed cave appeared before his eyes. The entrance was obscured by huge vines and rocks. Without the map, it would have been nearly impossible to discover. Detecting weak shadow energy fluctuations. Detecting strong, alert emotions. The innate prompt sounded just in time. Lin Mo halted his steps, hiding behind a large rock, patiently waiting. He did not release a trace of killing intent or hostility. He was like a lifeless stone. Time passed second by second. Just when Lin Mo was about to think that his judgment was wrong, a black shadow, almost blending with the darkness, silently slipped out of the cave. It had an incredibly graceful figure, its body lithe and long, covered in a sleek velvety coat, as pure as the night itself, reflecting no light in the dim glow. Its steps were so light that it was unbelievable, as stepping on the ground littered with dead branches and leaves. It made not a sound. It was the shadow leopard. Lin Mo's breath momentarily hitched. However, he quickly noticed that this shadow leopard seemed to be in a rather strange state. Its body was much thinner than depicted in the illustrations, its abdomen even somewhat sunken, and when it walked, its hind legs had a slight stiffness. Most importantly, Lin Mo sensed a weak and anxious emotion radiating from it. It patrols cautiously at the cave entrance, its emerald-like vertical pupils sweeping over the boulder where Lin Mo was hiding. Lin Mo held his breath. That gaze felt tangible, carrying a piercing chill. Fortunately, it did not discover anything unusual, and soon withdrew its gaze, disappearing silently into the distant black mist. Off to hunt. A bold thought arose in Lin Mo's mind. He glanced at the now empty cave, gritted his teeth, and swiftly slipped inside. Inside the cave, the light was dim, accompanied by a faint smell of blood and milk. The further he ventured, the stronger the scent of milk became. Soon Lin Mo found himself in the deepest part of the cave, where he saw a crude nest made of hay and beast skins, and his pupils constricted at the scene before him. 3 tiny black cubs, no bigger than a palm, with eyes still closed, were huddled together, emitting weak whine. Their bodies were icy cold, as if they had been starving for a long time. It turned out to be a mother leopard who had just given birth. No wonder it appeared so weak. Detecting 3 extremely weak juvenile life forms. They are very hungry and very cold. They miss their mother. Lin Mo's heart suddenly tightened. And at that moment, a wave of deadly crisis surged from behind. Roar! Accompanied by a low growl filled with anger and madness. The returning mother leopard, like a bolt of black lightning, extended its sharp claws and pounced directly at Lin Mo's back. It hadn't gone far at all. Instead, it had used a feint to lure any potential onlookers into revealing themselves. Such high intelligence. Lin Mo's scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. He had no time to think further, and rolled aside clumsily to evade this deadly strike. Sizzle! The claw of the leopard grazed his back, leaving behind a trail of blood droplets and torn. The rocky wall behind him bore the deep claw marks that could be seen down to the bone. With a missed strike, the mother leopard landed silently and once again melted into the darkness. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, his heart racing. Too fast. He couldn't catch the other's movement at all. Is this the terrifying power of a golden-level assassin-type magical beast? Even in an extremely weakened state, it was enough to kill him in an instant. Don't resist. Tell it you mean no harm. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down, immediately dropping the dagger in his hand, raising both hands high, while also activating his innate talent. A gentle, benevolent mental wave spread out. I mean no harm. I'm not here to hurt your children. I'm here to deliver food. The pair of green eyes full of killing intent in the darkness flickered. Human, get out of my territory. The cold thoughts came through intermittently. Before Lin Mo stood a proposal filled with temptation. The shadow leopard's emerald-like vertical pupils flickered violently. Rationality told it that this seemingly harmless human boy was extremely dangerous and absolutely untrustworthy. However, the faint sobbing sounds from the cave behind barely audible struck like invisible hammers against the heart of its mother. It had no choice left. As a proud golden-tier magical beast, a silent hunter in the shadows, it had never bowed to any creature. But today, for the sake of its child, it was willing to lay down all its dignity. It lowered its proud head and slowly approached Lin Mo, gently rubbing its forehead against the back of Lin Mo. This was an act of submission and also a form of entrustment. Lin Mo smiled genuinely from the heart. He gently stroked the shadow leopard's soft yet cold fur, his gentle spiritual energy continuously soothing its tense nerves. From now on you shall be called Shadow. I will take care of your child. This great mother leopard deserved a more dignified title. As for the three little cubs, let's name them Big Fur, Second Fur, and Third Fur. Simple and easy to remember. The taste is worrying. Little Black on his shoulder mercilessly commented. Lin Mo lazily ignored it and directly entered. The shadow leopard did not stop him, merely following closely behind, its gaze filled with complex emotion. Deep in the cave in a grassy nest, the three little cubs were so hungry that they could barely muster the strength to cry. Lin Mo crouched down, extending his hand to cautiously check on their condition. It was worse than he had imagined. Their life force flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Mo turned to reassure the shadow. Then he began his professional and efficient operation. He first took out a bottle of high-grade healing potion scavenged from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, pouring it into his palm and evenly applying it to the shadow leopard's hind leg over the gruesome old wound. The cooling medicinal effect seeped in, and the shadow leopard let out a comfortable low hum. Next, Lin Mo took out a few low-grade black iron magic cores, carefully grinding them into the finest powder with his spiritual energy. Then he mixed a bit of clean jerky with water, simmering it over low heat, and finally added the magic core powder, stirring it evenly. A bowl of special leopard milk emitting a peculiar fragrance was thus produced. He dipped a finger into it and brought it to the mouth of one of the little cubs. The little creature instinctively suckled, and its eyes brightened as if it had tasted an extraordinary delicacy, clutching Lin Mo's finger tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Mo chuckled wryly and used the same method to feed the other two. After completing all this, he was drenched in sweat himself. Caring for these little ancestors was far more exhausting than fighting a battle. The shadow leopard silently watched everything, and in its cold green vertical pupils a glimmer of gratitude began to melt. Little Black commented, "You finally look a bit like a professional breeder now." Lin Mo rolled his eyes in annoyance and began to tidy up this temporary home. He decided to stay here for another 2 days at least, until the little one stabilized completely. Inside the cave, there were many leftover bones and skins from prey. Lin Mo cleaned up while surveying the cave structure. Suddenly he paused. In the deepest part of the cave, behind a pile of beast bones, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible flow of air. An underground passage. His heart stirred as he moved the mountain of bones aside, revealing a narrow crack in the wall just wide enough for a person to pass through. He glanced back at the shadow leopard, who was already lying down to rest, and the three little cubs full and sound asleep. Without hesitation, he turned sideways and slipped inside. Behind the crack was a smaller natural stone chamber. The chamber was empty except for a gigantic leopard skeleton lying in the center. From the outline and size of the bones, it appeared to be an adult shadow leopard. Most likely, it was the father of these three little cubs. Detected lingering emotions of deep sorrow and unwillingness. It was guarding something. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the claws of the skeleton. He saw that the massive skeletal claws were firmly pressed against a seemingly ordinary piece of black stone. No way, not a stone. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. It was clearly an irregular black crystal the size of a fist. It emitted no light, yet like a black hole it swallowed all surrounding light, its surface flowing with visible dark energy. Hiss! Lin Mo gasped in cold air. Shadow heart. It actually is the shadow heart. Hey, food ticket. Give it to me. Hurry. Little Black's previously lazy thoughts suddenly became so excited and urgent. It even trembled slightly. The shadow heart. In legend, it is said to only form in specific environments where shadow energy is concentrated to the extreme after thousands of years of sedimentation and compression. It contains the purest and most primal shadow power. For any shadow attribute creature, or anyone practicing shadow techniques, it is an invaluable treasure. Its value is probably 10 times more than the 500,000 gold coins given by Yi Bingqing. I struck it rich. This time I really struck it rich. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, saliva almost dripping. He carefully moved the skeleton which had lost all its strength aside, cradling the cold, but seemingly alive shadow hard in his hands. No wonder that male leopard died here. It likely found this treasure, but could not absorb its overwhelming energy, or perhaps it encountered a powerful enemy while guarding it, and fought to its death. Lin Mo respectfully bowed to the skeleton. Old brother, thank you. Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife and children, making sure they are plump and healthy. He did not immediately give this treasure to Little Black as a snack. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. This thing has too powerful energy, he needed to plan carefully. He left the stone chamber blocking the crack with stones, then sat cross-legged and entered meditation. 2 days later, when Lin Mo opened his eyes again, his gaze had become deeper and brighter. He detached a tiny, insignificant amount of energy from the shadow heart and infused it into his spiritual energy, surprisingly, causing his total spiritual energy to faintly show signs of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the 3 little cubs in the cave could already stumble to their feet and take a few steps. They opened their beautiful green eyes just like their mothers and curiously gazed at Lin Mo. The shadow leopard was also much better. Most of its wounds had scabbed over, and it could move freely. Leaving the Black Mist Canyon and stepping onto the road to Giant Stone City, Lin Mo felt a qualitative change within his team. He was no longer a lone ranger burdened with 2 dead weights. A black specter almost blending with the environment lingered always within a safe distance of 500 to 1,000 meters ahead of him. It was the shadow. It acted like the most efficient and loyal radar. 3 o'clock ahead, there is a migrating group of about 20 wind blade mantises. We will take a detour. Behind the small hill on the left, a 300-year-old concentration grass was found unattended and ready for harvesting. There is a merchant convoy passing to the right with ironwood wheels bearing the emblem of the Gale Mercenary Corps. Within the mental link, clear and concise streams of information continuously flowed in. Lin Mo merely sat under a tree gnawing on jerky while planning the optimal route for the next 10 kilometers. Safe, efficient, and it also brought in a little profit. This is the joy of having a top-notch scout. Cheap. A fluffy little red head belonging to the lava bird peeked out from the beast's skin pouch on his chest, opened its mouth, and called out, "I'm hungry." Lin Mo skillfully took out a low-grade fire element black iron demon core from his spatial pouch and tossed it in. The little bird grabbed it in its beak, crunching away like it was eating candy, and then contentedly pulled its head back. He glanced again at the 3 small milk leopards packed in another large beast skin pouch. Big Mao, Air Mao, and San Mao had grown several circles larger under Lin Mo's lavish feeding of demon core powder and high-grade meat paste. Now they were already the size of ordinary house cats huddled together as they slept soundly. "Tisk, this whole family is a bunch of gluttons," Lin Mo muttered. "Who are you calling a glutton?" "Food ticket." On his shoulder, Xiaohei lazily opened its eyes, expressing strong dissatisfaction. The true self had expended so much precious physical and mental energy to digest the garbage you fed me. These few broken demon cores are hardly enough to fill my teeth. Lin Mo ignored it. He took out the shadow heart and held it in his palm. Just the thin strand of energy that wafted off it made his mental strength feel incomparably relaxed and invigorated. These past few days he had merely peeled away the outermost layer, less than 1,000th of its power for cultivation, and he could already sense that the bottleneck of his mental strength was subtly loosening. Only a step away from the bronze mid-grade. "Once we reach Giant Stone City, I'll feed you to Xiaohei." Lin Mo thought to the shadow heart. "That's more like it." Xiaohei hummed with satisfaction, shifted its position, and resumed its nap. "Food ticket, that big fellow is coming over." The shadow's thought resonated just in time. Lin Mo looked up and saw a rock-giant rhinoceros covered in heavy stone armor and as large as a small mountain, making its way over with heavy strides. It seemed to be heading to a nearby small river for a drink. This is a golden-level magical beast. If it were the Lin Mo of before, he would have long taken a detour. But now, "Shadow, tell it this is my territory. Let it take another route to drink, or it'll break its legs." Lin Mo issued a simple and crude command. Moments later, that arrogant rock-giant rhinoceros, as if it had seen a ghost, stiffened for a moment, and then turned around, tucking its tail between its legs and fleeing in disgrace. Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction. The deterrent force of a top assassin who can blend into shadows and deliver a fatal strike is far more terrifying than a direct confrontation against any creature. This is the power of teamwork. 5 days later, a majestic city finally appeared at the end of the horizon. It was a city built from massive black rocks, each weighing thousands of pounds. The city walls reached a height of 100 meters thick and rugged, exuding a sense of primal and overwhelming power. It seemed as though it was not built by human hands, but rather carved out of the mountains by giants. This was Giant Stone City. the largest adventurer hub at the eastern border of the Rhine Kingdom. Lin Mo arrived at the city gate with his rather peculiar zoo team. The tall city gates were bustling with people and traffic. Merchant convoys laden with goods, mercenaries bearing great swords, and mages in robes, all gathered here. 2 rows of city guards in standardized armor were inspecting every individual entering the city. When it was Lin Mo's turn, the leading guard captain, who bore a scar on his face, blocked his way. His scrutinizing gaze swept over the little black creature on Lin Mo's shoulder, then lingered for a moment on the several beast skin pouches around Lin Mo's chest and waist. Halt! The scar-faced captain's voice was a bit hoarse. The entrance fee is 10 silver coins per person. Carrying magical beasts requires registration and payment of a pet tax. 50 silver coins for one. So much. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. The scar-faced captain sneered, pointing at the nearby notice board. Indeed, it was clearly priced. Kid, is this your first time in Giant Stone City? The rules here are just like that. Let me see, you have quite a few. Little cuties, don't you? He pointed out, extending his hand. 1 lizard, 1 bird, and at least 3 in that bulging pouch, right? A total of 5. 250 silver coins, put it out there. Lin Mo frowned. Why don't you go rob someone? Hey, big brother, cut me some slack. Lin Mo forced a flattering smile on his face, quietly took out a gold coin from his pocket, and discreetly handed it over. You see, these are all worthless little trinkets, not aggressive at all. The scar-faced captain didn't even glance at the gold coin. A glint of subtle greed flashed in his eyes. Worthless? I don't think so. He reached out, intending to grab the little black creature on Lin Mo's shoulder directly. This little black thing looks quite distinctive. Hand it over. Just as his hand was about to touch Xiaohei, Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. He didn't move. The scar-faced captain suddenly felt a chill at his neck. It was as if a cold blade was silently pressed against his carotid artery. A chilling fear surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. His movements froze instantly. Cold sweat broke out in an instant. He could even smell the bloody scent that belonged only to top predators. His throat moved, but he couldn't make a sound. Because he clearly felt that as long as he dared to make any slight movement in the next second, his head would be severed from his neck. Big brother, what's wrong? You look pale. Did you get heat stroke? Lin Mo's harmless voice rang out. The scar-faced captain turned his eyes, stiffly staring fixedly at Lin Mo. He saw nothing. Around them, people continued to come and go. Yet that feeling of being choked by death was all too real. Master, should I kill him? The cold thought of the shadow echoed in Lin Mo's mind. No need, just scare him a little. We are civilized people. The cold sensation at his neck came swiftly and vanished, just as quickly, disappearing without a trace. The scar-faced captain felt as if he had just been pulled out of water, gasping for breath, his legs going weak, nearly. Sorry, I don't have that many silver coins on me. Lin Mo took out 10 silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. That's all I have for the entrance fee. He flashed a toothy smile at the already pale scar-faced captain, revealing a set of white teeth. Can we go in now? The scar-faced captain's throat rolled for a long time before he squeezed out a word through his teeth. Get lost. All right. Lin Mo with his zoo swaggered into Giant Stone City, leaving the scar-faced captain still immersed in endless fear and a group of city guards staring at each other. Upon entering the Giant Stone City, Lin Mo truly understood what it meant to be in the paradise of adventurers. The air here was permeated with a peculiar blend of sweat, alcohol, cheap perfume, and a faint hint of blood. On the wide black stone main road, one could see dwarf warriors shouldering massive axes, agile elven rangers, and many more adventurers like him, clad in severely worn leather armor, their eyes alert like hungry wolves. On both sides of the road, shops were abundant. At the entrance of a tavern adorned with the fierce heads of beasts, drunken mercenaries sang off-key songs, their arms slung over each other's shoulders. In the weapon shop, sparks flew as the sound of forging echoed incessantly. More common, however, were some makeshift outdoor stalls piled high with all sorts of bizarre items. Freshly made demonic spider eyeballs. Top-quality materials for crafting mental energy potions. Don't miss out as you pass by. Selling complete pelts of silver-grade wind wolves. Comes with a full set of magic cores. Prices are negotiable. The sounds of hawkers and bargaining rose and fell in a cacophony. Lin Mo was not dazzled by this bustling scene. His goals were very clear. Firstly, to make money. Secondly, to find a place that was absolutely safe and completely private. The glowing stone's energy is much better than those pieces of junk you gave me before. The thoughts of the lava bird and Xiaohei echoed simultaneously in his mind. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll sell you all. Lin Mo replied harshly in his heart as he quickened his pace. He completely ignored the street vendors and headed straight for the city center's most magnificent building, the Adventurers Guild. The guild hall was 10 times more lively than the city gate. The air was thick with an even more potent aroma of hormones. Lin Mo navigated the noisy crowd with familiarity, arriving at the logistics area responsible for handling finances and appraisals. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? A sweet-looking rabbit-eared girl behind the counter flashed a professional. Without wasting words, Lin Mo directly handed over the purple crystal card that Yi Bingqing had given him. Withdraw money. And please issue me an anonymous savings card. The rabbit-eared girl took the card, and when she saw the family crest made of 3 ice crystal roses in the bottom right corner, her sweet smile instantly froze on her face. She suddenly looked up regarding the seemingly ordinary black-haired youth before her with a gaze that shifted from shock to awe and finally, to utmost humility. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Her voice carried a barely detectable tremor. Within 3 minutes, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit looking like a supervisor hurriedly emerged from the inner hall and respectfully handed Lin Mo a brand new black savings card along with several complimentary gifts. Esteemed guest, your 500,000 gold coins have been fully transferred to this card. This is our Giant Stone City's branch's highest level black gold VIP card, which grants priority service and a 10% discount at any Adventurers Guild within the kingdom. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please make sure to accept it. Lin Mo expressionlessly accepted the card, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not utter a single unnecessary word, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a remarkable person. The influence of the Yi family in the capital is indeed substantial. Lin Mo inwardly marveled. Having secured the largest sum of funds, he felt completely at ease. Next, he needed to find a house. He quickly scanned the information board in the guild hall and soon located the area responsible for property transactions and rentals. I want to rent a courtyard, Lin Mo said to a seemingly shrewd intermediary with a goatee. The requirements are very simple. Firstly, it must be absolutely quiet. Secondly, it must be completely private. Thirdly, there needs to be a sufficiently large independent training ground. Money is not an issue. The last 4 words were delivered lightly, yet they were imbued with a convincing force. The goatee intermediary's eyes lit up. You're in luck, esteemed guest. I happen to have 3 top-tier courtyards that perfectly meet your requirements. The first one is located in the east of the city, close to the commercial area, convenient for travel, with a lively garden of flowing water. Too noisy? Next one. The second one is in the south of the city, adjacent to the guild's training arena, where you can observe expert duels at any time. Too chaotic? Next one. This last one is in the north of the city, in a secluded corner near the city wall. It borders the slums and the warehouse district, and usually hardly anyone goes there. The courtyard was previously built by an old mercenary who had retired, featuring a military-grade defensive array. Besides being a bit remote, it absolutely meets your requirements. That's the one. Lin Mo decided on the spot. Take me to see it. Half an hour later, Lin Mo stood in an independent courtyard surrounded by tall black stone walls, nodding in satisfaction. This place was even better than he had imagined. It was secluded with no other residents within 100 meters. The courtyard was large, with a massive training ground in the center covered in hard black rock measuring at least the size of 2 basketball courts. The rent is 10,000 gold coins per year. The goatee intermediary cautiously quoted an exorbitant price. I'll rent it for 10 years. Lin Mo pulled out the black gold card from his pocket and tossed it over. 1 payment. Having money allows for such indulgence. After finalizing everything and sending away the already beaming goatee intermediary, Lin Mo closed the heavy ironwood gate. The entire world fell silent in an instant. He let out a long breath. Ying patrolled the surroundings. Any creature attempting to approach the courtyard walls, regardless of what it was, break its legs immediately. A vague shadow quietly detached from beneath his feet, melding into the shadows of the wall and disappearing. Lin Mo released the lava bird and 3 small milk leopards. The little creatures, excited to see such a spacious area for the first time, began chasing and playing around the training ground. Lin Mo paid them no mind. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, solemnly retrieving the shadow heart, an item capable of stirring up a storm of bloodshed in the outside world, from his spatial pouch. The moment it came into contact with the air, a visible stream of black energy surged forth from the crystal like a tidal wave. The temperature of the entire courtyard plummeted. The light became distorted and dim. The little black creature that had been dozing on his shoulder abruptly opened its eyes. A previously calm glimmer erupted with unprecedented desire and fervor. Its body transformed into a black shadow, swallowing the shadow heart in one bite. The next, boom! A surge of violent dark energy 100 times greater than before erupted from Xiaohei's tiny frame. The ground of the entire training ground was instantly stained pure black. A fierce wind arose out of nowhere. Black energy ripples crashed against the courtyard's defensive array like a tsunami. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lines of runes on the walls lit up one after another before quickly dimming, letting out groans under the unbearable pressure. The little ones still playing around were instantly terrified by this overwhelming pressure, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. What the hell? Is it that loud? Lin Mo was equally taken aback. He gritted his teeth, desperately urging his mental energy, trying to help stabilize the defensive array in this space on the verge of collapse. At the center of the storm, Xiao He was completely enveloped by a massive black cocoon over 10 meters, and its aura was rising at a terrifying speed. Boom, crack. Accompanied by a deafening cry of despair, the last layer of the defensive array above the courtyard shattered. The raging dark energy finally broke free from its restraints like an ancient beast of chaos escaping from its cage, soaring into the sky and dyeing half of the night sky over the giant stone city with an ominous shade of black. It's all over. Lin Mo's face turned pale as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His mental energy had been completely drained, leaving not a drop behind. It felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing in his head simultaneously, causing him to wish for nothing more than to faint on the spot. However, he could not. His gaze was firmly locked onto the massive black cocoon. At this moment, the center of the energy storm, the cocoon, did not shrink due to the outpouring of energy. Instead, it expanded to an even more terrifying degree. It quietly hovered in midair, its surface adorned with countless mysterious dark golden runes pulsating with each throb, like a colossal heart, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. Isn't this commotion a bit too much? Lin Mo swallowed hard. It's just a shadow heart, right? Is it really necessary? This scene would make one think that a demon god had descended, just as he was lost in thought. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering came from the surface of the cocoon. A fine crack, following that there was a second, a third. Like a spider's web, dense cracks instantly covered the entire cocoon. Boom. In the next moment, the cocoon exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a sky full of black light spots. A brand new figure appeared before Lin Mo. Lin Mo's breath instantly halted. It was no longer a tiny, palm-sized, adorable little lizard. Its size had surged more than tenfold. Now it resembled an adult-sized cheetah, elegant and agile, exuding a sense of streamlined power. Its entire body was covered with a layer of glistening, translucent scales resembling obsidian, shimmering with a cold and profound luster under the moonlight. On its head, 2 small fleshy bumps that had only slightly protruded had transformed into a pair of emerging dragon horns gleaming with a metallic sheen. On its back, a pair of fleshy wings that were once only the size of fingernails had now fully unfurled. Though it could not fly, yet the blade-like skeletal structure and the tough membrane covering it foreshadowed its terrifying potential to soar through the skies in the future. The most astonishing feature was its eyes. They were pure golden vertical pupils reminiscent of molten gold. Inside them, there was no longer a trace of laziness or confusion. Instead, they were filled with endless majesty, pride, and a detached indifference, as if gazing down upon all living beings. God-level taming talent information updated. Target annihilation, demon dragon juvenile form. Status energy, saturated evolution, complete, mild indigestion. Level gold, initial stage. Gold. It actually jumped directly from black iron level, leaping over 2 major stages of bronze and silver, and soared straight to gold level. Lin Mo inhaled sharply. This upgrade speed was faster than a rocket, wasn't it? Is this the true potential of the annihilation demon dragon? Just a shadow heart brought about such a transformative metamorphosis. Hey, food ticket. A voice slightly juvenile, yet exceptionally clear and cold, resonated directly in Lin. Unlike the previous vague mental exchanges, this time, it was true language. Lin Mo was stunned. He saw the imposing little black panther tilting its head, inspecting him with its golden vertical pupils. What are you looking at? Never seen such a handsome dragon before. There was a hint of blatant disdain in that cold. Also, this body is still too weak. Moreover, the taste of that thing just now was really not great. It was like an undercooked piece of moldy charcoal. Lin Mo. He confirmed once again that it was indeed the same old recipe, the familiar taste. Sharp-tongued, proud, and picky. This guy, aside from having a cool new skin, hadn't changed one bit inside. Yes, Dragon Lord, you are absolutely right. Lin Mo waved his hand weakly. Your evolution caused such a commotion that I almost lost my life. Can I take a break now? Before he finished speaking, an incomparably pure and vast dark energy suddenly surged back from Xiao Hei's body, flowing along the contract link into Lin Mo's nearly desiccated mental sea. Buzz! Lin Mo felt his head shake violently. It was as if a long dry riverbed was suddenly submerged by a torrential flood. His mental energy, which had originally stagnated, began to surge wildly under the cleansing of this high quality. The bottleneck of the mid-bronze stage couldn't even put up a decent resistance before shattering in response. Mid-bronze, high bronze, peak bronze. Until just a step away from the silver level, the surging momentum slowly came to a halt. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the mental energy in his mental sea had increased several times compared to before, disbelief written all over his face. This is possible. One person attains Tao, and even their chickens and dogs ascend. I'll spit. It's the pet upgrading, and the owner can also benefit from it. Don't get me wrong. Xiaohei snorted coldly, turning its head and grooming its glossy scales with its paw. This lord just couldn't digest so much junk energy, so I casually gave you a bit of leftovers. I wouldn't want you this food ticket to be too weak and get easily crushed by a finger. Otherwise I would have to find a new long-term food ticket. Though it said this, the tip of its slightly swaying tail betrayed its rather pleasant mood at the moment. Lin Mo laughed and scolded, leaping up from the ground, the fatigue and soreness throughout his body vanishing instantly. The significant boost in mental energy made him feel better than ever. Just then, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the eastern direction of the city, his brow slightly furrowed. Master, just now at least 3 powerful auras probe this place. One of them is no weaker than that ice one. The cold thought from Yuying came from the shadows. Lin Mo's heart understood. Indeed, the commotion just now had alarmed the old monsters in the city. Fortunately, with the courtyard's defensive array and Xiaohei's last-minute energy convergence, they should have only sensed the anomaly without being able to determine what exactly happened. However, it was not safe to stay here for long. At the very least, they could not create such a huge commotion again. Chirp! A timid cry came from the corner. Lin Mo looked down and saw the magma bird and the 3 little milk panthers who had just learned to walk huddled together in the corner, trembling. They looked at the little black panther, which exuded a terrifying dragon might, with eyes full of fear. A bunch of useless trash. Xiaohei glanced at them disdainfully. Just a single gaze made the little ones nearly wet themselves. All right, stop scaring them, Lin Mo said with a wry smile, walking over to comfort the poor little creatures. From now on we are all brothers sharing the same pot, so we must live in harmony, understand? Lin Mo sighed. He felt he was increasingly resembling a part-time zookeeper and kindergarten principal. First, let's familiarize ourselves with your new powers. Let me see what you can do now. Let me show you what true dragon power is. Xiaohei proudly lifted its head and opened its mouth. A tiny black flame no larger than a fingernail slowly floated out of its mouth and landed on the hard, impenetrable black rock in the training ground. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no scorching heat. The flames simply burned quietly. And that specially crafted black rock, which could withstand a full-force strike from a silver-level powerhouse, turned into a small pile of black powder silently the moment it made contact with the flame. Annihilation. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. He had no doubt that if this thing landed on him, forget it, better not think about it. This big fellow would need to be properly supported in the future. Lin Mo looked at the chaotic ground of the courtyard with a heavy heart. The high-level defensive array that had cost him 100,000 gold coins was now a pile of scrap flickering with the last sparks of electricity. 100,000 gold coins. Lin Mo clutched his chest, feeling a bit out of breath. The money was spent far. He turned his head to look at the culprit, who was carefully cleaning its brand-new dragon scales with its claws. I say, Lord Dragon, Lin Mo said weakly, how am I supposed to take you out with that head of yours? I can't just swagger around carrying you to go shopping, can I? Little Black's leopard-like body was just too eye-catching. The golden-level aura it emitted was completely unconcealed, making it a moving super lighthouse wherever. Little Black paused at his words, lifting its head to give Lin Mo a disdainful glance with its pure golden vertical pupils. Mortal beings are so narrow-minded. How could you possibly comprehend my form-changing abilities? As the words fell, its robust and large body began to shrink rapidly amidst a strange spatial distortion. The bones made a sound that made one's teeth ache. In less than 3 breaths, the formidable young dragon transformed back into a small, charming black lizard the size of a palm. It lazily climbed back onto Lin Mo's shoulder, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Aside from its eyes turning pure gold, and its aura becoming even more unfathomable, it looked no different from before. Lin Mo stared in astonishment. It can transform back. This is the most basic innate ability of the dragon race. Little Black's voice echoed in his mind, filled with a sense of pride. You have much to learn in the future. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. The biggest problem had been solved, yet he felt no joy whatsoever. He counted his expenses on his fingers. 1 increasingly gluttonous shadowy creature. 3 rapidly growing hungry shadow hatchlings. 1 picky little bird that only ate fire-type magic cores. Adding Little Black, this bottomless pit. That 40,000 gold coins he had just received suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. Sitting idle and consuming his resources was not a solution. He had to quickly find a stable and efficient. It seems I still need to check out the Adventurers Guild, Lin Mo resolved, settling the trembling little creatures, locking the door, and heading straight for the city center. As soon as he stepped into the bustling guild hall, he keenly caught the focus of discussions wafting through the air. Have you heard? Last night, an anomaly fell over the northern part of the city. Not just heard. I live nearby. That black beam of light seemed to erupt from my roof, scaring me so much that I couldn't sleep all night. It must be a treasure emerging. I've already gathered my brothers to go over and try our luck. A bearded mercenary lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I've heard insider news that several golden-level offerings from the Lord's Manor were dispatched last night. Even that platinum-level big shot who usually stays in seclusion at the guild has been disturbed. A gasp of cold air rose around. Lin Mo stood outside the crowd listening quietly, but his heart was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, and thankfully Little Black had concealed its aura at the last moment. Otherwise, his little broken courtyard would probably have been dug up by those big shots. He squeezed through the crowd to the massive wall covered in mission scrolls. The tasks on it were varied. From finding the Lord's missing kitten to forming a team to hunt platinum-level magical beasts, everything Lin Mo's gaze quickly swept over. His goal was clear. The reward had to be high, the difficulty not too outrageous, and most importantly, it must not be too eye-catching. Soon a seemingly inconspicuous piece of parchment crammed into a corner caught his attention. Urgent commission mission content: eliminate the rodent infestation in large grain warehouse number 3 in the east of the city. Mission requirements: completely eradicate within 3 days. No contamination or damage to the grain inside the warehouse is allowed. Mission reward: 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. Eliminate rats. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This price seemed a bit outrageous. An ordinary bronze-level adventurer team might not earn this amount even if they worked tirelessly for a month. Something unusual must be afoot. This so-called rodent infestation probably isn't as simple as it seems. However, for Lin Mo, it was like receiving a pillow when one was sleepy. When it comes to handling tasks that require extensive search and extermination, who could be more professional than him, a god-level tamer? Without hesitation, he reached out and tore down the mission scroll. He took the scroll to the logistics counter. It was still the sweet-looking rabbit-eared girl. As soon as she saw Lin Mo, her smile turned extremely respectful and enthusiastic. Esteemed Black Gold VIP, hello. Are you here to post a mission, or? When her gaze fell on the rodent infestation mission scroll in Lin Mo's hand, she was momentarily stunned. Guest, are you sure you want to take on this mission? She cautiously reminded him. This mission has been up for almost a month now. Previously, 3 silver-level teams have taken it on, and they all failed. One team was completely wiped out. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. Oh, that sounds intriguing. He rapped on the counter. Register me, please. And please pull up all relevant information about this mission for me. The rabbit-eared girl, not daring to advise further, quickly bowed her head and began to operate. Moments later, she handed Lin Mo a brand new mission card and a thick stack of materials. Guess this is the reports and speculations left by all the previous failed teams. From a comprehensive view, the creatures in the warehouse are not ordinary rats, but a type of mutated social magical beast with strong burrowing abilities and concealment. Moreover, their leader seems to have already developed a considerable level of intelligence. Lin Mo took the materials, flipped through them casually, then turned and walked out of the guild, leaving the rabbit-eared girl and several adventurers who heard the news staring at his back in disbelief. Did I see that wrong? That guy who waved his hand to rent the courtyard for 100,000 gold coins actually took on the highest mortality eliminate rats mission. Is he crazy? Do the rich really think this uniquely? In Giant Stone City, Eastern District, the No. 3 Granary stands as the largest grain storage center in the entire city, operated by one of the city's largest merchant associations, the Jean Maisui Merchant Association. But at this moment, this once bustling warehouse complex was eerily silent. At the entrance, the city guard and merchant association's guards formed 3 layers of barricades, strictly prohibiting any unrelated personnel from approaching. The air was thick with the sour smell of fermented grain mingled with a faint stench. Lin Mo, amidst the uncertain gazes of the guards, arrived at the entrance of the granary. A middle-aged man dressed in brocade and as round as a ball was continuously wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He was the overseer of the Jean Maisui Merchant Association, known as Fat Wong. Upon seeing Lin Mo arrive alone, the flesh on Fat Wong's face twitched slightly. Is it just you? Alone? His voice was filled with undisguised disappointment and doubt. The association sent only you. You? Are you a summoner? Does it not look like it? Lin Mo retorted. It looks. Fat Wong stammered, laughing awkwardly, not daring to ask further. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He led Lin Mo to open the heavy warehouse door, and a stronger stench of decay and rot surged forth. My lord, look, Fat Wong said, pointing inside the warehouse with a mournful face. Those damned creatures have completely hollowed out the place below. We tried using smoke, flooding it with water, even hiring a silver-tier earth summoner to seal the hole in the ground. None of it worked. Their digging speed is faster than we can fill it, and they're as cunning as humans. He pointed at a steel plate half an inch thick that had been bitten through, trembling with heartache. Their teeth can even crush refined steel. The most troublesome part is that we absolutely cannot use fire or poison. The grain inside is meant to supply half the population of the entire city. If something goes wrong, the lord of the city will be the first to have my skin peeled off. Alright, I understand. Lin Mo interrupted his incessant chatter. He had already read about these failed cases in the associations. Prepare a quiet room for me. For the next 3 days, no one is allowed to set foot in the No. 3 granary, not even half a step. 3 days. Just you. Alone. Fat Wong was completely bewildered. Too long. Lin Mo shot him a glance. No, not long at all. Please go ahead. Fat Wong dared not speak further, and quickly led Lin Mo into a nearby office, then took everyone out beyond the barricade, anxiously waiting. Lin Mo closed the door, and the entire massive warehouse instantly fell silent. He did not rush to act, but instead closed his eyes and slowly spread his spiritual energy. In his perception, the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid earth, but an incredibly vast and complex beehive. Countless weak, yet chaotic and greedy life forces swirled and intertwined within. Chirp. Hungry, so hungry, want to eat. Hurry over here in the new hole, there's plenty of wheat. The king is sleeping, don't wake the king. Mixed messages buzzed in his mind like countless flies. This is the most basic application of communication among all living things. However, these rodents were too low in intelligence, and their information was too chaotic to form any effective intelligence. A manager was needed. Lin Mo opened his eyes, scanning the dark corners. Soon he locked onto a gray, ordinary rat gnawing at the seam of a burlap sack. It seemed to be the original inhabitant of this warehouse, currently trembling in fear, avoiding the terrifying. Lin Mo walked over slowly. The gray rat's fur stood on end, wanting to flee, but found that its limbs would not obey. An irresistible pressure pinned it firmly in place. Don't be afraid, I'm not here to kill you. Lin Mo conveyed a gentle thread of spiritual energy. I want to hire you as my foreman. The little gray rat's tiny eyes were filled with immense fear and confusion. You and your kind help me figure out all the movements of those outsiders below. How many are they, where do they live, and where is their king? Lin Mo pointed to the little black one dozing on it. After the job is done, 1/3 of the grain in this warehouse will be yours. If you don't cooperate, it will gladly consider you an appetizer. Chirp. The little black one opened its eyes in dissatisfaction and pouted. Don't compare me to these lowly creatures. Although the gray rat could not understand the little black one's words, the terrifying dragon aura leaked at that moment made it feel utterly terrified. That was an absolute suppression that originated from the deepest part of its bloodline. He'll do it. He'll do it. The gray rat desperately conveyed its intention to submit, its head knocking against the ground like a pestle. 1 minute later, this temporarily appointed foreman, bearing Lin Mo's spiritual mark, vanished into a... Immediately afterward, an incredibly clear and complete 3-dimensional map began to slowly construct itself in Lin Mo's mind. For the first time, the entire underground layout of the No. 3 granary was presented so intuitively before. There were a total of 5 underground levels. The intricate network of tunnels spread throughout every corner like human capillaries, far surpassing any design by human engineers. Lin Mo even saw several huge backup granaries filled with the grain they had stolen from above. At the very bottom level, in a central area the size of a basketball court, thousands of fist-sized rats with black keratinized skin shone with a metallic sheen surrounding a mound of grains, sleeping and feeding. Their numbers were conservatively estimated to be over 50,000. And at the top of the grain mound, a massive black rat about half a meter tall and resembling a hairless, vicious dog lay there sleeping. It was the Rat King. Its strength was evidently at the mid-silver tier. No wonder those silver teams were falling into such a tide of rats. Even a golden tier powerhouse would probably perish on the spot. Lin Mo gently tapped his fingers on the table. But for me, it's just a perfect fit for my expert. He did not summon the little black one, nor did he disturb the shadow. To deal with these minor troops, he did not need to resort to his trump card. He took out dozens of low-grade magic cores of black iron from his spatial bag. Then he also took out some extremely pungent herbal powders. These were all local specialties he had collected along the way. They had no real lethality, but to creatures with a keen sense of smell, they were a form of torment. He mixed the magic cores with the herbal powder and transmitted it to his foreman. Deliver these extra rations to all the main passage's vents. Remember, do not disturb them. Wait for my signal. An hour later, when Lin Mo confirmed that all the extra rations were in place, he snapped his fingers. Detonate. Boom, 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 boom. In the next second, deep underground, a series of muffled, yet dense explosions echoed. The energy from those black iron magic cores was not strong, but exploding in the confined passages was enough to create small energy storms. Even more deadly were the pungent powders mixed within. The violent air currents swept these powder-like biological weapons throughout every capillary of the underground kingdom. Chirp. The shrill screams burst forth like boiling water erupting from the ground. The entire rat swarm instantly went into chaos. Countless mutated black rats under this sudden and indiscriminate sensory attack fell into madness. They could see nothing, smell nothing, only feeling their lungs as if they were being scorched by flames. Chaos spread in an instant. The Rat King was also awakened, letting out an angry roar, trying to regain control of the chaotic situation. But it was already too late. Lin Mo sat quietly in his office chair. Though his eyes were closed, the three-dimensional map in his mind was extraordinarily clear. Countless red dots representing the mutant black rats resembled ants thrown into boiling oil, completely descending into madness and chaos. They attacked each other, tearing into one another, engaging in a brutal trampling within the narrow passage. The powder he had carefully mixed dealt a devastating blow to their nervous systems. The collective intelligence of the rat swarm collapsed entirely at that moment. They regressed into the most primitive and frenzied beasts. The collective intelligence of the rat swarm collapsed entirely at that moment. They regressed into the most... On the map, the largest and brightest red that was flashing wildly. It was the Silver-Tier Rat King. It too was thrown into a frenzy by this sudden, indiscriminate attack, becoming covered in dirt and fury. However, as a king, its powerful mental resilience allowed it to barely retain a shred of sanity. It was attempting to reassemble its guard to suppress this inexplicable internal strife. Now is the time. A cold curve appeared at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. A single word echoed in his heart. There was no response, but Lin Mo knew that his first assassin had already been dispatched. He could even vaguely see that perfect figure of slaughter through the link of the contract. The shadow transformed completely into a flowing shadow. It did not take the congested main passage. It navigated through the gaps in the walls and shadows of the pipes, even slipping into the brief shadows cast by the panicked black rats. For a true master of shadows, the entire chaotic underground kingdom was a high-speed highway accessible at every turn. Those frenzied mutant black rats were completely oblivious to its presence. Even when the shadow flickered past them, they would only perceive it as a trivial change in the light. At the 5th underground level, the lair of the Rat King. The enormous Rat King was angrily shredding any madkin that dared to approach with its claws akin to steel. Its roar had become hoarse. The pungent scent in the air had reddened its eyes, and its breathing grew uneven. The chaos continued to escalate. Just as it was distracted trying to tear apart another attacking guard, the huge grotesque shadow behind it suddenly seemed to come alive, writhing slightly. A nearly negligible darkness dripped from the shadow. There was no killing intent, no sound of wind, only an extreme chill. PFF. A faint sound rang out like a sharp blade cutting through damp leather. The Rat King's roar abruptly stopped. Its massive body froze. Slowly it lowered its ugly head to see a pair of pitch-black claws piercing through its chest. Those claws precisely crushed its violently beating heart. Squeak. It let out a final cry, filled with confusion, as all its brutality and madness receded like a... With a resounding thud, it collapsed. Life had utterly come to an end. In Lin Mo's mind, the brightest red dot suddenly extinguished. Immediately after, it was as if the first domino had been knocked, the already precarious spiritual link of the rat swarm completely shattered. The king was dead. Fear replaced the previous madness like a true plague. The surviving mutant black rats began to flee like mad. They rushed towards the surface, desperate to escape this hell filled with the aura of death. 4 minutes time to work. Lin Mo issued the final instruction to his gray rat foreman. Now all of this is your food. Not one shall be spared. The next morning, Wang Pengzi, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, had hardly slept a wink. Yesterday, the thunderous explosion from below and the continuous horrific screams throughout the night had left him shaken. Now it was finally quiet. Was it the end, or had it gotten worse? Just as he was restless, the warehouse door creaked open. Lin Mo stretched lazily as he walked out, still showing a hint of drowsiness on his face. Good morning, Master Wang. And Master. Wang Pengzi jolted awake and hurried to greet him. What's the situation down below? It's taken care of, Lin Mo said casually. What? Wang Pengzi was taken aback. Taken care of? All of it. If not, what else? Lin Mo pointed at the warehouse. Don't believe me. Go in and take a look. Wang Pengzi, half convinced, cautiously led a few brave guards into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, there was a deathly silence. They could no longer hear that nerve-wracking sound of rustling. My lord, this is just the surface. One guard muttered quietly. Lin Mo smiled and walked to the center of the warehouse, stomping his foot. Dig here. The guards took their tools and pried open the thick stone slab, revealing a large dark hole below. There was no swarm of rats rushing out as imagined. Only a nauseating stench of blood and death filled the air. Let's go down and take a look. The guards lit torches and climbed down a makeshift ladder. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from the depths, followed by a series of retching and gagging. Wang Pengzi was so frightened that his legs went weak. What happened? What's going on? One guard, pale as a ghost, scrambled back up, pointing at the hole, unable to complete a sentence. Wong. Master. Down there. It's hell. In the end, Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth and went down to take a look himself. When he saw the horrific scene in the underground cave piled high with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood, especially the enormous Rat King's corpse, larger than an adult wild boar, yet dead in a strangely clean manner, he rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. An hour later, when he regained consciousness, the way he looked at Lin Mo had completely changed. It was a gaze filled with a kind of awe and fear, as if looking at a deity. And master, this is the promised 3,000 gold coins. He trembled as he handed over a heavy pouch of coins. Then he took out another smaller pouch. This is 1,000 gold coins. It's our guild's tribute to you. Thank you for resolving this enormous trouble for us. Lin Mo accepted without hesitation. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. He casually dug out the silver tier Rat King's magic core from the corpse and tossed it into his pocket. This is worth at least 500 gold coins. The task handover went smoothly. When Lin Mo stepped into the Adventurers Guild again, he immediately sensed an atmosphere vastly different from the previous day. If yesterday people had looked at him as if he were a mysterious fool with more money than sense, today their gazes carried a hint of awe, curiosity, and profound wariness. Especially when he passed by the mercenary groups gathered in teams. Those seasoned mercenaries exuding a fierce aura would unconsciously cease their boisterous conversations, their eyes falling on him with deliberate casualness, then whispering among themselves. That's him, the Black Gold VIP. He single-handedly wiped out that insolvable rat infestation mission for the Golden Wheat Chamber of Commerce overnight. I heard from a friend of my cousin's who works in the city guard that Fatty Wong was carried out of the granary, scared unconscious on the spot. They say the ground was a river of blood. Tens of thousands of mutated black gold rats didn't escape a single one. Even the silver-grade Rat King was killed in one move. Hiss. Killed in one move. Really? What level is he? I feel his aura is only bronze grade. Who knows? Either he's carrying some treasure, or he's some old monster who likes to play the fool. In any case, from now on in Boulder City, this person is absolutely not to be trifled with. Lin Mo absorbed these murmurs, his expression as calm as still water. He walked straight to the familiar service counter. The rabbit-eared girl, the moment she saw him, instinctively flinched. Her professional smile became exceedingly humble, even tinged with a hint of fawning. Our respected sir. You're here. Settle the account. Lin Mo slid the mission card across the counter. Yes, right away. Please wait a moment. The rabbit-eared girl processed the paperwork at the fastest speed she had ever mustered, crediting 3,000 gold coins and a hefty 500 guild contribution points to Lin Mo's black gold card. Sir, here are your payment and contribution points. Because you perfectly completed an emergency-level high-risk mission, your adventurer rank has been elevated to silver grade. Additionally, she paused, then added cautiously, based on your mission performance, the guild's information system has generated a temporary title for you. Beast King. Beast King. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, finding the title a bit cheesy, but quite fitting. Got it. He pocketed the card and turned to leave, ignoring the increasingly fervent stares around him. The money was in hand. Now it was time for the real business, procuring supplies for the ravenous beasts waiting back home. The eastern market of Boulder City was the largest material trading hub in the entire city. Lin Mo navigated the bustling crowd with practiced ease, arriving at an area dedicated to selling magic cores and beast materials. He stopped before a stall that seemed decently stocked. Boss, how much for black iron grade and bronze grade magic? The stall owner, a wiry middle-aged man, seeing Lin Mo so young with no strong energy fluctuations, responded with indifference. Black iron grade, 3 gold coins each. Bronze grade, 20 gold coins each. Fixed prices. The price is reasonable. Lin Mo nodded, then pointed at the large pile of colorful low-grade magic cores on the stall. He'll take all your black iron and bronze grade magic cores. What? The stall owner froze, cupping his ear as if he had misheard. What did you say? All of them. Do you know how many there are? Nearly 1,000 pieces. Just tally up the cost. Lin Mo, growing impatient, directly pulled a bulging money pouch from his spatial bag and tossed it onto the stall. With a clatter, several gleaming gold coins spilled out, nearly blinding the stall owner. Hiss. The surroundings fell silent. Countless gazes filled with greed, envy, and shock instantly converged on Lin Mo. A single transaction worth over 1,000 gold coins. And all for low-grade, worthless magic cores. Who was this person? Some wealthy landlord's foolish son out to experience life. Oh, an honored guest. You truly are an honored guest. The stall owner's previous indifference transformed into a beaming smile, and he began counting with nimble fingers. Black iron grade, 831 pieces. Bronze grade, 165 pieces. Total 5,793 gold coins. He'll knock off the odd change, just 5,700. Lin Mo pulled out a few more money pouches, throwing them over, without counting, and pointed at the pile of magic cores. Pack them up for me. Right away. You can count on me. The stall owner bowed and scraped his grin, stretching from ear to ear. Just then a sardonic voice rang out from behind Lin Mo. Well, if it isn't the newly minted Beast King himself with such a grand gesture. Lin Mo slowly. 5 mercenaries in matching leather armor, faces full of menace, blocked his path. At their head was a bald, burly man carrying a massive axe like a door plank. A vicious scar marked his neck, and his silver-grade high-level aura was undisguised, his eyes brimming with provocation and hostility. Lin Mo remembered him. It was Quang Dao, the leader of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, who had taken the rat infestation mission and returned in disgrace. Something on your mind, Oi? Lin Mo asked flatly. Kid, don't play dumb. A weasel-faced rogue behind Quang Dao shouted. Our brothers lost several men in that godforsaken place. You went in alone and solved it in less than a day. Confess. Did you use some underhanded trick? Yeah. Those rats were as cunning as ghosts. We never even saw the Rat King. How could you have killed it? Quang Dao said nothing, just fixed his bell-like eyes on Lin Mo, exuding an oppressive pressure. So according to you, it's my fault for solving a problem you couldn't. Lin Mo smiled. He stored the several large bags of packed magic cores into his spatial bag, then dusted off his hands. By your logic, should I also compensate you for emotional distress? Kid, you're pretty cocky. Quang Dao's face darkened. Don't think a few lousy coins let you swagger through roar. With his bellow, a massive lion with a mane like blazing fire materialized out of thin air, a silver-gray mid-level flame-maned lion. Its searing aura instantly raised the surrounding temperature. The onlookers gasped and scrambled backward, clearing a large space. The lion let out a low growl, its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Mo, brimming with bloodthirsty murder. Yet the next second, none of the expected pounce occurred. The majestic flame-maned lion suddenly looked as if it had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. The flames on its body instantly extinguished. Its sturdy frame began trembling violently then before the stunned eyes of everyone. It let out a pathetic whimper like a puppy, its legs giving way as its entire body prostrated, its massive lion head buried deep between its paws, not daring to even glance at Lin Mo. It was trembling. It was submitting. The entire market fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's happening? Why did Quang Dao's flame-maned lion? Quang Dao himself was bewildered. He could feel the soul-deep terror and trembling from his summoned beast. Get up. Useless thing. Get up. He frantically urged his summon with his spiritual power. But it was futile. The silver-grayed beast seemed nailed to the ground, not daring to move an inch. Lin Mo hadn't moved a finger the entire time. He simply watched the trembling lion quietly. On his shoulder, the harmless-looking little black lizard slowly opened a single golden vertical pupil, yawned, then closed it again. Boring. Lin Mo walked past the petrified Mad Lion Mercenary Corps and strode away. Only after his figure vanished at the end of the crowd did the flame-maned lion spring to life, leaping up from the ground, tucking its tail, and howling as it hid behind its master. What did he do? I don't know. I saw nothing. That lion just lay down on its own. That title. Beast King. Could it be real? The crowd erupted into chaos. Returning to the small courtyard in the north of the city, which he had rented for 100,000 gold coins. The first thing Lin Mo did was to dump all the heavy bags of magic cores onto the empty training ground. With a crash, over 1,000 colorful low-level magic cores containing different elemental energies piled together, forming a shimmering hill of energy. The air was instantly filled with a chaotic yet incredibly rich elemental aura. The lava bird immediately fluttered its wings and flew down from the eaves, diving into the hill, eagerly pecking at the red fire element magic cores like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. 3 little black panthers also wagged their tails, curiously sniffing at these shiny candies with their small nose. The shadowy figure appeared silently beside Lin Mo, gently rubbing its head against the back of his hand. Master, that lion's scent smells quite good. Its thoughts were cold and direct. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he rubbed its head. Want to eat? In the future, if there's an opportunity, I'll catch you one as a pet. He took out the high-grade silver Rat King magic core and tossed it to the shadow. Here, give the kids a little extra meat. You just advanced and need to stabilize your energy. The shadow did not absorb it itself, but pushed the magic core towards the 3 cubs. The little ones immediately gathered around, joyfully extending their pink tongues to lick the pure earth element energy, emitting satisfied purring sounds. Having taken care of these, Lin Mo then patted the little one on his shoulder that had been pretending to sleep since the way back. All right, stop sleeping, get up and eat, Dragon Grandpa. The little black dragon lazily opened its pure golden vertical eyes, yawned, and slowly climbed down from his shoulder. It walked with an indifferent gait to the mountain of magic cores, lifted its head, and gently sniffed. Then it wrinkled its non-existent brows. Is this it? That disdainful and contemptuous thought clearly reached Lin Mo's mind. Food ticket, do you have some misunderstanding about my diet? These energies are mixed and of poor quality. They are not even worthy of being stuck in my teeth. Are you trying to poison me with these and replace me with a new master? Lin Mo's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling his temple throb again. He squatted down and said irritably, Big brother, this is all I have left. It cost nearly 6,000 gold. Just consider it like eating some crispy chips. Can you manage that? No. The little black dragon answered. It casually pawed at a black iron-grade wind element magic core that rolled out from the mountain. Then right in front of Lin Mo, it opened its mouth. With a crunch it chewed and swallowed it, as if eating a peanut. Then it made a face of disdain and smacked its lips. The taste is unacceptable. The texture is too poor. The energy is almost non-existent. I give it a bad review. Lin Mo was utterly speechless. He realized that this guy had become more picky since evolving to the gold. Moreover, this proud and sharp-tongued habit had also become more serious. Food ticket, I need high quality. The little black dragon said in a rare, serious tone. At the very least, it should be of the same level as that black heart from last time. What you are providing now cannot help me restore my strength, and it might even contaminate my inherent dragon power. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew that the little black dragon wasn't joking. It seems I must quickly acquire higher-grade resources. Relying solely on these ordinary tasks to earn money isn't even enough to buy snacks for the little black dragon. I must think of another way. Just then a rhythmic knocking echoed on the yard's door. The knocking was neither hurried nor slow, displaying the good upbringing of the visitor. There are two not weak aura. One is silver grade, the other is gold grade. The warning from the shadow echoed in his mind. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, walked over, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was someone he found somewhat unexpected, the rabbit-eared girl from the Adventurers Guild. However, today, she wasn't wearing her work uniform, but had changed into a proper light blue long dress, looking less professional and more like a sweet neighbor girl. Behind her stood two heavily armored guards with an imposing aura, clearly two-peak silver-grade powerhouse. Respected Beast King, the rabbit-eared girl said nervously as she saw Lin Mo, quickly bowing deeply. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. It's you. What is it? It is. Our guild's vice president Orlando wishes to meet with you. The rabbit-eared girl cautiously lifted her head, glancing quickly at Lin Mo. He has something very important to discuss with you in person. Orlando, the vice president. Lin Mo searched his mind for this name. He is one of the 3 vice presidents of the Adventurers Guild in Stone City, a powerful summoner of high gold grade, mainly responsible for the guild's external explorations and high-end task releases. He is considered quite a big shot. Looking for me. What's the matter? The rabbit-eared girl showed a troubled expression on her face. I'm sorry, sir. The vice president only mentioned that this matter is of great importance and must be discussed with you in person. However, she paused, lowering her voice to add, I vaguely heard it's related to a newly discovered an unknown secret realm. Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed like a pillow was sent just as he was dozing. Unknown represents undeveloped resources. Secret realm means heavenly materials and earthly treasures, high-level magic cores, and even ancient relics. Isn't this exactly what he needs right now? He glanced at the pile of magic cores in the yard that the little black dragon looked down upon, and in his heart a decision was made. Interesting. He closed the yard door. Lead the way. The top floor of the Adventurers Guild is a stark contrast to the bustling market-like atmosphere below. Here it is so quiet that one can hear the sound of their own heartbeat. The soft red carpet absorbs all footsteps. On the walls hang lifelike portraits of powerful magical beasts. A faint trace of high-quality incense pervades the air. On either side of the corridor stand not ordinary city guards, but silver-tier elite guild members, their presence as solid as mountains and their eyes sharp as eagles. Their gazes fall upon Lin Mo, devoid of disdain or curiosity, only an air of scrutinizing vigilance honed through rigorous training. Lin Mo followed the rabbit-eared girl silently down the long corridor, yet he was inwardly muttering. It seems so heavily guarded that one might think they were about to meet the king. Finally, the rabbit-eared girl halted before a magnificent door made of solid obsidian. She took a deep breath, adjusted her skirt, and respectfully knocked on the door. A calm and magnetic voice emanated from behind the door. The door was pushed open. A spacious, bright, and even lavish office lay before Lin Mo's eyes. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of half of Stone Giant City. The desk, crafted from thousand-year-old ironwood, was adorned with various exquisite magical instruments. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, his hair meticulously styled, and wearing a monocle, smiling as he looked at Lin Mo. The man's features were refined, his demeanor calm. Yet Lin Mo could sense a terrifying aura from him, akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. He was a high-tier golden expert, the kind of battle-hardened warrior capable of unleashing a thunderous strike at any moment. He was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Stone Giant City Adventurers Guild Orlando. However, it was not this vice president who caught Lin Mo's attention. Instead, it was a massive beast in the corner of the office resting with its eyes closed. It was an extraordinarily majestic creature. It possessed a body as robust as a lion's sharp iron claws like a soaring eagle and enormous wings that reflected a metallic sheen. A storm griffin. A creature with a bloodline of utmost nobility capable of wielding terrifying powers of storm and thunder. This storm griffin was even larger than the flamed lion of the Mad Blade, its aura unfathomable, clearly having reached the golden level. I presume this is the recently renowned Beast King. Orlando stood up, gracefully gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat, a formulaic smile on his face. Please sit, Lord Lin Mo. My name is Orlando. The rabbit-eared girl tactfully withdrew and closed the door. Lin Mo, not one to be formal, pulled out a chair and sat down, stating directly, Vice President, with your busy schedule, you must not have summoned a mere silver-tier individual just for tea and conversation. Upon hearing this, Orlando not only showed no displeasure, but the appreciation in his eyes deepened. I enjoy conversing with intelligent people, which saves a great deal of time. He resumed his seat, leaning slightly forward with his fingers interlaced on the table. Lord Lin Mo, I would like to invite you to explore a newly discovered unknown realm with me. An unknown realm. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, yet inwardly understood. Indeed, Orlando's expression turned serious. It is an area designated as the Wailing Marsh. Based on the painful costs we incurred in our preliminary investigations, the area is rich in resources, abundant in rare poison and wood-type treasures. However, it is also extremely dangerous. The magical beasts there are highly aggressive, and more deadly is the peculiar mental pollution that seems to pervade that space. The 3 exploration teams we dispatched had their summoned beasts fall into a frenzied state shortly after entering, even attacking their own masters, resulting in heavy casualties. Not even golden-tier summoners could escape unscathed. Orlando's gaze sharpened, fixing intently. It was only yesterday that I heard of your exploits in the Eastern market. You seem to possess a special talent that can soothe or intimidate magical beasts, correct? Lin Mo smirked coldly within. The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. So you want me to be your soothing pacifier? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, a look of indifference on his face as he countered, what about the compensation? Orlando smiled, relieved that Lin Mo was not pretending to be aloof. Once money was mentioned, things would be easy. After the mission, I will give you 50,000 gold coins. Moreover, you can select 30% of all non-core resources yielded from the realm. How about that? This offer is quite generous. Yet Lin Mo shook his head. Not enough. Orlando looked at him with interest. At that moment, the golden-level storm griffin that had been feigning sleep in the corner suddenly opened its eyes. It slowly stood up, its massive form casting a large shadow, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire office. Its sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, locked onto Lin Mo, letting out a low, dangerous growl from its throat. Orlando made no move to stop it, simply lifting his teacup and smiling as he watched Lin Mo, as if Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the storm griffin. He gently tapped the black lizard that had been sleeping on his shoulder. The little black creature, dissatisfied, let out a lazy chirp as it opened one of its pure golden eyelids. It casually glanced over. Just a single glance. Goo. The storm griffin, which had previously exuded an aura of terror, seemed as if it had been smashed by an invisible giant hammer, deeply striking its soul. Its massive form froze in an instant. It let out an incredibly mournful and fearful wail, its enormous wings tightly folded, its whole body trembling violently. In the next second, its proud head lowered deeply, its massive body slowly crouched to the ground, its great lion-like form quaking in fear like a child that had done something wrong, not daring to raise its head again. Crack! Orlando, holding the expensive magic teacup, accidentally crushed it into shards. Scalding tea splashed all over him, yet he felt nothing. The smile on his face froze entirely. What replaced it was incomparable shock and horror. He stared intently at Lin Mo, then glanced at the seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat ugly little What is that? A mere glance caused his golden-tier partner to completely lose its will to resist. This is beyond any special talent that could be explained. This is an absolute suppression from the apex of the bloodline. At that moment, when Lin Mo walked out of the Orlando office with the little black lizard, which was dozing off, the golden high-ranking vice president seemed to be drained of energy, suddenly leaning against his expensive ironwood desk. His gaze was lost, staring at the corner where the storm griffin still lay trembling on the ground. A sense of absolute fear originating from the pinnacle of the life level resonated deep within his partner's soul, so real that it made him feel a series of heart palpitations. What kind of monster is that? Orlando murmured to himself. Having worked for decades, he had seen hundreds of rare beasts, if not 1,000. He had even encountered dragon species several times. But he had never seen a mere glance capable of making a proud, golden-level storm griffin completely lose all will to resist. Bloodline suppression. No. This is no longer a simple bloodline suppression. Orlando fixedly stared at the already closed obsidian door, his eyes shifting unpredictably. This young man who called himself the Beast King along with his mysterious summoned beast must be worth far beyond my imagination. This trip to the Wailing Wetlands might turn out to be more interesting than anticipated. Lin Mo, of course, had no idea that the vice president was currently undergoing a complete reshaping of his work. Under the gaze of the rabbit-eared girl filled with admiration and awe, he smoothly arrived at the guilds and 10,000 heavy gold coins and a box containing 10 high-level fire-type magic cores were respectfully handed to him. The advance payment was in hand. Not bad in terms of efficiency, Lin Mo said with satisfaction, weighing the pouch of coins before turning to leave. Returning to the small courtyard in the northern part of the city, the moment Lin Mo stepped into the yard, a small red whirlwind suddenly swooped towards him with a chirp. The magma bird affectionately rubbed its warm little head against Lin Mo's cheek, its small eyes filled with. It had already caught a whiff of the delicious food scent that made it utterly obsessed with Lin Mo. I know. You won't be left out, Lin Mo smiled and took out the alchemy box. As soon as the box was opened, a surge of pure and blazing fire elemental energy burst forth. 10 silver-level flame magic cores lay quietly inside, resembling burning rubies, emitting an enticing glow. The magma bird's breathing instantly quickened. It fluttered excitedly around Lin Mo, letting out a crisp chirp. Go! With a flick of his finger, Lin Mo sent a flame magic core flying through the air in a red arc, which the magma bird expertly caught in its beak. Instead of swallowing it immediately, it held the magic core, which was larger than its own head, in its small claws, and began pecking at it like a squirrel nibbling a nut. With each peck, a visible essence of flame was absorbed into its body. Its feathers were becoming increasingly vibrant and bright at a perceptible speed. It even seemed to have subtly grown in size. Chirp. After finishing a magic core, the magma bird satisfiedly burped, and a small cluster of golden flames burst from its beak, scorching a small blackened pit into the ground. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. The quality of the flames has increased. It seems to have gained a hint of purification attribute. Although it was very faint in the toxic and miasmic wetlands they were about to enter, any hint of purifying power could be life-saving. This was an unexpected delight. In the following 2 days, Lin Mo entered battle preparation mode. The first stop was the largest potion shop in Giant Stone City, Fountain of Life. When Lin Mo returned with a bulging pouch of coins, the old shopkeeper with a goat beard who had previously ignored him personally came out from behind the counter, his face filled with a warm smile. Isn't this Lord Beast King? A rare guest. What would you like today? The highest grade universal antidote. They'll take as many as you have. Lin Mo said succinctly. Also potions and scrolls for resisting mental shocks or calming the mind work. Additionally, insect repellent ointment suitable for watery environments, specialized boots for swamps, and Lin Mo listed a long string of items in one breath. Each item was high-level goods tailored for swamp and wetland environments. The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up more and more, and his smile became increasingly sincere. This one was truly a big customer. After a frenzied shopping spree, Lin Mo had quickly spent nearly all of the 10,000 gold coins in advance. The remaining money was exchanged in the magic core market for dozens of silver-level magic cores with various Now the food standards in the zoo can finally be slightly improved. He felt a long-lost sense of security filling his heart as he sensed the mountain of supplies in his spatial. Money is only worthwhile when spent to exchange for strength. In the next 2 days, Lin Mo did not go out. He sorted and organized the expensive supplies into categories. At the same time, he began to take the most crucial step. Pre-battle mental mobilization. He called forth the shadowy figure and its 3 young ones, the magma bird, to come before him. Then he closed his eyes and slowly released his powerful mental energy, forming a mental network that enveloped all the summoned beasts. 3 days later, we are going to a very dangerous place. Lin Mo's thoughts resonated directly in their minds. There will be toxic gases that can drive you insane. It will attack your brains, causing you to lose your sanity, even attacking me. He left nothing hidden, conveying the dangers of the Wailing Wetlands, especially the characteristics of mental pollution in detail. Insane. Will we bite the master? No. The 3 little black panthers, Big Fur, Second Fur, and Third Fur, immediately began to call out uneasily, their little heads rubbing hard against Lin Mo, as if trying to prove that they would never do such a thing. It's dangerous, but we must go. The shadowy figure's thoughts were as cold and steadfast as ever. What Lin Mo needed was this kind of early psychological vaccination. His god-level taming could ensure absolute loyalty, but mental pollution was a higher-level systematic attack that could not be taken lightly. Preparing them in advance could perhaps provide an extra degree of resistance when the critical moment arrives. On the morning of the third day, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the yard, Lin Mo opened his eyes on time. He changed into a brand new, perfectly fitting black adventurer's leather armor with expensive swamp boots on his feet, a bulging alchemy pouch at his waist, and a military backpack filled with supplies on his back. He appeared efficient and spirited. Let's go. He checked his gear one last time, glanced at the small black creature on his shoulder that had been replenished with several days of high-quality sleep, and stepped through the door. Little ghost. The deep voice of the giant man Shiqiang boomed, as if fearing that Lin Mo could not. He unabashedly scrutinized Lin Mo with his large copper bell-sized eyes filled with blatant disdain and distrust. Vice President Orlando, have you made a mistake? Why would you bring along a kid who hasn't even matured yet for such an expedition into the unknown? Shiqiang, shut up. The one speaking was the tall, red-haired Ranger Chiyu. Although she was scolding her companion, her sharp gaze towards Lin Mo similarly bore a condescending. Since he is brought by the vice president himself, he must have his reasons. Perhaps he is just a noble son here for gilding his reputation. Her words seemed to be a defense, but the underlying sarcasm was even more hurtful than Shiqiang's directness. The assassin Ghost Hand, shrouded in shadow, remained silent. However, Lin Mo could feel a cold and malicious aura sweeping over him like a serpent's tongue. Only the oldest man in the white robe remained silent, his face devoid of any emotion. Lin Mo seemed to have not heard their discussion at all. He didn't even spare them a glance, merely raising his head to observe the sky. Is this what they call an elite team? They look more like a group of rebellious misfits who haven't been beaten down. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, a gust of wind descended from above. Orlando's Golden Grade Storm Griffin landed on a nearby open space. He leaped down from the Griffin's back and strode over with a commanding presence. Looks like everyone is here. He scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Lin Mo, forcing a mechanic. Let me introduce you all. This is Shiqiang, our most steadfast shield. Chiyu, our sharpest eye. The white-robed elder, our safeguard of life. Ghost Hand, our blade in the darkness. He introduced each of his team members, then solemnly pointed to Lin Mo. And this is Lin Mo, Beast King, your excellency. He is the most crucial link in our operation this time. The most crucial link. Shiqiang couldn't help but snort again, his thick finger pointing at the unremarkable black lizard on Lin Mo's shoulder. Just because of him, or because of this seemingly fragile little pet. His words barely left his mouth. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned icy. The little black lizard, which had been dozing on Lin Mo's shoulder, seemed disturbed by the provocative words. It slowly lifted one eyelid, its pure golden vertical pupil piercing like a sword towards Shiqiang. An invisible, terrifying pressure descended like a tidal wave of tons of seawater. This pressure targeted no one, but fixated solely on Shiqiang. Ugh! Shiqiang, the Silver Pinnacle Guardian, felt his steel-like body tremble violently. He felt as though his soul was being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. A primal fear surged within him, instantly drowning all his rationality. His legs began to shake uncontrollably. The massive alloy shield in his hand crashed to the ground with a loud clang. He nearly dropped to his knees. Fortunately, Orlando reacted swiftly, appearing behind him and pressing a hand on his shoulder, infusing him with a surge of powerful golden energy, allowing him to barely stand firm. The pressure came swiftly and left just as quickly, vanishing in an instant. The little black lizard merely glanced disdainfully at the sweaty, pale-faced giant before shutting its eyes again, as if nothing had happened. The scene fell into dead silence. Chiyu, Ghost Hand, and the white-robed elder all stared dumbfounded at Shiqiang, then at the harmless little lizard on Lin Mo's shoulder. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Just a glance, just a single glance, nearly made a Silver Pinnacle Heavy Guardian kneel on the spot. What kind of monster is this? Orlando's face was equally awestruck. He knew Lin Mo's summoned beast was strong, but he never expected it to be this absurdly powerful. This completely exceeded his understanding of the power hierarchy. Lin Mo broke the silence. He turned to Orlando and said calmly, "Vice President, it seems your team still needs some adjustment. Now can we set off? My time is very precious." Of course. Orlando snapped back to reality, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. He shot a fierce glare at Shiqiang, who was still gasping for breath, and said in a deep voice, "Get on the Griffin. Let's go." This time no one dared to object. Chiyu retracted her previously lofty scrutiny, her gaze towards Lin Mo becoming complex, filled with wariness and an unmistakable curiosity. Ghost Hand's cold, murderous intent completely dissipated, as if he had shrunk back into the shadows, daring not to make any probing moves. Even the silent white-robed elder took a deep look at Lin Mo. The group quietly boarded the broad back of the Storm Griffin. As Lin Mo climbed aboard the massive Golden Grade Sky, Overlord stiffened noticeably, instinctively shifting aside to make room for him. This tiny detail made Chiyu and the others' hearts race once more. The storm griffin flapped its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light, racing towards the city outskirts. A few hours later, a vast swamp shrouded in dark green miasma appeared at the horizon. Twisted, decaying dead trees reached out from the mire like desperate ghostly hands. The air was thick with a sickly sweet stench of decay. The most eerie aspect was the faint cries and wails that seemed to resonate directly in their minds, leaving them unsettled and chilled to the bone. Wailing Marsh. The griffin landed on a relatively dry high ground. In the center of the high ground was a massive pool of water. The water was neither black nor green, but exhibited a strange milky white resembling a pot of thick soup that was slowly boiling, continuously bubbling. An unstable spatial vortex was faintly visible at the center of the pool. This is the place. Orlando's expression was extremely grave. Just as he finished speaking, quack. A massive three-legged poisonous toad not far away suddenly let out a piercing scream. Its blood-red eyes were filled with madness and pain as it abruptly turned its head and bit off one of its hind. Blood splattered, but it seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to ram its head against the ground until its brain splattered, completely silent. This scene sent chills down the spines of both Shiqiang and Chiyu. Orlando said in a deep voice, "Did you see that? This is the mental pollution of this place. Any creature that stays here for too long will fall into madness." After saying this, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Lin Mo. At this moment, there was no trace of contempt in their eyes, only seriousness and a hint of undeniable reliance. Lin Mo looked at the strange spatial vortex, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The rewards for the Academy's small competition were soon delivered to Lin Mo's hands. A small bag filled with heavy intermediate magic cores totaling 20 along with a gilded qualification scroll. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Mo immediately poured the magic cores onto the table, the energy crystals shimmering with various colors, illuminating the entire room. The little black creature feigning death on his shoulder instantly perked up. It raised its head abruptly, its golden vertical pupils filled with longing, nearly drooling. "Eat up meal ticket." Lin Mo picked up a fire-type magic core and tossed it over. The little black creature opened its mouth and gulped it down, producing a satisfied gurgle from its throat, much like a gourmet savoring top-tier delicacies. Crunch, crunch. In less than a minute, all 20 intermediate magic cores were devoured by the little black creature like candy. After finishing, it smacked its lips, looking at Lin Mo with a lingering desire in its eyes, as if to say, "Is that all?" Lin Mo could sense that the energy fluctuations within the little black creature had indeed strengthened somewhat, but it was still far from awakening, or rather evolving. It seems that ordinary intermediate magic cores can only serve as snacks after all. Lin Mo sighed, picking up the qualification scroll. The scroll was inscribed in elegant script: qualification for the low-level Secret Realm Dark Forest Trial. This was the real highlight of the rewards. The Secret Realm, an independent subspace outside the main world, was filled with denser mana energy, rare magical herbs, and ores from the outside world, and of course, more dangerous magical beasts. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. "It seems I can only hope to find you some high-level buffet inside there," Lin Mo mused as he stroked the little black creature's smooth black scales. 3 days later, in the central square of the Academy, a massive spatial gate emitted a faint blue glow, slowly rotating. All the students who made it to the top 8 in the Academy's small competition gathered here. Lin Mo spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd. Lin Feng, dressed in magnificent attire, still had a rather unpleasant expression. And there was the white-clad girl Yi Bingqing, standing alone like an ice mountain snow lotus. Her summoned beast, the ice crystal phoenix, had not been summoned, but she emanated an aura that discouraged any. The others were all prominent figures within the Academy, each filled with energy, their summoned beasts at the ready, their eyes brimming with anticipation and combat spirit for the Secret Realm. Only Lin Mo, with a lazy little lizard on his shoulder and his hands in his pockets, looked as if he were on a spring outing. Many gazes swept over Lin Mo, filled with scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. After all, the performance of his little lizard seemed to many to be heavily reliant on luck. Fellow student, a serious-looking white-haired instructor stepped forward, his sharp gaze scanning over everyone. He was the Dark Forest is one of the most suitable training grounds for black, iron, and bronze-level students among the many secret realms controlled by the Academy. Opportunities abound within, but so do dangers. The trial will last for 3 days, and your goal is to gather as many valuable magical plants as possible or hunt magical beasts for their magic cores. 3 days later, the spatial gate will reopen, transporting you back. Each of you has been issued an emergency signal device. Once crushed, you will be immediately transported out of the secret realm, but this also means your trial has failed. Lastly, and most importantly, inside you can choose to team up or act alone. In any case, survival is your top priority. Do you understand? Understood, everyone replied in unison. Very well, now prepare to enter. The head of the grade waved his hand, signaling the trial to begin. At that moment, two individuals approached Lin Mo. Lin Mo right. The speaker was a sturdy young man built like a small mountain, carrying a massive tower shield on his back, obviously a shield warrior type of summoner. Beside him was a lean young man with sharp eyes holding a longbow and a quiver at his waist. I am Zhang Shan, and this is Li Si. We saw your performance in the competition. The hardy Zhang Shan scratched his head and smiled, saying, we want to team up with you. What do you think? Lin Mo's gaze swept over the two. Zhang Shan was a standard tank responsible for taking damage. Li Si was an archer responsible for ranged output and reconnaissance. His little black creature had a vague role, possibly a rogue or a flanking position. A tank, an archer, and a summoner made for the most classic dungeon-clearing combination in games. Why choose me? Lin Mo asked directly. Li Si, standing nearby, answered more steadily than Zhang Shan. Because your summoned beast is quite special. The environment in the dark forest is complex. Compared to those large, noisy summoned beasts, your little buddy might just come in handy. His reasoning was very practical, without flattery, simply analyzing from a tactical perspective. Lin Mo's mind raced. Acting alone offers a high degree of freedom, allowing him to utilize his talents and more easily conceal secrets. But the risks were also high. If he encountered a strong enemy, he wouldn't even have a cannon fodder. If he teamed up, the safety factor would increase significantly. With Zhang Shan up front and Li Si on guard, he could devote more energy to taming. All right. Lin Mo nodded, keeping it concise. Great. Zhang Shan grinned widely. Li Si also revealed a slight smile and extended his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Lin Mo shook his hand, marking their verbal agreement. The temporary team of three joined the flow of people and stepped into the softly glowing spatial gate. After a slight dizziness and a sensation of spatial stretching, Lin Mo's feet landed on the soft, humus-rich soil. The scene before him opened up suddenly, only to darken rapidly. They found themselves in a vast forest. Towering black trees rose dozens of meters high, their canopies blocking most of the sunlight, rendering the light within the forest very dim. A heavy humidity hung in the air, mingling with the smell of damp earth and decaying plants. The surroundings were eerily quiet, without a single chirp from a bird or buzz from an insect. This is the dark forest. Zhang Shan tightened his grip on the tower shield, watching the surroundings warily and speaking in a hushed voice. Unlike their tension, Lin Mo closed his eyes as soon as he entered the forest. He didn't look at the map, but instead slowly spread out his spiritual energy. God-level taming talent communication with all things. His consciousness did not touch the potentially powerful magical beasts. Instead, it gently brushed past the most unremarkable corners of the forest. A nameless fern underfoot had a very simple thought, only a thirst for sunlight and a dislike for a nearby. That red, it hurts. Lin Mo silently noted that the red mushroom was poisonous. Not far away, a beetle was foraging on a tree trunk. Its thoughts were more active. Sweet. Tree sap. That way. Hissing sound. Scared. There were serpentine magical beasts. Higher up, hidden in a tree hole, a gray squirrel emitted the strongest spiritual waves, filled with fear and warnings. Don't come over. That way is a shadow. A very large shadow is moving. It ate the gray one. It can go invisible. So scary. There's sweet fruit on that tree, but the shadow is nearby. Shadow. Can go invisible. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through his pupils. This was the absolute information gap brought by his talent. To other summoners, this was a perilous area, filled with crises needing careful exploration. But in his eyes, the entire forest was reporting its situation to him in various ways. We should go this way. Lin Mo pointed in a direction that was towards the sweet fruit mentioned by the squirrel, yet also where the shadow lurked. Why? Li Si looked puzzled. The map indicates that magical beast activity is most frequent in that direction. We should head towards the stream in the west first, where it is relatively safe. You just got here, it's better to play it safe. Zhang Shan nodded in agreement. Lin Mo shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Li Si and Zhang Shan, saying something that left them baffled. Do you think it's better to wait for an invisible assassin to come find us, or should we drag it out first? A cloaked assassin. Zhang Shan and Li Si exchanged glances, both reading a deep confusion in each. As an archer, Li Si possessed the scouting skill eagle eye, yet even in his heightened state of perception, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of magical beasts. Furrowing his brow, he asked Lin Mo, how did you discover this? I can't sense anything here. This was a question that had no answer. Lin Mo couldn't just say a squirrel hidden in a tree hole cried out to me, right? He shrugged and replied nonchalant. Zhang Shan and Li Si were momentarily at a loss for words. Guessed. To risk their lives in such a place based on a guess. Li Si took a deep breath, feeling it necessary to reason with his junior. Lin Mo, this is no joke. The dangers of the dark forest far exceed your imagination. We should stick to the safest route as indicated on the Academy's map. I'm not joking. Lin Mo pointed to their current location and then in another direction. If we turn back toward the stream now, that thing will have plenty of time to mark us and choose the right moment to strike. For example, while we deal with other magical beasts or when we are resting. An enemy in the dark is far more terrifying than 100 in the light. His voice was not loud, but his logic was clear and coherent. Rather than leaving our backs to an invisible threat, it's better to take advantage of our current energy and find it directly to eliminate it. After saying that, Lin Mo ignored their hesitation and walked straight toward the direction he indicated. The small black creature on his shoulder yawned, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Zhang Shan and Li Si exchanged looks. Lin Mo's reasoning made sense. A skilled hunter is always adept at transforming passive defense into active offense. But the premise is that you must be sure the prey truly exists. Damn it, let's go. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth, growled, and quickly raised his massive tower shield in front of him, hastening to follow Lin Mo. Li Si forced a wry smile and readied his longbow, taking up the rear of the group responsible for guarding their back. The three-man team cautiously made their way deeper into the forest in this peculiar formation. Lin Mo walked in the middle, appearing the most relaxed, yet his spiritual energy had already spread out, serving as the team's human radar. The grass is shaking. Not the wind. Something is crawling on the ground. The scent of bark. No, there's a hint of blood. Was over there on the left. Now it's on the right. The small stone is scared. Something is pressing down on it. No, wait. It's a shadow. Countless fragmented and chaotic information surged into Lin Mo's mind. Every movement of that assassin was completely outlined in Lin Mo's perception. It was a slender feline magical beast. Its fur seemed to blend into the surrounding environment, patiently trailing behind them, seeking an opportunity to strike. Interesting. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. It felt like playing a real-time strategy game, with full map visibility. The enemy's movement paths and troop deployments were crystal clear. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small clearing appeared before them. In the center of the clearing, on a natural tree, hung several translucent fruits emitting a faint fragrance. It's the spirit concentration fruit. Li Si exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The spirit concentration fruit was a low-grade magical plant, but its effects were very practical, directly consumable to quickly restore spiritual and physical energy. For summoners, it was a rare outdoor supply item. One was worth hundreds of points. Zhang Shan also felt a surge of excitement, licking his lips as he said, "What luck. We found something good right after entering." But Lin Mo remained calm. The bait had appeared, and it was time for the fish to take the hook. The hidden assassin was clearly drawn here by these suntorpin fruits. It saw this place as its hunting ground, waiting for prey attracted by the fruit. Now Lin Mo and the others were the prey in its eyes. He'll go pick it. Zhang Shan, with his straightforward personality, felt that since Lin Mo had led them to this place, the first chance to pick the fruit should be his. Just as he was about to step forward, he was pulled back by Lin Mo. "Don't move," Lin Mo said coolly. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, a shadow so faint it was nearly invisible shot out from the bushes to the side, aiming directly at Li Si at the back of the group. Quick. The speed was astonishing. The shadow made no sound, its movements as fluid as a ghost, claws glinting with a cold shine in the dim light. Li Si's eagle eye finally caught a hint of energy fluctuation at the last moment, his face turning pale as he realized it was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the deadly claws loomed larger in his vision. "Zhang Shan." Lin Mo's calm voice rang out. "Roar." Zhang Shan didn't even have time to think. Completely trusting Lin Mo's earlier judgment, his body instinctively reacted. He suddenly turned and shifted sideways, the massive tower shield whistling through the air, perfectly blocking in front of Li Si. Clang. A piercing sound of metal colliding exploded. A tremendous force surged from the tower shield. Zhang Shan grunted, staggering back 3 steps before barely stabilizing himself. The shadow, having missed its strike, immediately used the force to push off the shield and vanished once more. Only then did Zhang Shan and Li Si get a clear look at its form. It was a leopard over 2 meters long, its body covered in grayish-brown spots, its outline flickering in the air as if it could disappear at any moment. "It's a rare elite magical beast, the shadow leopard." Li Si's voice trembled slightly. The shadow leopard was a wind and dark attribute magical beast and natural assassin known for its speed and stealth capabilities. Ordinary bronze-level summoner teams encountering it would face total annihilation. Both of them felt their backs drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for Lin Mo's earlier command of "don't move" and timely warning, Li Si might already be a corpse now. How did Lin Mo predict the attack in advance? This thought flashed through both their minds, but the current situation left no room for further contemplation. The shadow leopard had vanished again. "It's targeting me." Li Si gripped his longbow tightly, palms slick with sweat, and ranged him the biggest threat to it. Zhang Shan immediately shielded Li Si behind him, firmly covering the front with his shield, nervously scanning the surroundings. But Lin Mo shook his head. No, its next target is me. His words left Zhang Shan and Li Si dumbfounded. Targeting you? Why? You and great talent summoner with a pet lizard look like the least threatening one. Because I just revealed its whereabouts. To it, in the commander, the greatest threat. Lin Mo calmly analyzed 3 steps to the left behind that tree. He spoke as if he were an observer calmly pinpointing the shadow leopard's hiding place. Li Si instinctively wanted to shoot an arrow. Don't shoot. Lin Mo once again stopped him. You won't hit, and you'll only alert it. He looked at Zhang Shan. In 3 seconds, use shield bash to smash the bushes to your left front. Got it. Zhang Shan answered without hesitation, his trust in Lin Mo reaching a blind level. Lin Mo silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1, now. Who? Zhang Shan roared, channeling all his mana energy into the tower shield, the massive shield glowing with a yellowish light as he slammed it down toward the bushes. Almost simultaneously, a shadow shot out from behind that tree like lightning, targeting the seemingly most unguarded Lin Mo. The shadow leopard clearly did not anticipate Zhang Shan would suddenly attack an empty bush. It thought its feint had succeeded. However, the bush that was struck was precisely in the path the shadow leopard needed to take to pounce on Lin Mo. Boom. The ground shook and debris flew. The high-speed moving shadow leopard was thrown off balance by this sudden strike, its hidden form momentarily freezing and exposed. Li Si. Lin Mo's voice rang out once more. Whoosh. The already prepared Li Si released the bowstring as the shadow leopard's form became visible. An arrow imbued with wind mana like a blue lightning bolt tore through the air, accurately targeting the shadow leopard's hind leg. Thud. Blood splattered. Ah. The shadow leopard let out a cry of pain, crashing heavily to the ground. Its hind leg was pierced by the arrow, blood gushing forth, severely hindering its once proud speed. It raised its head, its cruel, beastly eyes glaring at Lin Mo, filled with resentment and confusion. It couldn't understand how its perfectly crafted hunting plan was gradually unraveled by this seemingly weakest human. Lin Mo, Zhang Shan, and Li Si. One was the commander, one was the tank, and one was the ADC. The synergy among the 3 flowed seamlessly under Lin Mo's full map visibility command, as though they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. The injured shadow leopard went completely mad, abandoning its stealth, dragging its wounded leg, and unleashing its final burst of power, charging straight at Lin Mo like a cannonball. It aimed to take down this human who had ruined everything. This time it was even faster, its attack fiercer. Zhang Shan's shield couldn't return in time, and Li Si's second arrow hadn't even been knocked. Watch out! Zhang Shan and Li Si shouted in unison. Facing this fatal blow, Lin Mo's face remained devoid of any ripple. He didn't even take a half step back. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were less than 3 inches from his throat, the little black creature that had been napping on his shoulder opened its eyes in annoyance. It seemed very displeased to be disturbed from its sleep, barely moving its body, simply opening its mouth and lightly biting at the charging shadow leopard. Crack! A crisp, tooth-aching sound of bone shattering resounded. The elite-level shadow leopard, the powerful beast that had instilled despair in Zhang Shan and Li Si, had its entire head crushed in one bite by the little black creature. Red and white splattered everywhere. After completing this, the little black creature disdainfully spat out the broken bones, and brain matter, wiped its mouth with a paw, then returned to rest on Lin Mo's shoulder, finding a comfortable position and closing its eyes to continue sleeping. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, too fast for anyone to react. The forest once again fell into a deep silence. Zhang Shan and Li Si stood petrified in place, mouths agape, capable of fitting an egg inside. They looked at the headless corpse of the shadow leopard on the ground, then at the harmless, even somewhat adorable little lizard on Lin Mo's shoulder. Their brains completely crashed. Time seemed to freeze. Zhang Shan maintained a defensive stance with his shield raised while Li Si held his bowstring taut. Both of their eyes were wide with disbelief, fixated on the small lizard resting on Lin Mo's shoulder, softly snoring. What did they witness? Just a moment ago, that tiny black creature, smaller than even 1/10 of their summoned beasts, darted its head out with a speed that surpassed their dynamic vision limits, opened its mouth. And then with a single snap, it crushed the head of a genuine elite-grade rare magical beast, known as the shadow leopard, renowned for its speed and peculiarities. Yes, with a single snap. They didn't even see it chew. It was just a crisp crunch, as if it had bitten through a flaky. Thick blood and white brain matter gushed from the neck of the headless shadow leopard, staining the surrounding grass with a horrifying dark red. The strong scent of blood immediately filled the air. Belch! Zhang Shan struggled to swallow his atoms, apple bobbing audibly. He slowly turned his stiff neck inch by inch, shifting his gaze from the gruesome corpse on the ground back to Lin. The little black creature seemed dissatisfied with the bloody smell near its mouth. It lifted its small paw to wipe its lips in disdain, then adjusted its position to sleep even more soundly on Lin Mo's shoulder. To it, that earth-shattering act seemed merely like swatting a mosquito that disturbed its slumber. Li Si's hand trembled slightly, and the arrow that had almost been fired drooped helplessly. His lips quivered as he looked at Lin Mo, his voice dry as if two pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. Lin Mo Jr. That. He wanted to ask what was that, but felt the question was utterly foolish. It did resemble a lizard. But have you ever seen a lizard that could crush the heads of elite magical beasts in one bite? Is that the biting power a lizard should possess? Oh, that. Lin Mo appeared exceptionally calm as he extended his finger to poke the seemingly sleeping little black creature, then began to explain earnestly. My summoned beast is a very rare variant of the black rock lizard. It has a talent, or rather a racial skill, called Deadly Bite. Deadly Bite. Zhang Shan and Li Si echoed in unison, their faces filled with confusion. Yes, Lin Mo nodded, concocting a story on the spot without a hint of embarrassment. The effect of this skill is to ignore defenses and deal a guaranteed fatal blow to the target. However, the side effects are quite severe. A look, it's now in a deep sleep due to energy depletion. Essentially, it can only be used once a day, and once it's used, it's done. To bolster the credibility of his explanation, Lin Mo even lifted the little black creature's tail and shook it. The little black creature showed no reaction, allowing him to manipulate it perfectly, embodying a depleted energy lazy fish. After hearing this manual-style explanation, Zhang Shan and Li Si fell silent once more. A variant black rock lizard. Deadly Bite. A one-hit kill ability, usable once a day? This entire story was riddled with holes and couldn't withstand scrutiny. There are thousands of recorded variant magical beasts on the continent, yet they had never heard of any variant that exaggerated to such an extent. A black iron grade summoned beast one-shotting an elite grade. What a joke. Even the legendary mythological grade summoned beast cubs couldn't achieve such absurdity. However, looking at Lin Mo's serious expression, then at the peacefully sleeping little black creature on his shoulder, and finally at the still warm corpse of the shadow leopard on the ground, the evidence was right before their eyes. What could they do if they didn't believe it? Were they supposed to ask Lin Mo, that's not a lizard, it's a dragon, right? Li Si was a clever person. He quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Everyone has their secrets. Lin Mo was willing to provide an explanation, and regardless of how absurd it was, it represented an attitude. I consider you as teammates, but I have my secrets, and you better not ask too many questions. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and proactively broke the stalemate. Oh, I see. No wonder Lin Mo Jr. has such a unique summoned beast. We have been ignorant. Although Zhang Shan's mind wasn't as quick as Li Si's, he also caught on. No matter what kind of lizard it is, being able to one-shot a shadow leopard is impressive. They weren't just clinging to an ordinary leg, this was a towering pillar. He slammed the tower shield down with a clang, cupped his fists toward Lin Mo, and said loudly, Lin Mo Jr., I Zhang Shan am impressed. From now on, if you say to go east, I will never go west. If you say to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Li Si also lowered his bow, solemnly expressing me too. Lin Mo observed the two of them and chuckled inwardly. Done. Revealing a bit of strength truly is the fastest way to win hearts. Alright, let's not linger here. We need to clear the battlefield. The smell of blood is too strong and may attract. Lin Mo waved his hand skillfully, approaching the corpse of the shadow leopard, drew a dagger, and felt around its chest for a moment before making a decisive cut. A magic core the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a faint dark glow, was extracted. An elite-grade magic core, its quality far surpassing the intermediate ones he had previously obtained, contained pure and powerful energy fluctuations. He wiped the magic core on his clothes, then directly shoved it into the open mouth of the little black creature. The little black creature didn't even open its eyes. It moved its throat and swallowed the magic core, smacking its lips in satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shan and Li Si felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Using an elite-grade magic core to replenish energy. The cost of raising this creature is too extravagant. Lin Mo ignored their shock and turned to a small tree bearing spirit concentration fruits. He reached out and picked all 7 fruits from the tree. Then he walked straight to Zhang Shan and Li Si, stuffing 5 of the fruits into their hands. The shadow leopard was killed by the little black creature, so the magic core belongs to me. You two are responsible for defense and containment. Even if you didn't contribute much, you did put in effort, so you can share these fruits. He kept only 2 for himself. Zhang Shan and Li Si were stunned. These are spirit concentration fruits worth hundreds of points each. 5 of them amount to over 500. More importantly, in this perilous secret realm, they serve as life-saving supplies. Both of them had essentially been slacking off, with one only blocking once and the other shooting a single arrow. One could say that 99% of the credit belonged to Lin Mo and his little lizard. Yet Lin Mo chose to give most of the spoils to them. This isn't right. We don't deserve it. Zhang Shan hurriedly declined. Li Si also shook his head, saying, Lin Mo Jr., this is too precious. We can't accept it. Take it. Lin Mo's tone was unyielding. You two need to be in better spirits. The journey ahead will be easier. I don't want to carry two deadweights that may collapse at any moment. Though his words were blunt, the concern was evident. Zhang Shan and Li Si exchanged glances, no longer declining, and solemnly accepted the spirit concentration fruits. At that moment, their feelings toward Lin Mo had evolved from initial cooperation to shock, awe, and now to a genuine trust that was earnestly submitted. Following such a captain felt reassuring. After handling the spoils, Lin Mo closed his eyes again, quietly extending his spiritual sense. He needed to confirm the safety of the surroundings. Blood. Such a strong smell of blood. Many things have been attracted. Over there. There are 3 shiny humans. Their summoned beasts are fierce, and are coming this way. Not good they've seen us. There's an unpleasant odor on them. Other Academy's teams. Lin Mo opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the other side of the forest. Clear away the traces and drag the corpse into the bushes to hide it. Lin Mo quickly ordered, someone's coming. Are they enemies? Li Si immediately became alert. I don't know, but the newcomers don't seem friendly. Lin Mo's tone turned somewhat cold. From the emotions transmitted by the small creatures, just now it seemed that the other party was not friendly visitors. Zhang Shan and Li Si immediately sprang into action, quickly dragging the corpse of the shadow leopard away and using spells to clean the blood from the ground. Just as they finished, 3 figures emerged from the forest. At the forefront was a tall figure clad in silver light armor with a handsome face and golden hair. He glanced at Lin Mo and the others, his eyes filled with unabashed arrogance. As his gaze swept past the still partially clean bloodstains on the ground, a glint of greed flashed across his face. Oh, aren't these the elites of the Holy Radiance Academy? The golden-haired youth spoke in a sarcastic tone. There was quite a commotion here just now. Did you catch anything good? Show it to your seniors. Behind him, 2 other students also let out malicious laughter. All of them wore a flaming lion griffin badge on their chests. They are from the Fierce Sun Academy. Li Si whispered to Lin Mo. The one in front is called Carl, a peak bronze with a rare grade summoned beast, the flame lion, and is very powerful, known for his overbearing nature. Lin Mo nodded expressionlessly. It seemed trouble had sought him out. Liang Academy. Lin Mo had no impression of this name. His gaze lingered on the golden-haired youth named Carl for half a second before he looked away, as if he were passing a stone by the roadside. A mere peak of the bronze level was not worthy of his attention. What concerned him more was whether the magic core of the shadow leopard could help Xiaohei regain a bit of vitality. This disregard made Carl's expression darken instantly. As a prominent figure of Liang Academy, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. He was accustomed to the eyes of others filled with awe, admiration, or jealousy. Meeting someone like Lin Mo, whose gaze was as indifferent as if he were looking at a lifeless object, was a first. Especially since the other party was merely a black iron-level weakling. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Carl's voice turned cold, and a wave of scorching mana radiated from him. Next to him, a robust lion with fur like burning flames slowly revealed itself, its golden pupils filled with brutality, staring intently at Lin Mo and the others. The flame lion, a rare fire-type magical beast, boasted top-tier combat power among the bronze level. Its appearance seemed to raise the temperature of the air around. Zhang Shan and Li Si felt an immense pressure. Li Si stood in front of Lin Mo, suppressing his anxiety, and spoke. Senior Carl, we are from Shengyao Academy. We just teamed up to kill a magical beast, and the spoils have already been distributed, so we are afraid we cannot show you anything. He emphasized teamed up to kill to convey that they were not pushovers and did not wish to provoke trouble. Distributed already? Carl seemed to hear a huge joke sneering. In this dim forest, only those with fists can qualify to distribute the spoils. You 3-2 Black Iron 1 just arrived at bronze, are you worthy? He pointed a finger at Li Si, his tone extremely arrogant. I've changed my mind. Hand over everything on you, including that magical core from the beast, and those few spirit fruits, all of it. Then I might consider letting you leave gracefully by smashing the signal device. You? This is robbery. Zhang Shan's face turned red with anger, gripping his tower shield and letting out a low growl. Robbery? No, I call this clearing the field. Carl's smile grew more smug. Weaklings are not meant to possess resources, are they? His 2 lackeys behind him also grinned wickedly, each summoning their own summoned beasts, a fire lizard and a 2-headed fire dog, both elite surrounding Lin Mo and his companions, cutting off their escape. The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Li Si's palms were already drenched in cold sweat. A peak bronze Carl, along with his flame lion, was enough to crush the 3 of them, not to mention the 2 helpers. Fighting Hedon would have no chance of victory. He glanced at Lin Mo, hoping this junior, who could create miracles, would have a way out. However, Lin Mo merely yawned, seemingly unfazed by the looming crisis. He even had the leisure to nudge Xiaohei, who was still asleep, on his shoulder, murmuring, "Dessert is being served right after the meal, isn't that strange?" What did you say? Carl couldn't hear his murmur clearly and frowned. Lin Mo looked up at him and smiled. It was a pure smile, as if he were watching a clown trying hard to perform. I said what you just said makes a lot of sense. Oh, Carl thought Lin Mo was yielding and his arrogance swelled even more. At least you know your place. Which sentence? Lin Mo's smile grew wider. Weaklings do not deserve resources. He reiterated the words slowly. Carl froze for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Lin Mo extended his finger, first pointing at Carl and his two lackeys, then at himself. The weaklings I speak of are you. What did you say? Carl's face instantly turned a shade of pig liver, as if he had received a tremendous insult. The flame lion beside him sensed its master's fury and let out a deafening roar, a blazing fireball rapidly forming in its mouth. Seeking death. Carl laughed in anger. Since you're eager to reincarnate, I'll grant your wish. Attack, burn them to ashes. At his command, the flame lion, fire lizard, and two-headed fire dog all launched their attacks at once. 3 streams of scorching fire shot towards Lin Mo and his companions from different angles. Watch out. Li Si and Zhang Shan's expressions changed drastically, instinctively wanting to defend and dodge. But Lin Mo stood still, unmoving. He simply raised his hand and gently patted Xiao Hei's rear. Wake up, stop sleeping, it's time to work. Xiao Hei reluctantly opened its golden vertical pupils. It lazily glanced at the 3 rapidly approaching streams of fire, its gaze filled with disdain and contempt, as if it were watching 3 insignificant candles. Then it opened its mouth. There was no earth-shattering roar, no world-destroying dragon breath. It simply whoosh, an invisible breeze carrying a hint of sulfur and abyssal aura blew forth from its small mouth. The next second, a scene that would be etched in the memories of Carl, Zhang Shan, Li Si, and everyone present for a lifetime unfolded. The 3 streams of scorching fire, propelled with full force by the bronze-level magical beasts, came into contact with the breeze, and instantly seemed to be throttled by an invisible hand, coming to a sudden halt. Then the flames twisted and shook violently, as if they were wailing in fear. Following that, they changed direction at a speed visible to the naked eye. Indeed, they changed direction. The 3 streams of fire seemed to turn into traitors, drawing a strange arc in the air, reflecting back towards their original masters, the flame lion, the fire lizard, and the two-headed fire dog, with even greater speed and ferocity. What a... Carl's eyes nearly bulged out. He completely could not comprehend what was happening before him. Controlling fire. What level of ability is this? Even a master-level mage who specializes in fire magic couldn't achieve such effortless control. The flame lion and the other magical beasts were equally baffled. They never expected that the fireballs they shot out would turn back to hit themselves. In a hurried moment, they had no time to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions rang out almost simultaneously. A fierce wave of fire swept through. Carl's 2 lackeys didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the flames of their own summoned beasts along with themselves. The flame lion, as a rare-tier beast, had tough skin and endured the flames it unleashed, but it was still blasted black and howling in agony as it rolled on the ground, looking utterly miserable. The once arrogant and overbearing trio from Liang Academy within a few seconds faced 2 deaths and 1 injury. Meanwhile, Lin Mo didn't even ruffle his clothing. Zhang Shan and Li Si were once again petrified. They had just overturned their previous understanding, thinking that the deadly bite was the extent of the little lizard's abilities. Now it seemed they were completely wrong. What deadly bite? What, once a day? What energy exhausted? All up. This little creature was not some mutated black rock lizard at all. Being able to blow back 3 fireballs in one go, this was the master of flames. It was the deity of elements. The 2's worldview was shattered, reshaped, and shattered again in just a few minutes. Their expressions transitioned from shock to numbness. No. Impossible. This can't be happening. Carl sat on the ground, his face ashen, muttering to him. His pride, his confidence, everything he relied on was utterly crushed to dust in the face of that unbelievable. Lin Mo paid no attention to the collapsed Carl and stepped towards him. With each step, he took Carl's body. Xiao Hei casually finished its breath, yawned again, and returned to lay on Lin Mo's shoulder, closing its eyes to continue its sweet dreams. It seemed to feel that this level of opponent was not worth its second glance. Lin Mo stood tall in front of Carl, looking down at him, with that harmless smile still on his face. Now who do you think is the weakling? He crouched down, mimicking Carl's earlier tone, and softly asked, Do you still call this clearing the field? Carl lay helplessly on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The black-haired youth before him wore a gentle smile, yet to Carl he appeared more terrifying than a demon from the abyss. Weak. Clearing the field. These were words he had just used to elevate himself, but now they felt like loud slaps mercilessly striking his own face. His once proud, blazing lion, a powerful summoner at the pinnacle of bronze, now lay nearby, resembling a charred dead dog, exhaling more than it inhaled. He could not even find a complete corpse of his 2 companions, only 2 charred human-shaped imprints left on the ground. And what did the other side pay? Lin Mo hadn't even moved a step. The mysterious little lizard on his shoulder simply blew a breath in boredom. Just a single breath. It had nearly annihilated their entire force. This was not a battle, it was a crushing defeat, a dimensional strike. Lin Mo squatted down to match Carl's gaze, his tone still flat. I remember, you were quite talkative just now. Carl's teeth chattered. Fear had completely seized his mind, and he couldn't utter a single coherent sentence. Forget it, there's nothing to talk about with scum like you. Lin Mo seemed to lose interest, stood up, and kicked Carl's waist with his foot. Your emergency signal device isn't broken, is it? Crush it and roll away. These words were light and airy, yet carried an irrefutable command. Carl felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, but the next moment Lin Mo's action made him stiffen all over. Lin Mo no longer looked at him, but walked straight towards the two charred corpses, skillfully rummaging through them. Moments later he held up two well-crafted storage bags. There are still some items left. Lin Mo weighed them, and then tossed one bag to Zhang Shan, who was still dazed. What are you dawdling for? Come help out strip the good stuff off this lion too. Zhang Shan and Li Si jolted awake, shaking off their petrified state. They exchanged glances, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes along with a hint of relief. Relief that they were Lin Mo's teammates and not his enemies. The two no longer hesitated and quickly stepped forward, one heading towards the heavily injured blazing lion, while the other began to clean up the battlefield. Their movements were professional and brisk. This is the law of the secret realm. The weak are preyed upon, and the victors reap the rewards. Just moments ago they were the hunted. Now they were the winners, collecting their spoils. Carl watched all of this unfold, witnessing Lin Mo plundering from his companions' corpses and Zhang Shan unabashedly harvesting materials from his half-dead summoner. He trembled with rage, tears of humiliation brimming in his eyes. Yet he dared not move or speak. He was afraid. Afraid that the little creature on Lin Mo's shoulder, which could open its eyes at any moment, would blow another breath. Soon the spoils were gathered together. 3 fire-element magical beast cores, including a rare-grade core from the blazing lion. The 2 storage bags contained a dozen low to mid-grade magical cores, a pile of mixed potions and materials, along with the 3 scorecards. Lin Mo glanced at them and casually tossed the highest quality blazing lion core to the little black creature. The little black creature opened its mouth slightly, catching it accurately, then began to chew with a crisp sound, seemingly satisfied with the taste of this dessert after a meal. This scene made Carl's heart bleed. That was a rare-grade magical core he had obtained at a great cost. Now it had become food for someone else's pet. After finishing all this, Lin Mo calmly walked up to Carl. He bent down and, in Carl's terrified gaze, removed the spatial ring from his finger and unfastened the storage bag from his waist. Your contribution was the greatest, so I won't be polite. Lin Mo patted Carl's face, his smile exceedingly. All right. Thank you for your clearing the field. Your service was very attentive, and I am quite satisfied. He stood up and waved to Zhang Shan and Li Si. All right, we can leave now. Throughout it all, he never harbored intentions of killing. Taking a life would attract the Academy's thorough investigation, which would be troublesome. However, stripping a person of all their dignity and wealth, and then making them roll away like a stray dog, can sometimes be more torturous than killing them. Watching Lin Mo and the others leave, Carl could no longer suppress his inner humiliation and fear. He let out a beast-like roar, trembling hands pulling out the signal device, soaked in sweat, from his pocket, and crushed it fiercely. A flash of white light passed, and he disappeared from the spot. After walking some distance, Zhang Shan and Li Si's emotions calmed down a bit. Li Si looked at Lin Mo walking ahead, counting the spoils while humming an unknown tune, his expression exceedingly complex. Lin Mo, junior brother. He hesitated to speak. Call me big brother, Zhang Shan corrected in a deep voice from the side. Li Si was taken aback, then smiled wryly and nodded, changing his address to big brother. Thank you for earlier. This big brother was called with complete sincerity. Strength, intellect, and means. Everything Lin Mo exhibited far exceeded their cognition. For what? This is teamwork. Lin Mo rummaged through the items in Carl's storage bag, distributing half of the potions and materials to them. Everyone gets a share. Seeing the two about to decline, he waved his hand. No nonsense, take it. We are all in the same boat. The stronger you are, the better our chances of survival. Big brother is right. Zhang Shan grinned, unceremoniously accepting it. Li Si nodded heavily, saying nothing more, but silently remembered this friendship in his heart. All right, the distribution of spoils is over. We should hurry and leave. The smell of blood is too strong. Lin Mo packed up and prepared to move forward. However, just as he was about to extend his spiritual power again, intending to use his talent to scout ahead, he furrowed his brow slightly. Something was off. The forest had become too quiet. Earlier, although dim, Lin Mo could sense countless fragmented sounds of plants, insects, and animals through his talent. Some craved sunlight, some feared predators, and others simply dazed about. These sounds were noisy yet full of the vitality of life. But now those sounds had vanished. No, they hadn't disappeared. Rather, they were covered by a more grand and unique fear, a fear that penetrated to the bone, as if it stemmed from the instinct of life itself. It was like all the NPCs in the server had received the system's red alert at the same time. Lin Mo attempted to communicate with a nearby ancient tree. Darkness has arrived. The tree's thoughts were fragmented, filled with tremors. He sank his spiritual power into the ground, where an armored mole, digging a hole, curled up deep in its. The earth is crying. So painful. Something is sucking. Lin Mo's expression turned gray for the first time. This was no ordinary magical beast activity. Discovering abnormalities in the secret realm, triggering hidden quests. As a seasoned gamer, this thought sprang up in his mind. Hidden quests usually meant higher risks and greater rewards. Big brother, what's wrong? Li Si keenly noticed the change in Lin Mo's expression. Lin Mo did not answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and pushed his spiritual power to the limit, probing towards the source of that fear emotion. Passing through layers of overlapping tree shadows and crossing a mountain stream, his spiritual tendrils finally saw the source of all this. It was a valley. The entire valley was enveloped in a black mist, writhing like a living creature, exuding an ominous and decayed aura. All the plants shrouded in the black mist were wilting and rotting at a visibly rapid pace. Several low-tier magical beasts that failed to escape once touched by the black mist rapidly decayed, letting out shrill cries before turning into a puddle of black water absorbed by the earth. And in the center of that black mist, a huge figure could be faintly seen struggling, emitting a painful and suppressed roar. That power felt so familiar. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. It was demonic energy. The kind left by the dark cult on him back then, of the same origin, but 100-fold more intense and violent. At that moment, the little black creature that had been napping on his shoulder suddenly moved. It raised its head sharply, its pure golden vertical pupils revealing true, bone-chilling disgust and murderous intent for the first time. It gazed towards the direction of the valley, letting out a deep, low growl filled with endless fury. Big brother, should we keep moving forward? Zhang Shan's voice trembled slightly. He too sensed the heart-stopping aura. Lin Mo came to his senses, looking at the valley shrouded in black mist, his gaze flickering. Retreating was the safest choice. But he could feel that deep within that abundant demonic energy, there seemed to be an extremely massive energy brewing. That energy would likely be an unprecedented boon for the little black creature. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, his talent seemed to inherently restrain these dark entities. Let's go. Lin Mo said a single word, then pointed towards the valley. Let's go see what exactly is pretending to be mysterious. The decision was made by Lin Mo. Yet it was Zhang Shan and Li Si who truly walked this path. They could feel themselves stepping closer to an unfathomable vortex. The closer they got to the valley, emanating an ominous aura, the thicker and colder the air became. The surrounding trees were no longer simply withered. Their trunks were marked with twisted patterns resembling human faces, and black sap slowly seeped from the cracked bark like flowing tears. On the ground, even the humus had vanished, replaced by a cracked, lifeless, dark brown hard soil. Boss. Zhang Shan's voice was a bit hoarse, and the veins on the back of his hand, tightly gripping the tower shield, bulged. My shield is buzzing. It's not an energy resonance, it's fear. The earth elemental spirit residing in the shield is terrified. Li Si's situation was not much better. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his fingers resting on the bowstring turned pale from exertion. As a scout specialized archer, his perception of the environment was sharper than Zhang Shan's. In his eagle-eye vision, the air ahead was no longer merely filled with mana energy, it was teeming with countless invisible black threads writhing like maggots. The mana here has been completely polluted, Li Si whispered, his tone grave. Prolonged exposure to this environment will erode our minds, and our summoned beasts might even risk losing control. However, what truly unsettled them was Lin Mo's reaction. Lin Mo walked ahead, his pace neither fast nor slow, his expression unnaturally calm. It was as if the bizarre scenes around them, capable of driving an ordinary person's sanity to madness, were merely ordinary scenery in his eyes. They did not know that Lin Mo was currently bearing a mental impact 100 times stronger than theirs. Under his talent of communication with all things, the entire world was wailing in pain to him. Pain. The black needle is stabbing me. This was the thought of a dying little grass at his feet. Light. There is no light. Only all-consuming darkness. Save me. This was the final plea of a millennia-old tree before its demise. Life is fading. My children have been polluted. This was the despair transmitted from a hibernating earth dragon deep within the earth. This torrent of negative emotional information was enough to cause any summoner with slightly weaker mental strength to collapse on the spot. Yet Lin Mo's consciousness was like an indestructible reef, remaining steadfast against the crashing waves. He filtered out the useless emotional noise, precisely capturing valuable intelligence, rapidly constructing a three-dimensional map of the valley ahead in his mind, as well as the exact location of the pollution source. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the valley. The sight before them made both Zhongshan and Li Si gasp in shock. It was a massive basin now transformed into a domain of swirling black mist. The viscous ink-like mist swirled at the bottom of the valley, pulsating like a gigantic heart. With each pulse, the surrounding space twisted slightly. Roar! A howl of extreme pain echoed from deep within the black mist. The sound was filled with endless anger and unwillingness, as if an ancient monstrous beast was enduring tortures akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Just the pressure emanating from this roar caused Zhongshan and Li Si to feel short of breath. This must be at least an epic-grade magical beast, Li Si exclaimed in shock, and its strength is definitely above platinum level. Are we really going in? Zhongshan swallowed hard, feeling a cramp in his calves. That's a joke. Even in a normal state, a platinum-grade epic beast is not something we mere bronze and black iron level small fries can approach, let alone a monster now tainted by demonic energy and on the brink of rampage. This isn't just sending oneself to death, it's rushing to reincarnation. Lin Mo did not respond, his gaze pierced through the thick black mist locking onto the center of the valley. In his mental perception, a beast over 100 meters long was bound to the ground by numerous thick black. It was a massive earth-type subdragon known as the double-horned earth dragon, covered in rocky scales with 2 horns on its head and a heavy, profound aura. At this moment, this powerful earth dragon appeared tragically miserable. The ends of those black chains transformed into sharp spikes deeply embedded in its flesh, continuously injecting pure demonic energy into its body. Before the giant head of the earth dragon, a shadow clad in a black robe obscured in features floated. In the figure's hand was a constantly rotating black crystal, and it was chanting a hoarse and sinister incantation. It was this crystal that continuously generated demonic energy, orchestrating this forced demonic transformation ritual. People from the dark cult. Lin Mo instantly understood the cause and effect. It's not a magical. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice chillingly calm. He pointed towards the depths of the valley and said to the 2 behind him, "There is someone inside, a figure in a black robe. He is using dark sorcery to forcibly transform that earth dragon, trying to turn it into a demonic creature under his control." What a... Zhongshan and Li Si were taken aback. They finally understood why Lin Mo had risked coming here. This was no simple secret realm exploration. They had stumbled upon the dark cult's conspiracy. According to the Academy's regulations, discovering and reporting the activities of the dark cult would yield substantial points as a reward. If they could successfully stop it, the rewards would be so generous that any student would be envious. But that requires being alive to claim it. Boss, that's a platinum-level earth dragon, plus an unknown-level black-robed sorcerer. Li Si's voice was filled with bitterness. The 3 of us combined wouldn't even be a snack for them. Lin Mo shook his head. Not necessarily. He looked at the struggling earth dragon, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. It hasn't been completely corrupted, its will is still resisting. If we can give it a hand. Li Si instantly understood his meaning. You want to tame it. The moment this thought emerged, Li Si felt it was absurd. To tame a platinum-grade epic subdragon that was being demonized. Is that something Inf-grade talent can accomplish? Even if Inf-grade talent legendary summoner came, they wouldn't dare entertain such a wildly reckless idea. At that moment, the little black on Lin Mo's shoulder suddenly lifted its head. It seemed to have finally awakened from its slumber, its pure golden vertical pupils coldly gazing at the figure in black robe in the valley, its eyes filled with unmasked killing intent, and a hint of hunger. To it, the rich demonic energy was nothing less than a high-quality feast. Lin Mo could clearly sense the thought transmitted from the little black. Eliminate him, consume that black stone. Simple, direct, and domineering. Lin Mo smiled and patted the little black's head. Don't rush before the main course. We need to see if there are any appetizers. Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from the woods behind them. Who goes there? Li Si reacted swiftly, turning around instantly, his bow aimed towards the direction of the sound. Several figures slowly emerged from behind the trees. At the forefront was a girl clad in pure white, her demeanor cold. Beside her, an elegantly poised ice crystal phoenix exuded an intense chill as it gracefully groomed its feathers. It was none other than Yi Bingqing, another genius from the Academy's minor competition. She and her team were evidently drawn here by the tremendous commotion. Yi Bingqing's gaze scanned the grave-faced Zhongshan and Li Si, finally settling on Lin Mo, her clear eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. What has happened here? Her voice was as clear as an icy spring. Lin Mo had not yet had the chance. Deep within the valley, the black-robed figure who had been focused on the ritual seemed to sense that the growing number of audience outside the valley. Since so many lively sacrifices have arrived. A raspy and piercing laugh echoed directly in everyone's minds. Then don't leave, stay, and become the food for my new treasure. The black mist surged like a tide, rushing towards them. It It was not merely fog, it contained an evil force capable of corroding all things, and wherever it passed, even the black mist surged like a tide rushing towards them. It was not merely fog, it contained an evil force capable of corroding all things, and wherever it passed, even the air let out a sizzle of mournful cries. Form a formation. Defense. Yi Binking's voice was cold and urgent with no hint of hesitation. The two team members behind her responded instantly, forming a triangular formation as mana energy surged forth unreservedly. Ice Crystal Phoenix used Snowy Veil. A clear and piercing cry of the phoenix echoed through the beautiful Ice Crystal Phoenix soared into the sky, its wings flapping violently, showering countless glimmering ice crystals that swiftly formed a thick and translucent hemispherical ice wall before everyone. The surface of the ice wall was smooth like a mirror, flowing with visible icy blue chill enveloping everyone from the two teams. Almost the instant the ice wall took shape, the black tide crashed violently against it. Sizzle. The sound of corrosive acid was ceaseless. The solid ice wall collided violently with the rolling magic mist, creating large clouds of white steam and black smoke. The ice wall was visibly dissolving and eroding, with large patches of ugly black spots appearing on its surface resembling rotting flesh. Yi Binking's face turned pale as she immediately increased the output of her mana. Her teammates gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain the stability of the ice wall. Zhongshan, hold on. Li Si was also anxious. He summoned a Qingfeng eagle, trying to blow away some of the magic mist with wind blades. However, as soon as the wind blades entered the black mist, they were immediately tainted and assimilated, dissipating into nothingness. Zhongshan let out an angry roar, thrusting his massive tower shield heavily into the ground before him. A yellow-brown light erupted, and a heavy earth-type energy integrated into the ice wall, attempting to strengthen the defense. However, he immediately felt an immense resistance. The earth elemental spirit residing in the shield trembled violently, conveying pure fear and rejection. That magic energy was inherently a nemesis of all pure elements. No, we can't hold on much longer. One of Yi Binking's teammates cried out hoarsely, a trickle of blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Just defending against the aftershocks of this magic mist had nearly exhausted all their strength. Yi Binking's gaze was fixed on the roiling darkness outside the ice wall, her heart turning cold. She knew very well that once the ice wall shattered, they would be devoured by the magic mist within a few breaths. However, in this critical moment of life and death, her peripheral vision caught an incredible sight. Lin Mo and his two teammates were standing not far from her. Yet around them, an absolutely safe vacuum zone with a diameter of about 3 meters had formed. The furious black magic mist, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, appeared to encounter some invisible nemesis as it rushed towards them, splitting in fear and chaos to form a bizarre hollow. Lin Mo and his companions stood quietly in the center of the hollow, not even their clothes stirred by the wind. Zhongshan and Li Si wore dazed and numb expressions. They stared at the terrifying sight outside, reminiscent of doomsday, then at the tranquil safe zone beside them, their minds completely abandoning thought. It was normal. Being with the boss meant anything absurd could happen. At this moment, Lin Mo was closing his eyes, sensing everything around him. A most unpleasant scent. Filthy. Get away. Don't come closer. These thoughts did not come from plants or animals, but from Xiaohei. The moment the magic mist attacked, Xiaohei, who had been lying on his shoulder, emanated a hint of its primordial aura with great impatience. It was a darkness more profound, ancient, and pure than the magic energy itself. It was the pressure belonging to the very concept of world annihilation situated at the top of the food chain. To Xiaohei, the magic energy produced by the black-robed man was like a swarm of noisy, filthy flies. Its aura was the highest grade insecticide. The flies did not even dare to approach the area where the insecticide was sprayed. Lin Mo watched all of this with great interest, gaining new insights. So Xiaohei's power has this application. Bloodline suppression, or rather status suppression. It was like a gang leader standing there, causing the surrounding small-time thugs to not even dare to approach. This kid. Yi Binking's beautiful eyes churned with waves of astonishment. She stared intently at Lin Mo and the seemingly harmless little black lizard on his shoulder. She could not comprehend it at all. Her proud Ice Crystal Phoenix, an epic summoning beast, was currently straining with all its might, barely holding up. Yet how did the other party manage to make this terrifying magic mist retreat? Just as her mind was shaken, a cold snort came from deep within the valley. An interesting little bug. The black-robed man clearly noticed the anomaly at the valley's entrance. He seemed taken aback that his magic mist could be so easily blocked. He suddenly waved his hand, and the surging magic mist quickly retreated back into the valley like a receding tide. The crisis was temporarily averted. Huff, huff. Yi Binking's two teammates sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for air, their faces as pale as paper. The ice crystal phoenix also descended, its radiance dimmed significantly, clearly exhausted. Yi Bingqing forcibly suppressed the surging blood energy and quickly walked up to Lin Mo. Her cold eyes were filled with unprecedented scrutiny, an inquiry locking onto Lin Mo tightly. "What did you do just now, eh?" she asked directly. Lin Mo opened his eyes, looking innocent as he shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't do it." He pointed at his frank badge. "See him, just an unremarkable black iron-level summoner. What could I possibly— You?" Yi Bingqing felt a pang of anger in her chest at his nonchalant demeanor. She knew the other party was lying, yet she couldn't find any evidence. Should she say that the little lizard on his shoulder was problematic? Her gaze shifted to Xiao He, who just happened to open its golden vertical pupils and lazily glanced at her. The moment she met those eyes, Yi Bingqing's heart skipped a beat. What kind of gaze was that? Cold and different, and looking down from a height, as if observing a humble insect. The ice crystal phoenix beside her let out a low whimper, instinctively taking half a step back, its feathers standing on end. That was fear stemming from the depths of its bloodline. Yi Bingqing's heart trembled. Her ice crystal phoenix, which possessed the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, was innately proud and never feared any magical beast. This was the first time it felt fear from a mere glance. What on earth was this little black lizard? Yi Bingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This was not the time to pursue these matters. She suppressed her doubts and said solemnly, "You've seen the situation now. Inside is a member of the Dark Church, and he is polluting a platinum-level earth dragon. If he succeeds, the entire secret realm will turn into a magic domain, and none of us will survive to escape. I don't know what method you used, but your abilities seem to have a restraining effect on that magic energy. I propose that our two teams temporarily join forces to stop him. My ice crystal phoenix can hold him off, directly creating opportunities for you. What you need to do is find a way to purify or disperse that magic mist." This was Yi Bingqing's judgment. Although Lin Mo's strength and talent level seemed low, the strange ability he had just displayed was the key to breaking the deadlock. Lin Mo looked at her, stroking his chin. Collaborating with the Academy's top genius girl. That sounded cool. With someone in front acting as the tank drawing fire, he could more easily approach the main course with his own appetizer. Before he could respond, Zhang Shan behind him excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, I think it's doable. Let's team up with Senior Sister Yi and take him down." Li Si nodded in agreement. "Exactly, this is a chance to deal with the Dark Church. The points reward will definitely be plentiful." Lin Mo glanced helplessly at the two pig teammates. He raised a finger and shook his head. "Collaboration is fine." His gaze swept over Yi Bingqing and her teammates. "But we need to clarify how the spoils will be divided first." Yi Bingqing was stunned. She hadn't expected that Lin Mo's first concern in this life-or-death moment would be this. Looking at Lin Mo's expression of friends should settle accounts, clearly, she began to doubt her usually accurate judgment for the first time. Was this person a concealed expert, or just an outright money lover? Or was it both? The corners of Yi Bingqing's brows lifted slightly at Lin Mo's words. The two team members behind her displayed expressions of shock and indignation. One slightly impatient crew-cut youth couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, what time is it now? You're still thinking about dividing the spoils. If that man in black gets his way, we'll all die here." Lin Mo didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Bingqing. "Precisely because death could come at any moment, we must clarify our words." Lin Mo spoke with a calmness akin to discussing what to have for dinner. "It's better to lay down the rules first than to fight halfway or to have infighting over uneven spoils after victory. What do you think?" He threw the question back at her. Yi Bingqing's cold eyes bore into Lin Mo, as if trying to discern something from his face. But Lin Mo's expression remained serene, devoid of any jest. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly nodded. "What you said makes sense. This man thinks differently from anyone I've ever met. In the face of extreme danger, he shows no fear, no reckless passion, but instead remains as calm as a finely tuned machine, first calculating risks and rewards. Such a person is either a madman or possesses absolute confidence in his abilities." Yi Bingqing leaned towards the latter. The crew-cut youth beside her wanted to say something else, but was stopped by her raised hand. "So how do you want to divide it?" Yi Bingqing asked. "It's simple." Lin Mo extended 3 fingers. "Our collaboration is based on my special abilities. Therefore, I will take 70% of the core spoils, and you will get 30. 70%. The crew-cut youth shouted again. "Are you crazy? We're the main attackers. My summon beast is an elite-level storm griffin. Wang Yu summon beast is a rare-level lava giant turtle plus Senior Sister's ice crystal phoenix. We are the main force in battle." "Main force?" Lin Mo scoffed, pointing around. "Without me, you wouldn't even be able to step into that valley. You'd just be consumed by the magic fog." That one sentence left the crew-cut youth momentarily speechless, his face turning red. It was a fact. 50-50. Yi Bingqing's cold voice rang out, unyielding. "This is my bottom line. Our side will be responsible for the frontal assault, bearing the greatest risk. Your side will assist and disperse the magic fog. This distribution is fair. Agreed. Lin Mo readily accepted, which momentarily left Yi Bingqing taken aback. However, I have an additional condition, Lin Mo added. If any items related to darkness or demonic energy are among the spoils, such as the crystal held by that man in black, they must be prioritized for me. This condition sounds a bit strange. Generally, summoners avoid such evil items, yet he specifically required. Yi Bingqing looked at him deeply again, linking it to his mysterious ability to dispel the magic fog. Could it be his ability requires consuming or studying such dark substances? She could only make such a conjecture. All right, I agree to your terms. Yi Bingqing finally nodded. It's a deal. Excellent. Lin Mo clapped his hands, the avaricious expression on his face instantly replaced by a chilling calm and focus that sent shivers down the spine. Now that the deal is settled, let's discuss the battle plan. His aura shifted so quickly that Yi Bingqing's team felt an uncomfortable adjustment. First, we will share intelligence. Lin Mo didn't wait for their reactions and spoke directly. In the center of the valley, there is one man in black estimated to be at the initial stage of the golden level. He possesses an item called demonic crystal, which is the source of the demonic energy. He is currently contaminating a platinum-level double-horned earth dragon, which is bound by dozens of soul-binding chains. Its will is still resisting, but won't last much longer. This series of terrifyingly precise information detonated in the minds of Yi Bingqing and her companions like a bomb. They stared at Lin Mo in shock. Golden level, demonic crystal, soul-binding chains. How does he know these details? They can't even see the specific situation in the depths of the valley from where they stand. How do you? The composed youth named Wang Yue controlling the lava giant turtle couldn't help but ask. Lin Mo pointed to his temple, giving a vague explanation. It's a talent. My grade talent has something special about perception. No one believed this explanation, but for now they had no choice but to trust it. Yi Bingqing forcibly digested this shock and quickly got into the state. Continue. My plan is simple, divided into 3 steps. Lin Mo held up one finger. First, infiltration. We act together. I will lead the way, ensuring everyone safely reaches the core area of the ritual. This process must be absolutely silent. He extended a second finger. Second, assault. Upon reaching the designated position, your ice crystal phoenix must launch the strongest attack on that man in black at the first opportunity. The goal is not to kill him, but to interrupt his spell and draw all his attention. Lin Mo paused, looking at Li Si and Yi Bingqing's 2 teammates. You 3 will be responsible for range suppression and clearing any potential minions, creating the best output environment for the main attacker. Finally, he extended a third finger, pointing at himself. Third, breaking the situation. The moment the attention of the man in black is fully drawn, I will charge into the center of the ritual with Zhongshan. My target is that demonic crystal. Zhongshan's target is to protect me. The entire plan was simple, direct, and brutal. Every step's goal was crystal clear, and each person's role was precisely defined. Your plan has a fatal flaw, Yi Bingqing calmly pointed out. Even if we successfully interrupt the ritual and seize the crystal, what about the platinum-level earth dragon? It has already been contaminated by demonic energy. Once it breaks free, the first to be torn apart will be us. Leave that to me, Lin Mo replied indifferently. Leave it to you. Yi Bingqing's brow furrowed deeper. What do you plan to do? The mountain man has his own clever plans. Lin Mo revealed that mysterious smile again. He couldn't just say I plan to take advantage of its weakness and see if I can directly take it down, could he? Yi Bingqing fell silent. She realized that communicating with Lin Mo was a highly challenging cognitive endeavor. This person was shrouded in mysteries. Half of what he said seemed nonsensical, while the other half was frighteningly precise. But now she had no other choice. All right, well, do it your way. She cast a deep glance at the small black creature on Lin Mo's shoulder, which had closed its eyes again to doze off, making her final decision. Everyone check your gear, replenish your status, and in 3 minutes we move. 3 minutes later, the 2 temporary teams comprising 6 people began moving deep into the magic fog valley. Leading the way was Lin Mo. A bizarre and extraordinary scene unfolded. He seemed like a deity walking in the miracle of Moses parting the sea. Wherever he walked, the terrifying magic fog capable of corroding steel and devouring life automatically retreated to the sides, forming a spacious and safe passage. Zhongshan and Li Si, who followed closely behind him, wore expressions of numbness, even a bit of pride. Meanwhile, Yi Bingqing and her 2 teammates were in shock, carefully following behind, not daring to breathe a word. They finally experienced firsthand what Lin Mo meant by, "Without me you wouldn't even be able to step onto the battlefield." This was no ordinary, somewhat special perception talent. This was clearly the Dark King patrolling his domain. No one spoke, only the faint sound of footsteps and the distant suppressed roars of the Earth Dragon. They successfully traversed hundreds of meters through the magic fog area and arrived at the edge of the valley center. Hidden behind a massive, half-corroded rock, everyone finally laid eyes on the sinister ritual. The gigantic double-horned earth dragon was pinned to the ground by dozens of shiny black chains, and each of its struggles caused the earth to tremble slightly. Strange black patterns had spread across its hard rocky scales, and its tremendous life force was being frantically siphoned by those chains. Above it, the man in black floated in the air, the black crystal in his hand emanating a bizarre glow. The incantation he recited seemed to carry a hypnotic power, leaving listeners dazed. Everyone felt a surge of heart palpitations. This evil power was even stronger than they had imagined. Yi Bingxing cast an inquiring glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression was impassive. He simply made a simple gesture towards her. A countdown gesture that had been used countless times in games. 3, 2, 1. As soon as his last finger came down, attack. Yi Bingxing's cold voice was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly igniting the whole scene. The moment Yi Bingxing's voice fell, the curtain of battle was ruthlessly drawn open. A cry echoed as the ice crystal phoenix let out a long howl, its voice clear and penetrating through the clouds. It spread its wings, and an instant burst of cold air erupted from its body, condensing the moisture in the air into countless ice crystals. Yi Bingxing's voice was devoid of any emotion, filled with absolute calm. This was the strongest single-target control skill mastered by the Ice Crystal Phoenix, capable of freezing any beast below the platinum level into an ice sculpture in an instant. A torrent of visible white energy gathered, enveloped in the extreme cold that froze everything in its path, shooting straight towards the figure in the black robe, suspended in the air with the force of a thunderbolt. Almost simultaneously, Li Si and Yi Bingxing's two teammates also moved. Storm, Arrow, Rain. Gale Impact. Lava Cannon. 3 different attributes of attacks launched from 3 distinct and tricky angles sealed off all possible escape routes for the figure in black. Kik. A bunch of ignorant little insects. Facing attacks that would leave ordinary golden-level experts flustered, the figure in black merely let out a piercing, mocking laughter. He didn't even turn around, casually raising a withered hand. Dance of the Demon Chains. As soon as the words fell, dozens of black chains binding the two-horned earth dragons snapped taut. Then, like venomous snakes with a life of their own, they detached from the flesh of the earth dragons and danced wildly in the air. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of collision rang out in succession. Li Si and the Flathead Youth's ranged attacks collided with the flying demon chains like pebbles thrown into the sea, only sparking a few scattered sparks before being easily deflected and shattered. Only Yi Bingxing's frozen coffin demonstrated the power of an epic summoned beast. Wherever the white torrent passed, the flying demon chains were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost, slowing their movements. Interesting. The figure in black seemed somewhat surprised by the Ice Crystal Phoenix's power. He stopped his incantation, turning around to reveal a pair of crimson eyes beneath his hood. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute darkness, even the most solid ice is merely water. He directed the demon-infused crystal towards the oncoming white torrent. Demon infusion. A hum echoed as an even denser, more sinister black aura erupted from the crystal, meeting the frozen coffin. There was no violent explosion, only a suffocating erosion. The pure soul-freezing cold power upon contact with the black aura melted and disintegrated at an astonishing speed, like snow splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. The originally pure white torrent was quickly tainted to a filthy gray-black, then dissipated in the air. Who? Yi Bingxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face turning as pale as paper. The Ice Crystal Phoenix also let out a mournful cry, plummeting from the sky, its feathers losing much of their luster. The full-force strike of her soul-bound summon was so easily countered, resulting in a severe backlash. In an instant, their strongest attacker had lost most of her combat capability. Senior, the Flathead Youth, and Wang Yu were taken aback. They never imagined that the opponent's strength could be this formidable. Now, charge. However, just as everyone was shaken by this terrifying disparity in strength, Lin Mo's low growl struck Zhang Shan's heart like a heavy hammer. There was no time for shock. Yi Bingxing's assault had successfully interrupted the opponent's ritual and drawn all their attention. This was their only chance. Roar. Zhang Shan's eyes turned red. The enormous tower shield raised before him, resembling a heavy tank that had started up, charging down the safe path Lin Mo had opened towards the center of the ritual. Lin Mo followed closely behind, his figure completely obscured by Zhang Shan's massive body, his gaze locked firmly on the ominous, glowing demon-infused crystal. Seeking death. The figure in black instantly discerned their intentions, a flash of rage crossing his. With a wave of his hand, 3 demon chains that had just been assaulted by the cold, still covered in frost, abruptly changed direction, shooting towards the charging Zhang Shan, like 3 black arrows accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn. Zhang Shan's pupils constricted sharply. The speed of these 3 demon chains was too fast. He could only rely on instinct, pressing the tower shield firmly in front of him and pouring all his mana into it. Rock armor. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 deafening sounds exploded in succession. The first demon chain struck fiercely against the tower shield, and Zhang Shan felt an overwhelming force transmitted through, sending him sliding back several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground. The second demon chain followed closely, and the thick layer of rock armor on the surface of the shield instantly shattered, fragments scattering. The third demon chain struck precisely at the same spot. Crack! A crisp sound of cracking echoed as a grotesque fissure appeared on Zhang Shan's tower shield, which was at least of rare quality. Wow! Zhang Shan could no longer hold on. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, and he fell to one knee on the ground, his shield-holding arm trembling uncontrollably. Yet a grim smile appeared on his face. With his own flesh and blood, he had withstood this lethal triad of strikes, buying Lin Mo a precious moment of less than a second. Lin Mo's figure flashed out from behind him, his speed increasing instead of decreasing, with less than 10 meters remaining to the demon-infused crystal. Leave it to me. The figure in black was utterly enraged, abandoning the suppression of Yi Bingqing and the others, surrounded by swirling black mist, as a massive claw, made entirely of demonic energy, appeared out of thin air, ferociously reaching for Lin Mo's back. This claw was so swift that it sealed off all of Lin Mo's routes of advance and retreat. Everyone's hearts raced in their throats. It's over. This was the only thought in Yi Bingqing's mind. However, just as the demonic claw was about to a yawn filled with endless annoyance and disgust suddenly rang out. Huh. The black little lizard that had been sleeping on Lin Mo's shoulder lazily opened its eyes. It seemed to have been awakened by the surrounding battle sounds, looking quite displeased. It lifted its head, its pure golden slit pupils glancing at the enormous claw of demonic energy behind it, filled with disdain. Then it opened its tiny mouth and gently exhaled a small puff of black flame. The flame was pitifully small, like a match that would extinguish with a single breath of wind. The black flame lazily drifted towards the fierce demonic claw. The two met softly. The next second time seemed to freeze. There was no explosion, no sound. That massive claw, made entirely of pure demonic energy, which could easily tear apart a bronze-level summoner upon contact with that tiny flame, ignited like gasoline. Whoosh! The black flames roared up along the fingers of the demonic claw, spreading wildly. In the blink of an eye, the entire massive demonic claw was burned to nothing before that tiny black flame, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. The entire valley fell into an eerie silence. Yi Bingqing's team, Li Si and Zhang Shan, who was half kneeling on the ground, all stared wide-eyed at this scene, their minds blank. But the most shocked was the figure in black. He abruptly severed his connection to the claw, but it was already too late. A wisp of black flame had spread to his fingertips through the energy link. Oh! A chilling scream erupted from the figure in black for the first time. He almost instinctively used his other hand to fiercely slash at his own arm. With a thud, his entire left arm was severed at the shoulder, dropping to the ground, instantly turned to ashes by that tiny black flame. The figure in black staggered back a few steps, clutching the stump of his severed arm tightly with his remaining right hand, the crimson eyes beneath his hood no longer filled with rage and disdain, but with an unprecedented soul-deep fear. He stared intently at the little creature on Lin Mo's shoulder that had just finished yawning and was lazily licking its claws. His raspy voice twisted and sharpened with extreme fear. Primordial dragon breath. Is it the world-ending demon dragon? No. This is impossible. A legendary taboo existence, how could it be here? How could it be in this form? World-destroying demon dragon. The 4 words reverberated like thunder, imbued with ancient curses, exploding in everyone's mind. The air in the valley seemed to freeze in that moment. For the first time, cracks appeared on Yi Bingqing's eternally frosty face. Her pupils constricted as her gaze darted between the pitiful little black lizard on Lin Mo's shoulder and the distorted figure of the fear-stricken figure in the black robe in the distance. Her 2 teammates gaped, their mouths open wide enough to fit a fist, their eyes vacant, clearly having lost the ability to think. Zhang Shan, half kneeling on the ground, even forgot the excruciating pain radiating from his arm and shield. He stared blankly at the little creature on his boss' shoulder, feeling his understanding of the world being completely upended. Class talent. Mutated lizard. Boss, you call this thing a lizard? However, amidst the silence brought on by ultimate shock, one person's actions sliced through the frozen tableau like a sharp blade. Lin Mo. He moved. Just as the black-robed figure uttered those 4 words, and everyone fell into a stupor, he not only did not stop, but instead pushed his speed to the limit. World-destroying demon dragon. Sounds like quite an impressive title. But then again, is a title more important than equipment? The boss has already revealed its identity, why not seize the time to loot its corpse? Lin Mo's gamer mentality was fully unleashed at that moment. He flashed past the black-robed figure, his target unambiguously clear, the malevolent crystal suspended in midair pulsating with dark energy. No. The black-robed figure finally snapped out of his fear of the world-destroying demon dragon awakened by Lin Mo's unabashed greed. He could die, he could flee, but that crystal was a sacred object bestowed by the sect, the source of all his power, and it absolutely could not be lost. He abruptly turned, using his remaining right hand to delve into his robes, seemingly to retrieve something. But he was fast, Lin Mo was faster. In the moment the black-robed figure turned, Lin Mo had already leaped high into the air. His hand steadily reached for the cold, ominous black crystal. A flicker of madness and determination flashed in the black-robed figure's scarlet eye. Even if I destroy, he abandoned his attempt to retrieve something, and with his remaining right hand, he struck his chest fiercely. A plume of black blood spewed from his mouth, surging toward the crystal, clearly intending to activate some kind of fatal secret technique. Annoying. A childish voice filled with impatience chimed in. The little black lizard tilted its head. It did not breathe fire again, but merely opened its mouth, revealing a set of small, unformed white teeth, a gesture filled with menace. However, such a seemingly cute action in the eyes of others caused the black-robed figure to tremble violently, as if struck by divine thunder. The blood he spewed suddenly halted in midair, then with a poof, it was crushed by an invisible force, transforming into a mist of blood. The black-robed figure let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body flying back, violently crashing against the distant cliff, his fate unknown. It was an absolute suppression stemming from bloodline, soul, and the pinnacle of life. A young dragon bared its teeth at a mere insect. The insect nearly died of fright. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already grasped the corrupted crystal tightly in his hand. It felt icy, and a chaotic, violent energy surged up his arm, attempting to invade his body. Ding! High concentration of pollution detected. Inferior corrupted crystal. Would you like to absorb it? It could slightly replenish the original energy of the world-destroying demon dragon. Before Lin Mo's eyes, the long-awaited system panel flashed by. Good stuff. He was elated and unhesitatingly tucked the crystal into his robe. Almost the moment the crystal was removed. Crack! Crack! In the valley, the dozens of black chains binding the two-horned earth dragon seemed to have lost their energy source, revealing countless cracks on the surface, and then with a series of crisp sounds they shattered, turning into clouds of black dust. The restraints were lifted. A roar, a sound louder than any before, filled with endless pain and madness, erupted into the sky. The two-horned earth dragon, over 100 meters long, slowly rose from the ground. Its massive body, like a small mountain, blocked out the light above. Half of its originally thick rocky scales had turned into an eerie black, with countless black magical energies slithering beneath its skin like small snakes. One of its horns had completely turned ink black. One of its eyes was a murky yellow belonging to earth-type creatures, filled with confusion and pain. The other was a pure, emotionless crimson, representing absolute madness after being tainted by dark energy. Its rationality was being gradually consumed by demonic influence. Meanwhile, the group that had just rescued it from endless suffering now stood right before it. Oh no! Yi Bingxing supported the injured ice phoenix, watching the terrifying beast slowly raise its enormous foot, locking its scarlet eye on them, her heart sinking to the bottom. Her premonition had come true. After just dealing with a golden-level evil sorcerer, they now faced a half-demonized epic sub-dragon with strength above platinum level. This was 100 times worse than the previous situation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Despite being severely injured, Yi Bingxing immediately issued the order, her voice trembling slightly from tension. Her two teammates struggled to stand, despair written all over their faces. Faced with a monster of this caliber, their strength was not even enough to give it a scratch. The two-horned earth dragon clearly did not give them much time to prepare. It opened its massive mouth, a rich, inextricable blend of earthy yellow and black energy began to gather within. Dragon breath mixed with earth-type destructive energy and dark energy. With this attack, forget about them. Probably half the valley would be flattened. Boss, run. Zhang Shan dragged his injured body, struggling to shield Lin Mo. Li Si's face was ashen, but he still knocked the last arrow, aiming at the earth dragon's eye, preparing for a final struggle. Doom seemed to be upon them. Run. At this critical moment, Lin Mo's calm voice rang in everyone. He stepped out from behind Zhang Shan, gazing up at the terrifying beast gathering power, his face not showing fear, but rather a hint of pity. He slowly extended his hand, not toward the earth dragon, but into the air. His lips moved slightly, and his mental energy surged forth in an unprecedented manner. God-level taming talent activate. But the entity he communicated with was not the half-mad earth dragon. Instead, it was her. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly radiated from Lin Mo at the center. In the next moment, the entire valley underwent an unimaginable transformation. The terrifying dragon breath gathering in the two-horned earth dragon's mouth suddenly faltered. The ground beneath it violently trembled. Boom, boom. Massive rock spikes without warning erupted from the ground, viciously stabbing toward the earth dragon's body. No, not just rock spikes. Countless vines from the mountain walls on either side grew like living pythons, wildly wrapping around its limbs. In the air, fierce winds converged, forming invisible blades that sliced at its scales. In an instant, all natural elements in the valley, earth, rocks, plants, wild winds, the entire world seemed to turn against it. Roar! The two-horned earth dragon emitted a confused and pained roar. It did not understand why. It was clearly an earth-type subdragon, a favored child of the earth. Why was the earth attacking it? It did not understand why the usually docile plants showed their fangs against it. Everything had become its enemy. This feeling of being abandoned and betrayed by the entire world was even more painful than being bound by the magical chains before. Yi Bingqing and the others were utterly dumbfounded. If before the little black's actions had shattered their comprehension, then what Lin Mo was doing now completely obliterated their worldview. What did he do? He didn't even summon a beast, just stretched out his hand. And then the whole world began to obey his command. This is a power only gods can possess. Lin Mo ignored the shock behind him, concentrating all his mental energy on communicating with this world. It smells so bad. It hurt me. Get rid of it. It absorbed my power. Bad thing. Countless thoughts belonging to flowers, trees, mountains, and earth flooded into his mind. He utilized his talent to guide, amplify, and give a common goal to these scattered instinctive feelings of attack that polluted, foul-smelling beast that brings them pain. How does it feel? Lin Mo's voice resonated clearly in the brain of the earth dragon, which was caught in madness and confusion through the mental link. Isn't it unpleasant to be abandoned by the whole world? Now I give you a choice. Lin Mo lifted his head, meeting the beast's crimson eye, a devilish smile creeping on his lips. Submit to me, or continue to be enemies with the whole world. Choose your destiny. Time seemed to stretch infinitely within Lin Mo's calm voice. This chilling choice through a mental link imprinted itself fiercely into the confused soul of the dual-horned earth dragon like a searing hot iron. Its yellow single eye reflected Lin Mo's small, yet godlike figure, with its pupils filled with struggle, pain, and a trace of incomprehensible fear. Why, Mother Earth, why have you abandoned me? This was the lament rising from the depths of its bloodline. As an Earth-type subdragon, it was born as the darling of the Earth, able to effortlessly wield the power of the Earth elements. For it, the Earth was both a cradle and the most solid support. But now the cradle had become a cage, and the support had turned into a blade that pierced itself. The solid ground beneath it rejected it, countless stone spikes tearing at its scales. The surrounding flora hated it, the resilient vines tightly strangling its limbs. This despair of being betrayed by the entire world was 1,000 times more painful than the physical torment brought by the black-robed man's chains. Its other scarlet eye was fixated on Lin Mo, filled with a desire for violence and destruction. Kill this insect. Destroy everything. The demonic energy was eroding its sanity, trying to turn this boundless despair into a frenzy of annihilation. Within its massive jaws, the terrifying dragon breath, a mix of earth-type energy and demonic energy, did not dissipate. Instead, due to this intense mental conflict, it became even more violent and unstable. As long as it wished, it could turn everything before it into scorched earth in the next second, even if it meant being torn apart by the world's power. Yi Bingqing and her teammates had paled to the point where there was not a trace of color left. They could clearly feel the increasingly terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the earth dragon. This colossal beast was on the brink of collapse. Yet at this tense moment, Lin Mo made an action that no one could comprehend. He slowly extended another hand towards the beast. It was neither a threat nor an attack. A gentle, pure, and soothing mental force flowed out like a clear spring in the mountains. He did not cease guiding the hostility towards the world, but around the enormous head of the earth dragon, a safe zone with a diameter of several meters quietly formed. In this area, the wild winds ceased, the vines withdrew, and the earth stopped shaking. A long-lost familiar feeling belonging to the earth gently enveloped the head of the earth dragon. In an instant, heaven. In an instant, hell. This extreme contrast made the colossal body of the earth dragon tremble violently. The source of pain is neither me nor this world. Lin Mo's voice echoed again in its mind. This time the voice was no longer cold, but carried a calmness that seemed to see through everything. It is you. With his intention, the earth dragon clearly saw that within itself countless black maggot-like demonic energies were frantically devouring its flesh and soul. They were the source of its pain, the culprits that made the world despise it. Bow to me, and I can help you expel them. Bow to me, and the earth will embrace you once more. Lin Mo's mental force, as precise as a scalpel, quietly touched a strand of the rampant demonic energy within the Earth Dragon. The talent of communication with all things began to decipher the essence of this energy. Then Lin Mo showed the Earth Dragon two completely different futures. One future was him guiding the pure power of the earth like a tide surging into the Earth Dragon's body, gradually washing away and purifying the filthy demonic energy. That long-lost feeling of comfort and strength was so alluring. The other future was that the Earth Dragon rejected him, being completely consumed by the demonic energy, transforming into a monster that knew only slaughter and destruction, ultimately torn to pieces by the enraged world, even its soul unable to find peace. A carrot and a stick. This was Lin Mo's most common tactic for dealing with those high-intelligence NPCs in games. It proved to be equally effective against the not-so-dim-witted magical beasts. Roar! The dual-horned Earth Dragon let out a howl filled with endless sorrow and humiliation. This roar echoed throughout the valley, but there was no longer any madness or killing intent. The energy ball in its mouth, capable of annihilating everything, slowly dissipated, turning into countless elemental light points. Its scarlet single eye flickered intensely before ultimately dimming, reluctantly replaced by a murky yellow that belonged to reason. Then, before the horrified gazes of everyone, the colossal beast, resembling a mountain, slowly and laboriously bent its proud knees that had never bowed to any creature. Its massive head lowered, ultimately resting heavily on the ground before Lin Mo. Dust flew up. A platinum-level epic subdragon lowered its head to a black iron-level summoner. At the moment its head touched the ground, an ancient and mysterious rune appeared out of thin air on Lin Mo's forehead. Another identical rune appeared on the center of the Earth Dragon's forehead. The two runes lit up simultaneously, and an invisible chain instantly connected the two. Divine-level taming contract established. In an instant, the world's hostility towards the Earth Dragon vanished. The rock spikes attacking it turned to dust, the vines entangling it retracted into the mountains, and the wind blades in the air dissipated into nothingness. Everything returned to tranquility, as if the terrifying scene of everything rebelling just now was merely an illusion. The massive body of the dual-horned Earth Dragon trembled violently, and streams of black, demonic energy were forcibly expelled from its body by an invisible force, then dissipated into the air. Its breath rapidly waned, and its colossal body shrank quickly in a burst of light. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Ultimately, it transformed into a mini Earth Dragon the size of a calf, its scales dull, breath weak, lying on the ground with not even the strength to move a finger. But its gaze became clearer. It looked at Lin Mo, its eyes filled with complex emotions, awe, gratitude, and a trace of relief after surviving a calamity. However, Lin Mo, who had accomplished all this, was not in a good state. Thud! His body swayed, and his knees buckled, kneeling on the ground. A stream of crimson blood slowly flowed from his nostrils. The world before him turned dark, spinning as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain, causing excruciating pain. Mental power severely overdraft, simultaneously guiding the will of the entire valley while engaging in a mental duel and suppression with a platinum-level giant beast, and then forcibly establishing a contract. This was an unbearable burden for him at the moment. If not for the fact that his soul's essence far surpassed that of ordinary people in this world, that moment alone could have reduced him to an idiot. Boss, Zhang Shan exclaimed, disregarding his own injuries, rushing over and supporting the swaying. Behind him was a dead silence. Yi Bingqing's hand covering her mouth trembled slightly. The calmness and rationality she prided herself on had been shattered. What was that? Words becoming law. No, it was more terrifying. He was conversing with this world. He was commanding this land. He was not taming the Earth Dragon at all. He was taming this entire valley. This man, he was not a summoner. He was a god. Li Si's longbow fell to the ground with a clatter, yet he remained oblivious, mumbling, "Level talent. F. Is it Father's F? Who exactly are you?" Yi Bingqing finally regained her voice, but it was hoarse and dry, filled with an awe she had not even noticed herself. Lin Mo leaned against Zhang Shan, wiped his nosebleed, and grinned, revealing a somewhat weak, yet still radiant smile. "I told you I'm just an ordinary tamer." He looked at the mini Earth Dragon lying on the ground, which had become his summoned beast, and nodded in satisfaction. "From now on you will be called De Zhuang." Having just survived a soul calamity, the dual-horned Earth Dragon, De Zhuang, heard this name, and a trace of obvious confusion and daze flashed in its clear eyes. The air in the valley seemed to have been sucked into a vacuum by sheer shock. Yi Bingqing stared blankly at Lin Mo, who knelt on one knee with blood streaming from his nose, at the big strong that had shrunk from an epic beast to a pet calf before him, and at the battlefield strewn with chaos and scars. She felt her mind turn into a mess of mush. Ordinary tamer. She unconsciously chewed on those words, finding them utterly absurd and ironic. A lizard that scared off demonic mist with a glance, burned off an arm with a breath of flame, and stunned souls with a yawn. And frank talent that commanded heaven and earth with a gesture, and forced a platinum-grade sub-dragon to kneel with a single word. If this was ordinary, then what was she hailed as the Academy's once-in-a-century genius? A joke. Senior. He. The flat-haired youth Wang Yi pointed at Lin Mo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. His worldview had been repeatedly shattered, rebuilt, and shattered again in just over 10 minutes. Lin Mo, leaning on Zhang Shan's shoulder, slowly stood up and casually wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand. The aftermath of mental energy depletion left his head heavy and his steps unsteady, but his expression was cheerful. This trip had been a huge gain. Not only had he gained a platinum-grade fighter as a mount, but he had also seized a corrupted crystal that could serve as a snack for Little Black. Perfect. He looked around at the still-dazed Yi Bingqing squad, cleared his throat, and broke the suffocating silence. Ahem, everyone, don't just stand there. Lin Mo's voice was somewhat weak, but his words were utterly practical. The boss is down, time to loot and divide the spoils. At this, Yi Bingqing and the others snapped back to reality. They looked at Lin Mo's pale face from exhaustion and his expression of natural entitlement that said get to work, and found it even more surreal. Having just displayed godlike power, he had instantly turned into a penny-pinching miser. This stark contrast caused their minds to short-circuit again. What are you gawking at? Go check what else the black-robed man has. Lin Mo pointed at the motionless figure under the cliff in the distance. Our cooperation agreement isn't over yet. Cleaning up the battlefield is also an important part. Oh. The two members of Yi Bingqing's squad, like puppets, mechanically walked toward where the black-robed man had fallen. They now had an instinctive obedience to Lin Mo's words. Yi Bingqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions within her. She quickly walked up to Lin Mo, her expression incredibly complex, and spoke solemnly. Lin Mo, regarding the distribution of the spoils. What about the distribution? Lin Mo looked at her oddly. Didn't we agree? 50-50 dark items go to me. No. Yi Bingqing shook her head decisively. We won this entirely because of you. We can't take those spoils. Everything should be yours. This wasn't politeness, it was her heartfelt judgment. Having witnessed such power firsthand, she knew clearly that her team's role in this battle was at most to pull the one who truly performed solo from start to finish was Lin Mo and his mutated lizard. To shamelessly take half the spoils would make her despise herself. No way. Lin Mo refused without a second thought. Business is business. A deal's a deal. We said 50-50, so it's 50-50. He glanced at Yi Bingqing's injured ice crystal phoenix. You took the frontal assault, shed blood and effort. Take what's yours. I'm a man who values contractual spirit in business. These words stunned Yi Bingqing again. She had thought Lin Mo would go along with it, but he actually refused. Looking at his serious expression of following the rules, Yi Bingqing felt a mix of emotions. This man operated entirely outside the norm. Just then Wang Yi and the other teammate returned. Senior. Brother Lin. That black-robed man is... This is what we found on him. Wang Yi handed over a small storage pouch, his voice still trembling. Clearly the looting process had unsettled him. Lin Mo took the storage pouch. With his depleted mental energy, he struggled to open it and poured everything onto the ground. Clatter. A small pile of gleaming magic cores, about 30 ranging from bronze to silver grade. A few bottles of oddly colored potions exuding an ominous aura. A thick book with a black leather cover. And a small bag of gold coins. Lin Mo unceremoniously picked up the black book and the potions. As agreed, these dark items are mine. The rest we split evenly. He used his foot to divide the pile of magic cores and coins into roughly equal halves, then pointed at one pile. There, that's yours. He did it so naturally, so casually, as if dividing a pile of worthless stones. Yi Bingqing looked at the pile of magic cores worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins, then at Lin Mo. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing more. She knew that to refuse further would be a disrespect to this mysterious man. All right. She nodded, signaling her teammates to accept. Wang Yi and the other teammate exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. They swallowed hard and carefully stowed away their share of the spoils, their hands trembling throughout. After dividing the loot, Lin Mo finally turned his attention to his newly acquired minion. He walked over to the weakened Big Strong, crouched down, and patted its forehead, which though shrunken, was still rough and hard. How do you feel? Big Strong let out a low whimper, rubbing its head against Lin Mo's palm, its eyes full of affection and dependence. The fear of being rejected by the world just moments ago was still deeply etched into its soul, and Lin Mo was the only god who had pulled it from that boundless hell. Hungry. Power. A weak thought transmitted into Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo understood. This creature had been corrupted by demonic energy for so long, and forcibly purified by his talent. Now it was at its weakest, needing energy replenishment. He turned to look at his share of magic cores. Just got my salary, and it's already slipping away. He sighed, grabbed a handful of silver-grade cores, and stuffed them directly into Big Strong's mouth. Eat up the meal tickets here. Big Strong hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist the craving for energy. It opened its mouth and crunched down on the hard cores like beans swallowing them. This sight made Li Si and Zhang Shan's eyelids twitch. Good grief, another monster that eats cores without spitting out the shells. The boss team would need a fortune to sustain. Just then Little Black, who had been lazily perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, it sniffed the air, its golden vertical pupils locking precisely onto the corrupted crystal in Lin Mo's arm. Hungry. An incredibly concise thought came through. Lin Mo gave a wry smile. He knew this would happen. He pulled out the crystal, still emitting wisps of black gas. Yi Bingqing and the others immediately tensed up at the sight of the crystal, instinctively stepping back. This thing had nearly killed them all. Yet the next second something that made their eyes nearly pop out occurred. Lin Mo, as if feeding candy, offered the malevolent crystal to Little Black's mouth. Little Black sniffed it disdainfully, as if saying poor quality, but ITLL, due to fill the stomach, then opened its mouth and bit off a small piece of the crystal. The chewing sound was as crisp as a mortal eating rock candy. Yi Bingqing no longer knew what so. Lin Mo insisted on these dark items not for research or anything else, but for treating a corrupted crystal which even gold-rank powerhouses would cherish as a snack. She looked at the little lizard eating the crystal with a picky expression, then at the ground dragon munching on cores, and recalled the earlier mention, Doom Dragon. An absurd and terrifying thought arose in her heart. This ordinary tamer. What kind of monsters was he? Alright, we shouldn't stay here long. Lin Mo clapped his hands and stood up, interrupting everyone's wild thoughts. We need to leave this secret realm as soon as possible. Yi Bingqing quickly composed herself, regaining her captain's calm. She gave Lin Mo a deep look and said in a low voice, I hope everything that happened here stays buried in all of your hearts. Her gaze swept over her two teammates, her tone unprecedentedly stern. When we get out, our mission report will say encountered members of the dark cult. Their ritual to corrupt a platinum-grade ground dragon failed, and they were devoured by the corrupted beast. We barely escaped. Understood. Understood. Wang Yi and the other teammate immediately straightened up and answered loudly. They weren't fools, they knew what to say and what not to. Exposing an existence like Lin Mo beyond all reason would bring not glory but endless trouble, even deadly peril. And as those in the know, they wouldn't live long either. Lin Mo glanced at Yi Bingqing in slight surprise, not expecting this ice beauty to be so savvy. Thank you, he said sincerely. No need, Yi Bingqing shook her head. Let's go. She took one last deep look at Little Black, still crunching on the crystal, then turned and led her team out of the... She decided to stay as far away from this man, named Lin Mo, as possible. No. Perhaps maintain a friendly, ambiguous distance. This man was too dangerous, too unfathomable. When they emerged from the valley, whose terrain had been utterly reshaped, the atmosphere was oppressively strange. Yi Bingqing and her two teammates deliberately fell a few paces behind, walking at the rear of Lin Mo's squad. Their gazes would involuntarily drop to Lin Mo's somewhat slight silhouette with an ineffable reverence that words could not capture. Zhang Shan and Li Si supported Lin Mo on either side, half dragging, half bearing him forward. Behind them trudged a disconsolate, shrunken Dixing long about the size of a calf. This was the very Dazhuang that had just stood blazing with majesty, nearly annihilating everyone with a single torrent of dragon breath. Now Dazhuang's scales were dull, its breath feeble, it staggered in hollow steps, shadowing Lin Mo like a guilty little follower who dared not leave its master. Nobody spoke. On the silent walk home, each of them harbored storms in their hearts. Yi Bingqing's mind replayed that miraculous moment again and again. Lin Mo reaching out, all things becoming weapons, heaven and earth bowing. She had thought contracting an epic-grade ice crystal phoenix and possessing an rank aptitude placed her at the pinnacle among her peers. But after witnessing Lin Mo's power, she finally understood what a chasm truly meant. This was no longer a matter of talent or technique. It was a crushing of rules themselves. Could he really be only a black ironeer freshman? What on earth was that frank aptitude evaluation about? World-ending demon dragons, an unremarkable tamer. These thoughts twisted in her mind like snarled thread. In the end, all bewilderment and shock congealed into a bitter self-mockery and a peculiar relief. Relief that he was a friend, not an enemy. To stand against such an existence would mean not even knowing how one died. Lin Mo was in very poor condition. The exhaustion of spiritual power hurt more than any physical wound. His brain felt like a churned pulp, every thought brought needle-like stabs, and his vision darkened from time to time. I overreached, he thought wryly as he leaned against Zhang Shan. I still underestimated the cost of the tame. This is not the same magnitude as domesticating a single beast. Forcing the will of an entire valley to obey was for him like a novice programmer trying to rewrite an operating system's core. He nearly burned out his own CPU. But the gains were immense. He introspected his summoning array. Besides the mark representing Xiao He, that supreme core imprint, a new sigil had quietly formed, radiating a heavy earth and amber light. A platinum-tier epic subdragon, twin-horned, Dixing long, earthwalking dragon. The thought that he now possessed an epic-grade summoned beast brightened Lin Mo's spirits. Not to mention the snack for Xiao He tucked in his arms, and a mysterious black leather book he had slipped from the black-robed man. After about half an hour's walking, Lin Mo could no longer hold on. Stop for a moment. Rest. His voice was hoarse. Zhang Shan and Li Si quickly found a relatively clean rock and helped him sit. Yi Bingqing also halted, signaling her teammates to keep watch. Lin Mo drew from his bosom the thick black leather book. The cover was made of some unknown hide, cold and smooth to the touch, stamped at its center with a grotesque emblem, a twisted eye covered in pustules. Merely looking at the emblem provoked a physical unease. Battling a headache, Lin Mo forced the first page open. Its contents were not human script, but a strange array of twisted lines and dots. Abyssal glyphs so dense they made the eyes reel. A system prompt chimed in his mind, detecting fragment of abyssal tongue. Consume spiritual energy. No. Lin Mo dared not expend the last of his depleted spiritual power. He quickly flipped through the pages. Most were written in abyssal glyphs, but occasional illustrations appeared. The illustrations were perversely styled, depicting rituals of sacrifice, demonic summons, and nightmarish gods warped into grotesque forms. Near the book's later pages, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly froze. He had found a picture. In the painting, a huge pustule-covered horror of a god thrust half its body through a rift in space. A noxious green miasma of plague and pestilence poured from it, turning the city below into a wasteland. Beneath the image, in the common tongue of the continent, a name was inscribed: Lord of Plague and Rot Demon God Neluo. Lin Mo felt his heart sink. A dark cult, demon gods. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon a grave secret. Their so-called dark cult sought to resurrect horrors of that grade. As Lin Mo pondered, the Xiao He on his shoulder stirred. It had finished the demon-tainted crystal, leaving only a smear of black residue at its mouth. After a satisfied belch, a faint black vapor drifted from between its lips. Then the little creature's whole body began to exude a sleepiness visible to the naked eye. Xiao He's lively golden vertical pupils glazed over. It nuzzled Lin Mo's neck, found a comfortable spot, and its lids slowly closed. Almost the moment its eyes shut, all its energies withdrew inward. Its life signs became so faint that if not for the contract, Lin Mo might have thought it dead. An indistinct thought slipped into Lin Mo's mind before the link severed sleep. Digest. Lin Mo's chest tightened. He tried the mental link to call Xiao He, but met only a void. No response. Carefully, he cupped the sleeping creature in his palm. It seemed the demon-tainted crystal's energy had exceeded Xiao He's tolerance. It needed to sleep to metabolize and assimilate it. That was a good sign. When it awoke, it would surely be stronger. But how long would it need to sleep? And what would he feed it? Thinking of this made Lin Mo's head throb anew. He packed the black book and the sleeping Xiao He and rose to his feet. Let's go. Leave this place. Several more hours of trudging followed. When they finally saw the silver-glowing spatial gate in the distance, everyone breathed easier. They were finally leaving. Before the portal, both teams stopped. Lin Mo Yi Bingqing stepped forward. Her cold features bore an unprecedented seriousness. She took from her storage ring a pale blue crystal. This is a transmission crystal. Infuse it with mana, and you can contact me. Thank you for this time. She handed the crystal to Lin Mo without hesitation. He raised an eyebrow and took. He knew what Yi Bingqing offered was more than a mere transmission crystal. It was a kindness, the recognition and investment of a gifted young woman. You're welcome. Lin Mo nodded. Don't forget our agreement. I, Yi Bingqing, give my word. Her gaze was unshakably resolute. Whatever happened in the secret realm, heaven and earth know you, and I know. Once we pass through that gate, we will no longer know one another. She looked at Lin Mo intently, as if she wanted to etch that ordinary yet enigmatic face into memory, then turned and strode away. Let us go. She led her team and stepped first into the portal, her figure dissolving into the light. Lin Mo held the still warm crystal and smiled, telling the two behind him, let's go home. Crossing the gate, a familiar air, the scent of Nanfeng Academy, washed over them. Around them stood the instructors and staff assigned to guard the secret realm. Seeing Lin Mo and the two others stumble out, they showed little surprise. Each time a trial ended, many students emerged in such a state. Just as Lin Mo prepared to take Zhang Shan and Li Si to the mission office to report, a belated, overwhelming fatigue engulfed him. His vision went black and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. Boss. Lin. Amid Zhang Shan and Li Si's cries, Lin Mo lost consciousness completely. Time slipped by. Lin Mo woke gradually to waves of headache. Above him was the familiar ceiling of his dormitory. He struggled up and found himself lying in bed, his clothes still on. The stabbing pain in his head had eased, but the spiritual exhaustion remained profound. He instinctively reached to his chest where the sleeping Xiao He lay curled and breathing calmly, its small belly rising and falling. Relieved to see Xiao He safe, Lin Mo relaxed. He turned to the desk. The strange black leather book rested there quietly. Recalling the scenes from the secret realm, Lin Mo exhaled a long breath. The dark cult, the demon god Naluo, attacking Xiao He, the subjugated Dixing Long. This world was far more dangerous and far more intriguing than he had imagined. Sleep first, he decided. The greatest matters could wait until he woke. He placed the sleeping Xiao He gently on the pillow, drew the covers over them, and fell into a deep sleep. That sleep was unusually deep. In his dreams, he seemed to hear countless soft, devout murmurs circling him, as if extolling something. In the deepest reaches of his spiritual sea, the initial rune, denoting a god-tier taming aptitude, slowly absorbed those mysterious whispers and quietly underwent an unknown transformation. When Lin Mo opened his eyes once more, the daylight outside the window had shifted from bright to dusky yellow. He felt as though he had slept for 3 days and nights, his bones utterly limp, yet the excruciating pain that had seemed to tear his soul apart had vanished, leaving only a hollow hangover-like weariness. Alive! Lin Mo let out a long sigh and instinctively reached for the pillow. His hand met a cold heart. Little Black lay quietly curled up, its size seemingly unchanged, its life force faint to the... If not for the soul-deep contract link that still existed, he would have truly thought he had slept clutching a black stone. Confirming that Little Black was safe, Lin Mo finally relaxed. He sat up, rubbed his throbbing temples, and began recalling the events before he passed out. Right, where's Dazhuang? He suddenly remembered the platinum-grade land dragon he had forcibly tamed, now shrunk to the size of a calf. He immediately sensed the contract array. The imprint belonging to Dazhuang was still there, but its glow was dim and the connection extremely faint, as if it might break at any moment. The dormitory door creaked open gently. Zhang Shan and Li Si poked their heads in, and upon seeing Lin Mo sitting on the bed, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Boss, you're finally awake. Brother Lin, you slept for a whole day and night, you scared us to death. The two rushed to the bedside, chattering away. Only then did Lin Mo learn that he had collapsed right after emerging from the secret realm, and it was the two of them who had struggled to carry him back to the dorm. The dorm supervisor had even called for a senior healing student whose diagnosis was severe mental energy depletion. This diagnosis baffled everyone. How could a black iron level summoner suffer severe depletion? His total mental energy wasn't even enough to warrant the word severe. What about the land dragon? Lin Mo asked, directly voicing his greatest concern. Don't worry, boss, Zhang Shan patted his chest. We've got it handled. When you passed out, we had no choice but to let that guy, a Dazhuang, use its last bit of strength to shrink to the size of a palm. Then I secretly brought it back using the summoning space. Now it's fostered in the Academy's beast nursery under my name. Its condition is poor, but its life is saved. Lin Mo nodded, satisfied with their handling. Thanks. Boss, don't be so formal with us. Zhang Shan grinned naively. We've been through life and death together. A warmth stirred in Lin Mo's heart, and he leaped off the bed. All right, no need for sentimentality. Let's go to the mission hall to report in and tell our story to the Academy. Nanfeng Academy Mission Hall. It was still bustling with noise, countless students in various uniforms coming and going, either accepting or submitting tasks, brimming with vitality. Lin Mo and his two companions walked straight to the mission submission counter. The registrar, a somewhat lazy-looking senior, glanced at Lin Mo's mission credential and asked nonchalantly, the Dark Forest Outer Perimeter Exploration Mission, completed. Any findings? Collected standard samples. Mission complete. Lin Mo's voice was calm and clear. Additionally, we have top priority intelligence concerning the Dark Order that needs to be reported to the mentor. The words Dark Order struck like a boulder plunging into a pond. The senior's lazy demeanor vanished instantly. He shot up from his chair, his face turning extremely grave. What did you say? Are you sure? I'm sure. Wait here. Don't go anywhere. The senior dropped the words and immediately dashed into the back of the hall. Within 3 minutes, a stern-faced, middle-aged man in a senior mentor's robe strode out briskly. You are the ones who discovered traces of the Dark Order. His sharp gaze swept over the three. Follow me. In a quiet private room, the middle-aged mentor personally poured cups of water for the three. My name is Zhao Yi, a mentor from the enforcement squad. Now tell me everything you saw in the secret realm exactly as it happened without omitting a single word. Lin Mo took a sip of water to moisten his throat, then began his meticulously crafted performance. In a tone laced with lingering fear and relief, he narrated the story he had rehearsed with Yi Bingqing. From discovering the anomaly in the valley to witnessing the sinister ritual of the black-robed figure to describing the platinum-grade land dragon bound by dark chains and roaring in agony. The climax of the tale was naturally the thrilling scene of the ritual failing and the giant beast turning At that moment, the land dragon broke free, went completely mad, and bit the black-robed figure in two with one snap. Then it began rampaging through the entire valley. We were terrified out of our wits, squeezed into a rock crevice, not daring to breathe. After waiting for hours with no sound outside, we finally crawled out to escape. Lin Mo's account was rich with details, and Zhang Shan and Li Si's faces wore appropriately terrified expressions, as if they had been there. Minter Zhao Yi's face grew darker with each word. A platinum-grade land dragon. A Dark Order member. He murmured, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Either of these was enough to cause a catastrophe. Do you have evidence? He asked in a low voice. Yes, Lin Mo nodded, pulling out a small pouch and emptying it onto the table. Inside were only a bronze demon core tainted with dark energy and a broken dagger engraved with eerie patterns. These were the insignificant evidence he had deliberately picked from the black-robed figure's storage pouch. Seeing the emblem on the dagger, Minter Zhao Yi's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded expectations and quickly took out a communication crystal to report in a low voice. Soon the door to the private room opened again. A familiar figure walked in. Tall and imposing, it was the grade director who had presided over the awakening ceremony, Lu Zhinshan. Lu Zhinshan's gaze locked onto Lin Mo the moment he entered. Lin Mo, the student with great talent. His voice carried a hint of surprise. Tell me the whole story again. Lin Mo thought to himself, just as I expected. Then, without changing his expression, he repeated the lucky escape tale. Lu Zhinshan remained silent for a long time after listening. He simply stared at Lin Mo, his eyes as if they could see through a person's heart. You are saying that the three of you, one black iron level and two freshmen, not even at black iron, escaped unscathed after encountering a platinum-grade demon beast's rampage. His voice was calm, yet carried an invisible pressure. It was our good luck. Lin Mo lowered his head, feigning a lingering fear. Of course, what else could I say? Should I tell you I tamed it? And it's now lying in the beast nursery, waiting to be fed. Lu Zhinshan was silent for a moment, then picked up the broken dagger from the table and examined it closely. The story was full of holes overflowing with improbable luck. But the evidence was real, as was the lead on the Dark Order. This intelligence was invaluable. After a long pause, Lu Zhinshan spoke slowly. The Academy will dispatch an investigation team immediately to verify the situation. Until then, you are not to disclose anything you've said today to anyone. Yes. The three replied. As for you. Lu Zhinshan's gaze returned to Lin Mo. Your mission is considered exceptionally complete. As a reward for discovering and retrieving crucial intelligence on the Dark Order, the Academy has decided to award your group 30,000 Academy credits. 30,000. Zhang Shan and Li Si gasped simultaneously, their eyes going wide. That was an astronomical sum. Enough to exchange for years' worth of cultivation resources. Lu Zhinshan slid a faintly glowing crystal card across the table to Lin Mo. Also Zhao Yi, he said without turning his head to the mentor behind him, processed the report from Yi Binking's group that was previously withheld. Their account matches Lin Mo's group, so they should corroborate each other. With that, he gave Lin Mo a deep meaning. Young man, luck is also part of strength. Make the most of it. With those words, he turned and left the private room. Lin Mo clutched the credit card, but felt no joy. Only a flicker of caution. Looks like I've been marked. This director Lu clearly didn't believe a single word. But without evidence, he couldn't do anything to Lin Mo. Instead, he had to reward him heavily for the value of the intelligence. Lin Mo walked out of the mission hall and immediately transferred 10,000 credits from the card to Zhang Shan and another 10,000 to Li Si. Amid their tearful gratitude, he looked up at the sky. He still had 10,000 credits left. He needed to quickly exchange them for a batch of Earth-type demon cores to feed his newly acquired underling Dazhuang. As for the slumbering little black, Lin Mo sighed. Relying on the Academy's resources alone would be far from sufficient. The Resource Exchange Hall of the Academy was perpetually one of the most bustling places in all of Nanfu. Within the spacious hall, a sea of people surged. A colossal crystal screen scrolled and refreshed, displaying a dazzling array of exchangeable items ranging from the lowest-grade magic cores and herbs to high-level cultivation techniques and weapon blueprints. Everything one could imagine. Lin Mo, clutching the still warm point card, strode straight through the clamorous crowd toward the Advanced Resource Exchange Zone. Here students were noticeably fewer. Behind the counter sat an old tutor with white hair, a stern expression, and sharp eyes resting with his eyes closed. Lin Mo lightly tapped the counter. The old tutor opened his eyes, casting a murky gaze over him, then glanced at the black iron badge on his chest, signifying a freshman, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. A freshman? This is no place for you. For common resources, queue outside. His voice was hoarse, laced with impatience. Who are you looking down on? Lin Mo grumbled inwardly, but his face remained adorned with that harmless smile. He placed the point card on the counter and slid it forward. Tutor, I'd like to exchange something. The old tutor cast a glance at the card, initially intending to wave him away, but as his spiritual sense swept over the card, his movements froze abruptly. Somewhat incredulous, he confirmed it once more, and then for the first time a look of astonishment surfaced in it. 10,000 points. The old tutor reevaluated the freshman before him, his tone softening considerably. Speak. What do you wish to exchange? Earth-attributed magic cores, silver grade. He'll take as many as you have. The remaining points all for Bronze Peak Earth-attributed magic cores. Lin Mo was concise. This request left the old tutor stunned once more. What would a freshman do with such a large quantity of high-grade, single-attribute magic cores? To feed a summoned beast. What kind of summoned beast could be so extravagant? Yet seasoned by experience, he knew better than to ask impertinent questions. He merely nodded, turned, and began operating a massive magical array behind him. After a moment, 2 heavy, oversized storage pouches were placed on the counter. Silver-grade earth cores, 320 pieces costing 6,400 points. Bronze Peak earth cores, 1,800 pieces costing 3,600 points. Exactly 10,000. You may count them. No need. I trust the Academy. Lin Mo stowed away the 2 storage pouches, turned, and left without hesitation. Watching his departing figure, the old tutor stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with perplexity. He felt that this grade talent freshman named Lin Mo carried an indescribable peculiarity about him. The Academy's Beast Nursery. This was where the Academy centrally housed, treated, and nurtured summoned beasts. The environment was serene, permeated with the scents of various herbs and the auras of different magical beasts. After presenting his identity credentials and paying a substantial visitation fee, Lin Mo was finally permitted entry into the special intensive care zone designated for critically injured summoned beasts. In an isolation chamber thick with the essence of earth element, he met De Zhuang. The once 100-meter behemoth was now no larger than a calf, its body bristling with tubes delivering energy and medicinal fluids. It lay weakly in the center of a massive energy-gathering array, barely mustering the strength to lift its eyelids. The senior student responsible for its care, a healer, sighed upon seeing Lin Mo. So you're its master. It's gravely wounded, its origin severely depleted. It was corrupted by demonic energy for too long. Though purified, the erosion to its body is permanent. We can only sustain its life with expensive earth element nutrient fluids, but that's merely a palliative. Lin Mo nodded, thanked the senior, and stepped into the isolation chamber. Through their contract, he could clearly sense De Zhuang's weakness and longing. Hungry. So hungry. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened the storage pouch, pulled out a handful of gleaming silver-grade earth-attributed magic cores, and piled them directly beside De Zhuang's mouth. Sensing the pure energy of the cores, De Zhuang's once dull eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. It struggled to open its mouth, curled its tongue around a core, and crunched it apart with a sharp crack. A stream of pristine earth energy surged into its limbs. The sensation of a parched land receiving a long-awaited rain brought a low, contented whimper from its throat. Seeing the effect, Lin Mo ceased to be frugal. He fed it handful after handful of silver-grade cores, as if tossing peanuts. Outside the door, the senior healer and a few passing students stared in utter disbelief, their mouths agape wide enough to hold a magic core. Am I seeing this right? He's feeding silver-grade magic cores to an ox. Those are silver-grade cores. One costs 20 points. And he's tossing them by the handful. Whose spoiled brat is this? Such a... He seems to be the freshman Lin Mo, the one with grade talent. Grade talent? Where'd he get so many points? Lin Mo paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He focused solely on replenishing his new little brother's strength. In the blink of an eye, De Zhuang had devoured a third of the 320 silver-grade cores. De Zhuang's condition visibly improved. The scales on its body regained some luster, its once wilting aura grew denser, and it even mustered the strength to lift its head and nuzzle Lin Mo's hand affectionately. Thank you, Master. A wave of gratitude transmitted. Not enough, but much better. Sensing its still void origin, Lin Mo sighed. Spending money to raise a beast was indeed a bottomless pit. This was merely a platinum-grade beast. If it were something like Xiaohe, a world-annihilating entity, he might have to feed it the entire continent. He left all the remaining magic cores along with the storage pouch with the senior healer. Senior, please continue feeding it when I'm not around until it's all gone. Under the gaze of the senior and the onlookers who now regarded him as a god of wealth, Lin Mo calmly left the beast nursery. 10,000 points vanished without a trace, not even a sound. Back in the empty dormitory, Lin Mo sat on the edge of his bed and carefully cradled the slumbering Xiaohe. The little one was still the same, sleeping like a stone. De Zhuang's problem is stabilized for now. Now it's your turn. Lin Mo gazed at Xiaohe, his eyes softening with immense tenderness. He took out the last and highest quality silver-grade earth core he had. This one he had purposely saved for Xiao. Though unsure if the attribute aligned, something was better than nothing. He gently pressed the core against Xiao Hei's mouth. The moment the core touched Xiao Hei's scales, an incredible sight unfolded. That immensely hard silver-grade core, as if meeting a red-hot iron, instantly melted and dissolved without a sound, transforming into a stream of supremely pure energy that was completely absorbed by Xiao Hei's body. The entire process took less than a second. After devouring this energy, Xiao Hei smacked its lips, rolled over, and continued sleeping as if it had just consumed a negligible speck of dust. Its life force, so faint it was nearly non-existent, showed not the slightest fluctuation. Lin Mo's hand, still holding the core, froze in midair. The energy of a silver-grade core had sunk into an abyss, not even raising a ripple. Lin Mo fell silent. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Now he finally understood completely. Even if he had 100,000 or 1,000,000 points, even if he emptied the entire resource vault of Nanfeng Academy, he couldn't make Xiao Hei so much as twitch an eyelid. Its recovery required not quantity, but quality. It needed energy of a level far beyond what this academy, or even this kingdom, could provide. Seems like grinding monsters in this newbie village won't cut it. Lin Mo raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dormitory walls, looking into the distance. The dark cult in the secret realm, the grade director's meaningful gaze, all told him that staying at the academy would not only fail to awaken Xiao Hei, but would also invite increasing scrutiny and trouble. His eyes gradually shifted from calm to resolute. This world was vast. The elf forest rich with life essence, the dwarf mountains buried deep with dragon treasures, the sky city floating amidst the clouds, and even the forbidden alluring. Divine realm and abyssal chasm. That was the true stage for the strong. It was time to leave this newbie village. In the deep of night, moonlight drenched the bedside of Lin Mo's bed. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects from outside the window. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, cradling the sleeping Xiao Hei, yet his mind was incredibly alert. After sleeping for a whole day and night, his depleted mental energy had mostly recovered. However, the sense of urgency in his heart was stronger than ever. He gazed at Xiao Hei's tranquil, sleeping face and thought of the large figure in the beast breeding garden who relied on an abundance of magical cores to sustain life. Sitting idle leads to ruin. 10,000 points sounded like a lot, but in front of two insatiable gluttons, it was merely a drop in the bucket. What could he accomplish by staying at the academy? Going to the task hall every day to accept low-level missions that rewarded dozens or hundreds of points. Accumulating little by little, by the time he had saved enough money, Xiao Hei would probably have turned into a fossil. Moreover, that year-level director Lu Zhinshan had clearly set his sights on him. Staying meant putting himself under a magnifying glass, with every move being monitored, and it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. He had to leave. This thought had never been so resolute. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gently placed Xiao Hei back on the pillow, and then picked up the black leather book he had confiscated from the man in the black cloak. Under the dim light, the distorted, pus-filled eye on the cover seemed to come alive, eerily watching him. He hesitated no longer, focused his mind, and sent a thread of mental energy into the book. Ding! Abyssal language fragments detected. Would you like to consume mental energy for analysis? Analyze. This time Lin Mo chose to confirm. A gentle warm flow surged from his exceptional taming talent, enveloping his brain. The distorted symbols which had once appeared like ghostly scribbles began to be translated into words he could understand. The first section of the book was about the doctrines and hymns of the demon god Neriku, filled with mad and blasphemous phrases, which Lin Mo merely skimmed over. The second part detailed various evil sacrificial rituals and the transformation methods for demonic creatures, causing him to frown. When he flipped to the latter half of the book, his gaze stopped. The title of this chapter was Hypothesis on High-Level Energy Concentration Areas. The man in the black cloak recorded his fervent theories about seeking high-quality energy in a frenzied manner in his notes. Apart from those paradises occupied by powerful forces, pure and majestic energy usually exists in three types of places. Firstly, ancient battlefields. Countless powerful beings fell, and their life essence and unyielding will intertwined with the earth's veins, undergoing centuries of fermentation to form killing energy crystals or heroic soul soil. This is a realm of extreme yin, transforming into yang, a place of both dire misfortune and tremendous fortune. Secondly, ley line nodes such as the heart of molten fire and active volcanoes, and the cold spring of the deep sea beneath fathomless trenches. These locations are windows to the world's breathing, where elemental tides are most fierce, possessing extremely high energy quality, but often guarded by terrifying elemental beings. Thirdly, the vicinity of space-time rifts. Unstable spaces tear forth energy from other dimensions, merging with the energy of this world, producing various incredible curiosities, such as void star dust and time sand. But this place is also fraught with peril. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was practically a treasure map. The last part of this notebook even included a tattered map marked with a location in Abyssal language. Black Wind Mountains. Death Marsh. Dragon Bone Wilderness. Lin Mo gazed at the name of the location, mumbling to himself. The notes mentioned that the Dragon Bone Wilderness was the battlefield of an ancient war between the dragon race and the giant race, burying countless dragon and titan remains. It is shrouded in deathly aura year-round, a dead zone for ordinary beings, but for certain special existences, it is an unparalleled treasure land. The world-destroying demon dragon, though bearing the demon title, is still fundamentally a dragon. For it, the Dragonbone Wilderness might just be the perfect cafeteria. A goal was set. What remained was how to leave this beginner village. The next morning, Lin Mo appeared at the Academy's Academic Affairs office. "Hello, instructor. I am applying for a long-term leave of absence for external training." Lin Mo handed over his student ID and a pre-written application form. The female instructor responsible for reception glanced at his application and then at his student ID, revealing a formal smile. Lin Mo, the long-term leave application requires the signature approval of your direct instructor and the year-level director. As a new student who has just enrolled for less than half a year, why do you wish to apply for a leave of absence? I feel that the Academy's courses can no longer meet my needs for advancement. I need a broader horizon, Lin Mo replied calmly. The corner of the female instructor's mouth twitched slightly. It was her first time hearing a new student with inflexible talent speak such words with such arrogance. If this were said by someone like Yi Bingqing and a level genius, it would be confidence. Coming from you, it is sheer ignorance of your limitations. However, her professionalism prevented her from losing her temper. She merely stated in a businesslike manner, "Sorry, your direct instructor entered the Dark Forest's secret realm with the investigation team a few days ago and will not return in the short term. Without the instructor's signature, I cannot process this." As expected, he was stuck. Lin Mo sighed. He knew that the normal procedure was not going to work. "Can I see Director Liu?" "The director is very busy and requires an appointment. Just tell him it's regarding the follow-up intelligence on the Dark Forest incident." Lin Mo interrupted her, looking at her with calm eyes. The female instructor was taken aback for a moment, and after meeting Lin Mo's determined gaze, she hesitated before finally picking up the communication crystal. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo stood once again in the office of year-level director Lu Zhinshan. It was still the familiar room. Lu Zhinshan sat behind the large desk, expressionless, gazing at him. "Speak. What supplementary intelligence do you have?" His tone carried a hint of barely concealed ridicule. Lin Mo ignored it and directly placed his leave application on the desk. "Director, I wish to apply for a long-term leave of absence." Lu Zhinshan glanced at the application, then looked at Lin Mo, suddenly breaking into a smile. That smile was laced with amusement and understanding. "What? Having received 30,000 points as a reward, you feel emboldened and wish to venture out? Lin Mo, you are a smart person. You should know why I awarded you such a high reward." He leaned slightly forward, a pressure belonging to a golden-level powerhouse emanating subtly. "That story is full of holes. The Academy does not pursue it because the intelligence you brought back is valuable, but also because we want to see what secrets you are hiding. Now this secret of yours wants to leave our sight. Do you think I will approve?" The air in the office instantly became tense. Lin Mo fell silent. He knew the other party had made things clear. Today he would either be forcibly retained or would have to pay a sufficient price. He slowly raised his head and stared directly into Lu Zhinshan's eyes. "Director, set a condition." Lu Zhinshan looked at his calm eyes, which showed not a hint of turmoil, and admiration flickered in his gaze. To remain so composed in the face of a golden-level powerhouse's pressure, this level of composure was far beyond that of an ordinary new student. He retracted his pressure, leaned back against the chair, and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk. "The condition is simple. In a month's time, the Academy will hold its year-end competition. All grades will participate. It is also a grand event where various factions and military forces come to select talents. I don't care what methods you use or what hidden cards you have, as long as you can win the championship in the new student group in this competition. I will personally sign your leave application and on behalf of the Academy provide you with an official recommendation letter to the central region of the Empire along with 100,000 gold coins as startup funds." Lu Zhinshan's voice was filled with temptation. "But if you fail?" He shifted his tone and his voice turned cold. "Then you will obediently stay at the Academy and I will arrange a special instructor for you to thoroughly understand until we know everything about you inside and out." This was an ultimatum. Either prove himself with strength in front of the public and leave in glory with generous rewards, or become the fish on the chopping block thoroughly researched by the Academy. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free. Lin Mo smiled bitterly in his heart. He was almost certain that the Academy's investigation team had discovered more inexplicable things in that valley, such as the lingering aura belonging to the world's will. Winning the championship in the new student group. That was not difficult for him. Even if Xiao He was asleep relying on a recovering large figure to crush a group of new students, with at most bronze-level summoned beasts, would still be effortless. However, Lu Xinqian's intentions were clearly not as simple as wanting him to win a championship. He wanted to force him to reveal his hidden cards in front of everyone. Lin Mo's mind raced. Avoidance was no longer an option. Since that was the case, he might as well make a bigger scene. Just right, he could take this opportunity to completely shed the damned level talent label. He lifted his head, a smile returning to his face. It's a deal. Stepping out of the office, which was filled with a faint aroma of tea, yet suffused with an invisible pressure, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented calmness. Lu Xinqian laid his intentions bare on the table like a massive net cast into a fish pond, forcing this fish to jump in by itself. Evade. There was no escaping. Since that was the case, he might as well stir the waters even more. The freshman champion. A barely perceptible smile curved Lin Mo's lips. This was not just a ticket out of the academy, it was his first declaration against being labeled grade waste on. Perfect, it saves me the trouble of seeking out trouble one by one. In the following month, there was plenty of fun to be had. What Lin Mo did not know was that less than half an hour after his departure, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Nanfeng Academy. On the academy's internal forum, a section typically frequented only by board students was ignited by a prominently pinned post in bright red. A shocking gamble. Grade freshman Lin Mo has made a wager with the grade director, vowing to seize the title of freshman champion. It was reported that this grade talent boldly claimed that the academy's curriculum could no longer satisfy his needs and strongly requested to go out for practical training. Director Lu Xinqian promised to approve his leave of absence on the condition of the freshman champion in the year-end grand competition, and added a reward of 100,000 gold coins along with a recommendation letter from the empire. If he fails, the student will receive special guidance from the academy. Initially, no one believed the post. Is this a joke? Which grade would dare to play like this? Has he 100,000 gold coins? That's worth selling our whole family. They should have crafted a better story. The poster is just trying to grab attention, confirmed. But soon more and more informed individuals began to step forward. It's true. My cousin works in the academic affairs office and heard Lin Mo apply for a leave of absence. He was even called to the director's office. I've heard it too. My friend is in the enforcement team, and apparently Director Lu returned in a great mood. Wow. And grade talent, the freshman champion. What is he going to use to fight? Staring down his opponents with the gaze of a lizard from the contract. As the news spread and became increasingly credible, the entire forum erupted. Mockery, skepticism, and posts from onlookers sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The annual joke is scheduled. I would like to call Lin Mo the biggest lunatic of Nanfeng Academy in 100 years. The odds are open, the odds are open. Lin Mo's championship odds are 1 to 1,000. Is there anyone brave enough to place a bet? 1 to 1,000. You think too highly of him. He'll bet 1 to 10,000. Is there anyone who can dig up Lin Mo's information? I'm curious what kind of oddball could do something like this. Thus, Lin Mo's glorious history was turned inside out. The grade assessment during the Awakening ceremony, a casual scoop from the abandoned summoning pool, and the contract with a black lizard of unknown species. Each piece became irrefutable evidence of his overestimation of himself. In just one night, the name Lin Mo became a laughingstock known to all in Nanfeng Academy. As external opinions reached a boiling point, Lin Mo, the protagonist, strolled leisurely towards the beast cultivation garden. He had heard a bit about the uproar on the forum, but he didn't take it to heart at all. The powerful mindset of a gamer was fully reflected at this moment. Great, the higher the attention, the louder the slap in the face later on. He hummed a tune when a group of people approached. Leading them was a youth dressed lavishly and exuding arrogance, clad in splendid clothing and adorned with sparkling magical accessories, clearly a wealthy heir. Beside him were several sycophantic followers. It was Lin Mo's old acquaintance in the academy, Lin Feng, who had mocked him during the Awakening ceremony. Within a grade talent, he had contracted the rare Swift-Wind Swordwolf, making him an undisputed top contender among the freshmen and a strong candidate for this year's championship. Lin Feng had apparently come to check on his summoned beast. Upon spotting Lin Mo approaching, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his face revealed undisguised disdain and mockery. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our Nanfeng Academy's famous figure, grade champion Lin Mo? He deliberately emphasized the words grade champion, causing passing students to stop in their tracks and cast glances of amusement. Lin Mo halted, tilted his head, and scrutinized him. Is there something you need? Nothing, just wanted to come and admire our first warrior among the freshmen. Lin Feng crossed his arms and spoke from a superior vantage point. I'm very curious, what gave you the courage to covet the throne of freshman champion as in grade waste? Who gave you the audacity to make such a ridiculous bet with Director Lu? His words dripped with sarcasm, provoking laughter from his followers. Brother Feng, why waste breath on him? He's just a lunatic with an abnormal brain. Exactly when you meet him in the arena, let your sword wolf tear him and his little mudfish apart. Lin Mo fished in his ears, his face displaying impatience. Are you done? I'm in a hurry. Lin Mo's indifferent attitude thoroughly enraged Lin Feng. He hated nothing more than those who were clearly ants yet pretended to be calm and collected. You. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he stepped forward, a powerful aura belonging to an A-grade genius pressing down Lin Mo. I warn you. Go immediately and cancel that stupid bet with Director Liu and then kneel down to apologize to me. Otherwise, at the year-end competition, I guarantee your summoned beast will die in the arena. Lin Mo looked at his twisted face from anger and suddenly smiled. He slowly extended a finger and first, whether my summoned beast lives or dies is not for you to decide. Second, you're too loud. With that, he couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Feng again and walked straight past him, mumbling, where did this mad dog come from barking at people? His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears present. Lin Feng's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He turned around violently, his hand already pressed against the summoning array at his waist, furious mana beginning to surge. You're asking for death. Lin Feng. Stop. Just then a sharp reprimand came from the entrance of the beast cultivation garden. A silver-level mentor responsible for patrols strode over, his gaze sternly fixed on Lin Feng. The beast cultivation garden is a crucial location. Private duels are prohibited. Do you want to be confined? Lin Feng's momentum faltered as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. He glared fiercely at Lin Mo's back, his eyes filled with venom as if he wanted to devour him. Lin Mo, you wait for me. A month later, I will make you lie at my feet like a dog. With only a month left until the year-end competition, the atmosphere at Nanfeng Academy became exceptionally heated. The various training grounds, battle halls, and meditation rooms were almost overcrowded, bustling with activity 24 hours a day. Especially in the freshman area, young faces drenched in sweat could be seen everywhere, accompanied by their summoned beasts. Everyone was determined to make a remarkable impression at this grand event that would determine their future. Yet at the center of this storm, the number one laughingstock, Lin Mo, seemed to have evaporated from the academy. He did not go to the training grounds, nor did he visit the battle halls. His daily life revolved around three locations: the dormitory, the beast raising yard, and the library. To other students, this behavior was interpreted as giving up completely. I told you that guy was just momentarily impulsive. He must be regretting it now and too ashamed to show his face. Haha, even if he hides now, on the day of the competition, won't he still be dragged out for public execution? I heard that Senior Lin Feng's Gale Sword Wolf broke through again a few days ago, now at the mid-bronze stage. Its speed is akin to a ghost shadow, capable of turning Lin Mo's little lizard into mush with just one paw. Lin Mo was completely unaware of these gossip and had no interest in them. At that moment, he was seated cross-legged in the most secluded corner of the library. Holding a foundational book titled Initial Understanding of Mana Meditation, he began to gain new insights into this power through the exhaustion and recovery of his mental energy. The book states that mental energy is formless water and meditation is akin to building a reservoir. The larger and more solid the reservoir, the more water it can hold, and the less likely it is to breach. He attempted to clear his mind and sensed the flowing mana within him according to the book's instructions. Soon he entered a state of focus. While others needed weeks or even months to find their chi sensation, Lin Mo only took a few minutes to clearly see the entirety of his spiritual sea. It was an astonishingly vast space, slightly damaged yet immense, having endured the baptism of storms. The initial rune born from his divine, taming talent floated like a sun at the center, slowly rotating. This reservoir seems to be quite large already, Lin Mo pondered silently, beginning to operate the meditation method. Threads of mana drifting in the world were gently drawn in by his mental energy, slowly converging into his spiritual sea. This process was akin to attaching a water pipe to a parched lake. However, Lin Mo quickly discovered a problem. It was too slow. At this efficiency, it would take a month just to fill half of his empty mental energy. As he frowned in thought, the central initial rune seemed to sense his intent and gently trembled. Buzz. In the next second, Lin Mo felt as if his spirit was connected to everything around him. It was no longer that thin water pipe. His entire spiritual sea transformed into a massive whirlpool. Books on the shelves, the patterns on tables and chairs, the stones beneath the floor, even the dust floating in the air. They all emitted faint intentions, like countless unseen tentacles actively grasping the mana from the world and frantically pouring it into Lin Mo's body. Ding! Talent communication with all things aids meditation efficiency increased by 1,000. Lin Mo's eyes flew open, taking a sharp breath. He could feel his parched spiritual sea filling up at a visible speed. Can it be played this way? Lin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. Isn't this a bit outrageous? In the afternoon at the beach, Dazwang's recovery speed exceeded all expectations of the caretakers. After devouring a massive amount of Earth-type magic cores, its size had nearly returned to 3 meters high, resembling a mobile small hill. With thick scales and a heavy aura, its earthy yellow eyes were filled with a spark of intelligence. It lay in the isolation room with a small pile of bronze magic cores still unfinished beside it. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, it immediately let out a joyful low growl, wanting to approach. "Stop!" Lin Mo calmly uttered 2 words. Dazwang's massive body froze in place. "Rein in your aura and shrink your size to 1 meter. If I didn't tell you to move, you are not allowed to move." Lin Mo issued the command through the contract. Dazwang appeared somewhat puzzled, but complied immediately. The heavy pressure belonging to a platinum-level subdragon was instantly contained. Its enormous body quickly shrank to resemble a large dog obediently lying on the ground, looking like a lifeless rock sculpture. "Not bad, its intelligence is still intact." Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Over the past month, aside from his meditation, most of his time was spent teaching Dazwang. Not just restoring its strength, but also utilizing its talent to train it on how to perfectly control its power, how to disguise, how to accumulate energy, and how to unleash power in an instant. This trump card must be sufficiently concealed to unleash the most astonishing effect at the most critical moment. While Lin Mo was training Dazwang, voices from Zhang Shan and Li Si could be heard outside the isolation room. "Boss, you really are here." The two of them hurried in, their faces bearing a hint of urgency. "What happened?" Lin Mo asked. "We just got our hands on a draft of the freshman strength ranking." Li Si handed over a crumpled paper. "Take a look." Lin Mo took the paper and glanced at it. Nanfeng Academy current freshman strength prediction, ranking first place. Lin Feng, a great talent summoned beast, mid-bronze, 3-eyed wind wolf, evolved from the Gale Sword Wolf. Second place, Zhao Hao, a great talent summoned beast, initial bronze, lava giant lizard. Third place, Su Mu Yue, a great talent summoned beast, initial bronze, moonlight spirit. The list detailed information on the top 50 popular contestants, each possessing at least elite grade black iron peak summoned beasts. The top 10 were all rare grade bronze level strength. Lin Mo's name did not even appear at the bottom of the boss. That Lin Feng is too arrogant. He openly declared that if you can last 10 seconds under him, it counts as a win. Zhang Shan's face turned red with anger. And that Zhao Hao, he also said that sharing the stage with someone like you, a show-off, is simply lowering the standards of the entire freshman competition. Li Si added. Lin Mo crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the trash, his expression revealing no anger or joy. Understood. His reaction left Zhang Shan and Li Si stunned. "Is that it? Aren't you angry? Aren't you furious? Boss, you." "A month will pass quickly." Lin Mo interrupted them, his gaze landing on Dazwang. "When the time comes, the arena will reveal the truth." His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. Zhang Shan and Li Si exchanged glances, instantly understanding. Their boss clearly didn't take these people seriously at all. "We understand." The two nodded vigorously. "Boss, don't worry, our cheers on the day of the competition will definitely be the loudest in the arena." After sending off his two good brothers, Lin Mo stayed in the beast raising yard for a while longer, confirming that Dazwang was in perfect condition before returning to the dormitory. Time flew by. During this month, Lin Mo had almost become an invisible person in the academy. However, the jokes about him continued to escalate. Until the day of the year-end competition, the entire Nanfeng Academy transformed into a joyous ocean. The massive central arena was filled to capacity. High on the podium, the dean, various directors, mentors, and even representatives from the military and major factions were all present. All participating freshmen gathered in the contestant area, eagerly rubbing their fists together. After the host's passionate opening speech, the first round of battle lists began to scroll on the big screen. When Lin Mo's name matched with a student named Chunhu, a huge wave of laughter erupted throughout the arena. "Here it comes. The first performance match of the F-class champion. I know that Chunhu, his summoned beast, is a black iron peak steel-backed wild boar, tough and thick-skinned, loves to charge around. Ha, this is going to be fun. How far do you think Lin Mo's little lizard will get knocked away?" Amidst the overwhelming laughter, Lin Mo slowly stood up from the corner of the contestant area. He dusted off his clothes and calmly looked towards the central arena. "It's been a month, it's time to stretch my muscles." He walked slowly onto the stage, and across from him stood a burly young man who had already summoned his steel-backed wild boar, looking at him with a gaze that seemed to regard him as already dead. "You must be Lin Mo. I advise you to concede now, otherwise when my steel tooth turns your little pet into mush, don't come crying to me." The referee mentor glanced at Lin Mo and asked as a formality, "Are you sure you want to compete?" Lin Mo did not answer, but raised his hand, and the summoning array's light illuminated. However, when the light dissipated, what appeared on the arena was not the black little lizard everyone expected, but a strange creature that looked honest and simple, only half a meter tall, resembling a large earth dog. It was Dazwang, who had been commanded to disguise itself as the most ordinary appearance. The entire audience first fell silent, then erupted into even louder laughter than before. What is that? A new breed of earth dog. I'm dying of laughter. It turns out it's not a lizard, but a dog. On the podium, Lu Zenshin's lips at this moment slightly curled upwards. On the central arena, the atmosphere was eerily tense. On one side stood the steelback wild boar, a peaked-ear black iron beast covered in a thick layer of horn-like skin, with exposed fangs and an aura of ferocity. It was restlessly digging its hooves into the ground, exhaling heavy hot breaths that radiated a sense of wild. On the other side lay a half-meter-tall, dirt-colored dog with somewhat unkempt fur lazily sprawled on the ground, half-closed eyes, and even yawning. A mud dog. This striking contrast sent the audience into a peak of laughter. I can't take it anymore, and I'm going to laugh my abs off. Is this guy here for comedy? A summoner duel, and you summon a mud dog. What an insult to contestant Chun-Hu. I bet 10 points that when that pig charges, this dog will fly out of the arena 300 meters. Even the referee on the stage was twitching uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat and announced loudly with a tone mixed with sympathy and helplessness, "Both sides are ready. The match begins." Before he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on Shinha's face. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. Steel Fong. Tear it apart. Do it in the most brutal way. Roar. The steelback wild boar let out a deafening roar, its hooves digging into the ground, its massive body launching forward like a cannonball, creating a gale as it charged straight at De Zhuang. Its razor-sharp fangs glowed with a dirt-colored mana light, showcasing its innate skill. This charge was enough to turn several meters of rock into dust. As the terrifying projectile approached, the audience instinctively held their breath, with some timid female students covering their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the gruesome fate of the poor mud dog. On the podium, representatives from various factions shook their heads in boredom. To them, this match was a farce. Only the gray director Lu Zenshin leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on the arena, sparkling with anticipation. On the stage, Lin Mo remained standing, hands in pockets, without even raising his eyelids. He simply issued a straightforward command to De Zhuang through their soul link. Do not dodge, finish it in one blow. De Zhuang, lying on the ground, only moved lazily when the steelback wild boar charged right in front of him, the furious wind ruffling his fur. He did not stand up or change his posture at all. He simply raised a front paw slowly. The movement was so casual, as if he were merely scratching an itch. That seemingly ordinary paw, even a bit dirty, gently met the unstoppable charge of the steelback. In that moment, time seemed to have been pressed to slow motion, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. A light sound. So light it was as if someone had tapped the table with their hand. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The steelback wild boar, which seemed capable of splitting mountains and rocks, halted abruptly upon contact with the mud dog's paw. There was no violent collision, no explosion of energy, no tragic wails. The hundreds of kilograms heavy beast seemed to crash into an invisible wall, with all its kinetic energy nullified in an instant. Then, amidst the dazed gazes of everyone, the massive body of the steelback wild boar collapsed, as if its bones had been pulled out, its eyes rolling back, slumping to the ground. It did not even slide half a step, collapsing directly in front of De Zhuang, its limbs twitching unconsciously, foam spilling from its mouth. A one-hit kill. Not even a second passed. The laughter from the audience, which could overturn a roof, was suddenly cut off, as if by an invisible giant scissors. In the entire central arena, tens of thousands of spectators, without exception, looked as if they had been petrified by a spell, staring blankly with frozen expressions. Silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. On the stage, De Zhuang retracted his paw and lay back down, resuming his lazy dozing, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. Lin Mo yawned leisurely, walked over to the unconscious steelback wild boar, and kicked it lightly with his toes. Referee, it seems like it's no longer moving. Can we announce the result now? The referee was now gaping as if he could fit a fist in his mouth. He suddenly came to his senses, dashed to the steelback wild boar's side, crouched down to check, and his eyes widened in horror. It's just fainted. No external or internal injuries. It was merely a deep faint caused by a mental shock. How could this be? That terrifying power was controlled so exquisitely that it only shattered consciousness without causing a scratch. Is this something a black iron level summoned beast can achieve? Not to mention black iron level, even his own silver level summoned beast would not be able to control such an unbelievable force. The winner. Lin Mo. The referee announced the result with a trembling voice. Wow. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted like an exploded powder keg. This time it was no longer mockery, but waves of shock, confusion, and disbelief. What just happened? A single slap. It knocked out the peak black iron steelback wild boar. What on earth was that dog? Is it a mutated beast? It must be an extremely rare power-type mutation. Too terrifying. This is not a fight of the same level at all. The steelback wild boar before it seemed like a baby. In a corner of the audience, Lin Feng's previous smirk had long vanished, replaced by a grim expression. He stared intently at that harmless mud dog on the stage, his eyes filled with seriousness and a hint of unease. His companions beside him also fell silent, unable to laugh anymore. On the other side, Yi Binking's icy gaze also revealed a rare hint of surprise. Such pure physical strength. He really has other trump cards. This summoned beast is not that black lizard. On the podium, those representatives who had been dozing off were now sitting upright, whispering to each other. Interesting, that last slap had no mana fluctuations at all. It was purely physical strength, a military representative said solemnly. Returning to the essence. Concentrating power to the extreme, striking from afar. This seemingly ordinary beast exhibits a master-level finesse and power control. How did this student named Lin Mo train? An elderly mentor with white hair had a gleam in his eyes. Lu Xinshan's smile had fully blossomed. He picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and glanced smugly at the equally astonished dean beside him. See, I told you this kid is a monster capable of delivering surprises. Under the gaze of thousands, Lin Mo calmly walked down the stage. He returned to Zhuang to the summoned space, then went straight back to the neglected corner of the contestant area, sat down, and closed his eyes, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. The more indifferent he appeared, the more profound he seemed in the eyes of others. Those who had waited to see him make a fool of himself now kept their distance, their gazes filled with caution and fear. With a clean and swift one-hit kill, Lin Mo instantly transformed from a clown into the biggest variable and the most mysterious dark horse of this competition. Mad Dog, Chun Hu's defeat was just the beginning. Everyone understood that there would be exciting matches ahead. Lin Mo stepped down from the arena and returned to the corner of the contestant area as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. He closed his eyes and began to feign sleep, oblivious to the thunderous discussions around him. Yet this tranquility ignited a fierce fire of emotions throughout the venue. With just a single palm strike, what should have been an intense duel was reduced to a farcical one-man show. This absolute and unreasonable suppression was more impactful than any ornate skills or strategies. After a brief uproar, fervent discussions and speculations ensued. That dog? It is definitely not an ordinary magical beast. I bet its rank is at least rare. I suspect it has some ancient beast bloodline. One that specializes in enhancing physical strength. It just looks like a common dog due to degeneration. No matter what it is, Lin Mo has been hiding too deep. From today on, whoever calls him useless, I will be the first to disagree. The once ridiculed grade talent was now shrouded in a mysterious and horrifying aura. The first round of matches continued. Lin Feng, Zhao Hao, Su Mu Yue, and other popular seed contestants easily defeated their opponents, showcasing the dominance expected of a grade geniuses. However, the cheers they received upon victory paled in comparison to the shockwave brought about by Lin Mo's single strike. Everyone's appetite had been whetted. They eagerly anticipated Lin Mo's next match. They wanted to know if that single strike was a coincidence or a norm. An hour later, the second round of matches began. When Lin Mo's name reappeared on the big screen, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes focusing. Lin Mo's opponent was a speedster summoner whose summoned beast was a black iron peak, Phantom Cat, agile and swift as a specter. Before the match, this contestant confidently declared to his companions, "No matter how strong that dog is, it's useless if it can't hit, it's just a moving target. My Phantom Cat will toy with it using speed." The starting whistle blew. Quick battle, quick resolution. Phantom strike, the contestant shouted. The Phantom Cat's form instantly blurred, transforming into a shadow as it pounced from an awkward angle towards the still drowsy De Zhuang. Its claws shimmered with a sharp glint, ready to make several cuts on De Zhuang's neck. Then, snap. Another crisp, familiar sound echoed. The almost invisible shadow halted midair, then soared back at a speed even greater than its approach, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, twitching twice before passing out. Throughout the entire ordeal, De Zhuang didn't even open his eyes. He merely waved a paw in annoyance, as if swatting away a bothersome mosquito. The entire venue. If the first instance was shock, the second was terror. An indescribable chill surged from many students' feet straight to the top of their heads. Speed is useless. These 4 words became the nightmare of the vast majority of contestants present. That casual wave not only contained terrifying power, but also accurately predicted all the movements of the Phantom Cat arriving before it. What kind of terrifying combat awareness and nerve reaction speed is this? Can a mere dog really achieve this? Referee, it can end now. Lin Mo's calm voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed once more. The subsequent matches turned into a disaster, named Lin Mo. In the third round, Lin Mo's opponent was an elemental summoner skilled in long-range attacks. His explosive flame sparrow flew high into the sky at the start of the match, bombarding De Zhuang with fireballs that fell like raindrops. As a result, De Zhuang only impatiently slapped a paw on the ground. Boom. A visible brown shockwave shot upwards, accurately hitting the explosive flame sparrow in midair. The poor firebird didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before it fell charred all over. In the fourth round, the opponent possessed a rare-grade rock giant, known for its defensive capabilities. The moment the referee announced the start, the opponent shouted at the top of his lungs, "I concede." Lin Mo's opponent was the first to voluntarily surrender. Once the first concession was made, there was no stopping it. In the round of 16, the opponent glanced at Lin Mo, then at his shivering summoned beast, and with a wry smile raised his hand. "I concede." In the round of 8. "I concede." The grade talent, once mocked by everyone, made his way into the top 4 of the freshman group in the most absurd and domineering manner. The atmosphere in the entire arena shifted from mere spectatorship to an eerie pilgrimage. Whenever Lin Mo took the stage, the audience would fall silent, all eagerly awaiting how he would resolve battles in ways beyond imagination. And Lin Mo never disappointed them. Slap, wave, flick, stomp. No matter the type of opponent or how powerful the summoned beast, they couldn't withstand a single strike in front of Dejuan. The nickname, Grade Calamity, quickly replaced Grade Madman, from an unknown source, becoming Lin Mo's new moniker. He was not a madman, he truly brought calamity. For every contestant matched against him, it was a disaster. On the podium, the military representative's eyes grew brighter as he continuously jotted down notes. Return to simplicity. No, this is beyond simplicity. This is pure Tao. This summoned beast's understanding of strength has reached an unfathomable level. Dean, we must recruit this student into the military. The dean of Nanfeng Academy shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "General, not so fast. Have you not noticed? This is merely his second summoned beast on display. The one contracted during the awakening ceremony, rumored to be a black lizard, hasn't appeared even once." Upon hearing this, the surrounding representatives' hearts skipped a beat. Indeed, a summoned beast that looks like a common dog has already reached such an abnormal level. What then could his hidden first contracted beast be like? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Lin Mo changed entirely. They no longer saw a gifted student, but rather an unfathomable monster. In the contestant area, Lin Feng's expression had darkened to the point of nearly dripping with water. He had thought his greatest rivals would be Zhao Hao or Su Mu Yue, who also possessed great talents. But now an incomprehensible mountain loomed before him. His three-eyed wind wolf whined beside him, unusually revealing a hint of fear. "What are you afraid of?" "Useless," Lin Feng muttered under his breath, unsure if he was cursing his summoned beast or himself. The speed he prided himself on seemed so laughable when faced with the opponent's common dog. Next up is the semifinal draw. The host's voice made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. The top 4 contestants were Lin Mo, Lin Feng, Zhao Hao, and Su Mu Yu. Aside from the anomaly that is Lin Mo, the remaining 3 were recognized as the strongest in this year's freshmen. No matter how the draw, when it would be a highly anticipated match. The big screen began to scroll rapidly. Finally it froze. First match, Su Mu Yu versus Zhao Hao. Second match, Lin Mo versus Lin Feng. As this result appeared, the venue erupted with an earth-shattering cheer. Finally, the grade genius Lin Feng, who had once boasted a month ago about making Lin Mo kneel at his feet like a dog, was about to face this grade calamity that had swollen everyone's faces with his strength. A fated duel. Lin Feng sprang up, staring intensely at Lin Mo in the corner, his eyes burning with humiliation, anger, and a trace of undeniable fear. Meanwhile, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, stretched his neck, and calmly looked at Lin Feng. "Finally, it's your turn." When the names Lin Mo and Lin Feng appeared side by side on the big screen, the entire arena felt as if a deep-water bomb had been dropped, followed by a moment of silence, and then an uproar. One is a grade genius not seen in a century at Nanfeng Academy, the hope of his family, a leading figure among the new generation. The other is a grade calamity that crawled out from the abyss, a mysterious dark horse that has crushed its way through in the most unreasonable manner. This duel has long surpassed the meaning of a mere competition. It pertains to honor, dignity, and the wager about kneeling that spread throughout the academy a month ago. On either side of the contestant passage, the two faced each other from afar. Lin Feng's face had turned the color of pig liver, his fists tightly clenched, knuckles white from the exertion. He stared intently at Lin Mo, his bloodshot eyes burning with humiliation, anger, and madness. In a month he had fallen from the pinnacle to the depths. Once he was the genius adored by all, the unequivocal choice for the new champion. Yet Lin Mo was merely a joke he could stomp on at any time. But now that joke had become a nightmare that kept him awake at night. In every match, that much casual slap felt like an invisible slap to his face, stinging with pain. Lin Mo, he gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out through clenched jaws. "Today I will grind you and your mongrel to a pulp." Facing his venomous gaze and fierce roar, Lin Mo merely looked at him calmly, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if he were gazing at a stranger completely unrelated to him. He He slowly walked onto the stage and stood firm. Lin Feng followed closely behind, each step heavy, as if he intended to stomp a hole into the platform to vent his anger. Summon. The referee called out loudly, his gaze complex as it swept over the two young men. Lin Mo raised his hand, and the familiar summoning array lit up. The figure of De Zhuang reappeared, still in that harmless half-meter-high form of a mutt lying on the ground, half closing its eyes, as if it could fall asleep at any moment. A low suppressed laughter erupted from the audience. It's him again, that unfathomable dog. At the same time, in front of Lin Feng, a magnificent azure summoning array suddenly unfolded. Accompanied by a wolf howl filled with wildness and pride, a long, agile giant wolf with silken fur and a third vertical eye on its forehead stepped forth. It is Lin Feng's pride, the bronze mid-tier, three-eyed wind wolf. Its limbs swirled with light azure currents, each strand of fur exuding a sharp aura, and the closed vertical eye held a disturbing mana fluctuation. In stark contrast to the lazy De Zhuang. Do you see this, Lin Mo? This is true power. Lin Feng's confidence seemed to return somewhat as he pointed at his imposing summoned beast, shouting frantically, "In the presence of my three-eyed wind wolf, your mutt is not even worthy to carry my shoes." The match begins. The referee's voice rang out decisively. "Tear it apart, Wind Feng. Show it what despair means with your speed." At Lin Feng's command, the three-eyed wind wolf sprang into action. Whoosh! Its form instantly vanished from its position, turning into a silver-blue flash that left a series of afterimages on the wide platform. The speed was too fast. So fast that the vast majority of students could not even catch a glimpse of its true form. Is this the strength of an A-grade genius? So fast. Completely invisible. With such speed, can that dog even react? The spectators gasped in astonishment. However, on the stage, facing this display of speed, De Zhuang, lying on the ground, merely lazily raised its head. Then it stood. In the astonished gazes of everyone, it stretched like a dog waking from sleep, its joints cracking softly. In that instant, the three-eyed wind wolf's attack arrived. A claw wrapped in sharp wind blades silently appeared behind De Zhuang, aiming directly for its neck. This was a lethal angle. A sinister grin had already appeared on Lin Feng's face. But in the next second, his smile froze. De Zhuang did not even turn around, it simply kicked backward with its hind legs. This action resembled an instinctive reaction to being tickled. Bang! That silver-blue figure, as fast as lightning, was firmly kicked in the face, producing a muffled sound as it tumbled and flew away. On the stage, that figure, which no one could clearly see, revealed its battered form for the first time. The entire arena fell silent. Lin Feng's wild grin turned into a comical expression. The three-eyed wind wolf quickly adjusted its stance, landing steadily. It shook its dazed head and looked at De Zhuang with a hint of confusion. This is not what the intel suggested. It can actually keep up with my speed. No, it has predicted my attack. Waste. What are you doing? Use Windblade. Tear it apart. Lin Feng shouted in a frenzy. The three-eyed wind wolf howled again, opening its mouth as dozens of light azure wind blades formed a massive net, instantly sealing off all possible escape routes for De Zhuang. And De Zhuang, facing this storm of wind blades, made a move that left everyone's jaws dropping. It began to trot on its four short legs. It didn't run fast. In fact, it could be described as somewhat clumsy, like an old man strolling leisurely in the... Strangely, however, amidst the storm of wind blades that could slice through steel, not a single one managed to touch it. It simply took a step to the left, narrowly avoiding three wind blades. It peeked its head to the right, just in time for two of the most tricky wind blades to graze past its ears. It even had the leisure to lower its head and sniff the scent on the platform floor. The entire scene turned into an extremely absurd picture. On one side, the three-eyed wind wolf exhausted all its strength, creating a flurry of afterimages and wind blades attacking madly. On the other side, a mutt strolled leisurely, dodging left and right with not a single attack landing on its fur. This was not a battle. This was a mockery. A blatant display of Catan mouse in front of tens of thousands. The audience was left speechless. Their expressions shifted from shock to confusion, then to a daze. No, it can't be. Lin Feng murmured, his face as pale as paper. The speed he prided himself on, the summoned beast he took pride in, had become a complete joke at this moment. That feeling of helplessness and humiliation, clearly having exerted all effort, yet unable to even graze the opponent's fur, was 1,000 times more painful than being knocked out by a single blow. Wind Feng, use that move. Open your third eye. Shred it to pieces with Annihilation Storm. Lin Feng shouted frantically, pinning all his hopes on the last trump card. The three-eyed wind wolf sensed its master's frenzy would howl to the heavens, the vertical eye on its forehead suddenly opening wide. Buzz! A surge of mana fluctuation several times more powerful than before erupted suddenly. The wind elements in the entire arena began to wildly converge towards it, forming a visible azure storm eye. It's over, it's the Annihilation Storm. This is a terrifying skill that can challenge high-tier bronze. This move has too wide a range, there's no way to dodge. That dog will be torn to shreds. On the platform, Lu Zinshan's face revealed a hint of seriousness for the first time. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, still with his hands in his pockets, looked at the storm about to take shape, a barely visible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Had enough fun. Time to wrap it up. He gave De Zhuang the final command. Just as the apocalyptic azure storm was about to sweep across the entire stage, De Zhuang, who had been like a leisurely stroll, finally stopped. It raised its head, those half-closed murky eyes fully opened for the first time. In the depths of those eyes there was no emotion, only an ancient heavy earth. It opened its mouth. Then it was a light bark. Very soft, very plain. Like an old yellow dog at the village entrance casually barking on a boring afternoon. However, the moment that woof rang out, the entire world fell silent. The impending raging annihilation storm, that azure whirlwind gathering terrifying elemental power, seemed to have been paused abruptly, halting in midair. Then in the bewildered gazes of countless onlookers, that terrifying storm melted away silently, like snow and ice under sunlight. It transformed into the purest elemental particles, returning to the heavens and earth. The three-eyed wind wolf froze in place, maintaining its stance as it released the skill. The light from the third eye dimmed in an instant, its fur bristling, the pride and ferocity in its eyes completely gone, leaving only deep-seated fear. The next second its legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling like a sieve, emitting a series of mournful whines. It had been scared out of its wits. One bark shattered the ultimate trump card of the Agrade genius, paralyzing a rare bronze mid-tier summoned beast. Lin Feng stood dazed as if struck by lightning. His mind was blank. That storm, composed of bloodline talent and elemental power, he had high hopes for, it just disappeared. Lin Mo walked slowly up to him, and under De Zhuang's admiring gaze bent down and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "How does it feel to have your pride now?" Lin Feng could no longer bear the enormous psychological shock. Blood surged up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful. His eyes rolled back as he fell straight back. He had been enraged into unconsciousness. The referee stood with his mouth agape, and it took a full half-minute to regain his voice, trembling as he announced the winner, Lin Mo. The trembling voice of the referee mentor was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up colossal ripples in the utmost silence. Immediately, the entire central arena erupted like a volcano, completely boiling over. This time, there were no jeers, no sympathy, and not even pure shock was enough to describe the atmosphere. It was a collective confusion mixed with awe, fear, and a shattered worldview. The victor, Lin Mo, a monster. He is nothing but a monster. A dog's bark. The ultimate skill of an A-class genius is gone. Am I dreaming? Medical personnel rushed onto the stage in a frenzy, carrying the foaming Gathermouth, completely unconscious Lin Feng on a stretcher. His three-eyed wind wolf had already lost all will to fight, trembling and unable to stand as it was dragged away in a specially designed cage. From beginning to end, Lin Mo did not cast a single glance at his once unstoppable opponent. He simply walked leisurely to De Zhuang, patted its head, and the latter affectionately nudged his hand. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of fervent and complex eyes, he turned around and walked off the stage. One person, one dog, their backs relaxed, as if they had merely concluded a most ordinary warm-up. In the contestant area, the students who had previously avoided Lin Mo like the plague now instinctively retreated to the sides, voluntarily clearing a wide passage. Every face was filled with awe. Boss. Only Zhang Shan and Li Si rushed over like two cannonballs, their faces flushed with excitement. So cool. Boss. Just that one woof. I felt my soul tremble. Zhang Shan blurted out, waving his muscular arms. We recorded it all. This is undoubtedly the most outrageous and domineering victory since the founding of Nanfeng Academy. Li Si raised his communication crystal high. Lin Mo glanced at them briefly, merely responding with a faint hum before returning to his corner and closing his eyes. His calm demeanor once again made the students' sneaking glances gasp in astonishment. Having accomplished such a earth-shattering feat, he could still remain so tranquil. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. Words manifest as laws. No, this isn't simply words manifesting as laws. This is a higher dimensional bloodline suppression. It transcends attributes, transcends skills, directly shaking the very soul of the opponent from its root. An elder of the academy with hair as white as snow stood up in a fluster, staring unwaveringly at Lin Mo's back. The general from the military, breathing rapidly with gleaming eyes, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and turned to the elder dean. I want this student. No matter the conditions our military will provide. Such talent must enter the Empire's most core ranks. The dean shook his head with a bitter smile. His shock was no less than anyone else's. General Wang, please calm down. Do you think such an existence would willingly submit to constraints? Moreover, don't forget from start to finish he only used one summoned beast. That's seemingly harmless. This statement struck the hearts of all the high-ranking individuals present like a lightning bolt. Indeed, that summoned beast which was laughed at during the awakening ceremony and was said to be a black little lizard had yet to make an appearance. Just the second summoned beast had already demonstrated such unbelievable, nearly invincible power. What then could his trump card be like? With this thought, everyone couldn't help but shiver. They realized they might be witnessing the birth of a legend, or perhaps the rise of a monster. Only the grade director Lu Jinshan held his teacup leisurely, taking a gentle sip. He surveyed his colleagues who were stunned into silence, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, feeling immensely satisfied. Now these old fossils know right. The times are about to change. Just as the atmosphere in the entire venue became strange, another semifinal also came to a close. The A-class genius Zhao Hao, who possessed a bronze-level lava giant lizard, narrowly defeated the equally formidable Su Muyu after a fierce battle, securing the last spot in the finals. Originally, this should have been a victory worth celebrating. But at this moment, Zhao Hao's face showed no trace of it. Standing on the stage, pale-faced, his gaze blankly fixed on the black-haired boy in the contestant area, who was resting with his eyes closed. Beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. His lava giant lizard, which had just been rampaging with might, was now crouched at his feet, emitting anxious low growls, its massive body trembling slightly. As a hybrid dragon species combining fire and earth, the bloodline of the lava giant lizard was already proud enough. Yet just moments ago, when Lin Mo's earth dog barked, it felt an irresistible tremor from the depths of life. Zhao Hao was in a panic. His pride, his confidence were shattered to pieces in the face of Lin Mo's Next will be the final battle of this freshman competition. The host's impassioned voice pulled everyone's attention back. The contestants are A-class genius Zhao Hao, who has passed through all challenges and displayed absolute dominance. A smattering of applause rose from the audience, but all eyes were directed to the other side. And the greatest miracle of this competition, the most mysterious dark horse who has brought us infinite shock with incomprehensible might, Glass Calamity, Lin Mo. Wow. The thunderous cheers and applause were wholeheartedly directed at the class youth. The reversal of strength and the shift of hearts were vividly reflected at this moment. Zhao Hao's face paled even further. He felt less like a finalist competing for the championship and more like a condemned prisoner about to be publicly executed. Please, both contestants ascend to the final glory platform. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao's legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and forced himself to move forward. He and A-class talent, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, a seed player of Nanfeng Academy. He couldn't lose. He certainly couldn't show cowardice. That's right, that dog is just oddly powerful, but it must have limits. My lava giant lizard is a hybrid dragon species with noble bloodline and unparalleled defense. As long as I can withstand its attacks, I still have a chance. Zhao Hao crazily cheered for himself in his heart. Step by step, he trudged onto the stage. When he stood firm and saw the calm boy opposite him, who seemed as if he were merely out for a stroll, the little confidence he had just built began to crumble. He suddenly felt that Lin Feng passing out might be a kind of happiness, because at least he wouldn't have to face this monster. On the final glory arena, the atmosphere was bizarre to the extreme. On one side stood Lin Mo with black hair and black eyes, his expression calm, as if waiting for a bus. On the other side was Zhao Hao, his face pale and covered in cold sweat, his breath trembling slightly. Despite being two finalists, they gave the impression of an executioner and a condemned prisoner. The voice of the referee mentor carried a hint of dryness. Both of you please summon your companions. Zhao Hao took a deep breath, nearly biting down on his teeth, forcing himself to raise his hand and activate the summoning array. Roar! Accompanied by a searing breath, a colossal beast nearly 5 meters long, covered in dark red rocky armor, with lava flowing through the crevices, thundered into the arena. A bronze-tier lava giant lizard. Its massive form exuded the scent of sulfur and extreme heat, radiating a visible oppressive force that elevated the temperature of the entire arena. However, this beast, which should have been fierce and violent, appeared unusually restless at that moment. Its gaze did not turn towards the opponent, but remained fixated on the ground, emitting an anxious low growl from its throat, its huge claws leaving charred marks on the hard arena. Lin Mo's expression was emotionless as he raised his hand. The yellowish array lit up. De Zhuang appeared once again in everyone's sight. Still in that lazy posture, it lay on the ground, half closing its eyes, even sniffling, seemingly dissatisfied with the sulphurous scent lingering in the air. But in that instant when De Zhuang appeared, the lava giant lizard across from it suddenly stiffened, its low growl abruptly stopping, replaced by a whimpering sound as its body involuntarily shrank back half a step. It was afraid. A bronze-tier magical beast with dragon bloodline was frightened by an unassuming earth dog before the fight even began. This scene was clearly witnessed by tens of thousands of spectators and all the distinguished figures at the judges' stand. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Hao's heart sank to the bottom along with the lava giant lizard's retreat. His last hope, the so-called pride of the Dragonkin, was shattered in the face of reality. The match began. The referee's voice sounded like the tolling of a death knell for Zhao Hao's fate. Hold your ground. Use the lava barrier. Zhao Hao roared in near despair, expending all his strength. At this point, he no longer expected to win. He just wanted to lose standing, not like Lin Feng, who had been humiliated beyond recognition. Boom. The lava giant lizard sensed its master's determination, suppressing the fear within it, howled to the sky, its lava armor radiating brilliant light. The ground began to tremble, countless rocks burst forth from beneath the arena, mingling with searing magma, quickly coalescing into a terrifying barrier 10 meters high and 3 meters thick before it. On the barrier, magma flowed, emitting scorching heat that distorted the air. Merely looking at it felt suffocating. Lava barrier. This is the lava giant lizard's strongest defensive skill, known to be invincible among its tier. Can it hold? Can it withstand that dog's attack? Everyone held their breath. This was a duel between the strongest shield and the most bizarre spear. Zhao Hao hid behind the barrier, gasping for breath, a flicker of hope reigniting in his eyes. Such a thick barrier, even if that dog's power was bizarre, it should be able to withstand it, right? As long as it can hold, I will. He saw Lin Mo finally issuing a command. No tactics, no complicated orders, just 2 simple words. Tear it apart. De Zhuang, still lying on the ground, lazily stood up and took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. It walked slowly to the terrifying lava barrier radiating extreme heat. Compared to the massive barrier, it seemed as small as an ant. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, it raised its right forepaw. Here it comes. Another one of those strikes. Zhao Hao's heart was in his throat, staring fixedly. However, De Zhuang's paw did not come down. It merely extended a single claw. That seemingly ordinary claw, even slightly muddy, lightly brushed across the indestructible lava. A sound like a knife slicing through tofu echoed. The extraordinarily strong lava barrier, a blend of rock and magic defense, was as fragile as paper before that claw. A smooth cut appeared suddenly from top to bottom. And then, there was nothing more. The 10-meter-high barrier was cleanly split in half, collapsing with a thunderous crash onto the arena, making a deafening noise. In the midst of the billowing dust, the earth dog remained standing, even retracting its claw and licking its paw that had just brushed against the lava, seemingly finding it a bit too hot. Zhao Hao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He stared blankly at the 2 smooth, mirror-like cuts, his mind a blank. What was that? Cutting the lava barrier with a claw. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than smashing it with a palm. Smashing it with a palm was a display of overwhelming power. But cutting it with a claw was the most thorough contempt and deconstruction of the very concept of fortitude. Behind the barrier, the massive lava giant lizard was completely exposed. It looked at the smooth cut extending from its strongest defense to the tips of its toes, and the last vestige of ferocity in its large bell-like eyes vanished completely. What replaced it was pure life, instinctual despair. De Zhuang yawned as if thinking this farce should. It raised its head, its half-open eyes sweeping over the lava giant lizard. Just that one glance. The once proud Dragonkin, the powerful bronze-tier magical beast, suddenly went weak in the legs, its massive head crashing heavily to the ground, its gigantic body lying down, trembling all over, tail tightly tucked, no longer daring to move a muscle. Surrender. To yield without a fight, bowing down utterly. This was the answer it provided. At the judge's clang, the specially made alloy cup in the hands of a military general fell to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. The elder with white hair swayed slightly, supported by the mentor beside him, his lips trembling, unable to utter. The director clutched the armrest of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. The laws. That is the aura of the laws. The embryonic form of the law of annihilation. Breaking through the surface, ignoring defenses, severing constructs. This is no longer within the realm of power. That dog. No, what exactly is that thing? The ultimate skills that entire geniuses prided themselves on became a joke before it. The strongest defense of the Dragonkin was like tofu before it. At this moment, Lin Mo's image in their eyes was elevated once again. He was no longer merely a genius. He was an existence that they could not comprehend, could not fathom, and could not even coexist with in the same world. On the arena, watching his summoned beast utterly abandon resistance and humbly submit, Zhao Hao's body swayed slightly. He smiled. A smile that was more pitiful than tears. He finally understood that what he faced was not an dire waste at all. Not even a dark horse. What he faced was a brand new era that defied reason. And he, like Lin Feng, was merely clinging to the past glory of her rank talents, the remnants of an old era. He slowly raised his right hand. I conceive. 3 words that seemed to drain all his strength. With those 3 words falling, the champion of the South Wind Academy's 212th freshman competition was born. Not Lin Feng, who had the loudest cheers, nor Zhao Hao and Su Mu Yue, who were powerful, but that person who had been laughed at a month ago for awakening and dire talent. Lin Mo. The arena was initially dead silent, followed by the most fervent cheers since the school's founding. In the midst of the roaring sound, Lin Mo appeared exceptionally calm. The atmosphere of the award ceremony was undoubtedly the most bizarre in the history of Nanfeng Academy. Champion Lin Mo held the pure gold trophy, weighing it in his hands while glancing at the score crystal card, revealing the first genuine smile he had shown since the competition began. That smile was pure and satisfied, much like a worker who finally receives their salary after a month of hard work. Runner-up Zhao Hao stood beside him, pale-faced and vacanted, as if he had yet to recover from the blow of the lava barrier being sliced open by a nail. Third place, Su Mu Yue, with her iceberg-like face, exhibited an unreserved curiosity. For the first time, her icy gaze fixated on Lin Mo, as if she wished to see through him completely. Amidst the fervent, awed, and slightly fearful gazes of tens of thousands of students, the ceremony concluded hastily. As Lin Mo prepared to return with his 100,000 points to treat Xiao He, a figure blocked his path. It was the grade director Lu Zhinshan. Follow me. Lu Zhinshan's expression was unusually warm, even carrying a hint of flattery. The dean and several elders wished to see you. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and nodded. What was meant to come would come. He was also curious about what the academy's big shots wanted from him. The dean's office was located at the top of the academy's mage tower. The ancient redwood desk exuded a faint scent of books mixed with potion. On the walls hung several seemingly old magical scrolls, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows one could overlook the entire scenery of Nanfeng Academy. However, the atmosphere in the office was stiflingly oppressive. The dean sat at the main seat, his expression grave. To his side sat 3 elderly men with profound auras, the very elders of the academy who were rarely seen. On the other side, General Wang from the military sat upright, his sharp gaze reminiscent of a hawk. As Lin Mo entered with Lu Zhinshan, 5 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Each gaze bore scrutiny, inquiry, and deep-seated wariness. Student Lin Mo, please take a seat. The dean raised his hand, indicating for him to sit in the chair opposite. Lin Mo was not courteous, plopping down in the chair, reclining slightly, adopting a posture as if ready for casual conversation. His composure made the eyelids of the few big shots twitch unconsciously. First of all, congratulations on becoming the champion of this freshman competition. The dean began, his voice steady. Your performance has exceeded all our expectations. Thank you, Dean. Lin Mo replied with a polite smile. Just lucky. Lucky. Everyone present twitched their lips. If that was luck, then what were Lin Feng and Zhao Hao, the 2 A-class geniuses? The sons of heavenly retribution. We invited you here today because we have some questions that we wish to discuss candidly. An elder with all white hair slowly spoke. He was the one who previously discerned that De Zhuang had used the force of the laws. Elder, please go ahead. About your canine summoner. We have scoured all the academy's manuals and consulted several of the most learned scholars on the continent, yet we cannot find a corresponding species. What exactly is it? The question struck at the core. Lin Mo blinked, revealing just the right amount of innocent confusion on his face. Its name is De Zhuang. I found it as a stray dog behind the academy's mountain. Seeing it was pitiful, I fed it a little, and thus it followed me. A stray dog. General Wang nearly slammed his palm on the table. A stray dog that can unleash the desolation storm with one shout and slice open a lava barrier with its claws. Lin Mo shrugged, wearing an expression of I want to know why too. Maybe it mutated. I don't know. It usually likes to sleep, has a bad temper, especially when disturbed during its sleep. I didn't expect it to. This explanation sounded full of holes, yet paired with Lin Mo's sincere gaze, it left no room. For the fact was, all of De Zhuang's astonishing performances occurred when it was disturbed from sleep, or when Lin Mo instructed it to end things swiftly. The big shots exchanged glances, all seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This kid was quite slippery. Alright, we will set this issue aside for now. After your awakening ceremony, you contracted a summoner that is said to have the form of a black lizard at the abandoned summoning pool. Here it comes the question about Xiao He. Yes, that is indeed the case. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, but it seems to still be in its egg, not hatched, just sleeping as if it were dead with no movement. Lin Mo referred to Xiao He's state as an egg, who after all a dull gray egg was far easier to explain than a living mysterious lizard. Still sleeping. The elder with white hair pressed further. Does it require special energy to awaken? Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he climbed the ladder. Yes. Elder, you are truly knowledgeable. He wore an expression of finally found someone who understands. I tried feeding it low-level magical cores, but there was no reaction at all. This time's competition rewards included some mid-level magical cores, but I haven't had the chance to try them yet, nor do I know if they would help. That little thing eats so much, raising it is nearly bankrupting me. He cleverly diverted the topic to his true purpose, securing funds and resources. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the expressions of the big shots relaxed somewhat. A young man who was greedy and worried about feeding his summoner was far easier to deal with than a mysterious figure who wanted nothing. Your talent has been assessed, as Frank the Dean continued questioning, but the synergy you display with your summoner, as well as its extraordinary strength, suggests that your talent is anything but ordinary. Is it a mutated talent? The Awakening Stone said so I suppose. Frank Lin Mo shrugged. Perhaps my personal charm is quite strong, as summoners are willing to hang out with me. Silence once again fell in the office. This day had nearly killed the conversation. No matter the question, he was utterly clueless, ultimately attributing everything to luck, mutation, or it's just its temperament. Neither soft nor hard. Finally, General Wong could no longer hold back. He stood up, looking down at Lin Mo, and said sternly, Lin Mo, on behalf of the Imperial Military, I officially extend an invitation to you. As long as you are willing to join the Royal Summoner Corps, I can directly grant you the rank of Major. You will enjoy a fixed quota of 1,000 standard mid-level magical cores each month, and the qualification to enter the military treasury and select 3 pieces of silver-level resources. This declaration was made with great conviction. Even Lu Jinshan beside him gasped in astonishment, climbing to the top in one leap. This was an irresistible temptation for any new student. However, Lin Mo merely raised his eyelids, glanced at him, and asked, does the Corps provide meals? My little sleeping buddy might have a big appetite. 1,000 mid-level magical cores wouldn't even fill a gap. General Wong's face turned a deep shade of purple. Of course, as long as you achieve merit, let alone high-level magical cores, the military can apply for rare resources for you. Lin Mo stroked his chin, seemingly in deep thought, before shaking his head. Forget it, I don't like being controlled, and fighting and killing is too exhausting. He refused. He had so lightly turned down the olive branch thrown by the Imperial military. General Wong was so furious that his beard bristled. At that moment, the dean, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed. General Wong, please calm down. He turned to Lin Mo, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. Since you dislike constraints, the Academy will not force you. But as this year's champion, the Academy's rewards naturally cannot be limited to that 100,000 points. The dean paused to reveal the real bait. Next week, the Academy will open a low-level secret realm, the Dark Forest. I represent the Academy in granting you a spot to enter. Moreover, all your gains within will belong to you personally, with no need for tribute. A secret realm? Lin Mo's eyes finally sparkled with excitement. He certainly knew what a secret realm was. It was a small space attached to the main world, filled with various rare magical beasts, herbs, and ores. For the ever-hungry Xiaohei, this was essentially an allocaniate buffet. Compared to the standardized, artificially controlled resources provided by the military, this wild and uncertain secret realm was far more likely to yield the special ingredients that could provoke a reaction from Xiaohei. Deal. Lin Mo agreed, without hesitation, fearing the dean might change his mind. He stood up, revealing a radiant smile to the dean and the elders. Thank you, dean. Thank you, elders. The Academy is truly generous. I will certainly work hard in the secret realm to find more food for my little buddy. After speaking, he turned and hurried away, as if afraid they would keep him for further questioning. In the office, only the 5 elders remained, exchanging glances. A madman. This kid is a complete lunatic. General Wong exclaimed as he slumped back into his chair. The elder with white hair, however, sighed deeply and smiled wryly. He is not insane. He is smarter than anyone. He used the excuse of finding food for his summoner to block all paths of inquiry into his ambitions, attributing all the inexplicable issues to his summoner. The dean gazed at Lin Mo's vanishing figure, his eyes deep with contemplation. This boy is like a dragon lurking in a deep abyss. If our small pond cannot contain him, there is no need to force him. Since he needs resources, we will provide them. At least during his growth period, he is still a student of Nanfeng Academy. This goodwill, once established, is better than enmity. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, facing such an uncontrollable existence, forcing them would only backfire. On the other side, Lin Mo stepped out of the mage tower, letting out a long breath. Dealing with these old foxes was far more exhausting than competing. However, the outcome was favorable. He shook the score crystal card in his hand, thinking about the upcoming secret realm journey, and his mood lifted immensely. He summoned the long-dormant gray dragon egg, holding it in his palm. Xiaohei, I got you a ticket to the buffet. You better wake up soon. Roar. A furious roar stirred the bloody wind, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. A fist the size of a grinding wheel, engulfed in pitch-black, demonic energy, struck heavily against Zhang Shan's already cracked tower shield. Boom. With a deafening sound, Zhang Shan's body flew back like a kite, with a severed string blood gushing out wildly, as if it cost nothing. The iron tower shield claimed to withstand the full force of a high-tier bronze attack shattered into countless iron shards. Li Si's eyes widened in horror. The last enchanted arrow in his hand had been shot, but it merely left a harmless white mark on the over 6-meter-tall, demonized giant ape. Icebound path. A clear, crisp shout rang out as Yi Bingqing pointed her staff forward, the biting cold spreading out, attempting to freeze the giant ape's movements. However, the black demonic energy swirling around the giant ape seemed to possess a life of its own, devouring and extinguishing the cold air entirely. The frost barely clung to its ankle for less than half a second before being shattered by the violent force. It's over. A sense of despair flooded the minds of the three. They had come to the secret realm to seek opportunities, but had inadvertently stumbled into a core area polluted by demonic energy. The demonized giant ape before them had already steadily reached the initial silver tier in strength, and coupled with the frenzy of demonic energy, it was simply beyond the ability of these newcomers to contend with. After delivering a heavy blow to the strongest defensive point, Zhang Shan, the giant ape's crimson, beastly eyes locked onto the weakest member of the team, Lin Mo. To it, this boy who had been dodging the entire time and hadn't even summoned a beast was the perfect next target to tear apart. It bared its bloody mouth, revealing a cruel smile, and with a powerful push of its sturdy legs, its massive body charged towards Lin Mo at a velocity that seemed completely at odds with its size. The shadow of death instantly loomed over them. Lin Mo, dodge! Li Si and Yi Bingqing exclaimed simultaneously. However, facing this world-destroying charge, Lin Mo remained rooted in place, unmoving. At that moment, his gaze was terrifyingly calm. There's no way out. He watched Zhang Shan, who was halfway through raising his shield again, while spitting blood. He looked at Yi Bingqing, who was desperately chanting a more powerful ice spell, risking her own safety to buy him time. It seems today's buffet can only end here. While everyone thought he had been scared silly, Lin Mo made an unexpected move. He pulled out a fruit the size of a fist, crystalline and radiating a soft moonlight, from his pocket. It was their greatest harvest from this mission, the Moonlight Spirit Fruit. This very fruit had attracted the terrifying guardian beast. Without any hesitation, he clenched his palm tightly. Pop! The fruit shattered with a sound. A stream of incomparably pure and gentle energy surged forth. But before it could disperse into the air, Lin Mo had already brought another grayish egg in his other hand close to the source of the energy. Buzz! Like a glutton that had been starving for millions of years, it finally caught a whiff of food. The egg, which had always been lifeless, erupted with unimaginable suction at the moment it came into contact with the energy of the Moonlight Spirit Fruit. The pure energy was devoured without waste, not a trace left behind. Moreover, the surface of the egg began to sprout fine cracks, a pitch-black glow bursting forth from the fissures, dazzling enough to make one avert their eyes. What is that? Yi Bingqing's spell, half-channeled, was interrupted. The demonized giant ape, rushing forward instinctively, sensed a hint of unease, its movements slightly faltering. It was this moment of hesitation that granted Lin Mo enough time. He saw the egg in his hand completely shatter, but nothing hatched from it. All the fragments transformed into pure darkness, swirling like a moving ink wrapping around his wrist. Following that, the darkness squirmed and stretched, taking shape. A creature appeared on Lin Mo's shoulder. It was small, only half a meter long, its body covered in smooth scales like obsidian, with the edges of each scale glimmering with a cold, ghostly light. On its head, two small yet fierce horns had sprouted, resembling unrefined black diamonds. Its hind limbs were strong and powerful, its front claws sharp as blades, and a pair of bat-like wings were tightly folded against its back. Most importantly were its eyes. What kind of eyes they were! No longer the murky and dull gaze of a lizard, but a pair of pure, burning molten gold. Proud, majestic, indifferent, and holding in extreme contempt for all things in the world. This was its true form. Even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, even if it was merely the embryonic form of a juvenile. Roar! The demonized giant ape let out a confused low growl, sensing a breath from this little creature that made its very soul tremble. That feeling was akin to a rat encountering a cat, a lamb facing a wolf. It was an absolute, irresistible bloodline suppression from the pinnacle of life. Kill it! Lin Mo whispered his order. On his shoulder, the being known as Little Black lazily raised its head, its molten gold vertical pupils locking onto the enormous creature before it that dared to challenge itself and its source of sustenance. It opened its mouth. No earth-shattering roar, just a deep, hoarse dragon's chant that seemed to come from ancient times. The demonized giant ape went mad. It was utterly ignited by the dragon's chant, exploding into a frenzy of demonic energy that drowned out the fear in its bloodline. It swung its fists, launching its final and most violent attack towards Lin Mo and Little Black. Facing the tempest of fists, Little Black didn't even entertain the thought of dodging. It simply opened its mouth once more. This time a thread as fine as a hair black as coal shot forth from its throat. That black line was so slender, so quiet, devoid of heat and light, as if it were a black fissure splitting through space. In the next second, the black line met the giant ape's meteor-like fist. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a sound. Under the watchful eyes of Li Si and Yi Bingqing, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. That fist the size of a grinding wheel, along with the thick arm and the raging demonic energy, vanished silently, as if it had been thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. Not burning, not shattering, but completely erased from this world. Annihilation. The black line maintained its momentum, gently gliding across the giant ape's massive body. The giant ape remained frozen in its forward charge, its expression forever locked in that moment of madness and shock. A second later, a gentle breeze blew. Its massive body transformed into a cloud of black ash, scattering gracefully throughout the dim forest. Both body and spirit were obliterated. Only a fist-sized, still throbbing pitch-black heart, exuding dense demonic energy, fell to the ground. The entire world fell silent. Li Si's mouth hung open, forgetting to breathe. Yi Bingqing leaned against a tree trunk, barely keeping from collapsing to the ground. Her face, usually as cold as ice, now bore an expression of shock she had never shown in her life. Even the severely injured Zhang Shan forgot the pain in his body, staring blankly at everything. At that moment, Little Black on Lin Mo's shoulders suddenly began to flicker. The luster of its scales quickly dimmed, and its molten gold pupils returned to their murky state. Finally, its body twisted in a flurry of light and shadow, reverting back into a grayish egg which fell back into Lin Mo's hand. Cold, deathly still, with not a trace of life. That last strike had drained all the energy brought by the Moonlight Spirit Fruit, even overextending its dormant origin, plunging it into a deeper slumber. Lin Mo? Li Si's voice trembled. What was that? Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and worry in his heart, his face pale, panting heavily, looking utterly spent. He shook the egg in his hand, and in a weak voice spoke the excuse he had long prepared. It's a one-time life-saving artifact given to me by my family. Now, the energy is exhausted, it's useless. This explanation had many holes. But under the impact of the previous divine and demonic spectacle, it became the only reason they could accept. After all, no one would believe that it was a summoned beast. Lin Mo said no more, walked over and picked up the demonized heart, feeling the overwhelming and chaotic energy within it. This thing might help Little Black recover a bit. He looked at the lifeless egg, his expression becoming incredibly resolute. Let's go, we need to leave here, he said solemnly. This expedition to the secret realm had been a huge loss, but it also made him realize to raise this dragon, to truly awaken it, he still had a long way to go. In the dark forest, there was an eerie silence. The wind blew, stirring the black ashes on the ground, as if holding a silent funeral for a silver-grayed magical beast's passing. Li Si and Yi Bingqing stood like two petrified statues, staring blankly at the empty space, their minds refusing to process the scene they had just witnessed. Annihilation. Not simply killing or tearing apart, but a complete erasure on a conceptual level. It wasn't until Lin Mo supported the severely injured Zhang Shan with his weakened body that they awoke from their daze. What exactly? Li Si's voice trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with awe and fear. Yi Bingqing leaned against a tree, her chest heaving violently, and within her cold eyes a tumultuous wave surged like never before. She finally understood that the gap between her and Lin Mo was no longer something that could be measured by talent or the rank of summoned beasts. It was a chasm of dimensions. Don't ask, Lin Mo gasped, his face pale as paper. The life-saving trump card left by my family is a one-time use, and now it is gone. He shook the dragon egg in his hand, now once again devoid of vitality, with a pained expression that suggested he was in agony, and quickly returned it to his bosom. This explanation, though tenuous, was the only one that made sense at the moment. Li Si and Yi Bingqing exchanged glances, seeing the understanding and shock reflected in each other's eyes. A one-time extraordinary item actually wielded such terrifying power, capable of instantly erasing a silver-grade magical beast. What kind of terrifying existence was Lin Mo's family? Even the remaining trump card was enough to astonish the world. This thought made Lin Mo's image in their hearts more mysterious and inscrutable. We cannot stay here long, Lin Mo's voice snapped them back to reality. The commotion just now was too loud, we must leave immediately. No one objected. Li Si hoisted the semi-conscious Zhang Shan on his back. Yi Bingqing released her frost aura, ahead vigilant of their surroundings, while Lin Mo brought up the rear. They traveled in silence, but the atmosphere of the group had undergone a profound transformation. If previously Yi Bingqing and Li Si's attitude towards Lin Mo was marked by curiosity and approval, now it it was thoroughly tinged with reverence. They carefully avoided all areas that could harbor danger and hurried at the fastest speed to the exit of the secret realm. As the four stumbled out of the shimmering portal, the Academy mentor stationed outside immediately approached them. Upon seeing Zhang Shan bloodied and in a deep coma along with the disheveled appearance of the others, his expression changed dramatically. What happened? Soon they were rushed to the Academy's medical center. Under the highest level healing spells, Zhang Shan's life-threatening injuries were stabilized. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the others were taken to a separate interrogation room. Grade Director Lu Jinshan and an elder responsible for the safety of the secret realm had been waiting there. Speak, what exactly happened inside? The elder's voice carried an intimidating authority. The Dark Forest is merely a low-level secret realm. With your strengths, it shouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Mo took a deep breath, revealing a lingering fear, and began his pre-prepared explanation. Elder Director, we encountered a silver-grade giant ape that had been corrupted by demonic energy in the depths of the secret realm. What? Silvergrade? Lu Jinshan exclaimed in shock. The elder's brow furrowed tightly. A low-level secret realm should not have featured a silver-grade magical beast, let alone one tainted by demonic energy. This implied that the stability of the secret realm might have encountered serious issues. We initially only intended to collect a moonlight spirit fruit, but it appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Shan only managed to block it for a moment before sustaining severe injuries. Lin Mo continued, his voice laced with fear. Yi Bingqing and Li Si nodded silently beside him, fully corroborating his account. What about the magical beast? How did you escape? The elder pressed, his sharp gaze locked onto Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face displayed extreme pain, as if his heart were bleeding. He pulled out the still-beating, ominous magical heart from his bosom. To save everyone, I used a life-saving, extraordinary item my family had given me. That thing was so powerful it directly turned that beast into ashes. This was the only remaining item. As soon as the magical heart appeared, the temperature in the entire interrogation room seemed to drop several degrees. The pure and sinister demonic energy was unmistakable. The elder and Lu Jinshan exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and fear reflected in each other's eyes. They believed Lin Mo's explanation. Or rather, they had no choice but to believe. An extraordinary item capable of turning a silver-grade magical beast to ashes held immeasurable value. Lin Mo's willingness to use it for his teammates elevated their appraisal of the young man even further. Good, as long as no one was harmed. Lu Jinshan sighed with relief, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. You did the right thing. Students should support each other. The Academy will give you an explanation for this matter. The elder took out a specially made box and carefully stored the magical heart inside, speaking solemnly, this matter is of great importance. I will immediately report to the dean and initiate a lockdown and thorough investigation of the Dark Forest. Although your mission failed this time, you brought back such crucial intelligence, and that is a merit. The Academy will not skimp on rewards. The situation had thus been settled. An incident triggered by the actions of a world-destroying dragon cub was perfectly covered up as a secret realm anomaly event and a heroic tale of a genius youth losing his family treasure to save his companions. Late at night, in Lin Mo's dormitory, he finally sent away Li Si, who had come to visit, and expressed boundless gratitude and admiration for him. Shutting the door, the entire world fell silent. He could no longer maintain his weak facade and collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Acting is truly a physically demanding task. He chuckled bitterly to himself. After resting for a moment, he sat up and carefully took out the lifeless dragon egg from his bosom. The cracks that had previously appeared on the eggshell had disappeared, but the overall aura was even weaker than before, as if it would completely lose all vitality at any moment. Lin Mo's heart sank. Xiaohei, this time the overexertion was too severe. He took out a batch of resources that the elder had rewarded him with earlier in the afternoon from his storage ring. In addition to a large number of points, there was also a magical nucleus from a silver beginner-level Thunderwolf, specially approved as compensation by the Academy. This was already a top-tier reward that was unimaginable among newcomers. But Lin Mo knew that this alone was far from enough. He attempted to place the magical nucleus imbued with pure lightning energy next to the dragon egg. The dragon egg showed no response. It was like a true stone. Lin Mo sighed and put away the magical nucleus. Ordinary pure energy is already too weak to stimulate it. It needs something of higher quality or something more special as ingredients. His gaze suddenly sharpened, a bold idea surfacing in his mind. For instance, that magical heart. Although he had submitted the heart, he had discreetly collected a trace of the rich demonic energy that clung to it and sealed it in a small crystal vial. He took out the vial, where a wisp of black energy was wildly colliding, filled with a sense of ferocity and destruction. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Mo's forehead. This substance was poison to any living being. But for Xiaohei, its title was World-Destroying Dragon. To it, this so-called demonic energy might Just be a dish with a heavy flavor. Take a risk. Lin Mo made up his mind. He summoned the power of his divine-level taming talent, concentrating his mental energy, and carefully opened the vial. He did not directly release the demonic energy. Instead, he wrapped that wisp of black energy with his own mental strength, carefully peeling away its outermost layer of violent, like peeling an onion, attempting to tame it to make it more docile. This process was extremely taxing on the mind. Lin Mo's complexion soon turned pale again, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Just as he was about to lose his grip, the wisp of black energy finally stopped colliding and became a little more. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, guiding this initially tamed wisp of demonic energy slowly towards the dragon egg. In the next second, buzz! The long silent dragon egg suddenly emitted a barely perceptible soft chirp. A weak suction emanated from the eggshell, swallowing that wisp of demonic energy in one gulp. It worked. Lin Mo's eyes erupted with ecstatic light. He could clearly feel that the nearly extinguished life spark within the dragon egg had strengthened a little after devouring this wisp of demonic energy. Though it was merely a tiny increase, it was no longer a pure consumption. So you like to eat this? Lin Mo stared at the dragon egg in his hand, murmuring to himself with an extremely peculiar expression, what a peculiar little creature. He once again looked at the Thunder Wolf magical nucleus in his hand and completely realized. For him, Nanfeng Academy had become too small. The resources here, whether in quality or quantity, could not satisfy the appetite of this little dragon. To truly awaken it, and even help it grow, he must venture to broader and more dangerous places. To seek those dark resources that are regarded as poison and taboo by the world. A clear and resolute thought took shape in his heart. It was time to leave this novice village. The incident in the dark forest stirred quite a storm at Nanfeng Academy. In a low-level secret realm, a silver-tier magical beast tainted by demonic energy appeared. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. The Academy's higher-ups immediately sealed off the dark forest permanently and reported it to the Empire's magical department, initiating an inspection of the safety of secret realms across the continent. Among ordinary students, however, another version of the legend circulated. The F-class natural disaster Lin Mo encountered a formidable enemy in the secret realm, and to protect his teammates, he exhausted a family heirloom of immense value, ultimately turning the tide. This story added an aura of deep loyalty to Lin Mo's existing tags of mystery, strength, and monstrous power. Especially the rescued individual Li Si transformed into Lin Mo's #1 fan, vividly recounting the earth-shattering battle and how Lin Mo calmly retrieved the heirloom to reverse their dire situation. In no time, Lin Mo's reputation within the academy reached its peak. However, at the center of this storm, Lin Mo himself vanished without a trace afterward. He did not attend any celebratory banquet, did not accept interviews, and even rarely attended classes. For an entire week, he confined himself to his dormitory. To outsiders, he might be grieving over the loss of the heirloom or needing rest after the battle. Only Lin Mo knew what he was really doing. Inside the dormitory, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, his face pale, his mental energy depleted to its limit. In front of him floated the last remnant of demonic energy that had been tamed. He cautiously guided this wisp of demonic energy and slowly infused it into the dragon egg in his hands. A familiar light humming sound arose, and the demonic energy was devoured. The weak spark of life within the dragon egg had grown slightly stronger compared to a week ago, but it was just a slight improvement. Lin Mo exhaled a long breath, put away the dragon egg, and wearily laid down on his bed. That silver-tier, demonic giant arm, ape's demonic energy, could only restore you to this extent. He gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. A drop in the bucket. Truly a drop in the bucket. A week had made him fully aware of the reality. Little Black's current state resembled a black hole with a leaking bottom. Ordinary energy poured and produced no response. Only demonic energy, this special ingredient, could evoke a reaction from it. But both the quality and quantity were far from sufficient. I can't wait any longer. This thought was incredibly clear. He sat up abruptly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The next morning, Lin Mo pushed open the door to the great head's office. Lu Jinshan was leisurely savoring tea. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, he showed no surprise and even waved with a smile. Sit. I knew you would come to find me. Lin Mo did not stand on ceremony and sat down directly, getting straight to the point. Director, I want to apply for a long-term leave of absence, or to graduate early. Lu Jinshan set down his teacup, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. He did not ask why, but merely stared at Lin Mo, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything, as if saying, give me a reason. I want to go out for training. Lin Mo was concise. Training. Lu Jinshan chuckled. The academy has the best mentors, the safest training grounds, and various tasks for you to choose from. Your strength is unmatched among the freshmen, but in the eyes of the entire continent, being a black iron tier is just the beginning. I know Lin Mo nodded, his expression calm, but the academy doesn't have what I need. Lu Xinshan's actions paused. He stared at Lin Mo, and after a few seconds sighed, is it because of your sleeping summoned beast? Lin Mo remained silent, which was taken as acquiescence. You are quite honest. Lu Xinshan shook his head and chuckled. I had guessed that after that secret realm incident. Ordinary resources can no longer satisfy your needs, right? Yes. The outside world is dangerous, Lu Xinshan said seriously. Without the Academy's protection as a Black Iron Tier summoner, even with that miraculous De Zhuang, you will struggle to move an inch. What you will face is not just magical beasts, but also the hearts of men. Lin Mo met his gaze, a subtle smile curling his lips. As long as I survive, that's enough. This statement was calm, yet filled with undeniable confidence. Lu Xinshan fell silent. He looked at this young man who had only been enrolled for a few months, and suddenly felt that all his previous judgments about him had been too conservative. The heart of this young man was larger and wilder than he had imagined. The seemingly tranquil academy in the small Nanfeng city was indeed no longer a pond for him, but rather a cage. Forget it. Lu Xinshan took out a document and a badge from his drawer and pushed them over. This is your early graduation certificate and a badge of honor from Nanfeng Academy. Lin Mo was taken aback. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. The principal and several elders anticipated this day long ago. With your talent and potential, this small temple of the academy will inevitably be unable to hold you. Rather than forcibly binding you, it's better to create a good relationship. He pointed at the badge. With this badge, if you encounter trouble anywhere on the continent within the Nanfeng Academy's sphere of influence, you can seek help. It also proves that you will always be a member of Nanfeng Academy. Lin Mo picked up the warm badge, which was engraved with the Academy's emblem. He paused for a moment, solemnly put it away, then stood up, bowing deeply to Lu Xinshan. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Academy. This was the first time since his transmigration that he expressed heartfelt respect. Lu Xinshan accepted the bow calmly and waved his hand. Go ahead. The vast skies and oceans are where someone like you should go. Lin Mo's news of graduating early detonated like a bomb within a small circle. Zhang Shan and Li Si dashed to his dormitory. Boss, are you crazy? You're now the idol of... You're just leaving like this. Zhang Shan said in disbelief. Yes, Lin Mo, it's dangerous outside. Stay another year or two, wait until you're at the silver tier before going out. Li Si was sweating with anxiety. Lin Mo looked at these two friends who genuinely cared for him and smiled. His luggage was quite simple, just a backpack containing a few changes of clothes, some food, and a brand new map of the Aslant continent. I have something urgent to take care of and must go out. He patted Zhang Shan's shoulder and glanced at Li Si. You two stay well at the academy, and when I return, I'll treat you to drinks. Looking at Lin Mo's resolute gaze, the two knew that persuasion was futile. In the end, they could only nod head. Boss, take care. If it gets tough out there, come back anytime. We've got your back. Zhang Shan patted his chest, though he knew this was just empty talk. Lin Mo smiled and punched him lightly. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Mo walked on the road towards the academy gate. Suddenly, a cool figure approached. It was Yi Bingqing. She seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Are you leaving? Her voice remained as cold as ice and snow, yet her eyes held a hint of complex emotion. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. Two. Wake it up, she asked. Lin Mo did not respond, but countered, if it were your ice crystal phoenix, what would you do? Yi Bingqing fell silent. She looked at Lin Mo for a long time before taking out a small ice blue porcelain vial and handing it over. This is 1,000-year ice essence given to me by my father. Perhaps it could be useful to it. 1,000-year ice essence. A priceless rare resource. A treasure that could drive any ice-type summoned beast crazy. Lin Mo looked at the fair hand, but did not take it. It's too precious. You saved me. Yi Bingqing stubbornly held up her hand. This is a repayment. Lin Mo looked at her for a few seconds and ultimately accepted it. Thank you. He put the porcelain vial away, turned around, and continued towards the gate. Lin Mo? Yi Bingqing suddenly called out from behind him. The continent is vast, don't die. Lin Mo did not look back, only waved his hand. Finally, he arrived at the familiar, yet somewhat strange gate. The sunlight was blinding. Looking back, the academy's ivory tower shone brilliantly in the sunlight, filled with an aura of tranquility and peace. But he knew it did not belong to him. He turned around and stepped out of the gate. Like a fish that had finally broken free from the constraints of the shallow waters, he swam unhesitatingly towards the vast ocean known as the world. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Mo unfolded the map. His finger traced across plains and over kingdoms, finally resting on a section marked as extremely dangerous, the Black Wind Mountains. It was said to be a paradise for bandits, a haven for fugitives, and also the favorite hiding place of many dark summoners wanted by human kingdoms. It was said to be a paradise for bandits, a haven for fugitives, and also the favorite hiding place of many dark summoners wanted by human kingdoms. The The Blackwind Mountains, located at the border between the Rhine Kingdom and the northern wilderness, is a vast expanse of forbidden land stretching for thousands of miles. It is perpetually shrouded in a grayish-black gale with treacherous peaks and jagged rocks and a miasma that permeates the air. Yet this perilous region is renowned for another reason. It is a breeding ground for evil, a paradise, fugitives wanted by the kingdom, infamous dark summoners, and robbers who have plundered passing merchant caravans. Countless individuals who cannot find a foothold in the civilized world gather here, forming a uniquely bloody and brutal order belonging to the Shadow Realm. For Lin Mo, this place is the only one marked as Michelin 3 stars on his map. After a half-month journey, when Lin Mo finally stood at the entrance of the Blackwind Mountains, what first caught his eye was not towering peaks, but a chaotic and wild little town built at the foot of the mountain. Blackwind City. The city walls are haphazardly constructed from massive black rocks, uneven, and covered with scars from blades and dried blood. There are no guards at the city gate, only 2 burly men chewing on roots, their eyes surveying the passing travelers like hyenas. The air is filled with a foul mixture of cheap beer, sweat, blood, and the faint scent of beast droppings. In the streets, men and women bearing various weapons with fierce expressions can be seen everywhere. Some are lone wanderers while others are in small groups. Nearly everyone exudes a violent aura that warns, "Stay away from me." Lin Mo, dressed in ordinary adventurer attire and carrying a somewhat worn backpack, appeared out of place with his slightly delicate and youthful face. As soon as he entered the city, he immediately attracted the attention of several unfriendly gazes, like a flock of hungry wolves spotting a little sheep that had wandered into their pack. Where did this pretty boy come from? Look at that delicate skin. Is he here to be the Mountain King's wife? Hey, maybe he's a young master from some big family running away to experience life. Look at his backpack. There might be some treasures inside. Mixed voices of lewdness and greed audibly echoed in his ears. Lin Mo remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard a thing, and walked straight toward the only seemingly decent 2-story building in the city. It was a tavern with a crooked wooden sign hanging at the entrance depicting a bleeding skull. Blood Skull Tavern, the information trading center of the entire Blackwind City. As Lin Mo pushed the door open, a stronger stench of alcohol and sweat assaulted his senses. The tavern was dimly lit and filled with noise. Everywhere, mercenaries boasted loudly while lone wanderers observed coldly. He calmly approached the bar and tapped the table. A bartender with a face full of flesh and beer foam clinging to his beard lazily lifted his head and glanced at him, saying, "Kid, we don't serve milk here." Laughter erupted around him. Lin Mo paid no mind, sliding a silver coin across the counter. "A glass of the strongest beer, plus 1 question." The bartender eyed the silver coin, smirked, but still picked up a chipped wooden cup and scooped a glass of murky yellow liquid from a barrel. "Speak. Where can I find a solitary summoner with strength above the bronze level who isn't well regarded?" Lin Mo lowered his voice and asked quietly. His question caused the bartender to pause momentarily. The mercenaries nearby who had been eavesdropping revealed intrigued expressions. "Looking for trouble? Or seeking revenge? Interesting." The bartender chuckled, pointing behind Lin Mo. "Go out, head east, and see if you can find a crooked tree. Hang a sign there saying 'Foolish and wealthy come quickly,' and I guarantee you'll find a whole bunch." Another round of laughter followed. Lin Mo wasn't angry. He picked up the mug of beer and took a sip, the spicy and sour taste rushing down his throat. He nodded, placed the cup down, and took out a gold coin, placing it on the table. The golden coin shimmered brightly. The laughter in the tavern instantly diminished significantly. The bartender's expression changed as he licked his lips and discreetly pocketed the coin. "Kid, you've got quite the audacity. But I like it." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "In the west of the city, there's Bloodhand Buck, a mid-tier bronze summoner with a contracted beast, a 3-headed hellhound. He just got kicked out by the Flame Mercenary Group and is now broke, desperately in need of money. Where is he? He should be losing his last copper coin at the gambling house right now. But I advise you," the bartender looked deeply at him. "Buck's temper is as foul as his 3 dogs. You won't withstand even 1 punch from him." "Thanks." Lin Mo had gotten the answer he wanted and turned to leave. At that moment, 3 unscrupulous mercenaries blocked his way. The leader, a one-eyed man playing with a dagger, wore a malicious grin on his face. "Kid, just arrived in Blackwind City, and you don't know the rules." Lin Mo stopped and looked at him. "What rules?" "When you see a strong person, you should proactively pay your respects. That gold coin of yours earlier caught our eyes." The one-eyed man pointed at Lin Mo's backpack with his dagger. "Hand over everything valuable you have and entertain us a bit. We might let you go today." Lin Mo's gaze swept across the 3 men. 1 was a high-tier black iron, and 2 were mid-tier black iron. Trash. His mind evaluated. However, it's just right to test the new environment's ecosystem. Lin Mo suddenly smiled, a pure grin akin to an innocent student. "Are you sure you want to rob me?" Seeing him like this, the one-eyed man laughed even more happily. "Looks like he's really foolish. Brothers, get him. Don't hurt that pretty little face." As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 companions pounced forward with grins of malice. The entire tavern's patrons held a voyeuristic attitude, with some already starting to place bets on how quickly this pretty boy would be stripped. However, in the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. Just as the two mercenaries were about to reach Lin Mo, a black shadow suddenly pounced down silently from the shadows of the tavern's beams. It was a slender pitch-black leopard, its fur shimmering under the dim light. It possessed a pair of eerily glowing green vertical pupils in the darkness, moving with a grace akin to a ghost landing without making a sound. Night-Eye Leopard, one of the finest stealth hunters in the Blackwind Mountains. How could it appear in a tavern? Before everyone could react, the Night-Eye Leopard sprang into action. Swoosh! Its claws slashed through the air. Blood splattered. The mercenary at the front found a deep gash on his throat wide enough to see bone. He clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief, and collapsed. The other mercenary, terrified by this sudden turn of events, spun around to flee. But the Night-Eye Leopard was faster. Its figure flashed, appearing behind him, its sharp teeth accurately biting through his cervical vertebra. Crack! A crisp sound. The second one. The entire process was as swift as lightning, taking no more than 2 seconds. The tavern instantly fell silent. Everyone stared in horror at the Night-Eye Leopard, which elegantly shook its fur and licked the blood from its claw. Then they saw the fierce beast approach the feet of the delicate young man, affectionately rubbing its head against his pant leg while emitting a satisfied purr. The young man, with his head lowered, reached out to gently scratch its chin, muttering, "Showing, I told you to be elegant, not so bloody. Oh, look, you've dirted the floor." Grr. The Night-Eye Leopard comfortably squinted its eyes. The room was deathly silent. The remaining one-eyed man had his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. A summoner. This seemingly harmless little Lin Mo smiled as he walked past the disheveled one-eyed dragon, leaving behind a haunting silence and 2 still warm corpses. The night pupil leopard silently followed behind him, elegant, like a flowing shadow, perfectly blending into the dim corners of Blackwind City. In the tavern, after a long while, oppressive gasps erupted from the crowd. What kind of summoned beast? I've never seen anything like it before. Damn it, it's a tough nut. The one-eyed dragon has hit a brick wall this time. Behind the bar, a beefy bartender silently wiped the table with a dirty rag, his eyes flickering as he pondered something. He knew that from this day forward, the food chain of Blackwind City would undergo some minor changes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already arrived in the western part of the city. In contrast to the bustling city center, this area appeared even more dilapidated and chaotic. The stench of blood and the aura of despair were more intense. In front of a rickety wooden building hung a sign that read, "Mad Dog Casino." This was the usual haunt of Bloodhand Buck. Lin Mo pushed open the nearly falling off wooden door, and a foul mixture of sweat, tobacco, and greed assaulted his senses. Inside the casino, the dim lights flickered and the air was filled with cacophony. A group of ragged, bloodshotty gamblers surrounded several battered gaming tables, shouting hoarsely. Lin Mo quickly scanned the entire scene. Soon he locked onto his target. In the deepest part of the casino, a burly man as massive as a bear kicked over a nearby gaming table. His face was a mass of flesh with a menacing scar running across his eye. With his bare torso on display, a dark wolf tattoo could be seen. At that moment, his face flushed a deep purple, evidently having lost his last bit of fortune. "Damn it, it's the dealer again. Are you cheating me?" he roared, grabbing the dealer by the collar. The trembling dealer was so frightened that he quickly wet himself. At the man's feet lay an extremely fearsome summoned beast. It was the size of a calf, but had 3 enormous dog heads. The central head was covered in lava-like cracks, while the other 2 heads bared their fangs, drooling corrosive saliva. A bronze intermediate summoned beast, the 3-headed hellhound. At this moment, the 3-headed hellhound sensed its master's fury, its 6 eyes glinting with cruel red light, emitting low growls that made the surrounding gamblers retreat in fear. This man was undoubtedly Bloodhand Buck. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Very good, fresh, and he navigated through the chaotic crowd and directly approached Buck. "I heard you are in need of money." Lin Mo's voice was soft, but clearly reached Buck's ears. Buck suddenly turned his head and saw the audacious young man, momentarily stunned, then burst into a savage grin. "Where did this pretty boy come from? Are you tired of living? Want to give me money to spend?" Lin Mo chuckled, pulling a gold coin from his pocket and tossing it into the air. "I want to gamble with you. If I win, your dog belongs to me. If you win..." He glanced at the wooden fragments on the ground. "My life belongs to you." Instantly, the entire casino fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Mo as if he were a madman. To wager his life for Buck's 3-headed hellhound. Had this kid lost his mind? Buck was also taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Mo as if confirming whether he was a fool. Then he erupted into deafening laughter. "Huh. Good. My luck is terrible today, and I'm just looking for a place to vent, and you've delivered yourself to my door. I accept your challenge." He feared Lin Mo would backtrack, grabbing the dice cup from the table and slamming it onto another intact table. "How do you want to gamble?" big or small, odd or even. Buck's eyes glowed with bloodthirsty greed, as if he could already envision tearing the young man into pieces. No, Lin Mo shook his head, his smile becoming even brighter. Let's play something simple. He pointed at the three-headed hellhound on the ground, and then pointed to the empty shadow behind him. Let them fight. The one that survives wins. Buck's smile froze on his face. The others in the casino also displayed puzzled expressions. Let them fight. The one that survives wins. Buck's smile froze on his face. The others in the casino also displayed puzzled expressions. The night pupil leopard Little Shadow stepped into view with graceful and lethal strides, its eerie green slit pupils coldly locking onto the three-headed hellhound across from it. As fellow black iron-tier beasts, they could sense the presence of prey and hunter from each other. Roar! The three-headed hellhound felt the provocation, and the central head roared fiercely, spewing out hot breath. Buck recognized the night pupil leopard, startled at first, then spat in disdain. Damn it, so you're a summoner. I thought you had some skills, but with just a high-tier black iron beast you dare to provoke my hellhound. In his view, his three-headed hellhound was an elite-tier beast. Although it was only a bronze intermediate, its power was enough to crush several ordinary night pupil leopards. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Buck's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Tear it apart. At his command, the three-headed hellhound lunged forward, its three massive mouths aimed at the head, neck, and body of the night pupil leopard, intent on tearing it apart in one strike. However, the night pupil leopard didn't move at all. Just as the hellhound was closing in, its body transformed into a shadow and vanished into thin air. Shadow strike. The three-headed hellhound bit down on nothing but air, unable to react in time. A black shadow suddenly appeared to its left. Uffed. The sharp leopard claw, as precise as the finest surgical knife, swiftly sliced through the neck of the left head of the hellhound. Blood gushed out. Alo. The left head emitted a mournful cry, completely losing its ability. Damn it. Buck was both shocked and furious. He never expected the speed of this night pupil leopard to be so extraordinary. He immediately commanded the other two heads of the hellhound to counterattack. The central head opened its mouth wide, launching a fireball the size of a human head filled with the scent of sulfur, hurtling towards the night pupil leopard. The right head spat out a mouthful of dark green poison, blocking the leopard's escape route. But Little Shadow's figure once again melted into the shadows, skillfully dodging all attacks. It was like a top assassin dancing on the edge of a blade, and each appearance would inevitably claim a piece of flesh. Uffed. Another claw struck, slicing open a deep wound on the thigh of the right head, slowing its move. Buck panicked. His spiritual energy surged wildly, trying to pinpoint the location of the night pupil leopard, but it seemed to meld into the darkness, impossible to catch. The casino space was already small, making it a perfect hunting ground for the more agile night pupil leopard. In less than half a minute, the massive three-headed hellhound was covered in wounds, blood staining the floor. It roared in rage, but couldn't even touch its opponent's shadow. Waste. You worthless piece of trash. Buck cursed angrily. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Terrified, he turned around and came face to face with a pair of cold, eerie green slit pupils. The night pupil leopard had quietly circled behind him at some point. Lin Mo stood opposite him, wearing a feint. Buck's pupils constricted to the size of needles. No. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as Buck's massive head twisted at an unnatural angle, and his large body crashed to the ground, completely silent. Having dealt with its master, the night pupil leopard turned and pounced on the hellhound, which was now in chaos and pain due to the broken contract. After a few desperate cries, the battle came to an end. In the casino, silence fell like a pin drop. Everyone looked at the calm young man with eyes full of fear. Lin Mo approached the gasping three-headed hellhound and crouched down. Ignoring the gazes of everyone around him, he reached out and placed his hand on the still gasping head of the hellhound. Divine level domestication activate. Target three-headed hellhound near death without a master. Forced contract begin. An invisible, overwhelmingly powerful spiritual force instantly invaded the core of the hellhound's soul. The hellhound struggled violently for a moment, but soon the remaining ferocity in its eyes turned into confusion, ultimately transforming into absolute submission. Contract successful. Then Lin Mo made a move that left everyone in shock. He pulled out the gray egg from his pocket and placed it by the hellhound's mouth, giving the first and last command from its new master. Eat it. No, he wasn't telling the hellhound to eat the dragon egg. He was instructing the dragon egg to eat the hellhound. Under the coercive command of the divine level domestication talent, the newly contracted three-headed hellhound let out a mournful cry. Its body started to shrink at a visible rate, its essence and dark energy swirling into visible black vapor and frantically pouring into the unremarkable egg. In just a few seconds, a powerful bronze intermediate summoned beast transformed into a withered shell, finally exploding into a cloud of dust. The dragon egg in Lin Mo's hands emitted a weak, yet satisfying chirp, and the surface of the shell seemed to shine slightly. The taste is acceptable. An appetizer. Lin Mo received a vague feedback from Xiao He in his mind. He stood up, brushed off the dust on his hands, and amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd in the casino calmly bent down to pick up the fallen pouch next to Buck's corpse. After completing all this, he turned with his ghostly leopard and left the casino as if he had merely taken a guy. The events occurring at the Mad Dog Casino swept through every corner of Black Wind City like a tempest carrying a plague spreading overnight. A mysterious and handsome young boy accompanied by a ghostly night-eyed leopard swiftly dispatched a high-ranking black iron mercenary in just 3 moves. An unknown young man toyed with, and then turned the tables on the bronze mid-tier Bloodhand Buck using a high-ranking black iron leopard. The most chilling rumor was that after killing Buck, the boy did not take his summoned beast, but instead through some unknown and sinister method publicly turned the fierce 3-headed hellhound into a desiccated corpse. This rumor sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. In Black Wind City, killing and plundering treasures were commonplace. However, such an eerie method that spared even the essence of the summoned beast was beyond the comprehension of these desperate outlaws. In an instant, the pretty boy from the Mad Dog Casino became a new taboo topic in Black Wind City. Countless people speculated about his origins. Was he a disciple from some secret sect honing his skills, or a dark summoner from a great nation fleeing here? Regardless, everyone reached a consensus. He was an absolute hard nut to crack. At the center of this storm, Lin Mo was currently in a cheap-in room in the southern part of the city, where even the windows had gaping holes. He was counting his spoils. Buck's money pouch contained only a meager handful of silver coins and a pile of copper coins, so poor it was laughable. No wonder he went mad at the casino. A meager reward indeed. Lin Mo sighed and put away the coins. His true prize was the dragon egg in his arms. After devouring the essence of a bronze mid-tier hellhound, the aura of Little Black, while still faint, had stabilized much more than before. It was no longer akin to a flickering candle in the wind. A bronze mid-tier would only be enough to transfer you from the ICU to a regular ward. Lin Mo stroked the warm eggshell, thinking to himself. The outlaws in Black Wind City were like a massive buffet, but I need a menu. Looking for them one by one in the casinos would be too inefficient and too conspicuous. He needed precise intelligence. Just then, with a creak, the rickety wooden door was pushed open. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly, and the night-eyed leopard lurking in the shadow at his feet also silently arched its back, revealing its sharp claws. Standing at the door was someone he recognized, the burly bartender from the Blood Skull Tavern. He did not enter, merely leaned against the doorframe, holding a mug of murky ale with a knowing smile on his face. I knew your lodgings would be as low-key as your appearance, making one want to laugh. What do you want? Lin Mo did not lower his guard. Business. The bartender shook his mug, his gaze sweeping through the shadows of the room. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Old Croc. 70% of the intelligence in Black Wind City flows through me. Lin Mo understood. Your actions have caught the attention of the local snakes. However, the other party seemed to harbor no ill intentions. What kind of business? Old Croc chuckled and walked into the room, tossing a piece of somewhat yellowed parchment onto the table. The latest bounty list from the Black Wind Mountains. Of course, it's not the kind of standard fare from the Mercenary Guild. It's filled with individuals of considerable strength, but who have recently met with misfortune or made enemies, the fat sheep. Locations, strength, and types of summoned beasts are all clearly listed. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This was exactly what he needed. What's the price? Lin Mo looked at him, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. I don't believe there's such a thing as a free... Lin Mo looked at him, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. I don't believe there's such a thing as a free lunch in Black Wind City. Of course not. Old Croc's smile turned predatory like a true crocodile. I provide the menu, you handle the dining. The scraps you leave behind. I want 30%. Lin Mo immediately understood. Old Croc wanted the remnants left behind by the summoners he took down. This was a clever investment. He had his eye on Lin Mo, an efficient hunter wanting a piece of the pie. What makes you think I would give you the scraps I leave behind? Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, asking casually. Old Croc's smile deepened. Because my intelligence will help you find the freshest, most suitable ingredients, and having more friends is better than having more enemies, isn't it? Especially in a place like Black. This statement carried a subtle, imperceptible threat. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Deal. He picked up the piece of parchment. This cooperation was beneficial for him. He only needed the source energy of the food. As for the equipment, magic cores and gold coins, those were merely... Dividing 30% in exchange for a continuous flow of precise intelligence was a worthwhile transaction. Seeing Lin Mo agree, Old Croc's face lit up with joy. Pleasure doing business. I will send someone every night with the latest list. After saying this, he turned and left as if he had never appeared. Lin Mo cast his gaze upon the parchment. Inside the office of the dean at Southwind Academy, Lu Zhinshan handed over a graduation certificate stamped with a bright red seal to an elderly man with white hair. Dean Lin Mo has already left. His voice carried a hint of regret and confusion. Are we really just going to let him go? He is like an unrefined jade, and with a couple more years of polish at the academy, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the empire. The elderly man referred to as the dean stood by the window with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distant skyline. He took the document and rubbed his fingers over the name, Lin Mo, for a long time before letting out a sigh. Zhinshan, what kind of bird needs the largest cage? Lu Zhinshan was taken aback and instinctively replied, of course. A divine bird like the golden-winged roc. But what if that bird is not a roc, but the legendary true dragon? The dean's voice became distant and profound. Any cage is a form of restraint for it. Forcing it to stay not only fails to allow it to grow, but will instead evoke its hatred. Lu Zhinshan shook all over disbelief etched on his face. Dean, do you mean that young man's summoned beast really is? I didn't say anything. The dean interrupted him, carefully locking the graduation certificate into an ancient wooden box. All I know is that Southwind Academy has produced an extraordinary student. If we cannot give him what he desires, then let us extend the greatest goodwill. Sometimes a good fate is far more valuable than a title of teacher and student. I hope that one day when he soars through the 9 skies, he will remember that the place where he first took flight was Southwind. Lu Zhinshan looked into the dean's unfathomable eyes, feeling a storm brewing in his heart. He bowed respectfully and exited the office. He finally understood that he, along with everyone at the academy, had vastly underestimated that seemingly ordinary 5th-grade youth. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Black Wind City, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in a shabby room, his eyes tightly shut. He appeared to be meditating, but in reality his spirit was transforming into an invisible giant net, enveloping the sky within 100 miles. Countless images surged into his mind like a tide. These were the real-time surveillance recordings returned by the thousands of cave bats he had dispatched. 3 days and nights of uninterrupted reconnaissance allowed him to grasp every detail about his target, the ghost crow Casa. In the images, the sky over the mass grave was perpetually shrouded in gray. A slender man clad in a black cloak sat upon a throne made of countless piled bones, wiping a blood-stained skull he had just acquired. He was Casa. Above his head circled a massive vulture with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Its feathers had long since fallen away, revealing rotting flesh and stark white bones, with 2 flickering green flames of soul fire burning in its eye sockets. A rare silver-tier summoned beast, the corrupted bone vulture. This undead giant bird was undoubtedly the aerial overlord of the mass grave. This fellow certainly lived a rather regular life. Casa was extremely arrogant yet cautious. He only ventured out for food once at dusk each day, spending the rest of his time in a lair formed by natural mountain structures located deep within the mass grave. The lair had only one entrance, surrounded by traps made from corpses and dark energy. Any living creature that approached would not escape his and the corrupted bone vulture's senses. A silver-tier recluse, Lin Mo remarked. The only difficulty is that flying behemoth. Although Little Shadow was an assassin, it could not deal with their supremacy. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp light flashing within. Then let's take away the sky. That night, Lin Mo's figure vanished like a wraith into the darkness of Blackwind City. An hour later, he appeared on the outskirts of the mass grave. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, causing any living being to hesitate. Yet Lin Mo inhaled deeply, as if returning home. Little Black seems to quite like this smell. He took out a dragon egg from his pocket, its shell slightly warm, seemingly expressing pleasant emotions. Don't rush, the main course will arrive shortly. After calming Little Black, Lin Mo's figure vanished again. Instead of approaching Casa's lair, he followed the bat's guidance to find an inconspicuous cave. Come out, it's time to work. At his command, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the cave. A creature covered in a dark gray shell with 2 sturdy forelimbs burrowed up from the ground. The iron-shelled badger, a high-tier black iron elite beast. This was a functional magical beast he had casually tamed on his way to Black Wind Mountain, most adept at digging. Lin Mo patted the iron-shelled badger's hard shell and, using his innate abilities, issued a series of complex commands. The iron-shelled badger nodded, emitting a low growl, its forelimbs acting like high-speed drill bits disappearing into the soft earth. Its task was simple: to excavate all the mountain foundation within 100 meters of Casa's lair, but to retain the outermost layer to prevent immediate collapse. After completing this, Lin Mo arrived above Casa's lair at the top of the mountain. The night prowler leopard Little Shadow silently appeared by his side. Little Shadow, you will enter from here. Remember, make a lot of noise, but do not engage in combat. Your task is to lure him out. Lin Mo pointed to a hidden vent of the lair below and issued orders to the night prowler leopard. Through his reconnaissance over the past few days, he was already well acquainted with the structure of the entire lair. Gore. The night prowler leopard licked its paw, bloodthirsty excitement glimmering in its green eyes. Dusk arrived as scheduled. The emaciated Casa, along with his corrupted bone vulture, left the lair, as usual, to search for today. Less than 10 minutes after he left, a shadow accurately slipped through the concealed vent and into the lair. In the next moment, boom. A violent explosion erupted from within the lair. It was Little Shadow having detonated the simple bombs Lin Mo had previously placed inside, made from several low-tier fire-type magical cores. Far away, several miles off, Casa abruptly turned, his head, rage flashing across his skeletal face. Someone had intruded into his old lair. Caught. The corrupted bone vulture let out a sharp shriek, carrying its master back like a black wind, swift as lightning. By the time Casa returned to the lair's entrance, he was nearly driven mad with fury. The inside was a complete mess, and his long-collected skulls were shattered all over the ground. "Who is it? Show yourself," he roared with venomous rage. Just then the figure of the night prowler leopard darted out from the depths of the cave, even teasingly showing its claws before swiftly turning and escaping towards the other side of the mass grave. Trying to run, Casa, consumed by rage, no longer cared to think, and immediately commanded the corrupted bone vulture to chase after it. "Tear it apart for me." However, he did not notice that after he left, another figure silently entered his lair. Lin Mo looked at the scattered bones on the ground and curled his lips. He walked to the deepest part of the lair, which was the center of the entire excavated area, and took out an item from his backpack. A Silver-Deer Lightning Wolf magical core. He placed the magical core on the ground, and then raised his foot, stamping down hard. At the same time, on the other side, the corrupted bone vulture had already caught up with the night prowler leopard. "Die, beast!" Casa sneered, commanding the corrupted bone vulture to spew out a mouthful of corrosive black mist. Yet at the moment the night prowler leopard was about to be engulfed by the black mist, it mysteriously merged into the shadows of the ground. Casa froze. Something's off. A strong sense of crisis surged from deep within. A diversion. He abruptly turned around, gazing toward his lair. And at that moment, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of his lair. Following that, the ground began to shake violently. Centered on his lair, the mountains within 100 meters collapsed, as if their skeletons had been pulled out. Countless boulders, dirt, and mixed with stark, white bones formed a terrifying, artificial earthquake. The shattered lightning wolf magical core released a violent electrical force, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back, igniting the results of the iron-shelled badger's work over the past few days. "No!" Casa let out a desperate scream. He wanted to fly over, but it was already too late. In that moment, the lair he had meticulously arranged, which he believed to be impregnable, transformed into a grave for all his collectibles and his own tomb. Dust rose into the sky, blocking the last rays of twilight. When everything settled, only a massive sinkhole remained. The terrifying collapse gradually subsided, with the billowing dust resembling the final breath of a great beast, lingering and transforming the dusk of the mass grave into a pitch-black night. Lin Mo stood on a hill 100 meters away, his expression calm, akin to an audience member savoring a fireworks display. Beneath his feet, the ground emitted a slight tremor, and moments later, a grayish head surfaced from the earth belonging to the diligent foreman, the armored badger. It shook off the dirt on its body, letting out a low growl, as if to claim credit for its work. Lin Mo, using his taming talent, comforted this valiant contributor. The armored badger had completed its task exceptionally well, precisely excavating the foundation, and at the moment of the final explosion, it had cleverly dug a safe escape route for itself. "Well done, I'll treat you later." A simple mental command was conveyed, and the armored badger happily shook its head before burrowing back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Lin Mo's gaze returned to the enormous pit. The ghost crow Casa, as a silver-level summoner, possessed a vitality far more resilient than that of a bronze level. Being buried alive was not guaranteed to ensure a complete kill. He never engaged in battles without preparation, nor would he let his guard down at the last moment. With a flicker of his mind, dozens of cave night bats assigned to patrol the perimeter dove into the dust-filled pit, like fearless reconnaissance aircraft. An invisible sonar detection network quickly spread beneath the ruins. Minutes later, a knowing smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. "Found it." He, along with the lurking night pupil leopard, descended the hill at a leisurely pace, entering the vast ruin resembling a meteorite crater. Surrounding him were towering piles of boulders and dirt mixed with countless shattered bones, remnants of some unfortunate soul. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, almost palpable. Guided by the bats, Lin Mo soon reached a spot beneath the ruins, precariously supported by several massive stones, creating a small space. Weak life force and intense resentment seeped through the cracks. Lin Mo signaled to the night pupil leopard, shouting, Understanding the cue, Xiaoying swiftly slipped through a gap on the other side akin to a top-tier assassin to confirm the target's final state. Moments later, a roar filled with endless pain and resentment erupted from within. "Get lost, you damn beast." Immediately after, a faint yet chilling dark energy exploded only to be swiftly extinguished. Lin Mo leisurely moved aside a blocking stone and stepped inside. The sight before him was utterly tragic. The lower half of the ghost crow Casa was pinned beneath a boulder weighing several tons, reduced to a puddle of flesh. His upper body leaned against the stone wall, drenched in blood, with that iconic black robe now in tatters. His summoned beast, the corrupted bone vulture, fared even worse. One of its wings had been crushed by the boulder, while the other was trapped by twisted rebar-like rocks, rendering it immobile. The soul fire in its eye flickered erratically, on the verge of extinguishing. Upon seeing Lin Mo's delicate face and the night pupil leopard standing behind him, Casa's eyes instantly filled with boundless madness and hatred. "It's you. All of this is your doing." His voice was hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows. That damned rumor, the pretty boy from the Mad Dog Casino. From the very beginning, this was a trap aimed at him. The beast that suddenly invaded his lair and destroyed his collection was merely bait to lure him away. His fury quickly morphed into bone-chilling coldness and confusion. "Why? I have no grudge against you. Why are you so intent on targeting me?" Casa howled, unable to fathom how he had attracted such a terrifying monster. Lin Mo approached him, squatted down, and wore a slightly apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Casa, this is not a personal grudge." He pointed to the nearly lifeless corrupted bone vulture, like a discerning gourmet critiquing tonight's main dish. "It's just my partner is a bit hungry, and your big bird happens to be its favorite flavor." Casa's pupils constricted suddenly. He heard the most absurd and terrifying reason in the world. It turned out, he was merely a dish on the other's menu. This blatant contempt, viewing him as prey, utterly shattered the dignity of Casa, the silver powerhouse. "Bastard, you devil. I won't let you get away even as a ghost." He exerted his final strength, his mental energy surging wildly, attempting to establish one last link with his corrupted bone vulture to unleash a soul impact that would end them both. However, Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated this. He sighed and shook his head. "You're almost in the pot, so don't move around." A mental force several times stronger than Casa's descended like an invisible iron wall. Puff! Casa's mental link was instantly shattered. He felt as if struck, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. "You? Who exactly are you?" This was the last question he left in this world. Lin Mo did, for a hunter never needs to explain himself to prey. He approached the now powerless corrupted bone vulture, ignoring the fear and pleading conveyed by its soul fire. Divine level taming activate. A massive mental force transformed into an invisible hand, forcefully grasping the flickering soul fire of the corrupted bone vulture. As a rare-tier undead creature, its will was far more resilient than that of three-headed hellhounds. Even at the brink of death, it erupted with strong resistance. Still struggling, Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The mental pressure intensified. If the previous taming was persuasion, then this time it was pure conquest. The soul fire of the corrupted bone vulture twisted violently under the immense pressure, emitting a silent wail. It felt its existence being fundamentally erased and overwritten by the other. Yield or completely disappear. After several seconds of stalemate, that ghostly green flame finally ceased its struggles and slowly bowed down, adopting a posture of submission. Forced contract successful. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Lin Mo's face. He carefully took out the dragon egg that had been maintaining a slight warmth from his bosom. Then, under the fearful gaze of the corrupted bone vulture, he placed the dragon egg on top of its skull. A cold and absolute command emanated from the depths of its soul from its new master. "Dinner time, little black." Buzz. The dragon egg suddenly trembled, unleashing an unprecedented greedy pull. The recently subdued corrupted bone vulture could not even muster a thought of resistance. The soul fire in its eye, along with all the death energy and dark essence contained in its massive body, transformed into visible streams of thick black gas, frantically pouring into the small dragon egg. The entire process was quiet and eerie. A powerful silver-tier rare summoning beast, like a punctured balloon, rapidly withered and turned to dust. Ultimately, with a light crack, its gigantic skeletal form could no longer maintain its shape, completely collapsing into a pile of true energyless bones. Meanwhile, the dragon egg in Lin Mo's hands radiated an unprecedented warm and comfortable temperature. The patterns on the eggshell seemed clearer, and the previously dull grayish appearance had faded significantly, faintly revealing a hint of obsidian-like sheen. A wave of clarity and satisfaction surged into Lin Mo's mind, far surpassing any previous experience. It was no longer a vague instinct, but a thought laden with specific meaning. "The flavor is acceptable." Little Black finally learned to comment. Lin Mo was overjoyed, feeling distinctly that the life spark within the dragon egg had expanded several times over. It had transformed from a flickering ember that could extinguish at any moment into a cluster of stable flames. A silver-tier luxury meal truly makes a difference. Lin Mo carefully tucked the dragon egg away, turned, and approached Cass's corpse unceremoniously, removing a black ring from his finger. A spatial storage equipment. As for its contents, he had no interest in examining them now. He glanced at the wreckage on the ground and gave the final command to the armored badger in the corner. Bury this place. Moments later, a small-scale secondary collapse completely buried all traces deep within the earth. When Lin Mo silently returned to Black Wind City, the sky was already tinged with the faintest hint of dawn. A shocking news was spreading at a terrifying speed in the dark corners of the city. Ghost Crow Casa, along with his long-standing lair in the mass grave, had been completely erased from the map of the Black Wind Mountains overnight. In Black Wind City, a night without sleep. Ghost Crow Casa is dead. This news spread faster than the fiercest mountain wind. When the first ray of morning light shone into this city of sin, every outlaw within had already heard the chilling news. It was not just a simple death, but the complete erasure of his lair, graveyard which he had occupied for over a day. All that remained was a bottomless pit, as if struck by a meteor from the heavens, with not a single complete bone. A silver-level powerhouse vanished without a trace. All clues pointed to a handsome young man who had effortlessly taken down Bloody Handbuck at the Mad Dog Casino 2 days ago with a strange leopard. For the first time, the residents of Black Wind City felt fear. If Buck's death was akin to a tiger entering the wolf, then Cass's downfall meant that a dragon had crossed the river into the city. Suddenly, the atmosphere throughout Black Wind City changed. 90% of the rogues roaming the streets had disappeared. The sounds of boasting in the taverns had dropped an octave. Everyone walked with their heads down, their eyes filled not with reckless greed, but with vigilance and dread. They feared encountering the so-called harmless, yet more terrifying pretty boy around any corner. At the center of this storm, Lin Mo was sitting in his shabby inn room, counting his spoils. Cass's spatial ring contained quite a bit. Dozens of gold coins, a large bag of magic cores ranging from black iron to bronze, and several skill books with yellowed covers on dark magic and necromancy. These were mere junk food, only suitable for snacks. Lin Mo had little interest in them. What truly attracted him was a beast-hide map in the corner of the ring and a black hardcover notebook. The map depicted the terrain deeper in the Black Wind Mountains, marked with several dangerous symbols. The notebook was Cass's diary. Lin Mo flipped through a few pages, most of which detailed Cass's perverse experiences in hunting travelers and collecting skulls, making him feel nauseous. But a few pages contained information that piqued his interest. Delve into the misty canyon, cross the swamp of man-eating flowers, where it is said there is an entrance to an ancient ruin. But guarding the ruin is a golden-level monster. Just a distant glance made me too afraid to approach. A golden-level monster guarding an ancient ruin. A glint of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. This might be a true feast. Just then a cautious knock sounded at the door. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and the shadow of the night-eyed leopard shadow emerged from the darkness, silently lurking behind the door. Come in. The door opened a crack, and the bartender from Bloodskull Tavern, Old Croc, poked his head in, his face filled with a humble, yet fearful smile, completely different from his previous shrewd demeanor. And master, it's me, Old Croc. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Seeing only Lin Mo in the room, he sighed in relief and stepped inside, even kindly shutting the door. Oh, it's you. Lin Mo set down the notebook and glanced at him indifferently. You seem to be quite well informed. Cold sweat broke out on Old Croc's forehead. He had nearly jogged over, fearing he had offended this esteemed figure. He squeezed out an expression worse than crying, reverently presenting the spatial ring belonging to Casa. And master, you jest. This is your loot. He presented it with both hands, not daring to lift it. Lin Mo did not take it, but pointed to the one in his hand. I already have one. Old Croc was taken aback, then quickly understood, his cold sweat pouring out more fiercely. He was able to take Cass's spatial ring on the spot. How did he do that? He knew that his subordinates sent to clean the battlefield had only dug around in the ruins for half a day, finding only a few bloodied scraps of black robe. Lin Mo tossed Cass's ring onto the table. We had an agreement. I eat, you collect the dishes. You take 70% of what's inside, the rest belongs to me. Hearing this, Old Croc abruptly raised his head, disbelief written all over his face. He had thought Lin Mo would turn his back, or at most toss him a few scraps. He never expected that under the absolute advantage of strength, the other party would still be willing to honor their previous agreement. Moreover, he was even giving the lion's share to him. Was he trying to win people over? Or was it simply that he looked down on this bit of loot? Regardless of which, it sent a shiver down Old Croc's spine. He trembled as he extended his spiritual sense into the ring. When he saw the gold coins and magic cores inside, his breathing quickened. This was a fortune he hadn't earned in the past year. But he dared not take more cautiously, taking only 30% of the wealth as Lin Mo had said. Master, this. I've changed my mind, 70% is yours. Lin Mo waved his hand impatiently. I only want the map and that diary. The rest belongs to you. Also, I need a more detailed menu. Old Croc's heart raced. He instantly understood Lin Mo's meaning. This master had developed a taste for hunting. He wanted to continue the hunt. And this 70% of the loot was a deposit for him to diligently seek out more delicious ingredients. Understanding this, Old Croc's attitude became even more respectful, even tinged with a hint of fervor. Yes, master. I will handle it right away. He transferred everything from the ring except the map and diary into his own storage bag, moving as swiftly as a weasel that had stolen a chicken. The latest menu will be delivered to you within half an hour. I guarantee. It will all be to your taste. After speaking, he bowed and retreated, resembling a chief eunuch in an ancient palace. The room returned to silence. Lin Mo refocused his attention on the black dragon egg in his arms. After devouring the essence of an entire silver-level undead summoner, it had undergone significant changes. Its surface was no longer dull gray. A layer of aged shell-like dead skin peeled away, revealing a smooth obsidian-like body beneath. Held in his hand, he could clearly feel a stable, yet powerful pulse of life. More importantly, the spiritual link between him and Little Black had become clearer. Hungry. A clear thought tinged with dissatisfaction came through. Lin Mo smiled wryly. Just had a silver-level meal, and you're still hungry. Are you an insatiable pit? I want to eat. Something hard. Something shiny. Something hard. Shiny. Lin Mo was slightly stunned, then quickly realized. Little Black was talking about metal, or possibly earth-type or gold-type magical beasts or minerals. This guy was getting picky. Just then the knocking on the door sounded again. Old Croc returned, this time holding a scroll made of higher-grade beast hide. Master, the latest hard dishes from the Black Wind Mountains are all here. Gasping for breath, he spread the scroll on the table. Lin Mo's gaze swept over it. This menu was far more luxurious than the previous one. The top few names were all golden level. Frenzied Axe Lock Golden Beginner Summoned Beast Blazing Magic Ape Epic Residing in the Lava. Shadow Stab Three Sisters Golden Beginner Summoned Beast Shadow Mantis Rare The Ace of the Assassin Organization Crimson Dagger. Lin Mo's fingers slowly slid down. Finally his gaze landed on a name highlighted in golden ink in Mountain Tyrant Glum Golden Intermediate Summoner. Summoned Beast Diamond Giant Bear Epic Earth Attribute possessing terrifying physical defense and strength. This person controls the only black iron vein in the northern Black Wind Mountains. His temperament is brutal, and he values wealth above all. Diamond Giant Bear? Hard. The dragon egg in Lin Mo's arms suddenly trembled with excitement, conveying a strong desire. I want to eat. Lin Mo smiled. As Lin Mo left Hafeng City, the sky was still shrouded in a misty gray. The morning fog hung in the air like thin milk, obscuring the bloodshed of the previous night and blurring the outlines of the distant mountains. Lin Mo's figure slipped into the trickle of early risers, leaving the city like a drop of water merging with a stream unnoticed by anyone. Following the simple map provided by the old crocodile, he journeyed northward. The farther he moved from Hafeng City, the more the stench of decay and despair faded, replaced by the crisp chill of the mountain wilderness and the hard scent of rocks. 2 hours later, an ugly valley ravaged by violent mining came into view. The valley was surrounded by a wide trench within and around which stood rows of sharpened wooden stakes adorned with several desiccated corpses like flags of defiance. Several crude arrow towers loomed over the valley like vultures, constantly monitoring everything around. This was the lair of Mountain Tyrant Gloom, the Black Iron Mine. Lin Mo did not approach, but chose a concealed cave several miles away from the mine, where he could overlook the entire area as his temporary command post. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. In the next moment, his spirit transformed into countless invisible threads spreading out in all directions. With his command, hundreds of cave bats he had already tamed flew out from the crevices of the cliff, forming a vast reconnaissance net that silently enveloped the entire mining area. At the same time, a gray shadow emerged from the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet, revealing the armored badger. Go draw me a map of the underground. The armored badger accepted the command and burrowed back into the earth, heading toward the mine to commence its massive underground exploration project. Real-time images streamed into Lin Mo's mind through the bat's sonar vision and the armored badger's tactile perception, swiftly constructing a complete and three-dimensional model of the mining area. There were approximately 120 guards in the mining area. Their patrols were lax and discipline was in disarray. Half of the sentries in the arrow towers were asleep. Deep within the mine, hundreds of slave miners swung their pickaxes numbly under the overseer's whip. At the center of the mining area, within a fortress-like structure built of massive stones, a giant man, over 2 meters tall, as stocky as a bear, sat on a great chair, covered in animal skins, embracing two scantily clad women while indulging in strong liquor. He was undoubtedly mountain tyrant Gloom. Beside his chair lay a beast as large as a small mountain. The giant bear was covered in a thick metallic sheen rocky fur, with sharp bone spines growing from its shoulder. It merely lay there, each breath causing the ground to tremble slightly. An epic-grade mid-tier summoned beast, the diamond giant bear. Lin Mo could even sense the terrifying defense of the giant bear through the faint energy feedback from the bats. Its body seemed like a mobile fortress made of high-density rock and metal. Indeed, a tough nut to crack, Lin Mo assessed inwardly. Even a strong offensive, even at the cost of lives, may not break this iron turtle's shell. The only way is to separate it from its master. A greedy, brutal, and extremely arrogant tyrant. What could compel him to leave his safest fortress? A faint smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. The answer was simple: money and a provocation against him. An hour later, the armored badger returned, delivering the complete underground tunnel map to Lin Mo. Half an hour later, Lin Mo's hunter network found him the perfect tool. In a canyon several miles away from the mine, a group of hyena people living by robbery had made their lair. This group of half-human, half-beast creatures was not particularly strong, mostly at the black iron level, but cunning and brutal by nature, being a pack species. Lin Mo's figure appeared like a ghost outside the hyena people's den. He did not reveal himself, but unleashed his psionic pressure, which rivaled that of a peak silver rank, without reservation, like a mountain pressing down upon the entire hyena tribe. Submit or die. Simple, brutal, and unequivocal. Inside the den, over 100 hyena people erupted in chaos, shrieking in terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling. Their leader, a copper-rank hyena chief, could not even muster a thought of resistance before rushing out of the cave, prostrating towards Lin Mo. Create some trouble along the transport route to the black iron mine. Lin Mo's voice echoed directly. Remember, just cause a ruckus and steal a few carts of, or before fleeing. The louder the better, but don't engage in it. The hyena chief raised its head, fear and confusion filling its eyes. But the pressure from deep within its soul left it no choice but to nod frantically. As Lin Mo's psionic pressure lifted, the entire hyena tribe burst forth like they had been injected with a stimulant, emitting frenzied howls as they surged toward the transport line of the black iron mine, which they normally dared not even glance at. The first step of the plan had begun. In the afternoon, within the fortress of the mining area, Gloom kicked over the table before him, sending wood shavings and liquor flying. What did you say? The transport team was robbed. He seized a guard captain who came to report, lifting him like a chick, bloodshot eyes glaring. It was those damned hyena people from the Eastern Canyon. They stole 3 carts of our fine black iron. The guard captain stammered in fear. Gloom's chest heaved violently, his facial muscles contorting. How dare a bunch of wild dogs whom he usually wouldn't even look at come to defecate on his head today? This was a slap in his face. A provocation against the mountain tyrant's authority. My lord, those scoundrels stole the goods and ran back to their den. We can't catch up. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Gloom roared, throwing the guard captain harshly to the ground. He looked around and saw a group of trembling subordinates too afraid to meet his gaze. A bunch of untrained dogs. Gloom cursed inwardly, knowing that if he didn't handle this matter well today, his reputation in these mountains would. He had to take matters into his own hands. He must twist off the heads of those hyena people and hang them at the end. Gather them in. 50 of them. Bring your best guys. Gloom ordered. I will personally go slaughter that dog. Should we bring the mountain god with us? A trusted subordinate cautiously suggested. Mountain god was their honorific for the diamond giant bear. Gloom spat dismissively. Do I need to trouble the mountain god to deal with a bunch of wild dogs? It should stay back to guard the home. In his view, his golden rank strength was more than enough to deal with a pack of hyena people whose highest rank was merely copper. The diamond giant bear was his ultimate trump card for guarding the mine and intimidating other opponents of the same rank, and should never be used lightly. This was exactly the outcome Lin Mo desired. Soon the 50 most elite bandits gathered, each wielding sharp blades emanating a fierce aura. Gloom mounted a bronze-rank heavy armored rhinoceros as his steed, waving his hand and roaring, "Let's go. Let those wild dogs know who the true master of this mountain is." Roar. The 50 bandits shouted in unison, their momentum grand, following their tyrant as they charged toward the eastern canyon, kicking up clouds of dust. The diamond giant bear lying at the fortress gate lazily lifted its eyelids, seemingly indifferent to its master's departure. It yawned, rolled over, and resumed its nap. In a distant cave, Lin Mo, who had been observing everything through the bats, slowly opened his eyes. A cold smile crept onto his lips. The tiger has emerged from the mountain. He issued a command to the shadow behind him. Showing, be ready. There will be a fierce battle soon. Your task is not to kill, but to delay. The night-eye leopard's figure materialized, its ghostly green eyes flashing with a combative light. Then Lin Mo focused his attention on the armored badger. Action begin. Less than 10 minutes after Gloom's departure, the armored badger began to excavate frantically beneath the fortress where the diamond giant bear resided, following Lin Mo's plan. What it was digging wasn't simply a pit, but a massive funnel-like spiral tunnel with the center point directly beneath the giant bear. In the black iron mine, the afternoon sunlight carried a hint of laziness. The dust raised by Gloom and his men had yet to dissipate entirely in the valley. The bandits left behind began to grow lazy, gathering in small groups to gamble and drink, completely unaware that an invisible hunting net was silently tightening around them. At the entrance of the giant stone fortress, a massive diamond bear lay like a small mountain, its eyelids drooping as it emitted a deep, muffled snore. The sunlight shone on its rock-like thick fur, reflecting a cold, metallic luster. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of air being pierced echoed. A guard dozing at the fortress entrance stiffened suddenly, a long line of blood appearing on his throat. He didn't even have time to grunt before he slumped down, warm blood soaking the sand beneath him. A pitch-black shadow flashed past the corpse, moving as swiftly as an illusion. However, the smell of blood was the best alarm. The diamond bear's snoring abruptly stopped. Its eyes, larger than copper bells, snapped open, gleaming with a savage and bloodthirsty light. As an epic-ranked beast, its territorial awareness was at an extreme level. Something had intruded into its domain and killed the pet raised by its master. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire mine valley. Countless fragments rolled down from the mountain walls, as if responding to the fury of this mountain tyrant. The bandits, still gambling, were terrified by this roar, their souls scattering as their cards fell to the ground. They scrambled out in a flurry. They saw their mountain god glaring intently at a shadow cast by a massive rock not far away. From that shadow emerged a sleek black panther, moving gracefully. It was the night-eyed panther Xiaoying. It glanced indifferently at the furious diamond bear with its emerald green eyes, then before everyone extended its tongue to lick the blood freshly stained on its claws. This action was filled with utmost disdain and provocation. The diamond bear might not possess high intelligence, but it understood this challenge. Its anger was thoroughly ignited. Boom, boom, boom. It charged forward with its heavy limbs like an out-of-control heavy tank, launching a devastating assault on the night-eyed panther. The ground wailed beneath its feet, leaving deep footprints with every step. Facing this overwhelming force capable of crushing everything, the night-eyed panther showed no fear in its eyes. Just as the massive bear was about to collide with it, the panther's figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, darting swiftly to the side of the empty ground. The diamond bear's strike missed, and it became even more furious. Its gigantic paw, infused with tremendous force, slammed towards the direction where the night-eyed panther had fled. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the ground was smashed into a 3-meter-wide crater. Rocks flew and dust filled the air. He did not rush to touch the panel. Instead, he grabbed a handful of salt ash from the cloth pouch at his waist, pressing it over the wound on his chest, then stripped off his outer robe. Now, this was the route that Lin Mo had meticulously planned for it, leading to the trap. The diamond bear, blinded by fury, would no longer think, its massive body smashing through all obstacles as it relentlessly pursued the night-eyed panther. The bandits stared dumbfounded at this scene, still not comprehending what had happened. Quick! Hurry! And what is that panther? Its speed is incredible. However, their exclamations quickly turned into screams of the diamond bear, having chased for less than 200 meters, had just stepped into the center of the stage that Lin Mo had carefully selected for it. In the distance, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Now, the mental command was issued instantly. Deep underground, the armored badger on standby used its sharp front claws to cut through the last supporting pillar of rock. In the next second, the world seemed to freeze for a moment. Then the ground beneath the diamond bear's feet collapsed without warning, like a fragile cookie. A giant funnel-shaped pit over 30 meters in diameter erupted. Roar! The massive body of the diamond bear suddenly lost its balance. It didn't even have time to react, only able to let out a roar filled with shock and confusion before it plummeted into the bottomless darkness along with tons of earth and rock. The terrifying tremor shook the entire mine. When the dust began to settle, all that remained was a gaping. All the bandits were dumbfounded. They looked at the deep pit, their faces drained of color. Their mountain god had fallen into the pit. Meanwhile, the night-eyed panther that had triggered all this stood safely at the edge of the pit, looking down at its prey. Roar! 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 From the bottom of the pit came the diamond bear's increasingly furious roars. It was not dead, or it hadn't even sustained serious injuries. This height and impact were nothing to its terrifying rock armor. Yet the feeling of being toyed with drove it completely mad. It tried to climb up, but the walls of this funnel-shaped pit were soft with loose soil and debris. With each step it took upwards, more collapses occurred, causing it to slide back down. At that moment, the night-eyed panther at the pit's edge moved. Like a skilled dancer, it slid down the steep wall of the pit with agility. Seeing the culprit daring to come down, the diamond bear immediately turned one massive paw infused with rage and thunderstruck fiercely at the night-eyed panther. However, the night-eyed panther's goal was never to confront it head-on. Its figure danced along the pit's wall as swift as a ghost, evading the bear's attacks time and again. Its claws, like poisoned surgical knives, precisely targeted the few weak points on the bear's body, its eyes, joints, and the relatively soft flesh on its abdomen during the bear's attack intervals. Sizzle! The sharp claws scraped against the hard rocky fur, sending sparks flying, leaving only a shallow white mark. But that was enough. This was a repeated humiliation of the mountain god's dignity. The diamond bear's attacks grew more frenzied and increasingly chaotic. Its immense power struck the pit walls with every blow, causing the entire pit to tremble, yet it couldn't touch a single hair on the night-eyed panther. An ultimate confrontation of power and speed unfolded in the deep pit. Meanwhile, the commander of this battle, Lin Mo, finally stepped out slowly from his hiding place. He strolled to the edge of the pit, hands in his pockets, calmly observing the chaotic battle below, like a caretaker inspecting his pets. The group of stunned bandits finally noticed him. Who are you?" asked a slightly bolder bandit. Lin Mo didn't even glance at him. The bandits felt a chilling aura emanating from the depths of his soul. The gaze of this handsome young man was terrifyingly calm, as if the golden-tier beast capable of shredding everything below him was merely a piece of meat on a chopping board. "The mountain god is in trouble. Let's go. Kill him," someone shouted, and more than a dozen bandits, emboldened, raised their weapons and charged at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sighed. So noisy. He lifted his eyelids, and an overwhelming mental pressure, like an invisible giant wave, instantly swept out. The first few bandits in the front didn't even have time to scream before their bodies froze abruptly, blood pouring from their orifices, falling dead instantly. Their souls were shattered directly by this overwhelming mental force. The remaining bandits, witnessing this terrifying scene that was more frightening than a demon's descent, wet their pants in fear, crying and fleeing, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to these small fish. He turned his gaze back to the deep pit. The diamond bear's stamina had noticeably declined after prolonged frenzied attacks and continuous harassment from the night-eyed panther. Its movements began to slow. It finally realized that the little panther below was merely toying with it. It raised its head, its gigantic bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Mo, standing at the pit's edge. It finally understood that this was the true enemy. Roar! The diamond bear let out a roar filled with all its anger and power, its massive body suddenly shining with a dazzling earth-yellow light. Its innate skill, Earth Spike. Dozens of sharp, gigantic stone spikes suddenly shot out from all sides of the pit wall toward Lin Mo. This was its ultimate area attack. However, Lin Mo merely stood still, not moving an inch. Just as those stone spikes were about to pierce him, a more terrifying and domineering will descended. "Get down." Lin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a divine command in the depths of the diamond bear's soul. Divine-level domestication ability was unleashed by him in the most brutal way, to the utmost. This was not a contract, but pure oppression from a higher level of life. The diamond bear's body trembled violently. It felt an irresistible fear originating from the deepest part of its blood and soul, drowning it instantly. In the face of this, its prideful power and epic dignity crumbled instantly, like a sandcastle swept away by a giant wave. Thud! The myriad stone spikes lost all energy less than half a meter from Lin Mo, crumbling. Meanwhile, the once mighty diamond bear, as if all its bones had been removed, collapsed heavily to the ground, its massive head buried deep in the mud, trembling uncontrollably. It had submitted. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, taking out a smooth, black obsidian dragon egg from. He looked at the giant bear below, akin to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and murmured to himself, "The appetizer is over. Now the main course begins. The main course has just been finished just right. I will treat you as dessert." Lin Mo's voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of weakness due to excessive mental energy consumption, yet to Grum's ears it was 1,000 times more piercing than the most vicious curse. Dessert. This little guy who barely reached his chest in height and looked frail dared to treat him, Grum, a golden-tier summoner known as the Mountain Tyrant, as dessert. And his main course was the epic summoned beast he cherished, which had consumed countless efforts and resources, the diamond giant bear. "You are looking for death." Rage burned away the last shred of reason in Grum. His already fierce face twisted like a demon from hell. He suddenly pulled out a giant battle axe the size of a door panel from his waist. The ochre-colored battle aura erupted, accentuating his already massive frame, making him look like a descending demon. "Charge! Chop him into minced meat. I will use his bones to feed the dogs." With his command, the more than 20 surviving bandits, like hyenas smelling blood, let out frenzied howls and rushed down the slope of the pit toward Lin Mo at the bottom. Lin Mo looked at the group of rushing bandits, his expression showing not a hint of ripple. He merely snapped his fingers. A low hum resonated, and an invisible subsonic wave suddenly spread from the shadows surrounding the pit. That was his already laid hunter's network, hundreds of cave night bats simultaneously emitting mental interference. The charging bandits felt a sudden daze as if struck by a heavy hammer. Their surroundings began to twist, sharp shrieks filled their ears, and their footsteps became chaotic in an instant. A few unfortunate souls even slipped and screamed as they rolled down the steep slope, impaled by the sharp rocks along the way. A bunch of useless fools. Grum's battle aura was robust, and this level of mental interference had little impact on him, but seeing his men in such a miserable state only fueled his anger further. He no longer waited, suddenly kicked off with both legs, his entire body, leaping down from the edge of the pit. Boom. He landed heavily at the bottom of the pit, kicking up clouds of dust. The ground trembled at the moment. He didn't even glance at his men. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, the giant axe in his hand dragging on the ground, creating a blinding spark as he approached step by step. "You little bastard, no one can kill my bear and still leave this mountain alive." With each step, he took his momentum grew stronger. The pressure belonging to a golden tier powerhouse surged toward Lin Mo like a tsunami. Any silver tier summoner would probably struggle to even stand under such pressure. But Lin Mo simply stood there quietly. His far superior mental power was like an invisible reef, remaining unmoved regardless of how the tsunami of pressure battered against it. Seeing that Lin Mo was unaffected by his imposing presence, a hint of surprise flashed in Grum's eyes, quickly turning into a more intense killing intent. This kid is indeed strange. He cannot be spared. He stopped wasting words, roaring with fury as his battle aura erupted beneath his feet, propelling his massive frame toward Lin Mo at an unexpected speed. The door-sized battle axe, with a piercing scream that tore through the air, came crashing down. This chop could cleave a heavily armored land rhino in half. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. Just before the giant axe fell, his figure floated back several meters, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. Boom. The giant axe slammed into the ground, cracking the earth, and a fierce gash several meters long appeared at the spot where Lin Mo had just stood. "Are you just going to dodge like a rat?" Grum missed the strike and immediately swung again. The axe blade whipped up a gale, sweeping away gravel and debris, forming a deadly attack front. Lin Mo stepped lightly, his figure swaying, dodging continuously in the confined space. He moved like a skilled matador, each time avoiding Grum's furious attacks with minimal cost at the moment the axe blade came close. The scene rendered those bandits who had just recovered from the mental interference dumbfounded. Their invincible leader couldn't even touch the hem of a boy's clothing. Grum was increasingly shocked as he fought. His attacks were bold and powerful, but the opponent's footwork was eerily precise, as if he could predict all of his attack trajectories. Each dodge was perfectly timed, wasting not a shred of energy. He felt like a strong man swinging a hammer at a flying fly, full of strength, yet completely unable to connect. "How long can you keep dodging?" Grum, having exhausted his patience from failing to land a hit, suddenly drove the battle axe into the ground, clasped his hands together, and poured his battle aura madly into the earth beneath him. Earth Dragon Bind. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath Lin Mo's feet exploded. Dozens of massive arms made of soil and rubble coiled around Lin Mo, like giant pythons, sealing off all his escape routes. A ranged attack. Lin Mo's expression finally turned serious. Just as those Earth Dragon arms were about to seize him, a black flash shot out silently from the shadows behind Grum. The Night-Eye Leopard Little Shadow. It had already lurked to the best attack position while Lin Mo and Grum were engaged. This time its target was not the fragile throat, but Grum's back, where his battle aura defense was weakest due to his full exertion of skills. Its claws, like poisoned daggers, pierced straight for the heart. "Humph, I've been waiting for you." Grum seemed to have anticipated this, letting out a sinister laugh as he did not dodge. Just as Little Shadow's claws were about to reach his back, Grum's surface battle aura suddenly contracted inward, then exploded. Bang! Little Shadow let out a piercing shriek as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, flying back and spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. This cunning tyrant had been prepared for this elusive leopard from the very beginning. Half of his earlier fury and pursuit was an act just to lure this assassin-type summoned beast into revealing a flaw. "Ah, got you, little creature." With one successful strike, Grum immediately abandoned his restraint on Lin Mo, turning to pounce toward the direction where Little Shadow landed, the giant axe raised high, ready to crush the heavily injured leopard. The Earth Dragon arms lost control, collapsing and dissipating. Lin Mo regained his freedom. He looked at Grum, whose back was completely exposed, as he lunged toward Little Shadow without a hint of urgency in his eyes. Instead, there was a cold hint of mockery. "You fell for it too, fool. Die." Grum's giant axe had already swung halfway up. At that moment he felt as if a red-hot iron spike had violently stabbed into his brain. Lin Mo condensed all his remaining mental energy into the sharpest point, launching the most direct, most brutal. Mental impact. Ugh. Grum let out a howl that was not human. He felt as though his soul was about to be torn apart. The raised giant axe instantly froze in midair. It was in this fraction of a second that little shadow, who had fallen to the ground and was barely alive, suddenly erupted with terrifying ferocity in its emerald green eyes. Its seemingly injured body sprang up in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Its wounds were real, but its lethal strike had been hidden until now. A shadow flashed. This time its claws faced no obstruction from any battle aura, and accurately and cruelly sliced through Grum's unguarded throat due to the excruciating pain. The massive head soared into the sky. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the entire pit red. Grum's gigantic headless corpse stood frozen for several seconds before crashing down with a thud, the giant axe in his hand clattering to the ground. The mountain tyrant Grum is dead. The bandits were utterly stunned. Their leader, a golden tier powerhouse, was just ended by a flying head. After a brief stupor, they let out a terrified scream, no longer caring about revenge, scrambling and crawling away from the pit. Lin Mo's face was as pale as paper. He did not pursue. He simply walked to Grum's corpse, bent down, and removed the spatial ring from his hand. How does it taste? He softly asked Little Shadow, who lay at his feet panting heavily. Little Shadow licked the blood off its claws and emitted a satisfied purr. Lin Mo smiled, putting on Grum's ring, then looked up toward the deeper part of the Black Wind Mountains. In his arms, the dragon egg, which had developed a slight crack, was transmitting a clear thought with a hint of a spoiled tone. Next, I want to eat something that can fly. At the bottom of the pit, a deathly silence reigned. The bandits, who had narrowly escaped from the clutches of the night-eye leopard, crumbled completely upon witnessing their leader's severed head and fled in disarray, no longer daring to look back. Lin Mo stood frozen in place, his complexion as pale as paper. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the final mental shock that had drawn upon all his remaining spiritual energy, had nearly drained him. A wave of dizziness crashed over him like a tide. Yet he understood that now was not the time to rest. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his mind and crouched beside the night-eye leopard Little Shadow. Little Shadow had just endured the backlash of Gloom's fighting spirit. Although it had ultimately delivered a deadly blow, it had also paid a hefty price. It lay on the ground, its abdomen rising and falling, breath somewhat erratic, and several ribs were clearly broken. Lin Mo extended his hand, pressing his palm against Little Shadow's back. A gentle flow of spiritual energy, mixed with the life essence contained in his divine, taming talent, gradually passed into its soothing its injured body and soul. Well done, I'll find the best medicine for your wounds when we return. Little Shadow comfortably squinted, its eyes nudging Lin Mo's palm with its head, emitting a satisfied rumble, as if to say that this minor injury was nothing. After ensuring the well-being of his companion, Lin Mo stood up and approached Gloom's headless corpse, searching it without any hesitation. In addition to the spatial ring he had already donned, Gloom had several uniquely styled keys and a rough leather pouch filled with dozens of gold coins. Lin Mo stuffed all these items into his spatial ring and then probed the newly acquired spoils with his spiritual energy. In the next moment his eyes lit up. As expected of the king of the mines, his wealth is indeed substantial. Gloom's ring space was several times larger than Casus. Inside, a mountain of gold coins piled high, at least over 10,000. Various attribute magic cores were stacked like small hills, including several high-quality, silver-grade ones. Additionally, there were numerous weapons, armors, and some intricately crafted mechanical parts, clearly made by dwarven artisans. What caught Lin Mo's attention the most was a large locked metal box in the corner. He tried one of the keys he had found earlier, and one of them fit perfectly. As the box opened, an overwhelming scent of earth elements rushed out. Inside was a full box of fist-sized gleaming black iron essence. This was the essence refined from countless black iron ores, with each piece worth far more than an equal weight of gold. Without hesitation, Lin Mo transferred everything into his ring. These will be the future sustenance for Little Black. He took one last look at the chaotic battlefield without pausing and swiftly left the pit, with Little Shadow disappearing into the vast mountain range. Less than an hour after his departure, a few daring adventurers arrived following the enormous commotion. When they saw the terrifying pit and Gloom's lifeless head, the entire Black Wind Mountain range was once again enveloped in an unprecedented fear. The tyrant of the mountains is dead. As dusk fell at the Blood Skull Tavern, the tavern was packed, yet eerily silent, with everyone speaking in hushed tones, their eyes filled with unease and speculation. Behind the counter, Old Crocodile nervously wiped a wine glass that had begun to reflect a human silhouette. Since the afternoon, news of Gloom's demise had spread throughout the city like wildfire. He knew that all of this was undoubtedly related to that young man. In just a few days, 1 silver and 1 gold, the two toughest bones in the Black Wind Mountain range had been devoured by him alone. What terrifying power and methods were these? Just as he was lost in thought, the tavern door swung open. A graceful figure walked in against the light. All sounds within the tavern instantly vanished. Numerous gazes converged at the entrance, filled with awe, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable curiosity. Lin Mo ignored the stares and walked straight to the bar, pulling out a chair to sit down. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but his eyes were as calm as a deep pool. Old Crocodile's hand trembled, nearly dropping the glass. He quickly set it down, forcing a smile that was humbly subservient, bowing, as he said, "Master, you have returned." "Yes," Lin Mo nodded. "Get me something to eat, and prepare the best room. Additionally, I have some items to sell. We'll find a reliable channel." He took out the dwarven forged mechanical parts, and most of the weapons and equipment he had no use for from his ring, piling them on the bar. These were all hard currency. It was better to exchange them for gold coins than to keep them on hand. Old Crocodile stared at the gleaming equipment, especially the few clearly marked by dwarven craftsmanship, swallowing hard. He knew that all these items were extracted from Gloom's treasury. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately arranged for his subordinates to prepare food and a room, then personally contacted the largest black market dealer in Blackwind City. Half an hour later, in the tavern's innermost VIP room, Lin Mo ate, while counting the more than 30,000 gold coins he had just acquired. Old Crocodile stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Lin Mo casually tossed him a pouch containing 3,000 gold coins. "For your trouble." Old Crocodile received the pouch, feeling its weight not from the gold, but from the attitude of the other party. This master was decisive in killing, but surprisingly adhered to rules. This calmed his opportunistic heart, transforming it into unwavering loyalty. "Master, this is what you requested." Old Crocodile trembled as he handed over a list detailing the selling prices of the equipment. Lin Mo waved his hand, indicating he was not concerned. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "The previous menu is all finished?" Old Crocodile's heart leapt to his throat. "Now I need a new menu." Lin Mo looked at him, his tone flat. "This time the tastes are somewhat special. I want flying ones." Flying ones. Old Crocodile was taken aback, his mind racing to recall all the winged powerhouses in the Black Wind Mountain range. There were many powerful flying magical beasts in the Black Wind Mountain range. Griffins, wyverns, gargoyles. But none seemed to compare to the ghost crow or tyrant. "Master, there really aren't many hard dishes that can fly in the mountains." Old Crocodile cautiously chose his words. Lin Mo remained silent, merely watching him. Old Crocodile felt cold sweat break out under Lin Mo's gaze, racking his brain for hearsay, some of which had even become legends. Suddenly he thought of a place. A forbidden ground that even Gloom had dared to only observe from afar. There's one. Old Crocodile's eyes lit up. "But that's not a dish, that's a natural disaster." He lowered his voice, his tone filled with uncontrollable fear. "Deep within the Black Wind Mountain range, there is a solitary mountain called Skyfall Peak, perpetually shrouded in thunderclouds. Legend has it that in the ancient cave atop the mountain resides a true ruler of the sky, the Thunder Giant Eagle. It is said that it is not a native creature of this mountain range, but fell from the sky hundreds. Its ranking is rumored to be platinum level. It may even be higher. Each time it spreads its wings, it conjures storms. Each of its cries calls down thunder. For decades, countless gold-level powerhouses attempting to challenge it have vanished without a trace, with not even a corpse to be found." Old Crocodile grew more excited and fearful as he spoke, as if merely mentioning this name was a form of blasphemy. Platinum-level Thunder Giant Eagle. Lin Mo's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Meanwhile, the dragon egg in his arms, which bore a crack, emanated an unprecedented greedy and excited desire. "Hungry. Want to eat that." Electric. Bird. Little Black's thoughts were crystal clear, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Lin Mo's lips slowly curved into a smile. "Very well." He stood up, looking at Old Crocodile, whose face had turned pale with fear. "Give me a detailed map to Skyfall Peak. I'm ordering this dish." In Blackwind City, the death of the mountain tyrant Glum plunged the area into a power vacuum and chaotic. Countless outlaws akin to sharks, sensing blood, surged toward the abandoned black iron mine, slaughtering one another over the remaining spoils. However, none of this concerned Lin Mo any longer. He did not rush to set off, but instead took 2 full days to recuperate in the best room of the Bloodskull Tavern. His battle with Glum, especially that final mental shock, had nearly depleted his spiritual power. Such consumption could not be replenished with just a night's sleep. It required time to settle and recover. During these 2 days, he spent his time meditating to recover and preparing for the next hunt. The tens of thousands of gold coins left by Glum were spent like flowing water. Through the channels of Old Crocodile, he acquired the best healing potions in the city, and under the effects of the potions, Xiao Ying's injuries were visibly healing. He also stocked up on a large amount of wilderness survival supplies, climbing gear, several sets of clothing made from special beast leather that combined warmth and resilience, and even an expensive enchanted scroll capable of withstanding a single silver-level magical attack. When he revealed his objectives for this journey to Old Crocodile, the seasoned veteran who had navigated Blackwind City for most of his life wore an expression that was more vivid than if he had seen a ghost. "My lord, are you serious?" Old Crocodile's voice trembled. "That's not a magical beast, that's a natural disaster. It's a forbidden zone. For hundreds of years, not a single golden-level powerhouse has returned alive from there. Exactly because of that, the ingredients there are exceptionally fresh." Lin Mo simply replied indifferently. Looking at the boy's eerily calm gaze, Old Crocodile knew that nothing he said could stop him. He could only respectfully hand Lin Mo a tattered yellowed beast skin map that he had somehow acquired. It was a route map to the deepest part of the Blackwind Mountains, Heaven's Descent Peak. The edges of the map were marked with bright red ink depicting numerous skull symbols alongside a scrawled warning: "Gods, Forbidden Zone, entry forbidden for the living." On the morning of the third day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist above Blackwind City, Lin Mo's figure had already quietly disappeared along the path leading deep into the mountains. The deeper he progressed, the more rugged the path became. The trails marked on the map had long been obscured by overgrown shrubs and vines. Were it not for Lin Mo's ability to intuitively derive the most accurate direction from the surrounding animals, he would have likely lost his way in this primitive and dangerous jungle within half a day. The mana energy in the air became increasingly violent and chaotic, carrying a suffocating scent of sulfur and ozone. Without even needing to look up, Lin Mo could feel the clouds in the sky thickening and lowering, as if he could reach out and touch the oppressive lead gray above. In the ravine ahead, a nest of bloodthirsty bats at the bronze peak were to be avoided. On the left cliff, fresh rubble had fallen. A silver-level mountain python had just finished feeding there and was digesting its meal, so he should not disturb it. By communicating with the birds and squirrels in the mountains, Lin Mo avoided one potential danger after another. He moved like a ghost, with countless eyes traversing through this deathly jungle that was fraught with danger for other adventurers. 2 days later, when he climbed over the last treacherous ridge, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks, gasping in awe. An indescribable gigantic peak loomed before him, like a black sword piercing the heavens, standing abruptly among the mountains. Its body displayed a bizarre charred black color, as if it had been burnt by fierce flames, countless times devoid of any vegetation. The mountain slope was nearly vertical with no climbable paths. What was most terrifying was its upper half. A massive black thundercloud vortex, as if from a mythological end-of-world storm, perpetually enveloped the mountain's summit. Boom! A silver lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down from the clouds, without warning, violently hitting the pitch-black mountain wall, producing a deafening roar and blinding flash. The struck area instantly melted and vaporized the rock, leaving a bottomless pit that emitted wisps of smoke. This was Heaven's Descent Peak, the domain of the skies, sovereign, the throne of thunder and storm. Simply standing here from several miles away, one could feel the stinging static electricity in the air and the primal fear of the heavens. This meal is certainly not appetizing. Lin Mo smacked his lips, not showing any fear, but rather igniting a stronger desire for conquest. He did not recklessly approach, but instead found a sheltered cave at the foot of the mountain to serve as a temporary stronghold. A direct assault would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, slowly releasing his spiritual power, delicately linking to those eyes he had spread around. Those cave night bats he had tamed, adapted to the mountainous environment. "Go, don't get too close, show me the situation on the mountain." Dozens of night bats shot toward the thunder cloud-covered peak like arrows. However, the harsh reality far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. One bat had just entered within 100 meters of the mountain when it was instantaneously torn to pieces by a powerful gust of wind without warning. Another bat, attempting to flank from the side, was turned to a charred cinder before it could even sound an alarm, struck by a small arc of electricity that shot from the mountain wall. Boom! Another main lightning bolt struck down, and the violent energy instantly cleared all the scouts in that airspace. In just 1 minute, all the dozens of night bats Lin Mo had dispatched were wiped out. The only images returned through the mental link were shattered, chaotic, and filled with a breath of destruction. Smooth glass-like cliffs, terrifying wind blades capable of tearing steel, and ubiquitous death electric nets. Before the consciousness of the last bat was extinguished, it strained with all its might to send back a blurred image. At the very top of Heaven's Descent Peak, in the center of the thundercloud vortex, there was a giant nest constructed from numerous massive charred ancient trees and unknown metal debris. On the edge of the nest, a brilliant flash of gold darted by. Reconnaissance failed. Lin Mo's expression turned gray for the first time. This thunder giant eagle did not even need to act personally. Its very environment was an impenetrable area, an insurmountable chasm. Interesting. Lin Mo pulled out the dragon egg from his pocket, which already had a crack. The egg was warm, and the little black inside was transmitting a mix of excitement, greed, and a hint of urgency. Hungry. So fragrant. Wanna eat. Don't rush before the feast, we must first set the table. Lin Mo comforted the little black, while his mind raced. The path through the air is blocked. Then, we shall go underground. A bold plan bordering on madness rapidly took shape in his mind. He summoned the armored badger, which had made significant contributions in the black iron mining area. This little creature skilled in burrowing had already advanced to high bronze level after consuming a large amount of earth element containing ores with a shell as hard as fine steel. Do you see that mountain? Lin Mo pointed at the distant heavens descent peak. The armored badger followed his gaze, revealing a hint of fear in its small eyes. Your task is not to fight. Lin Mo patted its shell and impressed a complex spiraling tunnel diagram constructed from spiritual energy into its mind. Excavate from the foot of the mountain and create a passage that goes directly into the mountain approaching the summit. Remember, it must be concealed and stable. I will use my little companions to provide early warning. Lin Mo summoned dozens of digging moles accustomed to underground activity and tamed them. You all will be responsible for constructing a warning network around the main tunnel. Any unusual vibrations or energy fluctuations must be reported to me immediately. The mole squeaked in response and set off. This was a grand and intricate undertaking. He aimed to carve out an ant tunnel within this mountain akin to a forbidden zone of gods and demons stealthily infiltrating beneath the lair of the sky's sovereign. This task is far more thrilling than battling in a game. Lin Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, redirecting his gaze toward the mountaintop illuminated by lightning. The dragon egg in his arms seemed to sense his determination, and the feelings transmitted back were no longer mere hunger, but anticipation, a thrill that resonated with the hunter about to feast. Let me show you how your future caretaker prepares this. Thunder King-style roasted chicken. Lin Mo patted the armored badger's back. Let's get to work. Beneath the Tianjue peak, a monumental project unimaginable to mortals silently commenced. The armored badger accepted the command without any hesitation. Its body covered in steel-like armor crashed against the dark, hardened rocks at the foot of the mountain, and then its front claws moved in unison, frantically digging. Clang, clang, clang. The piercing sound of friction was incessant, with sparks flying. The mountain body of Tianjue Peak was at least 10 times harder than the black iron ore layers. Every effort the armored badger made only scraped off a thin layer of stone debris. At this speed, it would take several days just to dig a hiding place, let alone reach the mountain's summit. Lin Mo frowned. The efficiency is too low. Without hesitation, he took out a large handful of magic cores rich in earth element energy from his spatial ring, some of which were even of silver grade. Eat them to replenish energy. He tossed the magic cores in front of the armored badger. Its eyes brightened, and it devoured the magic cores like munching on beans. As the energy spread within, a layer of earthy yellow glow emanated from its armor, instantly increasing its digging speed and strength several-fold. Stone debris flew everywhere, and a dark tunnel extended deeper into the mountain at a visible pace. Lin Mo sat cross-legged outside the tunnel, taking out food and clean water, embarking on a long ultimate test of patience and perseverance. His mental power resembled an invisible web divided into 3 parts. One part maintained a constant link with the armored badger. He broke down the 3-dimensional tunnel map in his mind into the simplest commands. Turn left 3 meters, tilt up 5 degrees. The rock layer ahead is dense, slow down. Real-time directing the excavation work underground. Another part connected to dozens of gopher-like creatures stationed as sentries. They were scattered around the main tunnel, ready to report any minor vibrations or abnormal energy fluctuations back to Lin Mo. The final part of his mental power acted as a mobile unit prepared to tame any native magical beasts that might be disturbed by the excavation, eliminating potential hazards. This multi-threaded operation consumed mental power at a terrifying rate. Time slowly slipped away in this tedious yet highly tense project. On the first day, the main tunnel advanced 50 meters. On the second day, it progressed 80 meters. The rocks within the mountain began to exhibit magnetization, and faint currents flowed along the walls, causing the armored badger's movements to become somewhat stiff. Lin Mo had to take out an expensive insulation scroll and affixed it to the back of the armored badger to resolve. On the third day, the excavation entered a vertical ascent phase. Warning: high-energy thunder element or vein detected 300 meters ahead. A gopher sent a panicked alert. Lin Mo immediately commanded the armored badger to stop. Closing his eyes, through the gopher's perception, a vein of blinding blue-purple light spanning several meters appeared in his mind, obstructing the planned excavation route. If breached, the violent thunder accumulated for countless years inside would instantly turn the entire tunnel into a deadly thunder pool. Change route, detour west for 500 meters, then ascend again. Lin Mo decisively ordered to abandon the shortest route and opted for a more cautious, albeit longer plan. On the 5th day, boom, a thunder more terrifying than any before struck down violently at the mountainside of Tianjue. The entire mountain trembled violently. In the underground tunnel, stones fell in showers. Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he immediately calmed all summoned beasts' emotions through his mental power. It's fine, just regular weather, continue working. He knew this was likely just the thunder giant eagle rolling over unconsciously or yawning. On the 7th day, the tunnel had delved nearly 2,000 meters into the mountain, almost vertical. The armored badger's stamina was about to be exhausted. Even with the magic core supplements, it was still just a bronze-level magical beast, and such high-intensity continuous work was nearing its life limit. Lin Mo sent Xiao Ying into the tunnel as well. Although its sharp claws were not as professional as the armored badger's, it could still share some of the workload at critical moments. Lin Mo himself was already utterly exhausted. He hadn't closed his eyes for a week, relying solely on the invigorating potions obtained from Grum and his strong willpower to hold on. His eye sockets were deep set, his lips cracked, looking more haggard than those slaves who had been mining in the caves for decades. Just hold on a bit longer. We're almost there, he murmured to himself as if to encourage his own spirit. The dragon egg in his arms had been unusually quiet these days, seemingly aware that he was engaged in an important task, not making the usual fuss about food. It only occasionally transmitted a warm flow of encouragement and anticipation. On the 8th day, late at night. Report. Abnormal rock layer structure ahead. Very thin. Report. Energy reaction. Extremely intense. Wind element and thunder element intertwined. And a massive life force. The alarms of the armored badger and gophers nearly sounded simultaneously, exploding in Lin Mo's mind. He abruptly opened his eyes, all fatigue vanishing in an instant. He instantly switched his perception, concentrating all his mental power on the armored badger ahead. Through the badger's extremely sensitive front claws, he touched the presence. Ahead there remained less than a meter-thick rock wall. On the other side of the wall was an unimaginably huge. A wild current howled in the void. Terrifying thunder energy pulsated rhythmically, like breathing. Beneath the symphony of wind and thunder was a heavy, ancient, and overwhelmingly domineering life force. It was like a slumbering sun, and even in sleep the pressure it radiated was enough to make all beings submit. We have arrived. Lin Mo's heart began to race uncontrollably. After 8 days and nights, a miraculous feat in modern engineering, a mad plan akin to moving mountains, reached its conclusion at this moment. He suppressed his inner excitement and issued the final, most critical command. Stop. Everyone retract your breath and stand by. Wait for my signal. The armored badger immediately halted all movements, curling up at the end of the tunnel, resembling an ordinary rock. All the gophers also burrowed deep into the soil, entering a death-like silence. The entire underground world at that moment returned to a dead silence. Lin Mo slowly stood up, stretching his stiff body. He walked out of the cave he had been residing and looking up at the still thunderous peak, finally revealing a hint of a chilling smile. He gently took out the cracked dragon egg from his arms and pressed it against his cheek, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Little Black, get ready. The service is ready." Night deep as ink. The thunder of Tianjue Peak is the only symphony in this dead, silent world. Lin Mo leaned against the cold rock wall, pouring the last bottle of invigorating potion into his mouth. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, forcibly dispelling the fatigue deep within his spirit, bringing a false sense of exhilaration. He could no longer remember how many times he had relied on this substance to stay awake, betting everything he owned just for this meal. If he failed, he would lose even his underpants. Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile, reaching out to gently stroke the warm dragon egg in his arms. 8 days had passed. This proud egg had truly endured for 8 days without making a sound. It simply stayed quietly, using its faint warmth to accompany this cheap father in this insane gamble. Soon, he whispered, "Perhaps tonight you will break your shell." The dragon egg trembled slightly, conveying an unmistakable desire and trust. "Hungry. I trust you." Lin Mo straightened his body, his gaze piercing through the darkness, once again looking towards the peak shrouded in lightning. In his bloodshot eyes, filled with exhaustion from sleepless days, there was no longer fatigue, only the cold and focused light of a hunter ready to catch its prey. He closed his eyes, his mental power like invisible threads instantly connecting to the depths of the earth, to the vast underground network he had single-handedly created. All units, pay attention, final operation now begins. Target Zone 0. Xiaoying, your task is to keep watch, and if the target shows any signs of awakening, immediately issue the highest alarm. Iron armored badger, break through the last layer of rock, be quiet. All diggers abandon watch duties and dig a backup escape route as quickly as possible. Instructions were conveyed accurately and swiftly. Deep underground, nearly 2,000 meters down at the end of the pitch-black tunnel, the iron-armored badger, ready to pounce, flashed a moment of determination in its eyes. It no longer relied on brute force to dig, but gently placed its front claws against the thin rock wall, using the power of earth element to silently dissolve the rock structure. Bit by bit, layer by layer, the rock turned to powder, silently cascading down. This process was agonizingly slow. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. After an unknown period, when a faint light accompanied by a violent airflow seeped through the cracks in the rock wall. The passage is complete. Lin Mo's heart suddenly raced to his throat. He dared not be careless. He moved like a stealthy cat, silently slipping into the opening. In the narrow and steep tunnel, he climbed quickly, using both hands and feet. When he poked his head out of the newly excavated hole, he was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. Here at the peak of Tianjue Peak was the nest of the Thunder Giant Eagle. A giant nest over 100 meters in diameter. The nest was composed of countless charred, yet iron-hard giant trees, along with a large number of oddly shaped metallic remnants that clearly did not belong to this era. These remnants were covered with traces of lightning strikes, some even flickering with dangerous arcs of electricity. The entire nest was like a natural Faraday cage, channeling and absorbing the violent lightning from the outside, transforming it into energy to nourish itself. And at the very center of the nest lay a giant beast sprawled there, trapped in slumber. Its size was akin to a small mountain. Its feathers were not of ordinary colors, but as if forged from pure gold, each shimmering with brilliant light, exuding a metallic texture. Its head was noble and elegant, with a beak like the sharpest of war spears, glinting with a chilling cold light. Even in sleep, every breath it took would stir the surrounding lightning and gales, forming small whirlwinds and electric snakes around its body. This is the ruler of the skies, the platinum-level magical beast, the Thunder Giant Eagle. This pressure was even several times stronger than that of the golden-level diamond giant bear from before. This guy, even while sleeping a single roll, could crush me right. Lin Mo crouched at the cave entrance, his breath nearly halted. His gaze cautiously searched the nest. A sneak attack. What a joke. Against such a being, any sneak attack would merely be a tickle. From the very beginning, his plan was not a direct assault. Soon his pupils contracted sharply. Beneath the massive body of the Thunder Giant Eagle, close to the softest part of its abdomen, he saw it. A giant egg, golden and half as tall as a person. But there was something very wrong with this egg. Its surface was dull, covered with spiderweb-like fine cracks. More bizarre was a black mist filled with desolation and death, which contrasted sharply with the surrounding sacred and domineering thunder power, like a maggot in the bones wrapping around the eggshell, continuously eroding its life force. I see now. Lin Mo instantly understood. This sky ruler was not asleep, but was using its own origin power to resist that strange dark erosion, prolonging the life of its offspring. No wonder it had been entrenched here for hundreds of years, never leaving. It wasn't that it didn't want to leave, but that this is a mother trapped in a desperate situation, burdened by her child. Just as Lin Mo grasped the truth in that moment, the sleeping Thunder Giant Eagle suddenly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? There were no pupils, no whites. Only two pure pulsating golden thunder orbs. Within them resided endless majesty, the wrath of the skies, and the judgmental light capable of piercing through souls. Their eyes met. Caw! A sharp, high-pitched cry filled with endless rage and murderous intent suddenly erupted. The sound wave turned into a tangible shock wave, instantly reducing the cave entrance where Lin Mo hid, along with the surrounding rock walls, to dust. Lin Mo was like a leaf caught in a tempest, violently thrown away, crashing heavily into the metallic remnants at the edge of the nest. Uff! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. The Thunder Giant Eagle slowly stood up, its massive body blocking out the sun. Its gaze was cold and ruthless, locking onto this tiny insect that dared to intrude on its domain and disturb its guardianship of its offspring. The winds were gathering and the thunder was howling. The air was thick with the scent of death. Lin Mo struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo's spiritual transmission burst forth like an ice cube thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly exploding within the furious consciousness of the Thunder Giant Eagle. Can you save it? The golden eyes, purely composed of lightning, momentarily displayed a barely perceptible pause in the overwhelming killing intent. Yet it was merely a pause of 1/10 of a second. The next moment brought an even more violent and ferocious mental storm. You despicable insect! Do you think this ridiculous lie can help you cling to life? You have defiled my nest, disturbed the peace of my child. Your soul shall be crushed into dust by the lightning. Lin Mo let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He felt his bones lamenting, as if the fire of his soul could be snuffed out by this overwhelming pressure at any moment. But he did not retreat, nor did he beg for mercy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exerted all his strength, straightened his back, and stared intently at those golden eyes of thunder. I am not begging for mercy, well, I am negotiating a deal with you. His gaze was sincere, yet frenzied. Your child is being eroded by a force of death that even you cannot expel. Every moment its vitality is waning. You can only delay this process with your own source of thunder power. Each of Lin Mo's mental transmissions was like a sharp needle precisely stabbing at the Thunder Giant Eagle's most painful spot. Caught. The Thunder Giant Eagle once again let out an angry roar, and the swirling thunderclouds above its nest surged violently. Countless lightning bolts as thick as arms darted through the clouds, seemingly ready to pour down and obliterate this ignorant mortal along with the mountain beneath him. However, it did not strike immediately. It was shocked to realize that this insignificant human had accurately articulated its greatest pain and despair from hundreds of years. So what if that is the curse of decay? It is a malignant curse from the abyss. Not even angels descending under the divine glory can purify it. What right does a mere mortal who cannot even stand have to boast? The curse of decay. So this thing has a name. Lin Mo understood in his heart. He knew he had gambled right on the first step. Now it was time for the second step. He no longer used words to argue, but made a move that completely caught the Thunder Giant Eagle off guard. He closed his eyes, ignoring the terrifying pressure that could tear apart his spirit, and gathered all the mental strength he had just recovered. He did not condense it into an attack, nor did he construct a defense. He blended this mental strength into the purest, gentlest wave filled with meanings of life and vitality, then cautiously circled around the massive body of the Thunder Giant Eagle and directed it toward the golden egg entangled in dark energy. This action was undoubtedly a tremendous provocation. You dare. The fury of the Thunder Giant Eagle erupted completely. In its perception, this human actually dared to act against its only child in front of it. Its beak, resembling a golden spear, lunged towards Lin Mo, with lightning speed breaking the sound barrier. Yet just as the deadly beak was about to touch Lin Mo's head, it came to a sudden halt, because it felt it. A weak, yet incredibly clear thought filled with affection and comfort emanated from its child, the egg that should have been in torment. That strand of human mental energy caused no harm. It was like the warmest sunlight of spring penetrating the curse of decay's blockade, gently soothing the tormented little soul within the egg. And the black mist, akin to a parasite, shrank back slightly upon contact with this mental energy, as if it had encountered its nemesis, letting out a silent shriek. Though it was only a slight retreat, barely noticeable. But this was something that had never happened in hundreds. For the first time, there was an astonishing fluctuation of disbelief in the golden eyes of the Thunder Giant Eagle. Its beak, which had been less than a centimeter from Lin Mo's forehead, slowly retracted. Endless killing intent receded like a tide. In its place was unprecedented shock and a trace of hope that it was reluctant to acknowledge. Your power is quite special. The voice of the Thunder Giant Eagle was no longer a roar, but rather a low, hoarse tone. You actually can soothe the power of decay. I cannot soothe death. Lin Mo opened his eyes, his face even paler, yet he smiled. But I can tame, or rather, let a higher form of death consume it. Under the penetrating gaze of the Thunder Giant Eagle, Lin Mo slowly pulled out the seemingly ordinary black stone egg with a crack from his pocket. In that moment, it felt as if the sound and light of the entire world were attracted to this egg. The instant the dragon egg emerged, the curse of decay wrapped around the golden egg seemed to go crazy, surging, boiling, and twisting as if it had seen a ghost. It was no longer a slow erosion, but a fear born from the deepest essence of life. It was like a group of local thugs entrenched in a village suddenly spotting the true demon lord patrolling there. At the same time, an indescribable aura far more terrifying than the curse of decay by millions of times, filled with the essence of ending destruction and the return of all things to the void, flashed fleetingly from the black dragon egg. Buzz. At the peak of Tianjue Mountain, all the winds ceased. The swirling thunderclouds in the sky came to a standstill. Even the leaping electric snakes froze in midair. Time and space seemed to have pressed the pause button under this fleeting aura. The massive body of the Thunder Giant Eagle froze. Its golden eyes of thunder fixed intently on the black stone egg in Lin Mo's hand, and in its gaze there was no longer anger, no longer shock, but fear. It was an absolute fear etched in the deepest veins, stemming from ancient epochs of a certain taboo existence. Annihilate. Annihilate the world. In its consciousness, broken words, remnants of ancestral memories, surged up. The End Dragon. The devourer of all things. At this moment, it finally understood what kind of existence this insignificant human before it truly was. He was not an ordinary intruder. He was a madman come to negotiate with you while holding a nuclear bomb. Now can we discuss the details of the transaction properly? Lin Mo's voice rang out again, in its consciousness calm, yet filled with undeniable power. The momentum of offense and defense had changed. The Thunder Giant Eagle fell silent. For a long time it glanced at its child struggling in the dark mist, and then at the human holding the world-annihilating egg who wore a faint smile. Its noble head slowly bowed down. A thought filled with unwillingness and humiliation, yet mixed with the last trace of hope, entered Lin Mo's mind. Speak. Your conditions. Very simple. Lin Mo raised one finger. First, I want your child to survive. I will have my companions devour the curse on it. The Thunder Giant Eagle's eyes flickered. Lin Mo raised a second finger. Second, devouring the curse of decay is a tremendous drain on my companions. As payment, I want your most essential. Thunder Core. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Giant Eagle's aura became violent again. The Thunder Core was the essence of all its power. Without it, even if it didn't die, it would fall in rank and sink into prolonged weakness. You are taking advantage of the situation. You can think of it as the consultation fee for hiring a doctor. Lin Mo stood his ground. After all, the illness I'm treating is one that even the gods cannot heal. The air in the cave seemed to freeze completely when Lin Mo spoke his final words. What did you say? The mental intent of the Thunder Giant Eagle was no longer a roar, but a piercing shriek mixed with extreme humiliation and disbelief. How could it, the ruler of the sky, a platinum-level beast, become a mere mortal's summoned creature? This was even more humiliating than killing it. Call. The gale rose again and lightning flashed. The murderous intent that had just subsided surged once more. But this time Lin Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply weighed the black dragon egg in his hands, leisurely, calmly gazing back into those golden eyes of thunder. You have two choices. Lin Mo's mental transmission was cold and devoid of any emotion. First, refuse. Then your child will die in agony. And I will simply walk away completely unharmed. He shook the dragon egg in his arms. Trust me, as long as it is here, if you want to harm a single hair on me, you must first weigh whether you can bear the consequences of angering it. The Thunder Giant Eagle's violent momentum paused once again. It could certainly feel the vague food protective warning emanating from the black stone egg. Lin Mo ignored its struggles and continued to present his second option. Second, accept. I will save your child and take what I deserve in return. Then you and your Suntoba-born child will gain an opportunity to follow the great. Don't look at me with those eyes. Do you think that submitting to me is a humiliation? Lin Mo scoffed. No, this may very well be the greatest honor in your and your child's lives. What your child possesses is merely the curse of withering from the abyss. What my companion represents is the end that even the abyss trembles before. Following it, the heights your child can reach are beyond your wildest imagination. Silence. A deathly silence. In the golden eyes of the Thunder Giant Eagle, lightning flickered violently, a manifestation of its inner turmoil. On one side was the pride and dignity of being the ruler of the sky, having guarded this mountain range for centuries. On the other side was the despair of a child on the verge of death, and the seemingly absurd, yet deadly tempting future depicted by this human. In the end, all its struggles, anger, and unwillingness transformed into a long sigh, filled with endless fatigue and sorrow. Hey, I agree to you. These three words seemed to drain all its strength. Its noble head, like one cast in gold, slowly bowed in a gesture of submission towards that insignificant human. Lin Mo's face showed no signs of triumph. He merely nodded as if everything had gone according to his expectations. Godly taming talent activated. With a thought, Lin Mo's summoning array at his brow appeared on its own, emitting a soft light that enveloped the Thunder Giant Eagle. Contract target: Thunder Giant Eagle Platinum, early stage. Target status: weak, mentally subdued. Contract determination. Successful. A complex and ancient golden contract rune flashed above the Thunder Giant Eagle's head, deeply imprinted into its soul. From this moment on, this sky ruler, which had perched in the Black Wind Mountain and instilled fear in countless golden-level powerhouses, gained a new name and identity. Lin Mo's first platinum-level aerial combat summoner. As the contract was completed, Lin Mo felt a wave of dizziness. Even though the other party cooperated willingly, the cost of forcing a contract on a platinum-level beast far exceeded his expectations. But he did not pause. Transaction established. Now let's begin the treatment. He walked over to the enormous golden bird egg, carefully placing the black dragon egg beside it. The moment the two eggs touched, an anomaly arose. Creak. The curse of withering wrapped around the golden shell let out a silent, yet piercing scream, as if it were a snake burned by a red-hot iron. The black mist surged and shrank wildly, trying to escape from the existence that filled it with primal fear. Meanwhile, the black dragon egg in Lin Mo's hand seemed to have its appetite fully awakened by this delicious dessert. A crack on the egg suddenly opened slightly. A strand of darkness, deeper than the night and purer than the void, as fine as a hair, poked out from the crack. It bore no earth-shattering momentum, nor did it possess world-destroying power. It simply existed there. Then, as if alive, it gently pecked at the trembling curse of withering. The entire world fell silent. The abyssal curse that had rendered the platinum-level thunder giant eagle powerless sufficient to drain the life force of a giant egg had no opportunity to struggle before being swallowed whole by that tiny strand of darkness. Clean and without a trace. After doing all this, that tiny strand of darkness seemed to still be unsatisfied, twisting slightly, before slowly retracting back into the crack of the dragon egg. Dessert. Finished. Now it's time for the main course. The greedy yet impatient thought of Little Black clearly entered Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo smiled, and the golden giant egg free from the curse erupted with unprecedented brilliant light. A wave of healthy, vibrant life energy filled with the joy of rebirth soared into the sky. The spiderweb-like cracks on the shell were healing at a visible speed, restoring its golden sheen. A tender thought filled with affection and gratitude gently rubbed against the black dragon egg beside it, also brushing against Lin Mo's consciousness. The thunder giant eagle watched this scene. Golden tears composed of electric energy streamed down its cheeks. Centuries of torment and despair transformed into ecstasy and rebirth at this moment. All right, stop crying. The doctor has cured the illness. Now the patient must pay the medical fees. Lin Mo's voice mercilessly interrupted this tender moment. He extended his hand palm up before the thunder giant eagle. Your thunder core. The thunder giant eagle's body stiffened. But this time it showed no hesitation or unwillingness. It understood that compared to its child's life, a core was nothing. Moreover, it had now bound itself to this mysterious human. Caw. It let out a high-pitched call to the heavens, spreading its wings, summoning endless thunder from the skies. Boom. A stout golden lightning bolt as thick as a water vat struck down vertically from the center of the thundercloud vortex, precisely entering its body. All of its golden feathers instantly bristled, shining with an extraordinary brilliance. Then all that light began to retract like the tide converging at its chest. Its feathers visibly dimmed, and its aura weakened. Puff! The thunder giant eagle opened its mouth, expelling a fist-sized crystal-clear golden crystal that seemed to contain an entire thunderstorm world within it. The thunder core. The moment the core separated, its rank dropped from platinum early stage to golden pinnacle. It gently nudged the core with its beak, pushing it toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up the core that was still crackling and emanating terrifying energy, nodding. Very good, you are quite trustworthy. Then in front of the thunder giant eagle, he casually placed this treasure, which could drive any golden-level powerhouse crazy beside the black dragon egg. This was the true main course for Little Black. Crack. The cracks on the black dragon egg expanded once more. This time it was no longer a strand of darkness, but an overwhelming, suffocating force that erupted from the crack. The thunder core, filled with wild thunder energy, had no chance to resist, and was instantly sucked onto the dragon's easy. Gold and black, two completely different powers intertwined, collided, and annihilated. The energy within the thunder core surged like a flood, being devoured and absorbed by the dragon egg in a wild, domineering, and unreasonable manner. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of cracking grew denser. The black dragon egg trembled violently after consuming a vast amount of thunder energy. The initial crack on the shell acted like a fuse, instantly spreading across the entire egg. Spiderweb-like fissures densely populated every corner of the eggshell. Finally, when the last strand of thunder energy was completely consumed, the thunder core exploded into a myriad of golden dust with a loud bang. And the black dragon egg ceased trembling. Under the tense gaze of Lin Mo and the thunder giant eagle, strands of darkness, even deeper and purer than before, shot out from the depths of the crack. Kala, accompanied by an incredibly clear sound of shattering, a palm-sized piece of eggshell fell from the top of the dragon egg. A fluffy pitch-black little head poked out from the opening. It shook its head in confusion, then slowly opened its eyes, which resembled molten gold. Those eyes precisely landed on Lin Mo's face. A thought filled with joy, dependence, and endless hunger erupted like an explosion in Lin Mo's mind. Hungry. The pair of molten gold eyes were the only aspects of the newborn creature that could be described as sacred or majestic. Aside from that, its appearance could only be characterized as plain, even somewhat shabby. Crawling out from the broken eggshell was a tiny creature, completely black and about the size of a palm. Its body resembled a chubby lizard with 4 limbs, its scales small and soft, offering no defense at all. Its head was bald with only 2 fleshy little bumps that hinted at the future location of its dragon horns. The small wings on its back drooped limply like underdeveloped bat wings. Given its appearance, one could hardly expect it to be a world-destroying dragon. Even if thrown into an abandoned summoning pool, it would likely be dismissed for being too ugly. The only thing that proved its extraordinary nature was the unbreakable soul link established between it and Lin Mo. The moment it was born, a bond even tighter than a master-servant contract. Hungry. That childish thought urged Lin Mo again in his mind, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. The little creature stumbled towards Lin Mo's direction. Name world-destroying dragon juvenile form. Grade, sealed. Level black iron first stage. Status extremely hungry source depletion. Skill 1-0 devour passive can absorb the energy of all things for its own use with a particularly high conversion rate for high-quality energy. Skill 2 basic dragon might releases a trace of pressure from deep in its bloodline, strongly intimidating low-level beings. Skill 3 unlocked. Lin Mo looked at the pitifully simple panel, his mouth twitching slightly. After all that effort putting in a platinum-level beast core, and you only give me a level up. From egg to black iron first stage. The cost-effectiveness of this was simply appalling. However, before he could complain further, the newly hatched creature, Little Black, had already crawled to his feet and opened its mouth, biting down on his pant leg and tugging fiercely. Its toothless mouth lacked strength, biting him like a little kitten seeking affection. Yet the desperate hunger was palpable, bombarding Lin Mo's nerves through their soul link. All right, I'm scared of you. Lin Mo chuckled helplessly and hurriedly pulled out a large piece of roasted meat from a golden-level beast, the diamond giant bear, from his spatial ring. This was his reserve stock, rich in energy. He tossed a piece of meat, half the length of his arm, in front of Little Black, gave Lin Mo's pant leg a disdainful glance, released its bite, and turned to look at the chunk of meat, which was larger than its body. It seemed to hesitate for a moment before opening its small mouth. In the next second, something strange happened. Little Black's mouth, though small, seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole. That large piece of tough meat was pulled by an invisible force, rapidly shrinking and finally turning into a streak of light, swallowed in one gulp. After finishing, Little Black smacked its lips, raising its head to continue staring at Lin Mo with those pure golden eyes. It seemed to say, "Is that it? Not enough to fill my gaps." Lin Mo's eyelids twitched, gritting his teeth as he pulled out 5 silver-level magic cores. With a flash, the 5 magic cores instantly vanished into Little Black's mouth without even a sound. Little Black's aura seemed to strengthen a little, but the overwhelming hunger still persisted. I truly seem to have raised a glutton. Lin Mo clutched his chest, feeling his heart bleed. At that moment, Little Black seemed to realize that relying on this cheap food ticket for feeding was too ineffective. It turned around, casting its gaze towards the broken black eggshells it had just crawled out from. On those eggshells, remnants of the last golden arcs of lightning from the thunder core still lingered. Crunch, crunch. Little Black munched on those eggshells like they were potato chips, not holding back at all. As the eggshells went down, a surge of energy far purer than meat and magic cores spread within its body. Its previously somewhat flimsy body visibly solidified, and those fleshy wings on its back clearly for it. These eggshells, imbued with its own essence and the power of thunder, were the real nutritional supplements. Watching this scene, the thunder giant eagle beside them looked on with awe in its golden lightning eyes. Having lived for hundreds of years, it had never witnessed such a domineering manner of devouring or such terrifying potential for growth. Submitting to such a magnificent being didn't seem as difficult to accept as one might imagine. Crunch. At that moment, another crisp cracking sound drew everyone's attention. It was that golden giant egg. After breaking free from the restraints of the withering curse, the life inside the egg finally accumulated enough power to break through its shell. A piece of golden eggshell was pushed open, and a fluffy golden little head curiously peeked out. It was a newly hatched eaglet, its feathers soft like a ball of golden fluff, with a pair of bright obsidian-like eyes innocently surveying this strange new world. When its gaze landed on its mother, the thunder giant eagle, it immediately let out a clear chirp filled with affection. Caught. However, before the mother and child could share a heartwarming scene, a shadow darted past, like lightning. It was Little Black. Having just finished its own eggshell, it was worried about having nothing to eat, and spotted this freshly hatched snack radiating rich life energy and the aura of thunder. In Little Black's simplistic thinking, this little one looked far tastier than those previous eggshells. It opened its mouth, ready to bite down on the golden eaglet. How dare you! Lin Mo's soul nearly left his body as he dashed forward, swiftly grabbing Little Black. Stop it. That's your little brother, not your lunch. Lin Mo scolded as he flicked Little Black's bald head. Ouch! Hungry. Little Black stumbled from the flick, struggling in Lin Mo's hands, its golden eyes filled with longing for that moving golden snack. The just-hatched golden eaglet was clearly frightened as well. Shivering, it crawled out from the eggshell, rolling and dodging to hide behind its mother's massive claws, revealing only a pair of terrified eyes as it watched the dreadful black creature. The thunder giant eagle was also a bit shaken, carefully shielding its child with its wings, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of pleading in its eyes. Lin Mo sighed, feeling less like a caretaker and more like a kindergarten director. He shoved the restless Little Black into his embrace and commanded, "Stay still. If you dare to bite again, you won't even get any meat jerky." Perhaps it was the words "no more food" that worked. Little Black finally quieted down. It found a comfortable position in Lin Mo's arms, curling up into a ball, its golden eyes blinking as if deep in thought. Above the high skies, the wild wind howled. The golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a sacred glow upon the gigantic form of Thunderlight. Lin Mo sat atop Thunderlight's broad back, gazing down at the swiftly retreating mountain ranges below, yet his heart held no trace of the grand ambition of overlooking all the mountains. He was merely calculating all that he had left. 57 gold coins, 320 silver coins, plus a pile of worthless copper magic cores and ordinary medicinal herbs. All gone. To give birth to that coal ball, he had not only invested a thunder core earned from a platinum-level combat power, but had also poured in all his hard-earned savings from these past few years. The more Lin Mo thought, the more his heart ached, and he couldn't help but lower his head to look at the culprit sprawled on his lap, soundly asleep. The newly born little black seemed exhausted as well, curled up into a dark, fluffy ball, sleeping soundly. Yet that small belly continued to gurgle insistently, an unending sense of hunger transmitted through their soul link, like the most accurate alarm clock, reminding Lin Mo of his precarious financial situation. Beside him, the newly hatched chick Little Gold appeared much more lively. It was curiously pecking at a gold feather sticking up from Thunderlight's back, playing joyfully. Chirp! It seemed to sense Lin Mo's gaze, tilting its head and letting out a crisp tweet filled with, "What a harmonious scene of parental love." No, it was more like the love of an eagle for its young. Why are other people's children so easy to raise? Lin Mo, feeling indignant, pulled out a piece of jerky from his spatial ring, which was his last high-grade supply. He tore off a small strip and offered it to Little Gold. Little Gold happily grabbed it in its beak and struggled to swallow it, then affectionately rubbed against Lin Mo's finger. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and tentatively offered the remaining larger piece to Little Black. In its dream, Little Black's nose twitched instinctively, as if it caught the scent of food. It couldn't even be bothered to open its eyes, merely opened its small mouth and gently inhaled. That piece of jerky instantly transformed into a stream of energy, swallowed down. Then, there was nothing more. It smacked its lips, turned over, and continued sleeping. The overwhelming sense of hunger showed no signs of abating. Lin Mo's face turned entirely dark. This isn't raising a dragon, it's clearly a living cash machine. He sighed and looked up into the distance. He had to find a place that could bring in money quickly. Relying on the old method of secretly digging for low-level medicinal herbs behind the academy, not only would Little Black not grow, but they would be starving together in the mountains in a few days. Thunderlight, full speed ahead, destination, the largest human city ahead. Lin Mo issued the command. Call. With the command given, Thunderlight perked up, flapping its wings vigorously. Its speed suddenly increased several times, transforming into a golden streak of light swiftly darting through the clouds. Half a day later, a grand city appeared at the end of the horizon. It was a colossal city built against the mountains, with walls made of massive dark green rocks towering several dozen meters high, covered with traces of axe and chisel, exuding a rough and solid aura. Countless adventurers and merchant caravans moved in and out of the city gates like ants. Haishi City, the largest supply base for adventurers in the Blackstone mountain range. Lin Mo recalled information about this city from the original Bodis memories. He knew his next stop was here, but soon he encountered a new problem. How was he supposed to get in? He couldn't just ride a golden-level giant eagle and swagger down at the city gates, could he? The commotion that would cause might make it impossible for him to move an inch. Lin Mo stroked his chin and turned his gaze towards a flock of chirping sparrows in the forest below. Communication with all beings activate. He spread a gentle mental thought outward. Hey brothers, can I ask for directions? Where is there a relatively quiet place nearby, undisturbed, that can hide these big creatures in a cave? The flock of sparrows, startled by the sudden voice, soon sensed the natural affinity in Lin Mo's spirit. A bolder sparrow tilted its head and responded to him. Fly east, there's a waterfall over there, and behind the waterfall is a big cave. It used to be home to a very fierce bear, but it was driven away by a group of even fiercer humans. Now it's empty. Thank you. Lin Mo smiled slightly, directing Thunderlight to change direction. Moments later, they found the enormous cave behind the waterfall. The cave was spacious enough and extremely hidden, making it just right as a temporary nesting place for Thunderlight and the chick Little Gold. Lin Mo jumped down from Thunderlight's back, solemnly advising Thunderlight, "You and Little Gold stay here for now. Without my orders, do not go out, and do not make too much noise. Do you understand?" Thunderlight obediently lowered its head, nudging him with its head. Little Gold, however, let out a reluctant chirp. Lin Mo comforted the little fellow a few more times, then stuffed the still soundly sleeping coal ball into the inner pocket of his wide robe. After doing all this, he turned and walked out of the cave, heading towards the direction of Haishi City. His current appearance was that of an ordinary young adventurer seeking opportunities in the mountains. Dressed in gray cloth, carrying a half-worn backpack, he looked unremarkable except for being a bit more handsome. As he stepped into Haishi City, a wave of noise mixed with the smells of sweat, ale, and the blood of magical beasts rushed towards him. The streets were lined with all sorts of shops, weapon shops, armor shops, potion shops, magic core purchasing points. The walls were plastered with various bounty notices and recruitment ads. Mercenaries clad in various armors, carrying massive swords, wizards in robes hurrying by, and summoners leading all kinds of magical beasts were seen everywhere on the streets. This was a paradise for the strong, a gathering place for wealth, and also on the edge of chaos. Lin Mo was not attracted by this bustling scene. The coal ball in his arms seemed to have been awakened by the external noise. It moved slightly, and then a familiar, seemingly soul-sucking hunger surged over him once again. Lin Mo's mouth twitched, and he quickened his pace. He had a clear goal, crossed several main roads, and finally stopped in front of a vast three-story stone building with a rugged style. Above the building's entrance hung a massive emblem formed by two crossed great swords and a shield. Adventurers Guild. This was the place where all adventurers registered, accepted tasks, and redeemed rewards. It was also the only place he could quickly earn money right now. Lin Mo took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and tucked the restless little creature further in. He raised his head, looking at the oak door that resembled the mouth of a giant beast, bustling, with people coming and going. His gaze gradually became resolute. For the sake of milk powder money, he'll risk it all. He stepped forward, resolutely pushing the door open. The Adventurers Guild Hall was even noisier than Lin Mo had imagined. A pungent melange of sweat, alcohol, and cheap tobacco assaulted his senses. The floor was stained with dried mud and unidentifiable fluids. The walls bore grotesque trophies, the severed heads of monstrous beasts. Burly mercenaries gathered in clusters around oak tables, boasting loudly of their exploits while draining tankards of barley ale. Mages clad in robes of every hue sat apart, polishing their staves in silence, their gazes distant and detached. This place was a volatile crucible, charged with raw testosterone and the acrid tang of gunpowder. Lin Mo, a slender youth dressed in plain homespun, stepped inside like a pebble cast into a raging current, unnoticed, unremarked. He paid no mind to the appraising or disdainful glances around him and strode directly toward the far end of the hall, where a colossal mission board dominated an entire wall. Gather 10 flame herbs reward, 30 silver coins. Hunt 3 azure wine wolves reward, 2 gold coins, requires a bronze tier team. Escort Lord Dwajin's eldest son to Egret City reward, 50 gold coins, requires at least a silver tier team with impeccable reputation. Hundreds of parchment slips were pinned densely across the board, from lowly graded assignments to rare exalted grade A quests. Lin Mo's eyes skimmed swiftly over the lower tier tasks. Too meager a reward. Even completing one wouldn't fill Kobol's teeth. His gaze settled instead on the upper echelons, grade B and above, where rewards gleamed enticingly. Yet nearly every slip bore strict prerequisites: adventurer rank or team size, unyielding and absolute. He was merely a novice, freshly registered, rankless, teamless, utterly unproven. Gurgle. At that moment Xiaohei stirred within his chest. A sharp electric pang of hunger jolted. Lin Mo's lips twitched. He could wait no longer. His eyes swept the board like a precision scanner, hunting relentlessly in its forgotten corners. I must find a high reward task with no rank restrictions, preferably one so perilous no one dared. At last his gaze locked onto a single yellowed parchment tucked into the board's lowest corner, its edges frayed, its surface dusted with neglect. It hung there in lonely isolation, surrounded by an eerie vacuum, as though every other parchment recoiled from its presence. Long-term assignment grade B. Objective: eradicate the rat infestation in Blackstone City's underground sewers. Description: in recent years gold-gnawing rats have multiplied alarmingly, growing cunning, aggressive, and dangerously adaptive. They gnaw through building foundations, contaminate water sources, and have already injured numerous civilians. Requirements: no rank restrictions. No team requirements. Base reward 100 gold coins. Additional incentives: 10 copper coins per adult gold-gnawing rat tail submitted, 1 silver coin per tail of a gold-gnawing rat chieftain, larger in stature, darker in fur. Note: multiple adventurers report rumors of an exceptionally powerful mutated rat king dwelling deep within the warren. Proceed only with utmost caution. Lin Mo's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. 100 gold coins, comparable to some grade A commissions. More crucially, no rank barrier, no team mandate. This is it. Without hesitation, he reached up and peeled the dust-caked parchment from the board. That single gesture drew immediate attention. The hall's raucous clamor fell silent, for just one heart. Then came stifled chuckles. Look, another fool who doesn't fear death. This assignment's been hanging for half a year. Only greenhorns would touch it. 100 gold coins sound lovely, but only if you live long enough to spend them. Lin Mo ignored the whispers and marched straight toward the registration counter. Behind the counter sat a stunning woman, voluptuous, her arms adorned with rose tattoos. She held a slender cigarette between her lips, idly filing her crimson nails. Her elegant brows lifted slightly as Lin Mo placed the parchment before her. Boy, new here. Lin Mo nodded. Let me advise you choose another task. She exhaled a perfect smoke ring languidly. 7 teams have attempted this. 2 of them elite silver-tier squads. The worst. 5 entered. Only 2 crawled out, limbs shattered. The best. They slaughtered hundreds of vermin near the outer tunnels. Never even glimpsed the Rat King, before slinking home in disgrace. She tapped the counter with a lacquered fingernail. Those rats down there are far smarter and far more vicious than you imagine. Your frame wouldn't last a minute. You'd vanish, bones and all. Her warning carried genuine concern. But before Lin Mo could reply, a coarse voice boomed behind him. Ha ha ha. Ella, why waste breath on a boy whose whiskers haven't sprouted yet? Let him march to his... Lin Mo turned. A hulking bald man, face thick with scar tissue, advanced with several swaggering mercenaries at his heels. A jagged scar slashed from his brow to his mouth, twisting grotesquely with each grin. He loomed over Lin Mo, surveying him with eyes like brass bells, brimming with undisguised mockery. Boy, do you know who I am? Quinn, the scarred captain of the Blood Axe Mercenary Company. I led my team into that accursed sewer 6 months ago. 10 seasoned fighters, reduced to fools by those damned rodents. We lost an enchanted shield. And you dare go alone. Have you grown tired of breathing? Exactly. Go splash water on your face and see what a coward you really are. Put that parchment back and scurry home to suckle. Quinn's men roared with laughter. The entire hall watched, amused, expectant, eager for spectacle. Faced with such open contempt, Lin Mo remained utterly serene. He neither argued nor glanced. Instead, he turned back to Ella behind the counter and asked calm and clear what procedures are required to register as an adventurer. That utter dismissal froze Quinn's smile mid-grin. His face darkened, storm clouds gathering in his eye. Damn it. This brat dares ignore me. A surge of oppressive aura, raw bronze-tier warrior's might, crashed down upon Lin Mo. Ella's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected such composure from this seemingly frail youth. She inhaled deeply, crushed her cigarette into the ashtray, and spoke with newfound gravity. Registration requires a 10 silver fee and imprinting a thread of your spiritual essence onto your adventurer's badge. Lin Mo said nothing. He withdrew 10 silver coins and placed them on the counter. Then, extending his index finger, he summoned a faint shimmer of spiritual energy and touched it gently to a blank bronze badge Ella offered. Seeing him produce the coins without hesitation, Ella's surprise deepened. She accepted the badge and deftly operated the engraving device beside her. Done. Lin Mo, is that correct? As of now, you are a certified Grady adventurer. She slid forward the engraved badge and the official Rat Infestation Commission scroll. Assignment accepted. Best of luck, young sir. May I still see you alive in Blackstone City tomorrow. Lin Mo accepted both items and gave her a courteous nod. He treated Quinn, still looming behind him, as mere air. Having completed the formalities, he turned to leave. Stop. Quinn could restrain himself no longer. He clamped a massive hand onto Lin Mo's shoulder. His voice, a venomous hiss, scraped from between clenched teeth. You're awfully arrogant, boy. A crushing force radiated from that grip, enough to buckle the knees of any ordinary youth. Yet Lin Mo merely paused, imperceptibly. Slowly he tilted his head, casting only the barest glance, out of the corner of his eye, at Quinn's thick scarred forearm. Then he spoke, softly, yet every syllable rang with crystalline clarity throughout the hushed hall. Remove your filthy hand. Cold, calm, devoid of any human emotion. These 5 words fell upon the scarred face of Quinn as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his dizzy mind, consumed by alcohol and rage. Huh. Quinn was momentarily stunned, then his scarred face twisted with extreme anger. Kid, are you... His hand pressed against Lin Mo's shoulder, suddenly exerted force. The power of a peak, bronze-level warrior erupted without reservation. He could almost hear the crisp sound of the young man's shoulder bones shattering. The surrounding mercenaries instinctively took a step back. Some of the timid ones even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene. Although deadly combat was prohibited within the guild, causing injury or disability was a common occurrence. Yet the expected screams and sounds of bones breaking did not come. Lin Mo remained standing still, his figure unyielding. He merely furrowed his brows slightly, as if Quinn's power, capable of crushing rocks, was merely a gentle breeze brushing past him. He continued to gaze at Quinn with that cold, lifeless stare. Then, through their soul link, he conveyed a simple and direct thought to the sleeping coal ball in his arms. Little Black, someone is trying to snatch your meal ticket. Goor. Little Black, still in slumber, turned over him. A faint, almost imperceptible aura, too subtle for even a silver-level warrior to detect, but emanating from the pinnacle of life's hierarchy, filled with an ancient atmosphere of finality and destruction, flashed from Lin Mo's embrace. This aura did not spread, instead it pierced through Quinn's arm, like an invisible poison needle precisely stabbing deep into his soul. In that instant, the robust body of scarred-faced Quinn suddenly froze. The sinister smile on his face solidified, the fierce light in his eyes extinguished. He felt that what he was pressing down was no longer a young man's shoulder, but a door leading to an endless abyss. Behind that door, a pair of golden eyes, indescribable by language, more intense than stars and deeper than black holes, slowly opened, coldly gazing at him. Before those eyes, his proud strength, the life and death battles he had endured, and his peak bronze-level fighting spirit all felt as insignificant as dust. He felt his soul being torn apart, chewed, and devoured by those eyes. Death was not fear. It was a homecoming. A hissing sound escaped Quinn's throat, reminiscent of a deflating bellows. His once fearsome, scarred face turned pale as paper in just 1 second. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He suddenly yanked his hand back as if he had touched a red-hot iron, staggering backward in panic. In his haste, he even stumbled over his own feet, falling to the ground with a thud, knocking over a table. His whole body trembled violently, and the look he cast at Lin Mo was no longer one of mockery or anger, but the most pure and primal fear, as if he had seen the descent of a demon. In the hall, silence reigned. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, completely unable to comprehend why was the young man who had done nothing causing the notorious scarred-faced Quinn to be so terrified, as if he had. Quinn's subordinates were equally perplexed, glancing at each other, gathering their courage to approach and help their boss. Don't touch me. Quinn, in a frenzy, crawled backward with hands and feet, trying to distance himself from Lin Mo. A wet stain rapidly spread in his pants, a foul odor wafting through the air. This man who licked blood on the edge of a knife had been scared to the point of wetting himself. Lin Mo took his time to dust off his shoulder, as if something disgusting had clung to it. He didn't even glance at the already mentally broken strongman on the ground, turning to walk towards the guild's entrance. As he passed, the crowd parted like Moses parting the sea. Every face was marked with awe and confusion. When Lin Mo's figure disappeared beyond the door, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to thaw, returning to fluidity. Behind the counter, a woman named Ella stared blankly in the direction Lin Mo had left. The cigarette she held between her fingers had burned out, scorching her fingertips, jolting her back to reality. She cast a deep glance at the still trembling Quinn on the ground, then looked toward the empty hanging spot for the rodent extermination quest. What is this guy really about? Lin Mo left the Adventurers Guild, his mood undisturbed. He had merely revealed a bit of Little Black's pet certificate to resolve the trouble. To him, wasting time on these guys who weren't even qualified to be a dessert after a meal was the most foolish thing. His only goal now was to make money. Following the map's guidance on the quest certificate, he quickly found the infamous entrance to the underground sewer of Blackstone City. It was an area surrounded by low stone walls located on the outskirts of the slums. A huge rusty iron manhole cover sealed the entrance. Beside it, a crude wooden shed housed 2 disheveled guards in uniforms leaning against the wall, dozing. Lin Mo stepped forward and knocked on the wooden shed's post. Hey, what's up? One of the guards opened his eyes impatiently, and upon seeing Lin Mo in plain clothing, his gaze turned contemptuous. Without talking nonsense, Lin Mo directly handed over the quest certificate. The guard paused upon seeing the contents, then exchanged glances with his companion, both bursting into laughter. Another idiot here to hand out money. Kid, take our advice and go home. You don't have the build to fit in those big rat's teeth gaps. Lin Mo retrieved the certificate expressionless and extended his hand. Key. Hey, still not listening to it. The guard rolled his eyes, unhooked a string of keys from his waist, selected the rustiest one, and tossed it to Lin Mo. Here, take it. Have you written your will in advance? Do you need us to keep it safe for you? Lin Mo accepted the key, turning toward the massive manhole cover. The manhole cover was heavy. He exerted great effort to shift it just enough to create a gap. An indescribable stench mingled with decay, dampness, and rot surged upwards from the crack. The 2 guards instinctively covered their noses, stepping back in disgust. Lin Mo, however, seemed oblivious. He took out a prepared torch from his bag and lit it with a flint. Then he thrust the torch into the darkness. The orange light illuminated the slippery stone steps below. The steps wound downward, seemingly endless, as if leading to hell. At the edge of the light, countless tiny scarlet reflections flickered briefly. Those were the eyes of rats. Countless rats. Gore. Little Black in Lin Mo's arms seemed to catch the rich scent of food. It stirred excitedly, wriggling in Lin Mo's embrace. A surge of desire and greed rushed into Lin Mo's mind. Hungry. Eat. A lot. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't rush. The buffet is just beginning. Without a hint of hesitation, under the horrified gazes of the 2 guards, he held the torch in one hand and his short sword at his waist in the other. Step by step walked into the bottomless darkness. Clang. The heavy manhole cover was closed again from the inside by him. Only the 2 guards remained staring at each other in bewilderment. A madman. Truly a complete madman. Meanwhile, below ground the world fell into a profound silence. Only the crackling of the torch and the chilling, incessant sound of scuttling from all directions could be heard. In the moment when the manhole cover closed, the world was engulfed by absolute darkness and silence. The only source of light was the torch in Lin Mo's hand, which burned steadily. The orange glow could only illuminate a radius of 3 meters around him. Beneath his feet lay slippery bluestone tiles covered in slick moss. The air was thick with a stench mingled with decay, fishiness, and dampness so intense that it felt like a tangible wall pressing against his mouth and nose. The rustling sound coming from all directions was amplified countless times at that moment. It emanated from the cracks in the walls, from holes in the ceiling, and from the endless darkness ahead. Creak! A sharp cry shattered the suffocating silence. At the edge of the torch's glow in the darkness, a pair of eyes lit up, then 10 pairs, 100 pairs, 1,000 pairs. Densely packed like burning coals, glowing with a deep crimson hue. They moved, not crawling, but like a tide of black water surging from all directions towards this solitary warm source of light, rushing madly. These golden-eating mice were each the size of a house cat, their fur gleaming and their teeth shone with a metallic luster. In their eyes there was no fear, only greed and madness for flesh and blood. Confronted with a sight that could make anyone with a fear of clusters faint on the spot, Lin Mo's face showed not a hint of emotion. He merely took his time inserting the torch into an abandoned stone candlestick on the wall beside him. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the coal ball that was sleeping soundly, occasionally letting out a small snore, cradling it in his palm. Little Black, it's dinner time. The little creature in his arms seemed to have already been awakened by the rich aroma of food that permeated the air. It opened its pure golden eyes wide. Little Black, it's dinner time. The little creature in his arms seemed to have already been awakened by the rich aroma of food that permeated the air. It opened its pure golden eyes, so much, so delicious. Facing the tide of black mice which had opened countless stinking mouths, Little Black didn't even bother to stand up. It merely yawned. It opened its mouth. In the next moment the entire world began to feel Little Black's cherry-like mouth at the moment of opening transformed into an unfathomable void that could swallow even light, an absolute nothingness. A miniature black hole appeared in Lin Mo's palm. An irresistible, incomprehensible force erupted from that black hole. The first wave of golden-eating mice that had leaped into the air about to bite Lin Mo suddenly stiffened. The madness in their eyes was instantly replaced by sheer terror. They wanted to scream, to flee, but it was too late. Their bodies were forcefully pulled, twisted, and compressed by an invisible force. In midair they transformed into streams of pure life energy, uncontrollably sucked into that tiny black hole. There were no screams, no blood, no body parts flying. Only annihilation. The purest form of erasure on a conceptual level. In a mere breath, the first wave of hundreds of golden-eating mice vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The subsequent tide of mice experienced a brief moment of chaos and stagnation. For the first time, these ferocious beasts sensed an emotion called fear in their instincts. But Little Black was evidently not satisfied with this mere appetizer. The black hole in its mouth began to spin faster. The suction increased tenfold. This time it was no longer just the front row of mice. Instead, all the golden-eating mice within the illuminated area, and even in the darkness beyond the light, were locked onto by this domineering force. They let out a shrill cry that turned discordant, desperately clinging to the ground and the walls, trying to resist the pull that came from the depths of their souls. But it was all in vain. Hundreds and thousands of golden-eating mice, like sand caught in a tornado, formed visible torrents made of life energy and madly rushing towards the tiny coal ball in Lin Mo's palm. This isn't a meal, this is simply a cleanup. Lin Mo couldn't help but scoff at this magical scene in his heart. Through the link of his divine-level taming talent, he could clearly see that the pure life energy was quickly transformed after being devoured by Little Black, repairing its original deficiencies, allowing its black iron first-stage aura to grow slowly in a nearly imperceptible, yet solid manner. The efficiency was absurdly high. It seems this task was indeed the right fit. Lin Mo felt completely at ease. He was no longer the meal ticket, now he was the cafeteria manager. A few minutes later, burp, Little Black let out a satisfied belch. The tiny black hole at its mouth slowly dissipated. The rustling sounds around had disappeared by 99%. The entire passage had become unprecedentedly clean. Not a single mouse hair remained on the ground. After consuming at least 1,000 golden-eating mice, Little Black's size had not changed at all, still just a small handful. But its dark scales seemed to shine a bit brighter, and there was an added spark of vitality in its gaze. Hungry. Still hungry. A thought of lingering desire was conveyed. Got it, it's a buffet, and this is just the first round. Lin Mo reassured it, taking the torch from the wall and starting to walk deeper into the darkness. With Little Black as his super cleaner, he didn't need to consider any combat issues at all. All he had to do was find mice more mice. Divine level taming talent. Communication with all beings activated. This time Lin Mo did not actively send out any thoughts, but adjusted his spiritual energy to a purely receiving mode. He was like the most precise radar, passively eavesdropping on all internal communications of this underground rodent kingdom. Instantly, countless waves of panic, fear, and chaos flooded into his mind. Terrifying. Black. Void. Is coming. The first passage. Annihilated. The seventh passage too. It's the Great Devourer. The legendary one. Quick. Converge at the king's nest. The king is summoning us. These chaotic messages were rapidly filtered, organized, and analyzed in Lin Mo's mind. A clear real-time underground sewer map along with the distribution of the mice gradually formed in his mind. So that's how it is divided into 7 main nests, each with a leader. All the main nests guard the deepest king. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. This was simply more useful than having the entire map revealed. Based on the intelligence he had eavesdropped on, he easily avoided a few already empty dead ends and headed straight towards the nearest main nest. It was a wider circular hall. A giant rat the size of a large hunting dog with deep iron gray fur stood atop a heap of mangled metallic scraps, making agitated squeaking sounds. The leader of the golden-eating mice. This creature had already attained high-level black iron strength. Surrounding it were hundreds of ordinary golden-eating mice trembling in fear, its last remaining guard. As Lin Mo stepped out of the dark passage holding the torch, the mouse horde immediately erupted into chaotic commotion. The leader's scarlet eyes fixated on Lin Mo. When it saw the small black object in Lin Mo's palm, its instincts caused all its fur to bristle. But the dignity and ferocity of being a leader suppressed its fear. Squeak! It let out a sharp command urging its subordinates to launch a suicidal charge. However, the ordinary golden-eating mice collapsed mentally at the sight of Little Black, completely shattered by the fears stemming from the pinnacle of life. They wailed as they huddled together, even trampling one another in a desperate attempt to escape the terrifying. The leader, furious, abandoned these useless subordinates and propelled itself forward like a gray cannonball, viciously pouncing towards Lin Mo. He merely bowed his head and said to Little Black, "Leave it intact, the tail is valuable." Little Black seemed to understand. He merely bowed his head and said to Little Black, "Leave it intact, the tail is valuable." Little Black seemed to understand and impatiently raised its head. This time it did not open its mouth. It simply blinked its pure golden eyes lightly. A barely visible hair-thin mental shock traversed the distance and space, precisely piercing into the leader's brain. Elementary dragon might. The ferocious leader of the mice mid-leap suddenly froze, the ferocity in its eyes instantly solidifying and dissipating. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, it fell thud to the ground in front of Lin Mo. It remained in a pouncing posture, but its heart had burst from the unbearable terror. With a single strike it was killed. Lin Mo remained unperturbed as he stepped forward and expertly severed the leader's tail, which was far sturdier than that of an ordinary rat, tossing it into his bag. One leader secured. Then he shifted his gaze to the trembling inheritance of the mouse leader. "Little Black, the rest are all yours." "Awoo!" Little Black joyfully called out. The familiar small black hole opened once again. Moments later, the hall once again regained absolute cleanliness. Lin Mo, torch in hand, continued toward the next target. Now he resembled a diligent cleaner. However, the garbage he was clearing could be exchanged for real money. This filthy, stinking underground sewer had transformed in his eyes into a treasure trove filled with gold coins and dog food. In the following hours, Lin Mo transformed into the most efficient reaper of this underground kingdom. Under his divine taming talent, Eavesdrop, the entire network of communication among the rat horde became transparent to him. He was fully aware of which nests still had remnants and which leaders were stubbornly resisting, all mapped out clearly in his mind. Meanwhile, Xiao He became the most efficient harvester. The second nest was cleared. The third nest was cleared. Lin Mo had even become too lazy to take action. He only needed to act like a tour guide, holding a torch and leading his gluttonous little ancestor from one restaurant to. His task was simply to use spiritual pressure to instantly eliminate the rat leader worth 1 silver coin before Xiao He's meal, then skillfully cut off its tail and toss it into his increasingly heavy bag. With the 4th, 5th, and 6th main nests cleared, Lin Mo's bag was already stuffed with 6 thick leader tails and over 3,000 ordinary gold-devouring rat tails. This was a fortune. After devouring the life energy of nearly 10,000 of its kind, Xiao He finally underwent a subtle change. Its aura remained at the first level of black iron, but it had solidified several times over. The previously soft scales had become as hard as obsidian, radiating a deep luster. Most importantly, the life-threatening hunger had finally eased from a state of starvation to a little hungry. For Lin Mo, this was akin to a divine revelation. At that moment within the spiritual network he had eavesdropped on, the chaotic fear and confusion had vanished. In its place was a desperate, fervent, moth-to-thief flame unified will. All the surviving strongest gold-devouring rats were converging towards one location. The royal nest. The great devourer is coming. For the king. With our flesh and blood forged the glory of the king. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Let's go meet your king. By the way, let's collect the principle and interest of this mission together. He turned and stepped into the noticeably wider passage leading to the depths of the underground waterway. The scenery here was starkly different from before. The walls were no longer rough rock, but had been gnawed to an exceptionally smooth finish. In the firelight, one could even see some gleaming metal or veins that had been refined. There was no garbage or filth on the ground, only a thin layer of carpet made of metal powder. This place did not resemble a sewer, instead it seemed like a pilgrimage path to the throne of the abyss meticulously crafted by countless worker ants. At the end of the passage was an enormous circular cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a mountain of garbage towering at 10 meters, built from countless discarded swords, armors, metal scraps, and even gold and silver coins. At the very top of that mountain of garbage lay a giant beast. Its size was comparable to that of an adult lion, covered entirely in a layer of silvery sleek fur that shimmered with metallic luster in the firelight. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with claws curved like daggers. Most chilling were its eyes, cold, glinting, dark golden pupils radiating cunning and intelligence. The king of gold-devouring rats. A terrifying beast of the bronze mid-tier. Beneath its throne, hundreds of the most elite gold-devouring rats lay prostrate. Each one was stronger than the leaders Lin Mo had encountered before, arranged in perfect formation, silent, as if they were a well-trained army. As Lin Mo entered the hall holding a torch alone from the darkness, the Silver Rat King slowly stood up. Its gaze did not linger on Lin Mo, but directly locked onto the unassuming dark object in his palm. A low warning growl emanated from its throat. Surrounding it, the hundreds of elite guards also raised their heads in unison, their crimson eyes fixed on this sole intruder. Intelligent, able to intimidate, and capable of military command. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, what a pity, in the face of absolute bloodline suppression, all of this is futile. He issued a command to Xiao He. Same old rule, finish it off in an instant. Xiao He yawned, seemingly losing interest in such lowly opponents. Its pure golden eyes casually lifted, making brief eye contact with the Silver Rat King's dark golden pupils. Buzz, an invisible mental shockwave beginner dragon might swept forth. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The hundreds of elite guards under the throne all stiffened under this mental shock, their spirits extinguished in an instant as they silently collapsed to the ground. But the Silver Rat King atop the throne merely trembled violently and let out a painful shriek. It actually withstood it. Though it was severely injured, its silvery fur stood on end, and its dark golden pupils were filled with blood and endless fear. It did not suffer a heart explosion and die like those leaders. Interesting. Its mental strength is surprisingly strong. The absolute control over its subordinates helped it mitigate some of the mental shock. Lin Mo quickly analyzed the reason. After fear, the Rat King was driven to madness. It knew that today was its certain doom. Squeak! It let out an extremely shrill screech, a sound that was no longer a command, but its last and strongest attack in life. A visible grayish-white sound wave expanded outward towards Lin Mo like ripples. Talent skill death sound howl. This was a range-based soul-targeting sound wave attack. Lin Mo felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a violent wave of dizziness washing over him, causing him to stagger. At that moment, the Silver Rat King transformed into a silver streak of lightning leaping down from its throne. Its target was not Lin Mo, but the Xiao He in his hand. It sought to perish together with the source of its endless fear. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Dare to ambush my meal ticket and disturb my sleep. Xiao He was finally provoked. Its half-closed, seemingly lazy golden eyes suddenly opened wide. Deep within those eyes, it appeared as if two black suns burning through eternity were slowly igniting. It raised its head and opened its mouth towards the oncoming silver lightning. But this time what appeared was not the devouring black hole. Instead, it was a wisp. A wisp of black fire thread, finer than a hair and deeper than the purest night. This fire thread was silent, devoid of heat or destructive might. It simply floated gently forward. The embryonic form of primal dragon breath. Lin Mo felt the essence of that power through their soul link, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The black fire thread met the silver lightning in midair. There was no explosion, no sound. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The massive and menacing gold-devouring Rat King froze in midair the instant it came into contact with the black fire thread. Then, starting from its head that touched the fire thread, its body began to disintegrate inch by inch into the smallest, formless particles, drifting away quietly. It was neither burning nor decomposing, but had been completely erased from this world. Not a single after a breath, the bronze mid-tier gold-devouring Rat King simply vanished, as if it had never. Hey, my tail. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, then let out a wail. This was a huge loss. The most valuable part of the Rat King had been incinerated by Xiaohei the prodigal. Xiaohei seemed to sense its meal ticket's displeasure. It sheepishly shook its head, and then turned its gaze towards the mountain of garbage thrown made of gold and silver treasures. It made a sound as if trying to please Owl. It seems there might be something delicious in there. Following its gaze, Lin Mo also immediately noticed that throne. Is this compensation? He sighed, walked forward, and kicked the mountain of garbage. Clatter! A large amount of metal scraps tumbled down. Immediately after, Lin Mo's eyes could no longer. Beneath those scraps of copper and iron lay a plethora of glimmering ores. Black iron ore, secret silver ore. There were even a few fist-sized fine gold. These were all valuable materials for forging, especially fine gold, which was the core material for crafting gold-level equipment. In the middle of the pile of ores lay a ring entirely black and emitting a faint magical aura, quietly resting there. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he stepped forward to pick it up. The ring was ancient in style, engraved with some symbols he could not understand, and felt icy to the touch. A storage ring. Although it's just the lowest tier, the space isn't large, but it's worth a few hundred gold coins. Lin Mo put the ring on his finger and injected a bit of spiritual energy. Indeed, a storage space of about 1 cubic meter appeared in his perception. Lin Mo finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The frustration of the 100 gold coin mission with the Rat King being utterly obliterated vanished in this moment due to the unexpected massive gain. This was not a loss at all. This was a tremendous profit. He unceremoniously stuffed all the ores and the tails of the fallen guards into the storage ring. Let's go. Xiaohei, we've struck it rich. Let's head back and collect our reward. Lin Mo scooped up the contented Xiaohei and strode back along the path he came. He was now eager to see the expressions of those adventurers at the guild. As Lin Mo's figure reappeared on the stone steps at the entrance of the underground sewer, the two guards napping against the wooden shed nearly thought they were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. I can't be seeing things right. One guard rubbed his eyes vigorously and stammered. It seems it's really him. The other guard's voice was filled with disbelief. The frail young man whom they thought was surely doomed walked out unscathed from that darkness. His clothes, aside from being slightly damp, were almost spotless. His expression was calm, as if he had merely taken a stroll. His steps were leisurely. He climbed out of the entrance, turned back, and casually placed the iron manhole cover weighing several hundred pounds back into place with a thud. Throughout the process, he didn't even let out a heavy breath. He didn't glance at the two guards who were already dumbstruck, but turned directly and walked towards the center of Haishi City along the path he came from. It was only when his figure was about to vanish at the end of the filthy alley in the slums that one of the guards suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted at his back, "Hey, kid, where are the mice inside?" You. Lin Mo didn't turn around. He simply raised his hand and waved it casually. Half an hour later at the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere in the hall was as noisy as ever. Mercenaries bragged while mages watched coldly. Ella behind the counter lit another new lattice cigarette. When Lin Mo pushed open the heavy oak door, several sharp-eyed adventurers nearby instantly recognized him. The noise paused momentarily. Everyone's gaze instinctively darted towards a table in the corner. There the disheveled Quinn, looking lost, clutched a mug of ale tightly in his hands, his face still pale. His few subordinates sat nearby looking dejected and silent. Lin Mo ignored their complex gazes and walked straight to the mission counter. This time as he passed through, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. "Hey handsome, you're still alive, huh?" Ella, seeing Lin Mo, glanced at him with undisguised surprise in her beautiful eyes. "Looks like you got lucky strolling around inside, and still coming out in one piece." Her tone held a hint of teasing, but more curiosity. Lin Mo didn't speak. He simply placed the slightly damp mission token on the counter and said calmly, "I'm here to submit a mission." Ella, holding the cigarette, paused in midair. The teasing expression on her face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of absurdity and disbelief. "Submit a mission? Can you say that again?" In the hall, all the adventurers who had been eavesdropping froze and "Submit a mission? Has this kid gone mad? How long has he been inside? Not even an afternoon. He can't think he can just come back after wandering around and picking up a few dead mice tails to claim that 100 gold pieces as basic reward, right? You need proof, right? Of course. To eradicate the mouse problem, you need their tails as proof." Ella instinctively replied, then realized, looking at Lin Mo with the gaze of someone looking at a fool, "Kid, I advise you not to joke like that. Even if you only bring back one tail, it proves you indeed fought down there. The guild can consider it." Her words were interrupted before she could finish. Lin Mo took off the ancient-looking storage ring he obtained from the Mouse King's treasury, gently placing it on. "It's all inside." He was brief. Then he added, this storage space is a bit small, and there are quite a few items, so be careful when taking them out, don't dirty your counter. This action left everyone puzzled. A storage ring. This kid actually has a storage ring. Although it looked like the cheapest kind, it was still quite valuable. Did he put the mission token inside the ring? Ella frowned, half believing, and sent a thread of spiritual energy into the ring. In the next moment, her beautiful face froze in shock. The cigarette she had between her lips fell to the ground. Take out what's inside. She looked at Lin Mo with a dreamy tone, her voice dry. Is there a problem? Lin Mo countered. No problem. Ella took a deep breath as if making a certain decision. She waved to a servant not far away who was wiping a wine glass. Arno, come here. Bring me all the empty sacks you can find. Hurry. The servant looked confused, but quick. Under everyone's curious gaze, Ella activated the storage ring. Whoosh! A torrent of gray-brown objects surged out from the ring. It was not gold or silver treasures, nor divine weapons. It was tails. Mouse tails. Countless dried, and still carrying a hint of a fishy smell. Tails of the gold-eating mice. They poured out like a flood from that small ring, instantly flooding half the counter, then, whoosh, cascading down. In an instant, a hill made up of countless mouse tails piled up right in front of the counter, sending chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, the entire Adventurers Guild fell into an absolute deathly silence. All movements froze. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, dazedly watching the ever-growing mountain of tails, emitting a bizarre odor. In the corner, the wine cup in Quinn's hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. The last trace of color drained from his face, leaving only endless emptiness and fear in his gaze. He finally understood. What he had provoked that day was not a mere person. It was a monster. A monster capable of annihilating a vast race single-handedly. Oh, my God. Ella murmured to herself, her heart, usually calm from handling various bloody tasks, now stirred up a tempest. There are at least thousands of those tails. This boy, did he single-handedly wipe out all the gold-eating mice in the underground sewer of Haishi City in one afternoon? Lin Mo appeared as if he had done something trivial. He pulled out 6 noticeably thicker, longer tails emanating a faint magical aura from his pocket and tossed them on top of the mountain. 6 liters. As for the Mouse King, I got too carried away and accidentally turned it to dust. There's no tail left. This shouldn't affect the completion of the mission, right? He said this with a tone of inquiry, even carrying a hint of apology. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The entire hall exploded like a powder keg, instantly bursting into chaos. The Mouse King was also killed. By himself. How did he even do it? Is he even human? Crazy. This world is crazy. This is a legend. We are witnessing the birth of a legend. No one dared to mock anymore, no one dared to look down on him. All eyes converged on the frail young man filled with awe, fervor, and fear. An elder with white hair and wearing a guild robe hurriedly rushed down from the 2nd floor upon hearing the news. When he saw the mountain of mouse tails and the 6-liter tails, his murky old eyes burst forth with a terrifying brilliance. He stared at Lin Mo intently, and after a long while managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. Mission perfectly completed. He personally directed the guild's staff to begin the lengthy counting process. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was invited by Ella to the VIP lounge at the counter with a new gaze mixed with admiration and flirtation. Half an hour later, the counting process finally concluded amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. The result once again ignited the entire place. Ordinary gold-eating mouse tails a total of 5,432. Gold-eating mouse leader tails 6. Mission completion rate 200%. Ella, holding the final statistics sheet, walked up to Lin Mo, her voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Lin Mo, according to the mission reward, your earnings for this mission are base reward of 100 gold coins, mousetail reward totaling 5 gold coins, 43 silver coins, and 20 copper coins, a leader tails reward of 6 silver coins. In total, 105 gold coins, 49 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. She paused, then added, considering you perfectly resolved this troublesome issue that plagued Haishi City for over half a year, the guild has decided to grant you an additional 100 gold coins. Furthermore, your adventurer rank will be directly elevated to level C. She finished speaking and respectfully offered a heavy coin-filled pouch and a newly minted silver adventurer badge with both hands to Lin Mo. 205 gold coins. A sum sufficient for an ordinary mercenary team to squander for several years. Lin Mo weighed the heavy pouch, and a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. He put away the pouch and badge, stood up. Thank you, he said, then turned and walked towards the door under the gaze of everyone present. Without any unnecessary words or ostentatious poses, he concealed his achievements and reputation. Wait! Ella couldn't help but call out to him. Lin Mo turned around. Among countless envious gazes, Ella's cheeks flushed slightly as she mustered the courage to ask Lin. Mr. Lin Imo, would you like to have a drink together tonight? Lin Imo glanced at her, then shook his head. No thanks, he calmly stated, patting his empty stomach. I need to go home and feed the child. The incident was quelled more swiftly than anticipated. The dean personally intervened, his words carrying an undeniable authority, swiftly bringing the chaotic scene under control. Several middle-aged instructors, their expressions grave, carried away the unconscious Silver-Tier summoner, while the heavily injured rock giant was forcibly recalled to the summoning space. Everyone's gaze subtly shifted towards Lin Imo, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of fear. Lin Imo held the now palm-sized, sleeping little black, standing straight, without uttering a word. He knew that today's matter would not be easily resolved. Sure enough, the dean waved his hand to disperse the onlookers, turning his attention to Lin Imo with a relatively gentle tone. Lin Imo, come with me for a moment. All right, Dean. Lin Imo nodded, carefully cradling little black in his arms. The atmosphere in the dean's office was oppressive. In addition to the dean, there was an elder with white hair and beard, dressed in a simple gray robe. He sat in the main seat, his murky eyes possessing a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing one's heart. As soon as Lin Imo entered, he felt that this elder's aura far surpassed that of the dean. Please sit. The dean gestured to a nearby chair, while respectfully standing behind the elder. This was the academy's elder, the true stabilizing force. Lin Imo assessed the situation, pulling out the chair to sit down, maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Young man, there is no need to be nervous, the gray-robed elder spoke first, his voice hoarse and slow. We have all witnessed today's events. He paused, his murky gaze seemingly lingering on the bulge in Lin Mo's arms for a moment. Your summoning beast is quite special. Alarm bells rang in Lin Mo's mind, but he feigned just the right amount of confusion and concern. Elder Dean, I was just thinking of seeking the Academy's help. Little Black, ever since it was severely injured in the Dark Forest secret realm, it has been acting very strangely. Oh, how so? It's just, its appetite has increased, and its temper has become quite irritable. Today I was forced to wake it up, not expecting it to lose control and become like that. Lin Imo confessed with an expression of lingering fear. Elder, you have seen much. What kind of mutation is this? Will it cause harm to Little Black's body? He threw the question back, unchanged, portraying himself as an ignorant youth concerned for his summoning beast. The dean nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. However, the gray-robed elder chuckled, though the smile did not reach his eyes. I have lived for nearly 200 years and have seen many peculiar mutated fire lizards. Those that can spew dark flames are not unheard of. But, he switched his tone, of vast mental pressure enveloping the entire room. To emit such a level of oppressive force, freezing the bloodline of a peak Silver-Tier rock giant to the ground, is not something an ordinary mutated lizard can achieve. The elder's gaze suddenly sharpened. That is a trace of true dragon might. Dragon might? Lin Imo pretended to be greatly shocked. Incredulous. Elder, are you saying Little Black is related to dragons? But it is clearly a lizard I contracted from an abandoned summoning pool. He donned an expression as if his worldview, whether or not it is a lizard, we both have our suspicions. The elder retracted his mental pressure, picked up a teacup from the table, and gently blew on it. The abandoned summoning pool connects to countless shattered space